Let it out. If we win against Spain, we will go to the World Championship in Los Angeles.
We've been thinking about going to Los Angeles since the start of this tournament.
Eu penso muito em Los Angeles, mas eu acho que eu penso mais na final amanhã e Los Angeles vai ser uma consequência.
Eu prefiro pensar mesmo no jogo.
We are the underdogs. No one thinks we could win.
It would be like a dream come true.
I think every team in the ULCS right now has been talking about going to Worlds.
I want to be there. Staples Center is awesome.
Only 3 teams can go, so I hope we can make it.
Last year, we got screamed to Worlds by the fans. I just hope this year we can repeat the same process.
Now, when it's only one game, we are definitely thinking about it a lot more.
Se nós ganharmos da Gaming Gear EU amanhã, nós vamos para os Estados Unidos jogar o Mundial e levar o Brasil todo para o Mundial.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host Evi Supporter, coming to you live from day 3 of Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. We've got tons of League of Legends action coming your way, so get ready to spend some quality time on the Rift. We're going to start the day with the International Wildcard Tournament's championship match, where the winner will earn a trip to the World Playoffs in Los Angeles. Then we officially kick off the European LCS regional playoffs with 2 quarterfinal matches. Evil Geniuses versus Team Alternate and Gambit take on Ninjas in Pajamas. Now let's send it over to Quickshot and Kobe for a breakdown of yesterday's action and today's upcoming matches.
Thank you very much, Sharks. Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. And before we get to today's matches, we do have to talk about yesterday's action, starting with the finals of the Challenger Series. The Copenhagen Wolves took on KMT.
Yeah, and they secured their spot in the LCS Spring Promotion Tournament by taking down KMT in just 2 games. So that means they'll be joining fellow challengers TCM and Summer LCS squads SK Gaming and Meet Your Makers in the battle to qualify for Season 4 Spring Split. And for the Copenhagen Wolves, that might have been their last game with their boy wonder AD carry Reckless, but at least they went out on a high note.
Yeah, we'll have to see. There's been a lot of talk about him on Reddit. And after Reckless's swan song with the Copenhagen Wolves, the final 4 international wildcard teams took to the Rift in a fight to make today's finals.
Pain Gaming came out victorious, but we did see them stumble for the first time here. And even though they're still favorites coming into today's series, they actually looked a little bit vulnerable. On the other hand, Gaming Gear went 2-0 versus Immunity and swept their way into today's best-of-3 finale.
And those are some dramatic games. AD, Lulu, mid. All right, guys.
Took them a while.
We have taken all of the best of yesterday's epic team fights, Baron steals, and even a pentakill, condensed it down into one bite-sized package. Here are the biggest plays from day 2 of Gamescom 2013.
In the first semi-final of the International Wildcard Tournament, Australia's Immunity takes on the CIS champions Gaming Gear. Elysia goes deep at the enemy red and gives up first blood.
You can see Mazarine's going to come around the side. Cassidy not really in a position. MBS is going to close in as well. Alicia's in all sorts of trouble. Has to flash away. Is it going to be enough? You can see Lisa flying there. It is going to be MBS that picks up first blood.
The late game is where Gaming Gear struggles, and it shows when they get into a fight with Immunity.
Pops out that Zonya's in Spyro. Meanwhile, at the side there, it is going to be MBS going down. Heavens picks up that kill. Now they're getting on towards Deadly Brother. He just gets popped where he stands. Swiper gets on towards him. Heaven Rift walks across. Crescendo was used as well as the kick, but it's a double kill for Swiper. Now they're on towards the Luna. He's going to go down.
Gaming Gear overpowers Immunity and is 1 game away from the wildcard final.
The Nexus is exposed. Rainier is doing all he can, but it's going to be Gaming Gear that take the victory.
In the second game, the CIS champions start off strong, and it looks like they've run away with the game.
Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Heavens is going to get caught out once again by Mazarine, but it will finally be the kill. Mazarine goes down. Shutdown bonus to Rainier.
But Immunity's Elysia is not caring.
We see Elysia is going to slide in. Is he going to land a smite in the right time? He has got it. He manages to take it out. He's going to get down, take it down.
After a hard-fought victory, Gaming Gear secures their spot in the wildcard final. Next up, Brazilian powerhouse Pain Gaming takes on Dark Passage. Pain run away with the early game and don't look like they let this one slip.
Crescendo locks up 2 members of Dark Passage and Pain with a dragon and a double kill.
With a big lead, Pain Gaming groups up for the final fight in bottom lane.
So now they carry on chasing. Italion is the next focus of the target. Intervention comes down, managing to save Barrett, but only for a brief second as he gets slowed by everybody's Q.
Dark Passage is not out of this one yet as they gear up for game 2. First blood goes to Naru on Gragas with help from Lee Sin.
Oh, he's now jumped on. The execution not going to be enough. Ignites are traded back and forth. Who's going to pick up the first blood here? It does land for Naru playing Gragas.
Kha'Zix is absolutely ripping Pain apart.
Pick up one, pick up two. Fabfab's trying to find more kills as he gets bubbled in the air. That is a triple kill. He's looking for number 4. Cell Division is going to be available. That's the quadra kill. Oh, we on for the pentakill. The blobs are there. Are they going to time it? This may be the second pentakill as Fabfab's looking for it. Pentakill for Fabfab's Kha'Zix.
And it's on to game 3. Dark Passage pushes Pain's mid turret, but the Brazilians aren't about to let that happen.
Pain Gaming turn their focus onto Naru. The tower is still hammering away in the background. The RTT is going to be able to pick up the second kill as it was Surti that secured the first. A flash forward onto Holy Thoth. One more crushing blow is going to secure the kill.
Pain has a big lead and go for Baron.
Oh, he steals it! He manages to steal the Baron buff!
The Baron steal is too little, too late for Dark Passage, and Pain brings it home.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pain Gaming have done this in dramatic style. They win the set 2-1.
Pain Gaming will be facing Gaming Gear to duke it out for a place at the World Championship.
Now, what a fantastic video. And you have to give props to the wildcard teams that have been knocked out of the International Wildcard Tournament
They
now.
put up a really good show so far.
All right, well, yesterday's action was amazing. Today promises to be even better as we kick off the day with the finals of the International Wildcard Tournament.
It's Pain Gaming versus Gaming Gear EU in a best-of-3 series. The winner will earn a spot in that Season 3 World Playoffs that kick off in just under a month in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and we heard how the players were talking about it. They're all looking forward right now. Once we crown the wildcard champions, it is time for the European pros to take to the Rift for the first time here at Gamescom.
Up first is the quarterfinal match between the number 3 seed Evil Geniuses and the 6th place squad Team Alternate. And in our second LCS quarterfinal showdown, it'll be the 4 seed Gambit taking on the 5th seed Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, the winners of today's best-of-3 series will move on to Saturday's semi-final round, where they'll face off against the top-seeded Lemon Dogs and the 2nd seed Fnatic, while the losers get dropped down into that relegation match.
And in something new for the LCS split, the loser of that relegation match will join SK Gaming and Meet Your Makers in the Spring Promotion Tournament, where they'll have to take on Europe's top challenger teams in order to earn their spot in the Season 4 of LCS.
Yeah, and don't forget that they get to pick and choose who they want to play as well.
That's going to help out a lot.
Well, for more info on all of the brackets, plus VODs, recaps, statistics, and more, simply go over to lolesports.com/Gamescom and check out everything that you need to know.
Then when you're up to speed, head over to Twitter and let us know which EU LCS team is coming into the playoffs with the most momentum and why. Remember, we're at LOL Esports, so be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading our favorite answers on air and giving away Logitech G400S gaming mouse to the favorite authors.
All right, well, guys, we do have to take a very short break, but when we do return in 7 minion waves with the finals of the International Wildcard Tournament, Pain Gaming versus Gaming Gear, stick around. back to Gamescom 2013, live from Cologne, Germany. It is time for the International Wildcard Final between the CIS champions Gaming Gear EU and coming into this best-of-3 series, going to be taking on Brazil's Pain Gaming. Most people have the South American powerhouse pegged as the favorites.
Yeah, even though they stumbled a little against Dark Passage yesterday, they were still impressive in their 2 wins, and even more impressive in their 3 wins on day 1. BRTT has been helping carry Pain to victory with some very flashy AD play. In fact, he got the first pentakill of GameCon on Caitlyn back on day 1. Pain's other damage dealer is the mid laner Cammy. He's consistently making plays for his team by catching people off guard, just going at them when they least expect it.
And we'll have to see how well he does today, because Kami and Pain are going to be gumming up another mid laner who is a playmaker, Gaming Gear's Mazarin.
Mazarin really showed off his Orianna skills yesterday, making big play after big play in their sweep of team immunity. On day 1, his Gragas was really on point too. He had a Baron steal with that Gragas, and they also turned around in their last game, Wednesday, with an explosive double kill at Baron. So he's had a lot of action around that Baron pit, using those AoE spells to grid effect. Even though they lost to Pain in their group stage matchup, Mazarin had a really decent game on Orianna as well. While Cammy registered his highest death total for any match here at Gamescom, even though they beat Gaming Gear.
Well, we'll have to see how this works out. Even though Gaming Gear dropped their first head-to-head showdown against Pain, now that they've seen the Brazil's champions played a few times in a few more matches, Gaming Gear is confident that they know how to put the hurt on Pain Gaming.
Amanhã a gente vai jogar contra a Game Gear EU e a gente tem que analisar bem o que eles fizeram hoje para conseguir uma estratégia boa para amanhã.
They beat us in round robin because we miscommunicated a lot in that match and we made a lot of mistakes.
Nós ganhamos deles já uma vez, foi jogo bem tenso, mas foi jogo bem legal e a gente esteve na frente o tempo todo.
Now we'll know what to ban against them, and we'll do a lot better against them now.
Eu acho que eles vão vir com um jogo diferente e a gente vai ter que mudar nosso jogo também para conseguir ganhar deles amanhã.
We have to focus on our mid game and late game more, because if we fail, we will lose.
Acho que tem que manter a calma e pensar bem nos piques antes de começar a partida para fazer um bom jogo.
We need to play our solid game, ban particular champions, and we should win, I think, 2-0.
Nós precisamos ganhar uma melhor de 3 contra a Gaming Gear EU para representar todos os servidores novos nos Estados Unidos.
No momento a gente tem que se preocupar apenas com a partida, porque embora a gente esteja muito perto, a gente ainda está muito longe de ir para Los Angeles.
One of the biggest things that I take out of that video is hearing the players talk about individual mistakes and decision making as a key. Gaming in particular, worried about the late game.
Yeah, and they definitely should have been watching last week's series or yesterday's series that Pain Gaming had against Dark Passage, because there's a few tips in there that they could have gotten.
Well, we'll have to see if they do manage to at least dig up that information. Before we kick off the game, we do need to take a look at those starting lineups. And starting on the blue side this time around, it is going to be Gaming Gear EU. And players are going to be in NBS in the top lane, Alunia in the jungle, Mazarin as your mid laner, as well as Deadly Brother and Inspiro as your AD carry and support.
And then in the red corner, it's Pain Gaming. Venon is up top. Sir T is the jungler, Cammy's at mid, BRTT's on AD carry, and Espeon is supporting him.
All right, as with all of these big matchups, we do have to talk about the head-to-head. And, you know, we've highlighted the mid laners so far in a lot of our pre-match coverage, but our featured matchup of this series is actually going to be the Rumble in the Jungle between Gaming Gear's Alanir and Pain Gaming's Sir T.
Yeah, both Sir T and Alanir depend heavily on the early game success. In their earlier matches here at Gamescom, both of them have been able to capitalize on any sort of early game success and get their lanes rolling towards the mid and late game. But they have also been both susceptible to invades, which they've had trouble coming back from. So a lot of that early and mid game is really going to come from the jungle.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how well Alunia can put his presence on the map, because in terms of the games that we have seen, when he does get that lead, he tends to snowball the rest of his lanes well. And that's been very key in helping Gaming Gear pick up many of their team fight wins, especially when he's the one tower diving.
I think another really important thing is the Gragas here. Like we said, one of the main tips you could have picked up yesterday was that the key to beating Pain has been splitting them up. They really rely on chaining their hard crowd control skills, and that involves some very specific timing Gragas is a perfect champion for breaking up that chain. And as we already said, Mazarin had a really good performance on Gragas already earlier in the tournament, so that's an easy ban for them.
Well, we'll have to see how they feel the rest of the bans work out. In terms of Pain Gaming's jungler Sir T, just to wrap up, he's also the shot caller for his team as well. So not only is he, instrumental in that early game stage, he's the decision maker once we get all of the ridiculous amount of dives that Pain Gaming like to put down.
It's similar to why people go at Reggie when they face TSM, because he is both one of the carries, their mid laner, and he's the play caller. Same idea, if you can invade the jungle and get Sir T behind and off of his game very early, then their play calling will suffer as a side effect.
Well, let's see what they decide to lock in. Gaming Gear going to secure that Orianna. Now, Mazarin has only played that Gragas and Orianna to phenomenal effect that we've seen him do, making some very good plays. And again, it's a safe pick. It's something that they can lock in. It's not going to be easily counterpicked.
Yeah, definitely a highly contested mid right there. But Zyra has also been, the highest contested mid/support. A lot of the teams in the wildcard tournament have been using her as a early pick because they can send her to either of those lanes.
And we've also seen Zyra banned out multiple times as well throughout the course of the entirety of this wildcard event. Now, BRTT, he's already locked in that Ezreal. We've seen him do great work with hyper carries, and his positioning in particular has been very good. But I'm interested to see he's picked Ezreal over Twitch, because his Twitch was so impactful yesterday.
His Ezreal, though, is also very strong, and it works very well with Pain's dive-heavy ideology that they pretty much follow. They haven't locked up, well, they instantly lock in one of them, those parts right there, the Nocturne. That's for going extremely deep. And the best part about Ezreal is that he can basically take care of himself. So if his whole team even just leaves him, then he's so mobile, it really works well with Pain's front line.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide to finalize. That's going to be a double AD comp for Pain. Let's talk about some of the compositions that we're seeing here. You've got a nice sort of all-in. You've got that ball delivery system of Jarvan and Renekton for Gaming Gear. But over on Pain, that's a lot of utility.
Yeah, they've not only have they picked up the Orianna Jarvan for the ball delivery system, but they did lock in that Twitch that you're talking about and comboed it with Sona for her crescendo. So they have a whole bunch of control. Pain are taking a little bit different look than we've seen in the rest of the tournament. They are going with that duo lane of the Ashe Zyra that's very, very popular over in North America because of Cloud9. And they actually have that Ezreal, which is probably going to be mid and probably not going to be AP, as a lot of people may be hoping. It's a blue Ezreal usually, and that's really the core of a dual AD composition. Not a lot of other AD carries that you can run in that mid lane and be effective.
So I'm having flashbacks to week 6 or week 7 of the NALCS. We're on day 1 of the week. Of the 4 games, 3 of them were double AD comps. And everybody started talking about it, exponentially. It was all over social media. I know Jad and I were discussing it on stream. You and I have discussed it here at the Wildcard. And one of the things that we always highlight about double ADs, you need that utility to buy the time to get the damage down. And to me, I think Pain Gaming have got a pretty good composition, in theory, for the double AD to work.
So they don't have what you usually bring for the double AD, which is the hard CC top laner or hard CC jungler, but they've brought this highly crowd control oriented duo lane with them. They've got the Ashe Arrow and all of the Zyra crowd control. So they are bringing it just in a different area than we're used to seeing with double ADs. And I really like the adaptation because having Nocturne in there as your jungler means that you do get the darkness effect, and that's going to cause GG Gaming Gear to group up.
Well, you can see we are about to jump into the first game of this final here of the International Wildcard Tournament. I really do have to give shout-outs to every single region that's taken part and has watched all of the games, in particular to those that have fallen: Australia, Turkey, and Mexico. Unfortunately, they're not in the final, but I'm sure they'll be watching with bated breath, as are the Brazilians and the Lithuanians. This is a truly international viewing experience for this wildcard final. It does look like a dual lane for Pain is positioning themselves maybe towards this top lane, so some lane swaps to be expected.
They also have Rumble up there too, though, so it could go any way at this point. Really, though, the early game we talked about being very important for the junglers. Pain is also running a double AD, so it makes the early game even that much more important for them. So I feel like this is going to be a highly action-packed game, starting off very quickly.
Well, we can definitely hope for that one. I know that many kills and lots of action is definitely something that everybody enjoys watching. Very early Friday morning. 1 minute 10 on the clock. We haven't seen any sort of invades. We've seen some very shallow wards, but more wards on the map for Gaming Gear than that of Pain. That's about 4 of them in the river alone. Gaming Gear really nervous about a potential invade here from Pain Gaming. It does mean that it's a very stagnant start as far as this early game is concerned.
Well, yeah, this is just going to be a safe start here. And for Pain, really the action is going to start when they have that Crystal Arrow available from Ashe, because they have one of the best follow-ups, which is Nocturne, who can get to that target from basically half a screen away. And when that bottom lane duo hits 6 and the jungler is level 6, it's going to be very, very dangerous for them. Also, having Rumble means that they can force a dragon fight down in that area. So if they can kill bottom lane and turn it into the dragon objective right after, it's probably going to be the early game plan here for Pain.
Well, Deadly Brother and Inspiro moving towards this bottom lane. Espion and BRTT hanging out. Remember, Ashe has got that guaranteed critical. And if anyone gets rooted, that's actually 2 very squishy targets.
Yeah, Sona's aware of it too, though. They know that they're running Ashe. It's a common strategy, trying to get that focus up so you guarantee your first shot crit. And that's really how a lot of the Ashe lanes can get their very early presence in lane up.
Well, doesn't manage to work off this time round. We'll have to see if those death bushes are secured later in the game. For the time being, that non-sustain of Pain means there's going to be a lot more pressure on them to try and get some damage down and ideally avoid any of those expunge bursts that Deadly Brother's going to be looking to lay down.
They're trading fairly heavily here early on, though. It looks like the Sona is going to be a very worthwhile support as she can chain those heals over and over.
Well, let's take a look at this mid lane, because Orianna versus Ezreal, we've seen more and more AD Ezreal's mid. It's still sort of a fringe composition. It's not something that you see every week of games, but it is a matchup that I think both of these players will be well aware of, and you'd have to imagine that the early game coming, maybe those auto attacks could put some pressure down. So you see NBS has been caught out just a little bit. Coming in from
Here
the
comes the early game jungle pressure too.
The Igniter's down, it's down to 200 HP, and Cersei's just waiting for the flash. Doesn't manage to land the Dust Spring, so it doesn't look like he's going to get involved as far as the assist is concerned. The NBS is just taking them on a long walk. They're overheat, plus the flame splitter. And first blood actually gets secured by Cersei.
All right, so Cersei is the first one to strike here. Jarvan's looking to answer down bottom, but there is a ward in that tri-bush. Cersei's gank went right through a ward, by the way. It was just that Renekton was so far pushed up and already trading with Rumble that he was able to close in, and he didn't even have to add the damage there, just close off the escapes from Renekton so that he had nowhere to go.
Well, at the very least, NBS was able to save his flash, so realizing that he's done for, he manages to hold on to that summoner spell. And we'll see whether or not Venom can use that assist gold, a little bit of time in the lane alone, to at least get an item advantage for future fights.
This may be Alanir getting a little bit hungry and a little bit desperate for that early game pressure. We're talking about how both of them love to get the very early start, and it's already causing him to look for alternate routes for his ganks. This one is a very well thought out route because he's bypassed all the wards bottom lane, and with that blue buff, he has the cooldown reduction to wait for his EQ combo to come right back up before going in for this gank. It's a very well set up gank.
Take a look at the HP of Deadly Brother and Inspiro, though. They are fairly low. Deadly Brother cannot afford to take any combos of damage.
All the better for baiting, though, Quick Shot. He has barrier as well. Here comes Jarvan.
Now we'll see if we can get the knock-up. This is the key. Manages to get some auto attacks down. Throws up Ashe into the air. Deadly Brother is not involved in this fight yet. And we see Alinea just pounding away on BRTT's axe. He's down to 105 HP. BRTT gets away with 17 hit points and walks himself out of the game.
Alinea did not want to flash in for that last hit because of being worried about that Zyra snare grabbing him under the turret. Didn't want to be able to answer there. But that was really probably the low health of Deadly Brother was the reason that he was so far back and he didn't get any damage off in that gank. He didn't actually go for the bait that I thought he might try, being that he still had barrier available. But in the end, they don't have enough damage to finish off the gank.
Well, Alinea, unfortunately, not able to get a kill or even summon themselves out of that bottom lane. Knight was burned. That's not the end of the world. We do see NBS's return to this top lane. He's actually quite quickly pushed that lane back towards Venom Sour, even though he died first and it was sitting on his side of the river for a little bit of time. So NBS definitely signaling his intentions to stay very deep in Pain Gaming's territory.
And they don't want to let all of their lanes get pushed, because a mid Ezreal is usually looking to push the lane up to contain the mid lane of their opponents and then make use of his mobility with his arcane flash to be able to escape any jungle ganks that do come mid and get a lot of very early tower pressure.
Well, we'll see if it works out for them, as we did see Sir T once again moving himself closer towards that top lane. He's currently sitting at level 5. He's toying with the idea of another kill here. Oh, Venom is starting to overheat. It's going to be auto-attack magic damage down. Dust Bringer lands. The Unspeakable Horror is going to throw MBS back towards the wall. That's a pretty decent equalizer, but MBS manages to sidestep it. Maybe a slightly different angle would have been more optimal.
Well, yeah, decent equalizer, I don't know. We already had Sir T backing off of that gank, and it looked like Venom just wanted another kill there. Ends up using the cooldown, but it won't be that big because they ended up getting Renekton's ultimate out as well. He doesn't have that extra pool of HP to rely upon for any repeat aggression.
And look at the ward placements here for Pain Gaming. They've got 3 near the top of the map, 3 near the bottom area of the map. They're definitely afraid of Alien's ganks and basically setting up this ring of vision to be completely aware of any potential dive-ins from that job.
And he's taken the same route that he just took to get that gank from behind off on the bottom lane. The only thing is we have a new ward mid here, and it's an Ashe Zyra lane. They get a lot of free vision using the Hawk Shot and the seeds from Zyra.
Well, as you see that Adenir was spotted, he was caught out, forced at least away from that gank. In terms of the early game, CS numbers are actually fairly close across the board. However, NBS and Mazarine with a small advantage over the counterparts. And it's interesting when you consider NBS died and Mazarine's dealing with basically an AD carry, so we have to give props to Gaming Gear on a mechanical level at that.
Yeah, I've consistently been impressed by Mazarine the entire tournament here. He's probably my favorite player on Gaming Gear. He always comes up with a strong laning phase and then amazing end game, just basically team fight making plays.
When we're talking about the laning phase, the member of Pain Gaming who struggled, I think in every laning phase we've seen him take part in is Venom. He has tended and trended towards being behind in CS until now.
So a big part of that has been that up until now, he's always used teleport as one of his summoner spells. So it reduces your combat effectiveness in that 1v1 situation. Now he's actually with Rumble and he has Flash Ignite. So he has all the power that he needs, plus he's gotten repeat ganks from Sir T that have been effective. Off to a very good start here. Even so, still losing in CS.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. The crystal arrow flies out, manages to land onto Sona. There goes Paranoia. The Fear throw goes in throw down for left. He manages to get rooted. That's another kill for Pain Gaming. And they just landed everything that they needed to.
That's that combo I talked about, the Nocturne into the Ashe. If you hit the crystal arrow, he will be able to follow up on it every single time. And since you have Zyra as well, there's just way too many snares there.
And we talked about how important the early game was going to be for Pain Gaming, and with 2 quick kills on the board, as well as a pretty decent laning phase thus far, it's working in their favor. I do want to touch on VRTT's Avarice Blade in a second. As you can see, Alenia has moved to this top lane.
Yeah, Ashe has been able to basically go to that bottom lane and escape all the ganks while going with a gold item here. This is going to be a 3-man gank, though. They are definitely looking for this dive, and NBS does have his ulti back up, so he can actually tank that turret fairly effectively.
Well, Venom does have flash available. Here comes Adenir. He's taking a tech. Command Protect goes down. That equalizes much better. The knockup does not land, however, and Adenir forced to flash to safety. Mazarine and NBS combo down the damage and pick up the first kill of the game for the Lithuanians.
Valiant attempt to survive right there by Venom, but ultimately unsuccessful. There was just 3 people. They didn't even have to wait for a minion wave. And they actually lost out a lot on that mid-turret pressure. We were talking about Ezreal already looking to push that turret early anyway. Now he's actually had Sir T come in to help him out.
We just see now that Inspiro very close to dancing with wolves for a moment. Almost gets caught up by that Ezreal Nocturne. And the one thing about that dive in the top lane, Cataclysm and Shockwave were not even used. So very well coordinated as far as the ultimates are concerned. And if a dragon fight were to occur, Equalizer is not available, but Shockwave and Cataclysm is.
And it's actually dangerous for Pain Gaming because they don't have the crowd control from their mid lane. Orianna's going to bring in that Shockwave, whereas Ezreal is only going to be supplying damage. So if their bottom lane can't bring the Crystal Arrow and the Zyra combo in, then they can't go for that dragon.
Well, we'll have to see how it pans out. For the time being, Pain Gaming have got that ring of wards around the Dragon Pit, so they can see if anybody's moving towards it on the side of Gaming Gear. Approaching that sort of 11-minute 30, and I actually think from the wildcard games, we haven't seen too much focus on Dragons in the early game. It tends to be something that they only really start looking at once towers are down.
We've also seen Jarvan creep up top here for Gaming Gear. And Rumble just put down a ward, but he didn't ward specifically for Jarvan. Jarvan's always loved to jump this wall, get into the side bush. He warded like he was warding for a regular jungler here. He might get good.
Oh, slam dunk comes down. Venom's been locked in. Equalizer gets thrown out. There's going to be at least some damage putting down. He starts to overheat. There's not going to be any more Electro Harpoons coming out as Venom continues to try and escape. The true shot for us. Rattles across Alien and MBS. That's a flash forward for MBS. He gets the stun down. Dominus damage not enough. One slice continues to chase. The shield comes up. This Culver Meek manages to close out the kill. Now MBS realizes he's maybe able to chase with the command protect. Just decides to back away, and at the end of the day, single kill but hard fall.
Vina only brought one ward and did not put it in the right spot there. Definitely feels very bad when you purchase the ward, you spend the money to protect yourself from the gank, and he just didn't use it effectively.
Oh, just forgetting about that flag and drag combo that Jarvan does have available to him. NBS and Alino with a couple of seconds of uncontested damage on the tower. Stop the top lane to below 50% HP. So I think as far as tower damage is concerned, Gaming Gear have done a pretty good job in the top lane, and Pain have done a pretty good job in the middle lane. But with those two kills that Gaming Gear have secured, it's only a 200 gold difference at this point in the game.
Yeah, you do have to shout out Mazarin in that mid lane, holding off the Ezreal from the mid turret. He's doing a very good job of trading the auto attack, using his shield effectively, and getting the extra resistances for holding the ball while he goes in for those artifact trades. Orianna, one of the only mid lane mages that can pull off those trades.
Has had some very, very good performances on that Orianna over the course of this wildcard international qualifier. We'll have to see if he can land some good shockwaves in the not too distant future, because it's a fairly squishy Pain Gaming team that hopefully he's looking to destroy. Right now, Kami's basically going to solo up his blue buff, his Bam Scepter and his Tear of the Goddess. He walks away relatively unscathed, and he's stacking up that mana as quickly as is possible.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before he does get the damage half of that. Blue Ezreal now at his lull in combat effectiveness.
See whether or not City can land another one of those paranoia gangs, because we've seen one of them so far, and it was very successful. They picked up the kill into Inspiro, but that was before Inspiro had Crescendo available, so it's going to be a little more difficult if they stick super close to him, and that spell shield doesn't block that stunning ability.
Yeah, and the key there was that you could see how Pain did not have that much damage to burst down Sona. They just chained every single CC, and they were able to keep her in place. If they do that while she's level 6 already, then she will throw out the defensive crescendo, and she also has her flash and exhaust this time. So it'll be a lot more difficult for them to pull off the same chain.
Oh, Mazarin definitely wants to pick a fight here with Kami. Nice hard down. Shockwave doesn't manage to land as the arcane shift into flash. Throws Kami to safety. Not going to be enough to get away as Mazarin insta-flashes forward. Secures the kill. Now with the red buff slow coming down. Certainly continues to chase. Command protect plus dissonance. The knockup gets flashed away. Cataclysm locks Mazarin in. So it's a trade of 1-for-1. Both mid laners are down as 13 Alina now start bashing away. In the bottom lane, it's actually Gaming Gear that secure the kill onto BRTT. And the chase is not over. Nocturne gets flung up into the air. Now will there be a land? This is the key. It throws Alina away. Dustbringer comes up. Can he land the flag? No! This Dragon Strike does not land, and Sir T escapes with his life.
30 HP there on Sir T. He does get out. The fear proccing just in time, and he also had a beautiful flash there to dodge the Jarvan EQ and forcing Jarvan to use that Cataclysm, which blocked in Mazarin.
Oh, we just shoot shot barrage, picks up a kill onto Sona, and the dead body just floats in front of Deadly Brother. Kami from instantly respawning. There's not even vision there. He just seen that when the pink water's down.
They did just kill off the vision there too, so he knew they were previously standing in that area, but a beautiful shot and able to get the money back on that AP Ezreal so that he can get to his powerful items with that much money with him.
This was that fear blocking search. He just thrown Alina exactly the direction he wanted, away from him. Managed to allow Alina to get out cleanly. Right now, 4 kills to 4, 700 gold difference. Gaming gets secure that first dragon out of the game. Pain Gaming now stacked up with 3 members in the mid lane gap. Matherin going in forward. He is alone. He's put a lot of damage on the CT. The tower shot's not going to be enough. There's no ignite available. He gets the kill with one look command attack. That was 1v3 and he tanked them up for a very long time.
He did delay that tower pick, but going 1 versus 3 is impressive. However, more gold goes to Pain Gaming because they got the assist, which is an extra 50%.
Now we see BRTT, he throws out the Crystal Arrow. Deadly Brother's got the Poison Sacks and Expunge down, and at this stage of the game, with that Blade of the Ruined King, there is assassination potential.
And Blade of the Ruined King cooldown much shorter than Crystal Arrow, so it's always worth his while to go in for that assassination attempt. Even if he does get stunned up and he can't finish it, being able to force out BRTT from the lane was very, very effective there. Plus, he doesn't have to worry about the long-range Crystal Arrow into Nocturne Paranoia combo on his Sona that now does not have her summoner spells.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Gaming Gear did lose their second tower of the game, so that's mid and bottom towers that have been dropped. We'll have to see how Pain Gaming decide to respond to this one. They still have to defend this bottom lane as Inspiro and Deadly Brother putting a lot of damage onto Pain Gaming's bottom tower. And I guess if Gaming Gear decide to group up and actually force them to get the blue buff goes out, not a steal this time round, but a decent attempt from Kami, just a second early.
Another blind true shot barrage right there, and he almost stole the second objective. That was calculated because he saw Orianna lead lane, knew that at that 17-30 minute mark, blue buff was ready and they were going for it.
Oh, Kami's gonna tower dive this one. Paranoia comes out, Shockwave pulls him backwards. He's dead before Nocturne can even arrive. Now Surti turns his focus onto Alinur, and Alinur just saunters on out of there, doesn't even burn the flash. A very good combo for Gaming Gear.
That'll teach him to try and steal away my blue buff. That was a beautiful combo that's very, very hard to escape the Jarvan and Orianna. That's why we always talk up that delivery system, just for the reason right there. It's so effective.
Yeah, even an Ezreal with that arcane shift was not able to put enough distance away. Now we have, we haven't really taken a look at the top lane since all of that early game pressure and ganks were taking place. Venom falling a little further behind. 20 CS Ignite is down on 30 in this mid lane, and Matherin just on a rampage right now, 5-2-0. He just chases Surti down and picks up what looked to be a very easy kill for him.
Just such an impressive mid laner. All tournament long, he's been making those types of plays. Just solo kills, combo kills with Jarvan. He's really exerting the pressure and trying to answer back for his turret being taken.
Well, if you see that, unfortunately, Alinur, imagine we're unable to take that one. Yeah, Arrow does catch up Deadly Brother. Here comes the Stranglehold. Crescendo locks up BRTT, followed in with the exhaust. Now the bounty's going to keep them alive. Out of range of Expunge, but the poison ticks are ticking down. The massive Expunge onto Espeon as he's trying to get away. Now Kami has rejoined this part. Arcane shifts into the river. We'll see if he can find himself a rat. Poison is going to be enough, not enough to kill Espeon, and Kami decides against the fight.
That's all because of the very well-placed ward that Sona put to guard them from Jarvan ganks. It also helped in this situation. Ezreal thinking the exact same thing that Jarvan would have, popping over from that Tribush ledge into gank them.
So, with the fact that a lot of members have been pushed away and Kami being spotted in that bottom lane, Alinur has now decided to apply some focus onto this red buff. He's going to be able to secure a steal now, and the first two towers of the game has fallen in favor.
There are no wards up here for Phenon either, and 3 members of Gaming Gear EU are in the area. Very good job by him, noticing that he's in danger and pulling back.
So wisely moving away. He's not going to get fooled a second time in this setup. MBS doing a little bit of dirty farming, as we call it. Tower gets dropped and he's denying Ben at least a couple extra CS, a couple extra chunks of golden experience. As now Gaming Gear, in a matter of 2 minutes, secured 3 towers back-to-back, multiple kills, and I would imagine they're going to start setting themselves up for the next dragon fight. They will have the timer on it, and it's not too far away.
Then we have NBS heading over to the bottom side of the map now as well. I would expect Gaming Gear to be the ones forcing this, as Rumble is still up top, trying to push the lane back in their favor. And really the reason that we did see the cooldown up in that top lane of a lot less action going on is because once Renekton gets that Spear Visage, there's not a lot that Rumble can actually do. Not only is it a bunch of magic resistant cooldown reduction, but Renekton gets a lot of healing from his Hold the Meek ability that he's able to keep on using in lane, and that boosts the ability by 20%.
Well, you see that NBS has made it out of that lane with that 20 CS advantage. becoming a lot scarier as Dragon is now in 30 seconds going to be available. And you can see all of Gaming Gear have grouped up. Very crucially for Kami, he does have that Iceborne Gauntlet as well as the Mana Muse completed. So it's not a damage spike, it's not a Neuro Mana yet, but it's going to be impactful.
And because Gaming Gear have grouped up so early, there are wards here from Pain Gaming, and they're seeing them group up, so they've basically showed their hand. Pain know exactly what Gaming Gear are looking for right now.
Well, we'll see how Pain decides to deal with this one. They do have that incredible long-range initiation.
Not only have we finished the Iceborne Gauntlet there for Ezreal, but there's also an Infinity Edge for Ashe, so they actually have the power spike that they would like for this dragon fight.
You see that Equalizer is available, Crystal Arrow is available. The question is, when do Pain Gaming decide to throw that one out? Gaming Gear are now finally starting off this dragon fight in his vision.
This is very dangerous to go into the dragon pit when the other team has a rumble.
Paranoia comes down, Equalizer gets thrown out, the Crescendo only locking up Venom. Now 13 is way deep. He's taking on every single member of Gaming Gear. He's going to be the first victim to fall. Now NBS is trying to find himself a Kami. Does not manage to land any stun. The rest of Gaming Gear have turned back into Dragon. Arrow down, Stranglethorn down, Equalizer down. Advantage for Gaming Gear.
The lack of hard CC that Pain brought really showing here. They weren't able to lock down a kill.
And it just means that Gaming Gear secure the Dragon and a kill and walk away from this one. Very, very good trade for them. And Pain just didn't stack their ultimates together really at all.
They did not have enough to finish that one off because they didn't stun anyone on top of the Rumble ultimate. So a lot of that damage over time did not find any target.
Taking a look at the items, you see that BRTT, as you mentioned, he's got that Infinity Edge and the Avarice Blade. Has been sitting on that for a while. His opponent, Deadly Brother's got that pickaxe. The item that I really want to highlight here is that Mazarine's Oriana, he rushed Tear of the Goddess early, then went into that Zhonya's Hourglass, and now Morella Nomicon. And I recall earlier that Morella Nomicon almost replaced Athene's in some ways, in certain comps, but it's definitely not traditional.
Well, it's when he doesn't need the magic resist. Athene's Unholy Grail is much better when you're up against another mage, but since he went against Ezreal, very easy choice for him to make.
Well, it's going to pay off, especially in these extended fights, if that healing reduction debuff can help against those double AD carries, and we'll see whether or not Mazarine can burst anybody low enough for that to come into effect.
And it really showed in that last fight that his ability to put the shield on both of Gaming Gear's tanks allowed even Alanir, who had not had any extra armor at that point, he just now has finished that locket, which gives you a little bit of armor for yourself. But basically, he had both boots of mobility. He doesn't even have Ninja Tabi or anything, and he was able to effectively tank both AD carries by making them play defensively and start kiting him.
Now there is one thing I do want to highlight about Gaming Gear, what we've seen of them throughout the tournament. When they are in a position like this, they have an advantage and they now need to press enemy territory. Gaming Gear likes to tower dive, and it doesn't always work out in their favor. They've lost many, many fights by sticking a little too deep, a little too long. And we'll have to see if they've been able to figure out some of the communication issues and, well, issues not the right word, but communication problems that are resulting from those lost dives.
Yeah, both of these teams actually very fond of diving. Here's the initiation.
Well, the arrow goes out and manages to land a Deadly Brother as Inspiro is actually flashing off to the side, or Mazarine rather. Unfortunately, the re-engage now comes out from Gaming Gear. They've locked up Inspiro. Stranglethorn goes down, and that's brilliant. Throws up 3 members of Gaming Gear, forces Mazarine to run around the outside.
That's all the ultimates down for Pain Gaming, though. All they have left is True Shot Barrage. They cannot fight a 5-on-5 anymore at this point because Crescendo and Shockwave are still up.
Well, we'll see how Gaming Gear handled this, knowing this window of opportunity only open for so long. They're going to decide to steal away this red buff. True Shot Barrage comes down, basically blind as well, actually. He knew that they would start. Kami knew that red buff was going on. Almost secured. No steals just yet. And the rest of Gaming is stacking mid.
Finally, though, after 25 minutes, we have had the blue Ezreal get his power spike that he's been waiting for.
Oh, Shockwave! They throw his spin up at the BRTT's the next focus. He's going to get shredded in the background. Finally gets taken down by a Dragon Strike. That's a double kill for Alanir, and that's going to be a tower.
Again, the weakness of the double AD comp, the front line, they had no hard CC.
They've got Kami out, he's stunned, he's knocked up, the damage is there, the slice is up, the dice is through, Hilbert Meek manages to land the kill, NBS gets thrown into a tower and he's like, what's up, bro? Just walks away from that one. They secure the inner turret and now Gaming gets to an inhibitor.
Those are the classic Mazarine team fight plays that they've been looking for. Now they're going to go on the inhibitor turret.
Now we do see once again NBS the focus of the fear. Surtees a little too nervous to get involved there. Can't stick too deep, but right now tower is down, but inhibitor stands, which is crucially important for Pain Gaming.
Getting down that inhibitor turret is such a huge win for Gaming Gear. You talked about how one of their weaknesses is overextending on those turret dives. Now they actually have an exposed inhibitor that they can fight over. They don't have to risk all that turret damage.
I feel like Pain Gaming simply haven't comboed their ultimates together in this fight. So they're throwing them in one by one by one. And in theory that can work, but when you're double elite, it's got to be on top of each other. And they're just they're not even close enough for that to work.
I'm not sure why they've strayed from their normal strategy of using like back and Malphite, because a double AD comp takes a lot of practice to pull off here, and you really do need a bit stronger of a front line here. You know, Zyra is one of the best supports that you can run with a double AD comp, but Rumble and Nocturne can't keep anyone in one spot for long enough, and Ashe is having to spend so much time backpedaling that she doesn't get to fire off enough auto attacks.
Let's see if Pain Gaming can pull this one back. I recall when Lemon Dogs used a double AD comp against Evil Geniuses in week 9, their mid game was pretty strong once they hit those item thresholds, that's a good word. And then once they got the damage, they were able to at least turn some of the fights. And I guess that's what Pain are going to be looking to do now. Infinity Edge plus Last Whisper completed for BRTT. Kami can't be too far off a Last Whisper, of his own. And when there's no armor penetration for Deadly Brother, he's also just a little less scary.
I mean, it is worth saying that on Gaming Gear, we don't have any Randuin or any Thornmails being created yet, so that's when Pain would really have to start worrying. They're actually in not too shabby of a spot right now. They just have to play a little bit more defensively until they can scale up.
We'll see whether or not we can get any more of those perfect Stranglethorns on the steps of your inhibitor turret in that tiny enclosed space. All of the power that Pain Gaming is amplified, and they need to make sure that they land it together. The RTT has now moved his way to the top lane. I want to touch on the fact during the pre-game, he was wearing those like fingerless gloves. And I imagine the German climate, even though it's warm here, it's not quite Brazil temperature. So.
Not quite. Plus he has to have his fingers free to eat those peanuts that he desperately needs.
That's it. Yeah, big fan over there. So Pain Gaming right now, they find themselves 7,000 gold behind. They've stacked themselves up as a 5-man in this mid lane. And after taking 2 towers within the first 12 or 13 minutes of the game, they have not been able to secure another one.
It's just so different from what we've been seeing from Pain all tournament long, which is what's been working. They now have BRTT, who's usually on someone like the Caitlyn or a Vayne or a Twitch, and able to just wreck the other team from the back line. On Ashe, he just hasn't had the same effect. 0, 2, and 1 is not something that we're used to seeing from him.
And one of the things that both of these teams value is that Zac pick, and Pain actually banned Zac out themselves. It was their 3rd and final ban. Malphite was available. They decided against running him. Now right now, Gaming Gear have got that Oracle's Elixir running. They're clearing up vision, and there is a massive amount of vision control in favor of Gaming Gear. Look at that mini-map. They have just littered vision across the entire side of Pain Gaming, and they're looking for an opportunity.
Pain do still have Hawk Shot available though, so they can check this without getting too overextended. It's something that you really value in the late game from Ashe. Not only does she have great engage, but she can also check that Baron without putting you into too much danger.
Well, we'll see if Gaming Gear can make use of that small timing window, sneak themselves into the bush, raise the death bush right now. Hawkshot was just used 10 seconds ago, 15 seconds ago, and Gaming Gear have started themselves with the ground. However,
Surti is recalling here. He's in the fountain.
Well, we know that that's no smite steal available. 6,500 HP, and there goes the true shot blast. That's going to reveal Baron, but I think it may be too late. Look on the minimap for the Crystal Arrow, 1,000 HP, not even going to get thrown out this time round. However, Inspo is a little out of position. Crescendo goes down, doesn't manage to catch anybody. Was hoping to lock up BRTT. That backfired.
Every now and again, we've got to make a YouTube video of the missed crescendos. But Gaming Gear did a great job jumping on that window that you talked about. They saw Hawkshot go off as soon as the vision disappeared. They went right over to Baron, knowing that Pain would feel safe, having just seen they were not actually attacking it. Took Kemi a little bit too long to fire the true shot barrage over, and they did get a very easy Baron.
Tommy's able to really secure his blue buff, something that Gaming Gear have done well this game has controlled the red buff of Pain, but the blue buff has been secured by Kami.
And again, since they're all going back to base right now, I have to still wonder why Pain made so many radical changes. Not only the BRTT changes that we talked about, but also Venon, yes, he usually loses his lane, but usually he's bringing teleport and he's on someone like Malphite where he can make plays on other areas of the map. They don't have that hard engage, and they don't have Kami, their other playmaker. We shouted him out so many times about being the one to go at their opponents when they're not expecting it and starting off the plays with something like Ahri and landing a charm. On Ezreal, he doesn't have the option to be that playmaker. He's really a backline damage source here. So the main two playmakers there for Pain are not on hard initiate champions, and they don't really have abilities to pick people off. So now they sort of switched those roles over to BRTT and Surge. Not quite working out.
Well, the onus is now on Gaming Gear to find themselves an opportunity in a window to take this inhibitor. They've moved up as 5. Everything is available, barring that true shot barrage from Pain Gaming. Come on, protect lands onto Deadly Brother. He manages to land the auto attack. The inhibitor instantly manages to clear himself away, flashes out. We do see that Certainty is sticking. The Strangleforce throws every single member of Gaming Gear aside. The Shockwave only catching Venom. The first victim of the fight is going to be Certainty's Nocturne, as now they turn onto Venom. That's Rumble down. The stun lands onto Kami, and the 2 AD carries of Pain Gaming are backpedaling, are running away. There was a double kill from Mandarin. He's looking for the triple. Inspro secures the kill. 4 for 0. And they just ran at them.
Even with the crucial ultimates missed in there, Shockwave and Crescendo only hitting one person, still able to obliterate Pain.
Gaming Gear, they pick up the first victory in this best of 3. This is the Lithuanian team, the underdogs in the final of the wildcard qualifier. Brazil, 0-1 down.
You can see right there, NPS raising his hands. They must be wondering why Pain have deviated from what they've done all tournament long as well, because coming into this, you're right, Gaming Gear were the underdogs, but they just showed up huge right here.
Yeah, they played so incredibly well, and you cannot discount the impact that Mazarine had throughout the entirety of that mid-game. 2 or 3 shockwaves, basically you could attribute a lot of that mid-game control and presence to Mazarine's ultimate.
And he really dealt with that mid-Ezreal very well, too. There's a reason we've been talking up Mazarine for Gaming Gear.
Well, the question is now for Pain. What do they decide to do going into match number 2? They banned out Zac previously. They have the benefit of being blue side and first pick this time around. Do they go back to the comp that's working for them?
Yes, that's the short answer.
And what do you think they're going to run? Do you think we're going to see a Zac? Because we know that Gaming Gear, they also prioritize that Zac pick.
I think that even if they don't get Zac, Pain are going to pick up something like Malphite and put that on Venon, because we saw, even with the early ganks, 2 early ganks there from Sir T, getting Venon ahead in the lane and getting him that kill, he still lost out on CS, and he didn't have his teleport to make the plays elsewhere. They're going to put him on a hard CC tank, and they're going to put BRTT back on a bit of a higher damage AD carry.
I'd definitely like to see if they can sort out some of the communication and the team fight things, because they didn't really stack things up. So that's it for game 1. We're going to take a look at the big plays with Demon and Jat over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. So, wow, what do we think then? That was a bit of a surprise. Pain Gaming don't seem like they've woke up quite yet. Gaming Gear absolutely destroyed them.
That was a really poor performance by Pain Gaming. Especially just, even from the picks and bans, they lost their way. And then in-game, their execution wasn't good either.
Well, let's go back to those picks and bans, because when we were talking about it, when they did it, we're like, okay, they've gone Korean, but like you said, they should have a tank in the top.
So, I mean, double AD comps are something that we've seen across multiple regions now. It did mainly start in Korea, but if you're going to be running that, you generally bring a very strong tank in the top, and at least a strong tank in the jungle. Nocturne's a diver. Rumble is just added damage. They didn't have the team comp to work. I think they had some idea that they were going to be able to land BRTT's Ash Arrow on top of an Equalizer, on top of Zyra stuff, and just kind of like give the world. But that's not how the game works. Like, it's very surprising that they tried this in such a big match when they'd had such success with dive compositions. And then they just flipped the switch and decided to do this.
I mean, it actually started off pretty well for them, to be fair. You know, in the middle, they managed to get Mazarine pretty
heavily ganked?
Yeah, so I mean the laning phase works out. I think one of the reasons so many mids have fallen in love with double AD compositions is because in their world they're just like, yeah, I have so much freedom in the mid lane with Ezreal. I lane great, I out harass people, and I'm ungankable.
Yeah.
Fantastic, I love this. But then as soon as they get into the team fight phase, it becomes a little bit more of a problem because you realize, wait a minute, all those things that normally protect me, or all those ways I normally initiate and blow up the enemy squishies, I can no longer do because I'm on Ezreal and my team doesn't have tanks.
And let's talk about that top lane, because Venom's performance on Rumble is, without being too harsh, pretty questionable.
And he's actually had, I mean, looking back, fairly questionable performances this whole tournament. In the semifinal against Dark Passage, not to take anything away from Fab Fabulous, but Fab Fabulous was destroying Venon that entire time. He, in one game kill versus Malphite, he was up like 215 to 100 minion kills. On Kha'Zix, we saw the pentakill that he actually got because he had such a strong laning phase and then carried on. And what Pain needs to do, in my opinion, when we get to what Gaming Gear's done in a second, is basically just pick better compositions that fit them. Venon isn't the strongest laner, so he has to pick teamfight initiation champions to let the other guys get going.
Let everybody else get going. So we had a replay lineup for you guys. Let's get moving into that one because it was all about the team fight. I can't even think where it was now.
Yeah, so basically this is an example of why Gaming Gear's composition worked.
Right.
It's basically this came right after Pain blew a bunch of ultimates to essentially do nothing to Gaming Gear because Gaming Gear just straight up avoided it. And now Gaming Gear decided that, oh yeah, by the way, we want to get fighting. And as Kobe pointed out multiple times, Mazarin had an amazing game. And this is really what started it. But not only when we see this fight, it's a very short clip. So when we see the shockwave go out, how easily and quickly it's followed up by Gaming Gear because they had so much strong initiation and tanks in their composition. Let's just roll this clip right now. You can see he catches 3 with the shockwave, and immediately Jarvan and Renekton can just go in. They didn't even land a crescendo. Renekton didn't even get his dice to do damage, but they still picked up 2 clean kills off of that because they just had such strong initiation, and Pain had nothing to counter it.
How do they turn this around? They've got a couple of minutes between the break to gather themselves back together, figure out what they're going to do, because Gaming Gear came into this one with a clear idea. I mean, I think when Mazarin got Orianna, his eyes were lighting up already. I can't believe they've let me have this again.
And we have to realize that Gaming Gear is getting stronger and stronger as this tournament progresses. Their very first game against Dark Passage was tough, and they barely pulled ahead when they had the pause and had to restart. Then they only lost 1 game all tournament, and that was to Pain, and that was a close one. They're the only team to 2-0 in the semifinals, and we've kind of been writing them off because we've been thinking, oh yeah, Pain's the favorite. Oh, Immunity, they really understand the game. Like, Gaming Gear they're the ones winning games, and we have to start thinking about that. 1 more and they're in.
Just saying, they're running European style. You know, that's the main thing. They have practiced against a lot of the European teams. Do you think that's given them the benefit of the doubt, the experience that they've maybe gained here because they're in more developed scene?
I mean, at least at the moment, since they do have access to all those developed players and developed scenes, yeah, I think it's giving them a bit of an edge because we look at a team like Pain right now who seems to have just immediately lost their identity, whereas Gaming Gear has been picking at least fairly similar things throughout, and I think that was a huge benefit to them and has been throughout the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they used to be, Gaming Gear used to be known as Colon 3 in Europe, if anyone remembers them way back. I remember casting them, 2 years ago, back in Go for LOL days. Obviously, so a couple of different players there, but it's effectively the same team. They've been Gaming Gear for about a year. So these guys have been around for a long time. They've got a lot of experience, and maybe that's paying out. So guys, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Pain Gaming looks to take revenge on Gaming Gear. They need just 1 more game to earn themselves a trip to the World Championships in Los Angeles. Plus, Gaming Gear's manager, Arnold. Oh, this one's going to be a tricky one. Krasinkas. Sorry, Arnold. It's even not Arnold. It's Arnoldas. Thanks for putting the names like that in there. I prefer just to take a nickname. That would be a lot easier, of course. But he's going to be joining Sharks. I'm just going to say the manager will join Sharks. So to break us down, of course, the team's dominant performance, because they have had a very good dominant performance. They went 2-0 against Immunity as well. Stick around, guys. We're going to be back in 3.5 minutes.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013. I am joined by Gaming Gear's manager, Arnold. D-Man, that's how you do it. Welcome. Now, I want to talk to you about this matchup because Pain Gaming was so confident yesterday. I don't know if you saw the interview with the coach who said, we are just going to sweep it. So what was your guys' opinion on that and maybe going into this matchup?
Well, we basically have studied Pain Gaming's game style. How do they play, what champions they pick, and I mean, we're just prepared for it. We're very confident, the team is very confident. I asked them today, actually, are they worried about, today on how much is on the line? And they just said, well, just another day at the office.
Another day at the office. Now, Pain studied you guys as well, because immediately we saw the Gragas ban coming out. I gotta imagine you were very much prepared for that. So what was kind of the strategy against that?
Actually, Gragas is not one of the main Mazarin's champions. So any bands coming out, we have a replacement. So it's not a problem at all.
Obviously, immediately picked that Orianna, picked that up again. And then when you saw Pain's comp, did you feel, oh no, when they hit level 6 with that Ash Arrow, with Nocturne, with the Rumble Ult, we're going to be done for? And how did it kind of manage that?
Well, I mean, in the past couple of weeks, we've been scrimming a lot versus all the LCS teams. And we've been studying a lot of games from all the regions of League of Legends. And the Ashe Zyra combo is very familiar to us. We play it a lot as well. So, I mean, we know how to deal with it, how to counter it, and Ashe's arrow is very skill-based shot, basically, so everything is depending on it. So when the arrow does not hit, that's it, basically. So, I mean, we're good with it.
Right, now you as the manager, what do you do before a game? Such a big, important game. What do you tell the guys before they go into it to calm them down?
Actually, as a manager, I never interfere with what the guys do. I consider it to be the best. I mean, they know what to do and how to do it. And, I'm not in their way. I'm not standing in their way. I'm just saying, okay, after the game, I just go there and say, good job, and that's it. So I'm not, trying to hype them up or whatever. I mean, they have a clear mindset, and that's very good, basically, of coming into every game. So we're good with it.
You told me a second before, you're very passionate about this opportunity. Tell me what it would mean for you and for your team to get that spot at Worlds.
Well, we will get that spot, that I'm sure of. It's basically that we want to thank Riot Games for this opportunity. Not just for us, I mean for all the teams that had that opportunity. And it's just an awesome event, awesome stage. The crowd is huge and awesome as well. Thank you all. For us, it's a huge opportunity just because we've been all over the place, all over Reddit and everything. We've been considered the underdog, saying that Lithuanians are to be considered the weakest team of the group, and this and that. So we're just here to whoop it.
We'll see if you can bring it home. Thank you very much. And as for us, it is back to Kobe and Quickshot at the desk for the next game.
Thank you very much, Sharks. And like you said, it is time for Game 2 between Gaming Gear and Pain Gaming. And with one more win, Gaming Gear can become the second team to qualify for Worlds, joining Southeast Asia's team, Minsky.
And remember, they came in as the underdogs, but they looked great against the wildcard favorites. They dominated Pain. Their mid laner, Mazarin, balled as Orianna, going 7-2-6. And even though both junglers got off to good starts, Alaner was able to turn his early game success into late game domination.
Yeah, that Jarvan was particularly impressive. And while Gaming Gear made some great calls, Pain made a little bit more questionable decisions in that match, starting with the champion picks in that double AD comp.
So I said it many times during the game, but they went away what's been working for them. They tried a double AD composition, but didn't really have a strong front line to keep anyone in place. Plus, they took their two playmakers, Cammy and BRTT, and put them on champions without crowd control to initiate.
Yeah, even though that Ash Arrow was available, it didn't really have the impact they were looking for. It made one successful gank in the very early game. From there on out, not really.
Like, he was able to successfully start the fights, But after that, they didn't have anything to control the battlefield for the rest of it. It was just kind of fell off there.
We will be jumping into Champion Select very, very shortly, and I know that Arnaldas, who's the manager for Gaming Gear, he was mentioning to me before the show, he's like, you have to give a shout out to Lithuania. He says the whole country's watching, apparently. So this is from Arnaldas and the whole team, and from everyone here at Gamescom, because they're one game away from that position, one game away from that spot at World Playoffs, where they get to play against arguably the best of every other region in competitive League of Legends.
It would mean so much to them if they could go to Worlds. And you have to remember, underdogs at Worlds have done pretty well. TPA was underestimated by everybody, and they won the whole thing.
Well, we'll have to see if they can make it 2-0. As this time around, Pain Gaming once again mimic their bans from the previous game. Gragas and Thresh removed, and another respect ban. They don't want Mesrin playing either.
So I was gonna say, what I would do now against Gaming Gear is target Mesrin, because he's obviously the main focus of that team. We just had the manager say that Gragas was not a huge champion for him, but it's the manager's job to sort of cover up your strategies. He's not going to say, yes, you can easily ban out him with 2 champions, go ahead and do that. So this might be, it might have been some deceptive tactics there.
So in terms of the rest of the champion pool that we know that Mesrin does like to play, he does draw from Syndra, Cassiopeia, Swain as well. We've seen Swain once already, it was the Australians that pulled him out.
Yeah.
Not particularly effective, and I don't expect him here. But it is interesting to note that he was actually played by one of the wildcard teams.
And Swain's a bit less of a playmaker. Never Move is kind of hard to land because of the delay before the snare takes effect. I'd really like to see him on someone that does have a hard initiate.
You do see the first lock-in for Pain Gaming. They secure that Shen. So the split pushing power, the global pressure is there, is available. And Alinia basically says, thank you very much. I'd like to repeat my Game 1 performances on Jarvan. And he locks in the jungler.
After the Shen's locked in, you're immediately thinking, where's that combo for the invisible champion? Is it going to be Evelynn? Is it going to be Twitch? They take away the Twitch option. Very good first pick here for Gaming Gear. Because not only is it a very strong laning AD carry, but also you take away that combination of the sneak attack that's been, it's almost impossible to avoid.
Yeah, and also that Shen was banned out by Gaming Gear in the first game. So the fact that it was available, going to give Pain Gaming a chance to lock it in.
That's where that Orianna took his spot. So they easily switched that one out by being locked in. And it's my opinion that this comes from Pain's multiple scrims versus European LCS teams. They may have already had this one before coming over here, but I know RNA is a huge fan of that buy, and he makes it look pretty good.
So in terms of the two teams, Pain Gaming came out to Gamescom and to the SL studios probably about a week and a half, I think maybe 2 weeks before the event, and they were scrimming absolutely everybody. They played a lot against the Copenhagen Wolves. The Wolves have actually played basically every single one of these emerging region teams, and Gaming Gear did the same. However, it was a little easier for them because they didn't have to come and boot camp. The latency is not quite as bad playing from their hometown, so I know that there is some common denominators, and the Wolves came into this tournament and they were talking before, and they said, watch out for Gaming Gear. This came from the Wolves, the winners of yesterday's Challenger Series final, and they reckon Gaming Gear are good.
And the other thing I like about that buy pick right after the Twitch pick, she can 100% get to that Twitch, which is a huge threat in the back line. She's one of the few people that could get through a Renekton and get through a Jarvan fairly easily. And one of her biggest weaknesses, which is getting blown up after she gets to her target, is shored up by that Shen. They actually do have a nice combination. It's not an invisible champion, but she will be able to get Shen to where he wants to be to land the taunt after the knockup.
And you talked about how you liked Kami's Ahri, how you liked the charm, and this time around Kami has actually locked in that playmaking champion. That's a lot of mobility on the team. Not traditional mobility, but like you said, you're going to have that assault and battery. You're going to have the piggybacking Shen on the background, and if anybody's grouped up or sitting too close together, Sona's just going to completely lock them up and shut them down.
And another thing that's really big in EU is that Fizz counter to Ahri. A lot of people like running that into Ahri to be able to just 100% her towards the end game.
Yeah, and something that we have been seeing a number of bans actually in EU LCS, because so many of our mid laners are practicing and playing Ahri. We're going to see Mazarin, who is arguably the biggest playmaker for Gaming Gear, on one of the biggest playmaking champions.
The thing is, Fizz, his ultimate is area of effect, but usually people have enough time to get away from it, so he's really going to be focusing on one person here, and it's not going to be him sucking 3 people in with a shockwave or making those giant Gragas ultimate plays that we've been used to seeing him. It's really going to be him making very good use of that playful trickster move to dodge Ari's skill shots. That's one of the reasons why Fizz is so good against her. He can just jump up on the stick, avoid the combo that she throws out. And if he's not charmed up, then he'll have free reign to go all in.
Both of these teams have got very good synergies within their compositions. They've got good initiations, they've got good damage, they've got good kill potential. And I think the question is going to come down to whoever can land and combo their multiple abilities better should come out superior in this matchup, because there's a lot of lockdown, a lot of CC, a lot of damage. I don't see major flaws from either comp.
And this is much more up Pain Gaming's alley. They usually rely on those specific timings of comboing those control effects, and they're the ones who actually have the mobility advantage, because there's no teleport over here for Gaming Gear, and they're the ones running Shen. If they can get Shen off to a good start, then he'll be a very powerful split pusher.
Well, Surti definitely managed to help out picking up first blood in the top lane in the previous matchup in Brazil. Brazil's Pain Gaming will need to do something similar now if they want to keep their playoff dreams alive. Pain Gaming on the blue side, and we'll see how this early game plays out. The previous game was super defensive. Gaming Gear just littered the river with wards, nice and shallow, and were fully aware if Pain wanted to invade or get up to any monkey business.
And again, with the Shen there in the late game, if Venon does not get a very good early start, which let's be honest, he hasn't had those good early starts in any of the games, even if he gets those ganks from Surti. So if he does get behind early, you can actually use Shen as a member of the 4 team with the 4-1 split push and send Ari to the lane to split push, because she's such a strong duelist. And then if your main squad of the team, the 4 players, can disengage, Shen can ult over to Ari and kill whoever decides to go try and duel her. So even if you collapse on Ari, they're able to stand united and turn most of their forces that way.
Well, nice to know that there's a little bit of fallback options available for Pain Gaming if the lanes don't go the way they want them to. Surti is going to be on this Vi, and you have to feel that the early game impact that Vi has is not going to equal that of Alinier's job, and the ganks are a little more lackluster on the condition that taunts and charms, things like that, don't land.
The thing is, with Vi, your early ganks, you have to hit that Vault Breaker. Pretty much everything depends on that. If you miss the Vault Breaker, then you just have to give up on that gank. You don't want to keep running towards them, or you're just going to take unnecessary damage.
Well, that's basically how this early game is going to play out. There's a lot of onus on Pain Gaming to make it out of this laning phase. We'll see how well Mazarine's Fizz can do. The RTT is going to get himself rooted up. Loses a tiny bit of HP. He does manage to get that Peacemaker down onto Inspiro.
Ooh, they get the ward, but it's very dangerous to invade on Zyra. We just saw how effective the root can be on 2 people, and they don't want any part of it.
Yeah, you did see there was basically just a vision exploration. It was also the Explorer ward that went down. So Espion's not going to have that available. I'm going to get the timing on Aliner securing blue buff and seeing where he's going away. Kind of an interesting move from Pain, because they didn't really gain a whole lot of information from that, other than basically confirming Aliner was doing blue.
They might have been expecting a 2 versus 1 swap here and thinking that they could have the man advantage. And that would have been the way that they would go on, but as soon as they saw it was actually them at the man disadvantage, then they didn't want to finish it.
So we do see both of these teams going straight to matchup. The top lane is in the top track, the mid lane is in the mid, dual lane is in that bottom lane. For the time being, it's NBS that's got himself a nice advantage, 10-1 as far as the CS is concerned, but Venom is dealing with a very big wave against his tower, and the RTT and Espion, they're heavily pushing this lane up. They're really making Deadly Brother work for all of those last hits.
And look at what they're doing. They're doing that without any more vision, because of the ward up by blue buff no longer giving them any knowledge of Aliner's movements. They're just banking on the fact that he went from blue side to red side, because they saw him start that blue.
Oh, barrier comes out. Deadly Brothers dropped very, very low. Light was actually not used. I thought I heard it. I was imagining things. And we do see Deadly Brother pause back because the range of BRTT just too difficult to deal with.
Surti waiting here, and Renekton, NBS has been caught out before by starting up, but it's going to be a 2 versus 2, So it really depends. If the taunt lands on only one, they'll probably use it early here.
Well, we'll have to see. Slice goes backwards. It does land. That's a double knockup, but it was a double taunt as well. NBS is the first one to fall low. He flashes away. The dancing blows, breaks his armor. Ignite is ticking. Red buff is ticking. One more hit is all they need. They're not going to be able to get it. A knockup onto Surti. He gets taken down for first blood. Alinia applies the red buff stack onto Venom. They're chasing it down. NBS slices. He doesn't get the dice. The knockup throws Venom in the air. That's 2 kills for Gaming Gear. Lithuania take the lead in game 2.
That was terrible for Pain, and they almost had the first blood. Surti, the reason that he kept chasing, that was not a mistake there. He wanted the 0.01 seconds more to get his excessive force back, which is the auto attack reset that increases your range. So even if he didn't get any closer, by activating that, he would have been able to get his auto attack off, but it came up just a split second too late, and that was the complete difference between life and death right there. A double kill, starting off amazing again here for Gaming Gear.
So Alinia, the playmaker, the captain of Gaming Gear EU, coming out big in both of the games in this grand final, but Gaming Gear are heavily behind in this bottom lane. Deadly Brother is sitting on 11 CS to the 33 of BRTT, and that is an immense difference at this early stage in the game.
Can't get over that initial jungle there. That was there's a straight up 2 versus 2 that was so even. And we talked about how so much of these games between these two teams are going to depend on the success of the early jungle. This one, far and away, going to Alanir, even though it was so very close. Now he's level 5 and has double buffs. He can help out that mid lane before Ahri has her ultimate to get away.
Oh, we do see Playful Trickster lands the slowest on Kami. The red buff is there as well. Alien is looking for the knockup, not even going to be needed. As Mazarine just throws himself in there with the Urchin Strike, and another great gank from Alanir.
This is Alanir we talked about. Once he gets the early lead, he snowballs the lane. He doesn't spend his time farming in the jungle. He comes to get his solos going.
And we do see a reactive call here from Gaming Gear, realizing that the pain that Deadly Brother was dealing with. They've swapped the AD carry to the top lane, and thanks to MBS's early extreme advantage, oh, they're not done yet on BRTT. The Earth lands in red buff slows, but unfortunately BRTT's under the tower. They don't continue the dive.
No knockup means that would be very dangerous to continue. But you're right, BRTT back on one of the AD carries he's more comfortable with. He has not lost any laning phase when he's not on that Ashe Zyra combo. So he's pretty much a lane bully no matter what he's on, and Deadly Brother just does not want to be in the same area.
So now there's all sorts of funny business happening here in these lanes. We can see that, first of all, the dual lane of Pain, they went middle, now they're going top. It looks like Shen's coming down. We'll have to see how things settle down, but both teams realizing, hey, we're at a bit of a disadvantage in certain situations, and they're trying to get the best for their team.
So this is the area that Pain are winning the game in, is the dual lane, and they want to press that advantage. So they're going to continue to seek out this Twitch Zyra with their Caitlyn Sona, and they'll follow the rotations that Gaming Gear make.
Well, we'll see how they end up. It does look like those bottom lane, the top lanes are going bottom. Yeah,
again, all in here. He's so sneaky with his ganks, making use of Jarvan's mobility. This is why they first pick him so often.
He does have Cataclysm available. There's no flash on Caitlyn. Gonna use that 90 caliber net in the not too distant future, and Alinier's just waiting for that one. The root goes out, doesn't manage to land. Slam dunk comes out from Alinier as the poison damage plus one last auto attack secures the kill. And Alinier does get away with a sliver of HP below 50. It's not over yet, as now all of a sudden Mazarine's in trouble. There's no assault and battery for Surti. He's not level 6, and they can't lock him down.
Nice little run there for Mazarine. On the Fizz, Playful Trickster can get away from that one very easily. And NBS just going to be able to run Venon off here.
NBS is just being a complete bully. Between two towers, he's got that Dominus running, forcing Venom back. Venom's only sitting on that door and shield and boots, and he's trying to deal with a Giant's Belt Renekton, who at 50% HP still has like 1,000 health. It's ridiculous.
He's definitely been making really good use of that Renekton. It's a common pick for them that we haven't seen focused by any of their opponents.
No, not yet. This will be the third time I believe that MBS has played Renekton during the course of the wildcard qualifiers. And Gaming Gear, the 2,000 gold lead before 10 minutes. They've got kills on every single player with the exception of their support. They're in a very, very good position. However, they do need to make sure that Deadly Brother doesn't get shut down too significantly. Once we get to those team fights, they're really going to need his spray and pray damage to help clear out the rest of Pain.
This is another great adaptation by Gaming Gear because they already have their AD carry and support basically running from BRTT on that Caitlyn, and they're constantly rotating around the map. They've been able to sort of bait BRTT up to the top lane so that Pain have no presence on Dragon. And with that rotation, they can time it with the pink ward. They get a global objective from it. From a losing lane, they've actually got Dragon.
And we do see that Deadly Brothers trying to pick a fight here with Venom. If Inspiro gets the root, they may go in, but there's a lot of minions in the back line. A nice taunt there away from the root, and that just allows Venom to get out cleanly. Deadly Brother just continues trying to CS. And once again, Gaming Gear with the lane swaps. They really don't want to go head-to-head with BRTT. BRTT continues to extend that CS advantage, maintaining the 30 creep score lead.
Yeah, there's such smart moves from Gaming Gear, though. They realize they can't fight BRTT. He's too strong. So what they do is they move him. They trick him over to top lane and take advantage. Now they're going to have NBS just try and weather the storm here.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well. You see him managing to get the stun down. Dominance is up. He does have Ignite available. Espion's going to go low. Crescendo forced to use defensively, and NBS man modes that up 1v2.
Yeah, he can deal with that lane. He's fine with the duo here. What a great adaptation. He's going to even shove it up to the turret and go deep.
He's just going to put some more damage onto BRTT. He doesn't manage to land the stun. Unfortunately, BRTT is able to use the 90 caliber net, gets away cleanly. Of course, at this point in time, NBS, he has got the massive CS advantage over Venom, and this is something that we have seen out of Venom over the course of this event. However, if that Stand United and Taunt does land, it's very impactful.
Yeah, so Venon's weak lane phase there, where he let NBS get extremely fed, is actually hurting BRTT now because they've actually had an option to switch that lane here. And now with Alanir up in the top lane, it's gotten fairly dangerous for that Caitlyn.
Unfortunately, the close range chum the waters, not landing for Mazarine.
Some nice gymnastics, though, to land those last hits.
Yeah, and just managed to at least keep himself up in CS. We do see Venom getting a decent taunt chance to Deadly Brother. Deadly Brother takes 2 tower hits before they focus down the first tower of the second game in this final. And this is going to give Gaming Gear yet another gold advantage. Surti is sniffing around this top lane, but Alanir is reading him like a book. He's there too.
Alanir's been waiting so long, but look at the mid lane.
Mazarine
One
gets
more
away with his
spell.
life. The Spirit Rush, not enough. Just
Very,
not
very
enough.
close. And that's Ari going to be able to bully him out of lane, though. He's chugging the health potion. He wants to stick around. He's going to rely on dodging the next charm.
Well, man, we do see that Kami is running a little low on mana, so that also could play into his factors.
So it gives you a little bit of vision right when you place the trap. Even though Alanir was able to move off it, he realizes they know he's there.
It's not over yet, and now Inspiro gets slammed into the ground. Spray and break has been activated for Deadly Brother. The knockup's going to come into place, but not enough attack damage just yet. The poison's sticking. The last shot did not manage to land on Surti, and I don't think the poison's going to be able to secure it. Deadly Brother just shy of securing himself a kill.
Saw the power there, though. The line damage from a Twitch Zyra combo, almost enough to answer back a kill, and he's going to be able to have some alone time with the turret. Now, with Cammy coming to hunt him, though, he has to back off.
Spirit Rush is not available, and Cammy's just going to defend that tower and at least play body blocker. Up in the top lane, we did see that NBS and Alanir were able to take down the second tower of the game, and Gaming Gear get themselves a very nice, comfortable position right now. With 12 minutes on the clock, the first item has been completed for Mazarine. He's gone for a Lich Bane. He doesn't need boots. Fish don't need boots, right?
Well, with Fizz having so much auto attacks in his combat phase, Lich Bane is a really good rush for him. He's also going to be able to hit turrets much harder, which they've already taken 2 of the outer turrets, and the mid is the only one left standing. So it helps him in both the assassination attempts and the building destruction.
And all of the lane swapping is really working out in favor of Gaming Gear. All of a sudden, Deadly Brother is only 20 CS behind. He's got a kill, he's got a bunch of gold from these towers to fall back on, and that dragon. Of course, that means now that Gaming Gear in this power play are now contesting Pain Gaming's blue buff. It has respawned the second time. Gaming Gear have all of their team here.
Gaming Gear clears out the ward there too, so this is very dangerous for Pain to answer. Even though they do have Stand United available, so it could have been a 5 vs 5, venturing into the jungle without that vision would be so dangerous at this point. Zyra very, very strong in those small corridors. She could lock up multiple people.
So Pain decides to give that one up. They walk away cleanly. Gaming Gear with a buff control now on that blue, vision control on that side of the map as well. I kind of feel that with the way they're playing, they're probably going to contest the next one. And do you see that Gaming Gear sort of splits up a little bit, still trying to buy time for Deli Brother to farm.
And blue buffs are really important for this Pain team, not only for Ari, but also Vi. Whenever Vi can get a stray blue buff, it helps her out so much. Cooldown reduction on her is one of the best ways to apply more denting blows. It's even more efficient than attack speed because her spells apply at 2, and that's where a lot of her damage comes from, is the third stack of that denting blows to get that max health percentage.
Well, we'll see how well Surti can affect this mid-game phase. If they do that little piggyback combo of Shen and Vi, they could focus down the target. Is now really in a lot of trouble. Mazarine does manage to taunt to the side, get taunted to the side, and that means the
he's going to continue.
Going to carry on chasing. A flash over the wall. This is Mazarine chasing. The Playful Trickster does not land. Ignite was already used. The damage over time should be enough to close it out. Mazarine just runs him down, picking up the 5th kill of the game.
So no, Fish do not need boots. He was able to chase him down to swimming there. And you get 5% move speed for Lich Bane, so it's got a little bit of extra movement, but mostly it was the dashes from Fizz. The assassination kit right there. This is what is the problem with the Shen that doesn't have that good early game. Why I talked about him rather going with the rest of the team at that point and not being the solo split pusher, because you could just send an assassin over there to kill him. That's how you usually want to deal with global ultimates, is you go right to the source of the global and take him out before they're able to use it.
Well, Shen has respawned. He's coming from the fountain, does have Stand United available, but BRTT is a mile and a half away. No ways that Pain Gaming can put together a group of team members to contest that dragon, and that means Gaming gets to get the second dragon of the game. It does look like they're trying to move towards this mid lane, and if Pain stick around too long, they could be jumped on.
BRTT is doing his best to keep Pain in this game right now, though. He's getting global objectives. Now he's jumped on by the beast that is NBS.
So Stand United comes out. Once Shen lands, he's not going to be able to get in range for the taunt, but Stand United is down, and you know, trading a Dominus for Stand United, that is a fair trade any day of the week.
And they saved the life of BRTT too, which is the hope of Pain right now.
0-1-0 on that Caitlyn. Got 143 CS. He's tied with Mazarine. As we do see that Kami dives himself forward. That is Spirit Rush used. Salted Battery slams Mazarine to the ground. The Playful Trickster was already blown. Chumba Waters is available. And you see that Gaming Gear just focusing down Surtees. He survived a while as that spray and pray is going across everybody. Once again, Chumba Waters does not land. That's 0-3 as far as Mazarine is concerned. Now that NBS is waiting in the wings, if he can get a stun down, maybe enough damage.
That was a great Stranglethorn by Inspirion, though.
Now we do see that NBS does get a stun at the SP on the tower, is still standing. And Spyro does manage to back away. No root landing just yet. And Gaming Gear, they tried to pick a fight, but very good disengage from Pain.
Both teams are going to back off because they use too many cooldowns there. You can see all the ultimates ticking. And even though Gaming Gear are ahead in gold right now, they have to keep up their vision with all of those wards in order to continue to take the dragons and the global objectives. They put a really high priority on both dragons right now and that blue buff that we talked about earlier.
So we see Kami maybe feeling the pressure, maybe feeling the pinch right now. He's picked himself up a second blasting wand. So Sorcerer Shoes, double blasting wand. If I think back, I recall Alexic had 2 or 3 blasting wands on his Karthus, and you know, I guess cost efficiency works out, but that does slow down your mid-game build.
I feel like that was just a shout-out to the 3 Doran Spring Karma. Here we go, Mazarine does get caught now.
We do see Chumba Waters lands. It's going to keep Venom off, and Surtees going to carry on the chase. One more denting blows may have been enough, but Mazarine, he just walks away from that one with just those tier 1 boots. Even 2v1, they don't have enough to manage to pick up that kill.
They have lost control of this turret, though. Pain don't want to overextend here and get that objective back.
So we'll have to see how well Pain can back away. They have just ran a mile away. Surtees at the moment, not super beefy, not super tanky. Over on the other side of Gaming Gear, you can see that the Sunfire Cape was MBS's first item. Lich Bane secured from Mazarine. We talked about Nancy Rod's right in the background. So we'll see where he wants to go with that. If he's going to go for the likes of a Deathfire Grass, could even go for that Zhonya's Hourglass. The world is his oyster.
He really needs something there. A Deathfire Grass would be the option for them to actually take out a target. Right now, Pain, their composition, they were built to have control of all lanes here and be able to split push. but since they're so far behind, they can't really get outside of their turrets, and that's why they're having a lot of trouble here.
Olivia's main got himself really, really deep. Going to be forced to try get himself out here. He should be able to do so, pulling himself, and that means the body block is actually not going to be enough. Kami secures the second kill of the game there for Pain. A little bit awkward, and Olivia just biting off more than he should. Gaming Gear wanted blue buff, and Pain were ready for it.
So they did really want that second blue buff, but Pain did a great job there of collapsing, and it was all about Surti not hesitating to go offensive. They got a lot of damage done to Alanir, while the rest of Gaming Gear were still walking through the forest. So it was effectively a 3-to-1 advantage there for the first, 5 seconds of that jungle fight for Pain.
So Inspiro and Deadly Brother put a little bit of damage under this mid tower before they back away. They don't get caught out. It is still 2 towers to 1 as Mazarine. Mazarine's arguably doing a little bit of a better split push right now than the members of Pain Gaming, but that is a testament to that very weak laning phase as far as Pain is concerned. We do see that BRTT has that Infinity Edge completed as well as a Vampiric Scepter, so any of these fights, he's going to be laying down a lot of damage if any of those critical hits do land. And most of Gaming Gear, Mazarine, Deadly Brother, and Inspiro, they're actually very squishy targets if Caitlyn can get onto them. That's the key.
So that means that the crescendo is going to be that much more crucial for Pain, because they can set that one, you can either chain that with a taunt, either of those can go first. He's got flash ready in another 30 seconds. So if they're able to get both of those comboed on that very tricky Fizz to pin down and the Twitch, then it will turn really well for them.
The Gaming Gear content to just maintain control of these lanes. You can see that Mazarine is hanging out in this bush. He's waiting to see if he can jump on anybody. Venom has been able to pick up a Sunfire Cape as well as a Negatron Cloak.
Mazarine only has 1 ward for his split pushing antics that he's trying to do down here, and it's very deep. So he doesn't have knowledge that BRTT has snuck into this lane side. They're going to try bait Mazarine's spells out so that they can capitalize, and Shen will follow them up, lock him down with a taunt.
And unfortunately, Pain Gaming lose the mid tower because BRTT was a mile away trying to pull off this little gank. Now all of a sudden Gaming Gear are putting themselves towards this bottom lane. BRTT was spotted out there by Mazarine. Alinia once again biting off a little bit more than maybe he can chew. However, this time around, working out for them. Deadly Brothers Spray and Pray is down. It is not available. You can see that Venom trying to set himself up for a taunt. There goes Surti. They slam Deadly Brother into the ground. Crescendo locks up members of Gaming Gear, and without Deadly Brother's damage, this may be a good fight for Pain. Can Mazarine pick up the kills? This is the question. Earth goes wide. Doesn't manage to nom on anybody. 2 kills landing for Pain. They're not done yet. A flash forward for BRTT. He gets the red buff slope onto MBS. The minions are doing a little bit of damage, but MBS should be able to survive. Culvermeat gives him a bit of HP, and another team fight victory for Pain.
This is the Pain that we're used to seeing. We talked about it yesterday. They punish you for mispositioning, and they don't hesitate right there, jumping on Alanir once again, catching them in the jungle as they try to retreat.
5 members of Pain now start stacking up on this mid lane. They all look to secure the second tower of the game, and it's that all-important middle tower. It's going to allow Pain to move around the jungle from Gaming Gear a little more openly, and even better for Pain Gaming. The Dragons just respawned. Thanks to having a numbers advantage, going to be able to start this one off, but it does look like Mazarine and Inspiro want to challenge. There's no Stranglethorns available. Nobody gets rooted up, but Mazarine just hasn't dissuaded them. Put a little bit of damage down onto Venom. Good charm onto Inspiro means no follow-up spell costs. It's not over yet. Mazarine's continuing the chase. Chum the Water's available soon. A couple of seconds left before he can throw out that giant fish. Does manage to land, and it hits one of the most important targets. BRTT forced to use that barrier. Play falls up. Trickster's down. Doesn't get too much damage. BRTT finally drops in the background. That is a double kill for Kami in this fight, but 2 kills secured in favor of Deadly Brother. A 2-for-2 trade. Kami is running with all 9 tails between his legs. Should be able to be taken out here by Gaming Gear. They got Dragon, but they've given up 3 kills.
He is going to have to run through this turret, and Jarvan's already got the hit.
Yeah, definitely going to get taken down. Tower hits are going to drop him out. Deadly Brother will be able to pick up that last hit to 3 of his kills in this last trade.
So that was back-to-back AD carries getting caught out. In the first round, inside the jungle, it was Pain locking up Deadly Brother and killing him before that fight even started. But in the chase here, we actually had BRTT catching that Mazarine ult.
So you do see now that Gaming Gear going to be able to pick up this inner bottom lane tower. And I guess if you look at the macro picture, if you step back and look at everything that's happened, Gaming Gear still maintain their gold lead. They still maintain the tower lead, and they got an inner tower down as well.
Pain really just wanted to get 2 objectives out of that team fight win rather than taking the tower and going home. Stayed a little bit too long at the Dragon, but it was so close right there, and that was really just from the tenacious chase that Gaming Gear pulled off, they were able to answer.
All of a sudden, Pain Gaming now realize that this bottom tower may be an option. You do see that Gaming is trying to respond as best as they can. Mazarin is nowhere to be seen. He's not going to be involved in this defense. And a good counterplay from Pain, really, realizing and noticing it. Gaming Gear couldn't defend that one up, and they secure it just with sheer force of numbers.
So we have Gaming Gear here continuing to send Mazarin as their split pusher. Yes, he is an extremely strong duelist, but he has no way to join the rest of the team. So it's just up to the rest of Gaming Gear to clear waves and delay this Pain team while they allow Mazarin his free time up in that top lane.
He's got himself up to 214 CS, working closer and closer towards that Zonya's Hourglass. You see that Deadly Brother as well as Alia and NBS have now moved themselves to this blue buff. This is 2 of 3 blue buffs that have been contested. 2 of them that have actually been secured in favor of Mazarin. So Gaming Gear
sticking around here though.
Knock anybody out. So he does get the Vault Breaker off, dashes out of the way and doesn't get knocked out.
Gaming Gear really have to be careful. They have not had good luck inside the jungle. Pain have just played around the terrain so much better in those small corridors and the passages, just making use of Ahri's dashes to not get focused, and the crescendo from Sona locking up multiple people. Gaming Gear really have to watch their positioning in the next fight.
Oh, very nice charm. Does land to Alia, but he blocks up a good chunk of that damage thanks to that Golden Aegis. We do see that Pain Gaming, remember, they are 1-0 down. If they lose this game, they place second. They do not get to go to Los Angeles to compete at the playoffs. Gaming Gear, on the other hand, they close this out. They do earn that spot. Way too early in this matchup to be calling who's going to be victorious, though. There's only 1 tower that separates them, only 3,000 gold. And at this point in time, both teams have made good plays and they've been caught as well. So the key may come down to all that vision that we've been talking about so much. You know, Pain, they set up that previous team fight in the jungle that led to mid and Dragon, thanks to that ring of vision and ring of wards.
And really, those have been the 2 spots where Pain have got back into this, is catching out Gaming Gear in the jungle deeper than their vision provides them safety to do. So if they can continue to keep up vision just in their own jungle here, Pain can continue to make those plays and get the picks that they want. As long as Deadly Brother's out of position like that, they can freely focus him and then turn the rest of the team fight here. Meanwhile though, Mazarin is working towards Zonya's Hourglass. So when he does dive in, it's going to be very hard to land that crowd control and stick him in one place.
Well, another power spike has just been reached. Deadly Brother's locked in that Infinity Edge into his back pocket. Going to be firing out some Infinity Edge Blade of the Ruined King bolts from that crossbow, and he's a full item ahead of BRTT at this point in time. And 4 kills, multiple towers, with Dragons obviously helping him out in that regard. And I guess if Pain Gaming stack up, if they group up in a line, Spray and Pray is going to shred through them. Pain looking to set something up, Kami hanging around on the side. If a charm lands, he might dive in here.
So Deadly Brother's power, oh, here we go, we have it.
Surti's committed, Stand Knight is available, Mazarin's nowhere near. They managed to slam Deadly Brother down. Surti is going to flash forward. Shen has arrived, but that's a stealth out twitch. Now we see NBS in the backline. He's ripping through Kami. A 3-man crescendo continues to lock up members of Gaming Gear. Is now all of a sudden Venom is forced out of the fight. Nobody has died yet, but here comes Mazarin. Chum the Waters flashed away from damage, still lands into Surti and Espeon. They managed to pick up the first kill of the fight. Surti started that a year ago and finally goes down.
BRTT not able to get off the damage from the backline because of the pressure that was put off. Wow, Deadly Brother avoided a Vi that got Stand United, and he also took the ace in the hole from Caitlyn, so he was still able to survive all that and then lifesteal it all the way back up to full health, enabling him to take the Baron.
Mazarin just jumps over the wall, picks up a kill onto Espeon, and now this is a 2-man potential defense. Baron has been peeled away. Deadly Brother wants to jump on somebody.
He's giving a ward!
He manages to get caught out of attack move, drops the ward down. This is a kill onto Deadly Brother. The reply onto Mazarin as well. Baron is prevented. An attack move biting him in the butt.
Deadly Brother comes out of stealth right next to BRTT and shoots the ward first. That is that attack move that a lot of AD carries use.
That is heartbreaking.
Shooting whatever next to you.
So we do see now that Gaming Gear, all of a sudden, they win a team fight. Well, they got 1 kill. Then they give up 2. They lose the potential Baron as well. And they lose the inner mid turret. Pain Gaming maintain that very small gold lead. And it's just a matter of plays and counter plays that's coming up between these two teams.
So it wasn't a tower dive this time that you're talking about with Gaming Gear overextending, but they got very deep into the Baron pit with all of the tanks very low HP, which forced Twitch to be the one trying to tank it. And he actually, that will reduce his damage to Baron, so it makes it take a very long time for them to actually take it. They weren't able to finish it off, and even when they turned around, that slight auto attack misplay there cost them.
Well, Gaming Gear right now secure themselves yet another dragon. They hold on to a very, very small lead. And at this point in time, Gaming Gear, they've not actually grouped up to push towers at all. They've not grouped up to push the lanes down. They seem to be content sitting back and farming a little bit. And, you know, the later this game goes, you can see the differences in the compositions, but how did Gaming Gear actually turn this comp of theirs into a siege team? It's very difficult to sit on a tower when you've got a Vi, a Charm, and a potential taunt that could lock you up.
There's so much engaged there from Pain that it is very dangerous. And Gaming Gear, they've had no success, or not a lot of success with those turret guys when they don't start them out with something like a Shockwave from Mazarin. They don't actually have that option here. If Chum the Waters doesn't hit, which it has been missing quite often, then they really don't have another option to follow up and go in on that.
Well, we'll have to see if Mazarin can land them when they count. Much like Blitzcrank, it doesn't matter how many hooks you miss, it's the one that wins you the game that really counts. Right now, that's what Mazarin's looking to do. He's got himself that Void Staff completed as well. So a very, very good chunk of ability power. Good stacking here of Gaming Gear towards the Baron pit. There is no MBS though. So Inspiro is clearing up the vision. They know that they have vision control. They might be waiting for Pain Gaming to check this one.
Exactly what they're doing. And Pain having oracles, they're going to slowly clear out the vision, but they can't get around to that so-called banana bush without putting themselves in danger. And with BRTT down there with Shen, they don't want to take their chances going to Baron here. This is them basically daring Gaming Gear to actually go for the Baron and just calling their bluff.
Yeah, Pain Gaming's definitely calling the bluff here. And they know that this bush is safe, however, they just stepped on top of the ward. Boltbreaker is being charged soon. Slams into Alinea. NBS is going to be coming in from the backside. Alinea gets charmed up as he throws himself forward. Cataclysm goes down. We're going to split the fight on 2 fronts. Alinea, the first one to fall to Espeon. Now in the backline, we see that Kami has been dropped. We see Deadly Brother, the key member of Gaming Gear, is killed. They focus him down, but NBS is shredding through everybody. Dominance is tearing them apart. NBS is sticking to BRTT like glue. Sunfire Cape is going to set him on fire. They managed to pick up the kill. They've traded 4 for 4, and now Sona is not going to be happy. Flashes over the wall as NBS continues the chase. They kill everyone. NBS should be able to close this one out. A 5 for 4 at the end of the day.
Oh, it's not the end of the day yet!
Espeon carries on running. Blue buff isn't going to be enough, and NBS secures the kill. The split on 2 fronts, working for both teams, and NBS stands supreme.
Yeah, and that fed Crocodile comes back to bite them in the ass this time. That's the difference between the laning phase at the very beginning. Shen didn't have quite enough power there. You can see Deadly Brother, again, the victim of the Vi, Stand United, plus Kami spirit rushing towards him. They were able to take out Deadly Brother, but he was shooting back the whole time and took down Kami at the same time.
So the burst damage coming out of Deadly Brother was enough to at least help turn the tide of that fight in their favor. But what we are seeing from both of these teams is that NBS and Alia basically peace out from Mazarin and Deadly Brother and try to focus down the carries in the exact same situation for Pain. So you end up having his AD carries begging and screaming and kicking, saying, why does everyone hate me?
This is, when you're in Deadly Brother's position, it's a very frustrating game to play. And you can see that now he's thinking about his defensive option. After those 2 items, you know, he has his attack speed and he has his Prince from Infinity Edge. Now he really needs an answer for this combo. Banshee's Veil is a really good option because Vi's Vault Breaker. Oh, here we go, Vi's in trouble.
Reducing getting caught out. That's 3 members of Gaming Gear. He's going to flash over the wall. We do see an insta flash there from Alinea, and we actually see the Assault and Battery trying to be used to get back. not going to work this time.
That is the
round.
only way you can stop an assault and battery, is take Vi down before she's going to be able to complete it here. But with no smite, they have a really, really good chance of finishing this Baron off. And it looks like Pain don't even want to answer. They're going to try and just shove the lane instead, but they don't have enough time.
There's not enough time at all, and that's a lot of HP sitting on the side of Gaming Gear. They're going to try to respond to this one. We'll see if they want to chase anybody down. Inspiro, with those boots of mobility, along with Alimir, they can really clear a lot of distance very, very quickly. And it definitely signals an intention to defend against split push when you've got the Ari and the Shen. You know, if you can run through the lanes really quickly, it helps you out a lot.
Exactly. That was a huge win for Gaming Gear, but they have yet to break into that very difficult turret line around the inhibitors. If once you do that, then they actually have an opening. But their team, we've been over, it's difficult to dive. So the reason that, that's the reason that Renekton's now started stacking that armor. He's got a Randuin's on top of his Sunfire Cave, and they're gonna be looking for him to take up turrets shots while they slowly chip it down. With this Baron buff, they will have the regen to take a few tower shots and then try and back out as Pain engage with the Vi and Shen combo.
And that Pain engage has been weakened a little bit by the fact that Deadly Brother has picked himself up at Banshee's Veil. We see now that Gaming Gear are trying to move around this map. They're putting vision down.
Deadly Brother's not with them!
They're gonna jump in there. The Assault and Battery doesn't manage to land. Xerxes not gonna be able to lock up Mazarine. Now the Strangleforce throws up multiple members of Pain. Envious once again in the middle of the fight. The Dominus is tearing through everybody. Crescendo locks up the back line. Now we'll see Deadly Brother slowly making his way forward as Alina is the first victim of the fight. Jungle Waters throws up Ven in the air. Spray and pray targeted directly at BRTT. Expunge gets used. It's actually a double kill for Mazarine. At the end of the day, they trade 2 for 2, 2 for 1. Well played by Gaming Gear to pull that back.
Those quick reactions from Mazarine right there. The Assault Battery used before Deadly Brother's there, so when he arrives, he's free to just open fire. He comes out, gets off enough spray auto attack to clean that one up, and they continue to roll this one in.
In terms of the decision to stick that on, that was a Zonya's Hourglass Mazarine.
Yeah.
So he has multiple ways to escape it.
He actually could have just slammed his fist into the keyboard and hit one of the 2 abilities to avoid that.
Does manage to pick a little bit more of a delicate approach. Throws out that playful tricks. He's got the slow and the damage down as well. And Gaming Gear pick up their 5th tower of the game. They pick up another Dragon at the 36-minute mark. And their 4th of this particular matchup. And they maintain a fairly small gold lead, but the main thing is that Pain Gaming's initiation, there are so many ways around it. You know, Surti, he can't lock up Mazarine. He can't openly jump on Deadly Brother. They need to land a spell first, and then he can go in. So how do Pain Gaming pick team fights now?
They're gonna hope for an ace in the hole with a clear line to Deadly Brother, because that's one of the longest range spells that he could take off the Banshee's Veil with first. Barring that, it's gonna be up to Cammy to use his mobility to get around and take that one off with his spell combo, because that Assault and Battery is such a huge part of the team fight for Pain. We saw already, every time he doesn't get that off onto Deadly Brother, they lose, because he has so much damage right now, and with the Banshee's Veil, he also has a secondary line of protection.
Well, we'll see how effectively Pain can make that work for them. We are getting closer and closer to those inhibitor turrets. That is what Gaming Gear has been looking for. Deadly Brother now pushing out this top wave. He's still 60 CS behind that of BRTT, but thanks to all the global objectives, he's sitting pretty as far as his items are concerned. Ezreal also grabbed himself a Guardian Angel.
At this point, I think Pain actually may be changing their playstyle. Because they're so far behind, they're gonna wait for Gaming Gear to make the dive and use their abilities to actually peel for BRTT instead of dive Twitch. Deadly Brother with that Banshee's Veil is a very difficult target. Unless they somehow get that off before the fight starts, they may just be using the Shen and the Vi to peel for Caitlyn instead of diving in.
Well, this is the most difficult task that any team in League of Legends is breaking that inhibitor turret and getting that first inhibitor down. Once that's done, everything else becomes all that much easier. You've got to remember that in that very tight, narrow corridor, Crescendo is going to be super, super impactful. I think Baron buff just worn out. My eyes did not deceive me. That means Gaming Gear, they may even stall out for another Baron. They've got a lot of vision in this top half of the map. They just wait for that and try to pull Pain towards them, or try to secure Baron before sieging up.
Yeah, so we'll have a couple minutes here to go over, because that's really the best option for Gaming Gear, is to pull Pain out away from those turrets. Like I said, if Pain actually decided to switch up their playstyle and instead peel for Caitlyn instead of trying to dive now that the Banshee's Veil is there, they have a really good shot of turning that team fight, even though they're behind that 8k gold, with the added damage of a turret and the Gaming Gear overextending themselves trying to be the ones aggressive. They could easily still win a team fight as long as they effectively chain the crescendo and taunt as peel for BRTT.
Communication is going to be key in these fights. They cannot afford to waste those abilities or stack them without chaining them back to back, and we'll see whether or not Pain can make that work for them. I'm going to talk about Inspuro's build here. He's got himself that Ruby Crystal sitting on a Philosopher's Stone for a while. He's got a Haunting guys as well, and we've actually seen support Zyrex building a fair amount of ability power over the course of the weekend. I know Immunity's support yesterday, Rosie, also built a ton in their exciting, unique team comp.
Yeah, she's definitely one that benefits greatly from those ability power and sort of
tá bem grande, foda também.
She is a viable mid-mage. A lot of people end up building her that way.
Ainda bem que ele fez isso, não fechou o
Falta minuto pro Baron.
A gente não tem...
So I'm not playing AD carry, I play support. So we do see now that the Baron will be respawning in 40 seconds. So Gaming Gear refreshing their vision, more importantly clearing out the wards of Pain, so that they know, they think they know, they've got vision superiority. And everywhere that they've walked, they're pretty confident and comfortable on that one. Waiting for Pain Gaming to push towards them, waiting for Pain to arrive, and then Gaming Gear hoping to spring a surprise carnival on the Brazilian team.
I think that the the best option for Pain is to not attend Carnival this year and just stay inside of their base. It's one of those stay-at-home movie nights for Pain right now.
Well, we'll see if they agree with the decision, because right now they're a little bit split up. Here comes Gaming Gear. The question is, can crowd control land? Banshee's Veil is available for BRTT, and Venom has actually rejoined the team. They're not comfortable with the idea of using that Stand United to join in. We do see Surtees actually thrown himself forward, gets one of those excessive force shots down onto Alamir's Jarvan. And it's very, very tense. MBS looking for a way in. Now the charm is out. Juicy Dominance has been popped. The Banshee's Veil from BRTT is down. Backline is once again split. MBS instantly peels backwards. Venom is forced out of the fight. Stand United still available. Who is the target going to be on? Surtees slams Mazarin down into the ground, but he's dropped by Deadly Brother. That's a three-man crescendo that locks up multiple members of Gaming Gear. They picked up one kill, and now Gaming Gear continue the chase. A flash forward from Mazarin as Venom is pulling them to the side. Playful Trickster to close the gap, and Mazarin should be able to chase this one down. Land some auto attacks down. He's going to be able to close it out with that Urgent Strike, and use Playful Trickster just before the taunt comes in. A 2-for-0. Gaming Gear another team fight win.
Yeah, Pain should have stayed home for that one. That was exactly what Gaming Gear wanted. A fight out in the open, and they're going to get another one.
And we do see MBS is going to carry on chasing him. The Urgent Strike on Takami. Now all of a sudden BRTT's in trouble. GA is still available. Blade of the Rune King slows BRTT down, and you see Mazarin with the last hit. Now Alien looking to set something up. He lands the Cataclysm. There's no flash. There's no Spirit Rush. Kami gets rooted in place, and once again Mazarin lands. He's slowly getting his mana back, but going to need to buy a couple of seconds time before that blue buff will allow him to spam out those spells. Gaming Gear, a little undecided. They decide to go for Baron right now as opposed to the tower.
So they don't have a minion line there, and turrets get bonus armor when you don't have minions in the vicinity. So they're actually going to take the Baron and then go try and clear out the minion waves that have been pushed up both the top and bottom lanes of their base.
So Pain Gaming with one more lifeline. They are 12,000 gold behind. Baron goes down there, very far away behind his gold. Look at the numbers at the bottom of your screen. 4,000 difference in that mid lane. Top lane sitting at 3,500, 2,500 in the jungle. In Gaming Gear, with the second Baron of the game, with a very strong power position, now have to find a way to convert that to inhibitors and to the Nexus. Because they have not made a single play for it yet. They've sort of been looking, and I think now's the time where they need to start focusing. Unless they give Pain all the time, they need to farm themselves back into this game.
Well, Pain have done the first step here. Go grab the other objective. They do knew that Gaming Gear had just taken Baron and gone back to buy, so 30 at least gets the consolation prize Dragon there. A little bit of gold will go a long way for them. Now, they do have to set up that Alamo strategy and just stay inside of their inhibitor turrets, play defensively for the dive of Gaming Gear, because now that Gaming Gear have Baron buffs, that gives them the confidence to finally go for a turret dive. Renekton with another chain vest on top of that, and even a cloth armor, just trying to get any scrap of armor he can get his hands on to go for the turret dives. He'll be the one that they want to get in there first to start tanking it off, and it's going to be extremely hard for Pain to take down Mazarin, because not only does he have that Zhonya's Hourglass, but he also has the Guardian Angel, and the blue buff will lower the cooldown on his Playful Trickster, which makes it just so slippery.
Almost impossible to manage to lock him down long enough to kill him, and we'll have to see how Pain will react to this. The crescendos have been...
Oh no, they're so far out of the base.
Oh, we do see now Mazarin gets taunted up. The Chumba Waters lands. Kami's in the background. They're trying to focus Deadly Brother. There's a lot of damage on Kami, even more on Mazarin. Mazarin manages to use that Zhonya's Hourglass to stay alive. A taunt goes down, but it's not going to be enough to save his life. Now Venom is the focus of Deadly Brother. We see Certi is dropped, as is Kami. Alinia and NBS are in the back line. This could be the game-winning fight as Mazarin continues to chase him down. BRTT is going to get dropped by NBS. They pick up yet another kill. A clean ace for Gaming Gear. There's massive death timers on the clock and so much armor. This could be Lithuania going to Los Angeles, going to the World Playoffs.
Great play here from Gaming Gear, but that was just Pain not staying inside their base again. They wanted to go for the push gank and catch someone off in a 5-to-1 advantage, but only works if Gaming Gear split up. And they played it true, stayed together, and they took the victory home.
Ladies and gentlemen, your international wildcard qualifier winners, the CIS regional champions. They swept that 2-0, 2-0. They come into the grand final against the favorites, Pain Gaming from Brazil. And Lithuania is going to LA. They will be competing in the Season 3 World Playoffs.
I'm excited to see Mazarin again. He has really showed up, and I want to see what the rest of the champions are, because true to their coach's words earlier, you know, Gragas wasn't even his best champion. He's got plenty more that people have not even seen yet. And coming into Worlds, they're going to be very hard to research. It was something that even teams here at the Wildcard Tournament had problems doing. It's going to have the same thing at Worlds.
And you have to give so much props to Pain as well. Massive smiles across their faces. They've had a very good tournament. And up until this final, they had looked to be the strongest team, but Jad mentioned in the pre-match, Gaming Gear have just gotten better and better with each consecutive win.
Yeah.
And I think the decision-making there for the most part was pretty good.
It was really strong in that game. Pain, on the other hand, they had a very hard time adapting. They came in so confident to this tournament. Their first game, trying to change it up, going with that double AD comp, didn't really play that out as expected. And then this game, once they got behind, they couldn't switch gears to start playing defensively. They kept on going out and picking fights when they were very far behind and they had no business picking those fights.
And you have to talk about the itemization as well, realizing the threat of the dives and where the team fights are coming from Pain. Gaming Gear just built around it and said, well, Banshee's Veil, you can't jump on me anymore. Zhonya's Hourglass, you can't jump on me anymore. It was very good play from them overall. All right, guys, we're going to send it over to D-Man and Jat to analyze that second match and talk us through exactly how the Lithuanians were able to beat the Brazilians.
Yes, thank you very much, Quick Shot, and what a game. So, Gaming Gear in the final. Who would have expected Pain coming into Swan? The big favorites, honestly, throughout the whole tournament, but it just couldn't take on the Lithuanians.
Yeah, and even in their very last effort, they went back, at least Pain did, and picked the competition that kind of brought them here. But then we noticed Gaming Gear just, they had it ready. They brought Zyra to stop dive coming at them. The Twitch was the only thing that's a little bit dangerous against someone who dives you so heavily, but the Zyra was enough to protect, and then Fizz was a really good counterpick by Mazarin at the end to just kind of answer back and also make sure that once Twitch could get that Banshee's Veil to block the Vi dive, there was no secondary option because you're not going to be able to get on Fizz as we saw in one of those fights.
Yeah, he went straight in towards the Assault and Battery, Playful Tricksters. Away from it, could do nothing about it. You got to question whether he could land that ultimate, though. The lobster was being thrown out, not really landing, finding too many targets.
He went 11-3. Give him his day. It's a tricky ultimate to land. I've personally struggled with him in the past, and clearly, even the professional...
Well, that's because you just play with so you just walk up and punch people.
Yeah, I don't use skills. I just hit buttons.
But let's get to the replay because what we want to talk about we're not going to do that one because, well, to be fair, Mazarine missed all the penalty in that one, so that's kind of fair that we didn't show that.
Yeah, so when we were thinking about the comeback, I mean, it was very close to Payne being able to come back in that game because they had the one fight where they pretty much got all over Deadly Brother and just completely shut down Twitch. But then after that, clearly, Gaming Gear just had too much. I like that they picked the Jarvan and Renekton tank line for both of those games.
Well, God, MBS was wrecking people at the start of that game, even when it got changed into that 2v1 lane and went aggressive.
Yeah, he was just in between the turrets. Level 7 versus level 5 against Shen. Really, this whole Gaming Gear team really did pick it up down the stretch. Yet, no one really expected them to win until about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
So, how do we rate them now? Now we've seen Gaming Gear, they're in the final, they're in the Season 3 World Championships in Los Angeles. Mineski are already there as well from the Philippines. So the two outsider teams, I guess you could call them, because that's what they're going to be. They're going to be completely ranked outsiders when they get there.
Absolutely. So what Gaming Gear needs to do from now until World Finals is figure out why they had so many troubling games. So many of their games were post 40 minutes, post 45 minutes, where they seemed like they're in control, but they were never really able to close. Obviously, Mazarine is a fantastic player. He seems like he could very well be world class, but the rest of the team here needs to find ways to kind of end games the proper way, because that's going to be their weakness going into World Finals. If they get a lead against one of those teams that comes out of Korea, China, North America, Europe, they're not going to be able to play the same tricks and get away with those mistakes.
Yeah, if I was probably an international team, I would look at Gaming Gear and say, okay, bottom lane, that's the weak point. That's where we've got to focus. Deadly Brother, well, he's been picked on a few times.
He had a good game on Twitch here. Yeah. But you're right, for the whole tournament, he did struggle.
Well, we thought BRT, the fact that he got Caden, we thought, well, actually, this could be a 1-1 now because he's finally on his proper champion.
It seemed like it for a while, but once again, I just kind of have to bounce back to that tank line, being able to stop Caitlyn from just crushing through and getting the squishies. It was, once again, just a good counter strategy. And Deadly Brother, even though he did lose the laning phase, was able to come back, since every time they would, every time Payne would try to dive on top of him, they would have the Zyra to support, lock them up, and then Twitch could hit all of them at once. It was just, really, we have to give credit to Gaming Gear a little bit, because this whole time we've just been talking about how Immunity, they're going to do this. I know personally, I was like, Immunity take down Gaming Gear. Guys, even though Gaming Gear won, Payne's got it tomorrow in the finals, and it just wasn't the case, because they were more adaptable than the rest of the teams, and they just didn't make as many mistakes.
Yeah, they came second in the round robin, and now they are the champions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, Shocks will be joined by Gaming Gear's mid lane playmaker, Mazarine. We're going to see what he's got to say once again. Let's hope it's not quite an awkward interview finish this time for him, though.
He knows where to stand.
Everybody's seen that YouTube video, of course. He is in the World Finals, and we're going to have some words from him. Plus, we're going to be breaking down the brackets heading into the LCS playoff games, because they're going to be following. Don't go in there, guys. You're not going to want to miss it.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, where Gaming Gear has just won the final of the International Wildcard Tournament. They're going to Los Angeles, and I'm joined by their mid laner, Mazarine. Mazarine, tell me first quickly about the first game for you, because they banned out the Gragas. That was really good for you yesterday, but there was no care in the world for you. You just owned it up on Orianna. Tell me about that game for you.
That game went perfectly because Orianna is my main champion, and we've made very little mistakes, so we just took all objectives and turrets, and the enemy couldn't respond to that, so we won.
Yes, you did. So tell me about after that first game. You realized we have one game to go, and we're going to LA. So what was the atmosphere like in the team?
The atmosphere was perfect because we just won, and we won pretty hard. So the team was really happy. They went to smoke and to the toilet, and we came back, and we were pretty sure that we will win. We were almost 100% sure because we knew that the enemy was demoralized because of the loss, and that's good for us.
Yeah, you're going to give them their final blow. Now, you had a great start in that second game, and you were on Fizz this time around. So tell me about that, because as the game went on, Pain got better in team fights. So what did you do to keep it in your favor?
After every fight, we tried to control the enemy buffs and turrets and drakes, and even if we traded for equal kills, we just came back and got drakes or turrets or red buff, blue buff, and it turned out to be better for us. And we also kept wards in their jungle so we could control their jungle, and they never controlled ours, and that was what made us win, I think.
That was the key, and we've seen your team grow throughout this tournament. How are you looking back on your own performance? Because it just seemed like you did so much for that team, and your champion pool is so unpredictable.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, that your champion pool seems to be so unpredictable. Is that the main strength of your team?
I don't know, but we rely on me to be the key player to control. Me and the jungler control the enemy buffs and objectives and make the most calls, I think. So that is, maybe that's our strength. I do not know really, but yeah.
So enough game talk. You made it. When that Nexus went down, when Pain Gaming's Nexus went down, what was going through your mind?
I can't really explain it. I didn't know how to feel. It was a really great feeling to go to the Worlds, and we all yelled that we're going to Los Angeles and that it's going to be a 14-hour flight, and we never flew that far.
You don't have to walk so far back. You're a winner. You can stay on the center stage. Now, it's actually just begun for you now, because there's a long way ahead of you. You're going to LA. You're going to have to face that international competition. So what's going to happen now?
Tomorrow we're going to play qualifiers for some Ukraine tournament, and then we're going there on the 13th day. 13, yeah. Of August, and then we're going to boot camp in our home country in the ESL studio for a week, I think, and then we'll fly off to Los Angeles and to play in the World Championship.
Finally, what does it mean for you, for your team, for your region, for everybody? Is there anything you want to say to your fans? You made it, you did it.
A shout out to fans. I want to thank all our fans from all over the world and all the new fans too that we got, and to our organization, Gaming Gear. And thanks for the games to the enemies too.
Very respectful. Now, just a couple of more things. You're going to that world stage. You've done very well here. You've grown, but the competition is fierce. Do you think your team has what it takes to step up to those, international, gigantic teams that are going to be at Worlds?
It's going to be difficult to win against those teams. We don't even know what we're facing at the moment because we only know one team. That's Minesco, I think, from Southeast Asia. And it's going to be difficult to win, but we will give our best and we will train hard for that week.
Finally, what does Gaming Gear do when they've secured their spot in LA? Is there going to be a party in your team tonight?
And I don't know, I'm still underage, so it's difficult. But there's going to be the Twitch party, I think, so they're all going there tomorrow, I think. And me, I don't know if I'm going.
Well, whatever you do, savor your victory. You guys earned it. Congratulations, Mazrin. Great words here from Mazrin. As for us, it's time to send it back over to Quickshot and Kobe over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shots. It was great to hear Mazrin talking. A very, very good interview. And nice to hear they've researched the other teams. They know who else is there. They're ready for Worlds. Guys, we are just minutes away from our first European LCS regional playoff game. And earlier today, we asked you which EU LCS team is coming into the playoffs and why. Who's carrying the most momentum and why? And here's what you guys had to say. So we got Jackie8. He says, Team Ultimate. They won the close race for 6th, and they're not about to let other teams take away their chance for Worlds.
I think they do have a lot of momentum, even just because they went 0-5 and then had to win that tiebreaker. That much pressure being put on them, and then stepping up builds your confidence a lot. Plus, I saw RNA here already, so I'm scared of him.
Yeah, he's been on the stage before. At Digger3232, he says, Gambit has the momentum. Even after the fun game with EG, they seem to be out for blood, like the M5 of old.
It's always scary when anyone starts looking at the M5 of old because they were so dominant at that time. And Gambit, they've been a very up and down team. They can easily come very high up again and spike again.
Yeah, a lot of it also stems from those boot camps. We'll see if it continues to trend upwards. At Borny27, he reckons NIP are going into this one as my favorites, going from almost last spot to the top 3, and he reckons it's really promising.
Yeah, jumping up, and anyone getting to the top of this EU LCS lineup here is really difficult because they're all so close. The NIP team definitely led by Bjergsen.
Ironically, with the ladder being close, it only needs a couple of wins to get all the way up there. At iHockey, he says, it has to be EG. They've been coming on so strong since they added Shaka. It seemed to make Snoopy and the team step up.
They definitely did need something to change up that team, and bringing in both an analyst in N-rated and Shaker to put some more pressure on the jungle there, it has definitely helped them out. They've been looking much, much better.
Yeah, Snoopy's performance in particular, he's only failed, I think, 1 tower dive. It's a nice change. At Ben Geronimo, he says, Lemon Dogs, since Mithy joined the team, their dominance has been unquestionable and their momentum is snowballing.
There's something like 14-4 since he joined the team. That is ridiculous. And it's not only because he's a really good support, but coming in as like the analyst, the play caller, he's a tactician as well.
Yeah, especially out of the game. A lot of thought process goes into that one. So congratulations to the winners of the Logitech Gaming Mice. Those were some fantastic tweets.
Those were definitely some great tweets, but we still want more. Keep sending your answers our way all day. We're at LOL Esports, so make sure to use the hashtag LCS.
All right, and once you are done tweeting, take a moment to give us some feedback and help us make the LCS bit better. Go to bit.ly/LCS Gamescom and tell us what part of the World Championship you are most excited to see. All right, guys, we are just moments away from that first European LCS regional playoff here at Gamescom. So let's check out the pristine brackets one more time before we start mucking them all up once again.
All right, up first is the quarterfinal match between the number 3 seed Evil Genius and the 6th place squad Team Alternate. And in our second LCS quarterfinal showdown for today, it'll be the 4 seed Gambit Gaming taking on the 5th seed Ninjas in Pajamas.
And the winners of today's best of 3 series will move on to Saturday's semi-final round, where they'll face off against the top-seeded Lemon Dogs and the 2nd seed Fnatic, while the losers get dropped down to the relegation match.
And once again, and something new for the LCS split, the loser of that relegation match will join SK Gaming and Meet Your Makers in the Spring Promotion Tournament, where they'll have to take on Europe's top challenger teams in order to earn a spot for Season 4 of the LCS.
Yeah, and for Alternate, they've already had a close call with relegation. After going 0-5 during Super Week, they became the Ninjas in Pajamas' biggest fans after Bjergsen and crew pulled off an unlikely comeback.
Pretty much we went 0-5 in the Super Week.
We didn't win a game the whole weekend.
And it was like lose after lose after lose.
No, we never gone 0-5 before, like we went 5-0 in the first week and now we go 0-5 in the last week.
And that could mean, unfortunately, no playoffs for Alternate.
I was like, holy, we'll maybe play for the tie break against Escape.
When we watched the game NRP versus SK, we kind of get pumped up because the match was so close and so exciting.
Well, the game against NIP, the game was practically over. Like, you could say that game was ours. And at some point I felt like, well, the game is lost. Like, SK won. It's impossible that they lose this game.
First, we were rooting for NIP.
I never rooted for a team as much as this before.
Yeah, I was the biggest NIP fan ever, just for that game.
And in the end, we will constantly scream Bjergsen and go into work.
Carry alternate as well, please.
Ninjas in Pajamas have done enough to take the game here.
We will have to give Bjergsen a huge hug.
We are gonna thank him later for that.
You're welcome.
After NIP won, everyone was so pumped up because we knew that now is our last chance.
We felt really bad. The mood afterwards was horrible. And the mood we engaged the alternate match afterwards with was the worst you could ever see. Before the game, Ocelot came to me and said, good luck, the best team will win. And he was trying to smile. I kind of feel that he wasn't really confident.
It's now or never. Now it's do or die. Because this match, best of 1, go to Gamescom or go to relegation at the end of the year.
We start the game and Candy Panda got the first blood on bottom. The first thing happened on my head was, okay, we lost.
After I died on first blood, I was completely destroyed.
But the only thing it came out of my mouth was like, Kritan, don't worry, it's fine, we'll win the game.
Never surrender.
And we did that, like I counter-gank bottom, I get like 2 kills bottom, then we kill mid lane, then we kill bottom, then we got Drake, and we start like snowballing from there.
And that surely is all she wrote for SK Gaming. Alternate are going to be through to Gamescom, they're through to the playoffs.
We didn't deliver. So we just see how the playoff chances slip through our fingers. SK they are close friends of me. I've been on that team before, and I know how is his brain, I know how is his hurt, and I know how destroyed it can be after this game.
For every LCS team, Gamescom is like a dream.
What a phenomenal video, hearing from the players, and the emotions and the reactions over a Super Week, especially for a team like Alternate, who were number 1 for 6 weeks out of the 9, and then go 0-5 in Super Week and almost get relegated.
Bjergsen, the biggest carry for Alternate there. He was the only one with not that much emotion. They're welcome.
Yeah, that is just Bjergsen. He's like that all the time. All right, guys, we do need to take a very short break, but when we return, Froggen and the Evil Geniuses try to jump all over Alternate and hop into Saturday's semi-finals. We're just 3.5 minutes from the European LCS Summer Playoffs, live from Gamescom Cologne, Germany. Stick around.
Coming to Gamescom is going to be amazing.
My goal before the Super Week was just get to Gamescom.
It's just exciting. I love this.
I went to Gamescom last year. It was probably one of my favorite events I've ever been to.
The audience was great last time. I expect it to be even crazier this time.
I haven't played in front of a big crowd before, so it's gonna be exciting.
I am a bit nervous, but I usually tend to focus more when I'm nervous.
I don't think I've tried anything as big as Gamescom.
I think the most exciting thing is actually the fans.
Last year we were at Gamescom and there's so many fans, they're super awesome. If you don't enjoy playing in front of the crowds, you're doing the wrong thing.
You just feel the crowd, feel the pressure, and it helps you.
It's the motivation you need during these tough games.
It's just awesome to watch that many people. The more fans who want to come watch, the more awesome the event will be.
For me, on the big stage, it makes me a lot more confident.
I feel like I actually get really pumped up by the crowd. It's just awesome.
It's a massive stage. I can't wait to go again.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013, live from Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, and next to me in the broadcast booth is none other than Joshua Jack Leisman. Great to be here. And now it's time for our first game of the European LCS Regional Playoffs, with Evil Geniuses taking on Alternate. Now, the winner moves up to play Fnatic in Saturday's quarterfinal round, and the loser drops down into the relegation game.
Yeah, and obviously because of that, there's a lot of pressure on both of these teams coming into the match. A win means they have a 75% chance, if everything was a 50-50, of making it to the World Championships, because the winner of this game has to lose 2 best-of-3s in a row to not go to Worlds. So there's a little bit on the line here.
Just a little bit. And even though Alternate comes into this game with a 3-1 record against Evil Geniuses, they've got to be feeling the pressure after, Froggen and crew took them down in the last week, in Super Week.
Yeah, EG looked great that week, and Yellow Pete and EG took their first game of the season against Alternate there. It was part of EG's late season upswing, right? They went 4-1 in Super Week, and also 2-1 in the tiebreakers that ended up landing them in third place from a couple weeks back. Didn't even know if they were making playoffs.
No, and that was the dangerous part for them, but they managed to pick it up, and one of the reasons for the Evil Geniuses Super Week of the summer, the final push, I guess we can say, was Froggen. He had one of his best weeks ever when EG needed him the most.
Yeah, he played Fizz against EG and then also ended up the week with 22 kills. He has really stepped up of late, but also Snoopy started to settle back into the jungle. He had 47 assists in their 5 Super Week matches, so that pressure that we were talking about when they added the second jungler to the team, had a few ins and outs of the starting lineup, it does seem like they're settled on Snoopy now.
And while EG's players have started to really up their game, I think we can say, another reason for that recent success has been to a real change in team strategy.
Yeah, I mean, coming into the summer, they were known for just the farm team. They would farm, stall in lane, come back late game, and then just win. And they do it against almost every team, and it was successful. But once things started shaking up in Season 3, things weren't working well for them. Then when they added Shacker, and I think more importantly also, N-rated to their team to have another tactical mind in there, it put some fire under the team, even though their play style hasn't changed all that much, if a little more aggressive. But then another thing that I think really contributed to their success here is the 310 patch. Even though it's not all the way back, it helps their old style because the laning phase is longer, and that's typically where they've excelled.
So while Evil Geniuses had that brilliant final week of the summer, Alternate had a very different time. They limped over the finish line with a 0 for 5 in Super Week itself.
Yeah, and they were not in a good place going into that playoff game, but they were able to save it with that win in the 6th place tiebreaker against Ocelot and SKM Gaming. But that was the only win they had all week. Their fall from 1st to 6th has a bit to do with hard luck, and surprisingly, they've been a team plagued by injuries because Kriton broke his hand for a couple weeks. Also, Pharrell Lord was gone for a week. So it's been they've fallen out of sync at the wrong time.
So now with Alternate finally looking healthy again, both in-game and out of game with that hand, it's time to build on that 1-3 record here against EG and try and move on to Saturday's semi-final round. However, the Evil Geniuses are feeling good about their chances to win versus a struggling Alternate team.
I think Alternate, recently has not been the team that really was very successful at the start of the season.
We went 0-5 in the Super Week. We were disappointed to lose pretty much every game. Every single game was a disappointment from us.
If you would have asked me 2 weeks ago, do you want to play against Alternate? I'd have been hesitant. Now I'm certain we can beat them. So I think we have really high chances. And I feel like coming into the Alternate game, we have quite a good advantage, even though we're behind and the
the 1-3, but I feel that we have a good chance in that game.
To beat EG, I think we have to focus on Froggen.
I think right now they're thinking a bit like us. At least we managed to get to playoffs. Let's just take whatever we can. But they can definitely go in with a clean mindset, and that will be a huge factor.
We're still like one of the strongest teams in Europe, and we're gonna show that.
So we can gather from that everyone is feeling confident.
Yeah.
I don't think
Of course
anyone
they're all
said
confident.
this is going to be really tough. They were like, we can beat them.
Yeah, you know, I think we're going to lose to that team in the playoffs. That's just mine. No, that's
Said
not
no
what
one
I'm gonna
ever.
say. Yeah.
Said no one ever. And now that we heard from the teams, let's get into the action and check out today's starting lineups. On the blue side, we will have Evil Geniuses with Wicked in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, and the duo of Yellow Pete and Crepo.
And on the red side, it is the top lane of Kerp with that trackball. Arne in the jungle. They're swaying to some music. Pharrell Lord back in the mid lane. Creaton, no cast on his arm. Maybe a little bit of fear there. And J-Ree on support.
So our featured matchup for this one is the mid lane. It's no real surprise from this one. Evil Geniuses Froggen versus Alternates Pharrell Lord.
Yeah, obviously Pharrell Lord has the Elo blade, and he was known for his incredibly high Elo before he was a pro. And the expectations, he's been a little hit or miss on this one.
Yeah.
One thing he's hit on against is EG though, because out of all the teams he's played, he has his best stats against them. And because of that, Froggen has some of his worst stats against Alternates. So the fight for these two is going to be really, really crazy. It's going to start in the picks and bans, honestly, because I was looking at these two guys, and Froggen has played 16 different champions this split alone. Pharrell Lord's at 15. They just counterpick each other all day long.
And that's the thing, you can never count out the depth of these two guys' champion pool. Like, we've got 3 bans apiece. We can aim some at Froggen, some at Pharrell Lord, but honestly, and they've shown that with those statistics that you just mentioned, that they can say, okay, don't get to play my Ahri today, don't get to play my Orianna today, don't get to play my Jace today, but I'll pick from the other 10 that I've got available.
It's the craziest thing, because we always talk about how Europe in general has the best mid laners in the world. Because think about it, Pharrell Lord was the 3000 Elo guy in Season 2, but he wasn't even on a pro team because he wasn't necessarily on that level yet, as crazy as it is to say. And now he's obviously here playing for a playoff spot.
So let's get into the bans and picks and come in really quickly here, and as you'd probably expect, these two teams got a big plan for each other. Ezreal, Lee Sin, Orianna banned out for Evil Geniuses, Kassadin, Zac, Shen for Alternate.
Well, I was gonna try to make a few predictions.
Too late.
Should have said those a little bit earlier. The one thing that is surprising me a little bit is the first pick of Ahri. Now, that is Froggen's most played champion throughout the split. He's also 4-1 on it. But that really opens the door for Pharrell Lord to pick Fizz whenever, because that's people's favorite pick against Ahri. He's just picking it because he's so attracted to it, does not think there's a counter in Fizz for that.
So on the other side, Sona locked in here for J-Ree, along with the Aatrox. Obviously been really popular here in Europe, and it looks like Alternate going to go that way here as well.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange for Marinea, because obviously the Lee Sin was banned away from him. That's his favorite thing, and he hadn't found success with Vi either. And that Aatrox pick, assuming Marinea is good on it, has 2 purposes, because it denies Wicked that pick, and he's actually Wicked is undefeated with Aatrox in 3 games. So I think that's a smart thing for RNA. Don't know how it fits into the team comp yet, though.
So on the other side here, Nasus locked in for Snoopy, played it in Super Week against Alternate here. And also that Caitlyn, which is where Yellow Pete went absolutely godlike. 9-0-4 he finished the last game against Alternate.
And I love throwing in stats at the end here because it's the end of the season and we can look back. Both Caitlyn and Nasus are Snoopy and Yellow Pete's most played and highest win rate for things that they've played a lot, champions. So those are just all 3 of those picks that EG has done so far. Froggen's most won champion on, Snoopy's most won champion, Pete's most won champion. So they're just going with what's worked throughout the season. It's nothing to target Alternate yet, it's really just for them.
Comfortable and successful, just what they're aiming for. Other side though, Diana being locked in here, and it looks like Misfortune as well for Creaton.
Yeah, so these ones on the other side, since we've been nothing but talking about EG, although Thresh is Crepo's most and Malphite is Wicked's most, which would be pretty nice. Had to touch that in, but we'll talk about the other picks first. The Diana and Misfortune, I'm very surprised by the Misfortune pick, because I'd expect Creaton to go on something much more mobile. Obviously they did ban Ezreal, which is his favorite thing, but I would still have expected him to go with something more heavy carry, like a Twitch, which he's played a bunch, or Vayne, but going with the Misfortune means the Malphite pick's just all the more effective against him.
Yeah, indeed, and that Malphite and Thresh were locked in there at the end. So, as you said, it's just very comfortable, it seems here for EG. I think if the plan was to pick Comfort Champions, they've got exactly everything that they wanted.
That has to be the plan. The only person, by the way, who's not on their like most played champion for the split is Wicked because it got banned away. Everything else is 100% scoutable for them, and that's always been EG style.
Yeah.
When they've been good, they play their game and they force the other team to try to do something against them.
So final pick coming in here for alternate was actually Vladimir. So gonna be getting in there, trying to avoid pretty much everything with that pull during the fights, and we'll see how that works out here for Kurt.
Yeah, so now that we can see Alternate's composition, they really want this kind of wombo in team fights. They want to land everything together, and it's all going to hinge, I feel like, on Lord because he has the most reliable of the initiations. Basically, this click on target, then uses E. After that, everyone else has to pile on, but that is a very, I'd almost say outdated strategy in a sense, because teams are so good at spreading out and jumping around nowadays that it takes a miracle to make everything line up.
Well, a miracle is maybe what both these teams are hoping for here today, but you've seen already that they can beat each other. Alternate particularly, we said it earlier, head-to-head stats, 3-for-1, which sets them in great stead, but you can never really call it. We've come to the playoffs. We've had a bit of time now where these teams have obviously been able to train, to scout for very certain matchups. You know, Super Week, you've got to prepare for 5 games, for 5 different teams coming into the playoffs here, and specifically for today, they've got 1 match, 1 best-of-3, and they can do all the work focused on alternate or EG.
And so much of it will also have to do with how these teams deal under intense pressure. They've obviously both had pretty intense games because they were in tiebreaker scenarios. I'd actually say the last game Alternate played was one or done. You're either in a playoffs with a chance of world or immediately dropped into the promotion tournament. That's a huge stakes. But going into the week, and just based off past experience, EG is the team that shows up in big events. They're the team that plays well when the pressure's on the line. And they're the higher seed in this one as well.
So here we go then, in-game with Evil Geniuses versus Alternate. Don't forget, it's a best-of-3 game, so either team needing 2 games to pick up the victory here. Now, let's have a little bit of a talk about level 1, and that Thresh Hook in particular here is going to be scary.
Not only do they have Thresh Hook, if that lands, Froggen could very quickly skill up his charm and then go for there, whereas Alternate, all they have is RNA as Q if he skilled it, and that's a very unreliable, hard to follow up initiate. So if EG wants to do the 5-man roam, they're gonna get the wards in the spots they want, but because of that early ward we just saw them walk by Alternate, this is the hyper common, let's just go ward the other guy's red buff, start by both teams.
And with so much on the line here, always hard to call if risky plays are gonna come in, especially I think in game number 1, because that's where you can really gain that advantage and that safety buffer almost of having the following 2 games after that then to pick up the victory. So we'll see if we see any of that early action. EG did go right onto the top side of Alternate's red buff here, but every single one of them gonna recall.
Yeah, the only benefit that EG has right now is they recalled out, whereas Alternate ran out, and Alternate got spotted by the ward. So Alternate is actually still completely unknowledgeable about where EG is, whereas EG at least saw some of the movements of Alternate, like Lord thinking of a late invade or steal with RNA. EG could actually counterplay this if they want to.
Well, let's see. It seems like we are going to be having lane switches. Vladimir recalled from top to come bottom, so those 2v1's going to come into effect. But that means there are more people on the bottom side of the map here as Alternate try and take away this blue buff. They've got complete vision, and there is a flash. There is a hook as well onto Aranea. Is he going to be able to escape? This one flashes over into Dragon. EG almost taking him down, burning his flash, but securing that red buff, maybe even more important.
Yeah, that's going to slow down Aranea a little bit, and also really diminishes his early game threat on Aatrox, who generally wants to make an impact following up ganks.
Saw that getting help from Kerp, who, as we said, going to come down to this bottom lane. So it will be those 2v1s that I mentioned. The Sona Misfortune against Malphite in the top, the Caitlyn Thresh versus Vladimir in the bottom. Who's going to have the better time of this from those poor, lonely solo laners?
Yeah, this one's going to be pretty tricky to call. I know that Wicked has a hatred for 1v2 lanes, to put it lightly.
Also a lot of experience.
But also a lot of experience doing so, because teams know that and just go and exploit that for him. He's the one who's really very prepared for this, though. He's went Crystalline Flask, actually went Utility Spec, he's actually very likely to have the teleport cooldown reduction in that mastery tree as well. So if he gets over-harassed, he can always just kind of come back to the lane. I'm going to be very curious to see how the 2s in these 2v1s approach it, because they have all the say in these lanes, whether they try to deny farm, kill, or do the turret, because they have 3 options.
Well, here we see Froggen actually moving up to the top side of Alternate's jungle there. That ward obviously was down from the very get-go here from Alternate. So they saw Froggen moving out there. He backed away though, just as RNA had finished off that red buff on his top side. Wicked is already building up some farm here. Lucky for him, Wave getting pushed right underneath his turret.
Yeah, and I actually really like what Snoopy has been doing thus far. He's only just mirrored RNA. He's not trying to just run into lanes and pull off any ganks, as you would. And as Nasus, he's going to help out Wicked. This is kind of what EG wants to do. They need to make sure their guys can farm up into the late game, and he needs to protect his solo laners. That's all Snoopy's ever really done. He's not one of those guys who goes and gets a bunch of early kills for you. He's more about the guy who's just going to help you out, farm up, and control the pace of the game.
So, quiet start to this one. Everyone going about their business, the junglers in particular. We are going to see Snoopy, of course, covering that top lane here. Doesn't want to get Wicked going too low or having any danger of that third man, the jungler, coming in to collapse onto this 2 versus 1 lane, which is something that we saw a lot of a couple of months ago. That's kind of slowed down a bit more now, this whole 3-man onto the tower.
Substantially, especially with the early buff fights that we saw. The junglers got set back a little bit, and there seemed to just be given time for Froggen and Pharrell to fight it out a little bit.
So let's have a look at the early CS, and remarkably close. The AD carries doing an equally great job here, both tied on that front. Ari going to be catching up here on towards Diana on the farm front, as well as we are going to see a hook landing here on towards Kurt, but with that pull, he's able to just get out of safety. That doesn't mean, you know, completely avoiding the hook in the first place or just afterwards. He's relatively safe there.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons RNA is coming down to at least kind of look at him. And since there's 2 babysitting junglers, especially with a Vladimir early and a Malphite early, those 2v2s aren't good at ganking, and Kurt got himself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, positional-wise, not the best for him there, and actually having to pop his Ghost to run away from that one. He has run Ghost Flash on this one, so very utility-based and something that he might need, as we've just seen.
Yeah, and that's the very common Vladimir summoner spells for the split push Vladimir. They're very clearly trying to, I feel like they're trying to distract Froggen with that pick. They want to remove Froggen from the core team. Later in the game, once Kerp gets really farmed up, Wicked's not necessarily the person who can match up against a Vladimir if if Kerp gets a lot of farm. So that's why he chose those, and I want to see how that develops as the game moves later.
So Snoopy just came around to middle there to help Froggen, who, after Diana went back, has picked up a lot more farm and is now over 10 CS in the lead. He's double Doran's Ring compared to the Doran's Ring and the Crystalline Flask of Pharrell Lord. He obviously did go back home there. Snoopy spotted by a ward, literally just as he comes in. Sona putting the one down right on top of him.
Yeah, Jerry actually may have saved themselves a bit of a dive there, because Froggen was going to be on his way up as well. But that was just a natural thing to actually make sure Wicked could keep farming, because one of the dangerous things that happens in these 1v2 lanes is, you see how like Crepo and Pete in this instance are up really far in the lane. If the lane ever starts pushing back, if you don't send a helper down there, he gets completely denied, and the other team would freeze the lane outside of the turret. Whereas what EG was able to do there, since they sent Snoopy up and bluff sending Froggen up, is they allowed Wicked to get the lane to the turret, so he could safely go back, and so he couldn't be denied farm.
And he's going to come back into that lane now with a Chain Vest as well, so that'll negate a lot of the damage that could possibly come out of that misfortune. The AD carry is still maintaining that very even stance when it comes to CS. You see Misfortune go back home. BF Sword now added into that Doran's Blade, so a lot more power for Creative.
Absolutely, he's most likely just going to rush that Bloodthirster so he gets as big of a bullet time as possible. And it does seem like there's a bit of a lane swap being initiated by Alternate. They're done with these 2v1 shenanigans, even though it was completely even across the 2 of them. This point now, I feel like they're ready to lane Misfortune against Caitlyn, because the really early lane range advantage isn't as impactful now, since once you close the distance, you have more damage to throw around.
Now I'll put Vladimir back in his top lane, up against Wicked, so we'll see how Kurt handles that whole scenario. He's got an Anto and Boots after that Doran shield start for him, and we see the first blue buffs of the game being given over towards those mid laners as well.
Yeah, and I actually missed it here. The reason they initiated a lane swap to send Vladimir to Wicked is because of the chain vest. So Wicked was heavily itemizing against the AD carry, so that's the reason alternate swapped it, because this Miss Fortune Caitlyn lane is actually not entirely in their favor.
So Snoopy is now waiting in there as well. No ward control of that bottom brush for alternate, and that could be very dangerous here coming in. Both in that bottom lane do have flash available, but burning one of those will probably set them up for something a little bit later on as Crepo gets in range. That will force alternate to back off. Don't want to risk that whole combo coming out from him. Snoopy remains there. He's very, very patient right now on this bottom lane.
Yeah, he knows how to be very patient with that. They get the hook, but I want to see if Snoopy can make it in time.
Well, there's a flash away. Crepo actually flashed it from that one. There's a teleport! There's the unstoppable force under the tower, and Snoopy gonna pick up first blood here for EG. He's taking a lot of damage from the turret himself, but quick reactions from EG will get the first blood. And now Froggen on towards Kerp here in the top lane. Kerp not gonna be so safe from this one. Froggen actually has his ultimate available now, and use it maybe a little bit too late there to sew that kill up.
Yeah, he had the last dash available, but Forelnor now trying to answer as well.
Crescendo coming down, there is Diana diving in on towards Yellow Pete. He's not going to escape this one. Forelnor pegs one back for alternate, but Kerp in his top lane. Froggen's still there, but Froggen goes down. Arenea's presence too much for him, baited in perfectly.
You can be as patient as you want 8 minutes in, and then the game just decides to explode on itself. That all happened because of the 4-man dive that EG kicked in. It allowed alternate a bunch of other options about where to go. So the dive itself was well executed by EG, but sticking around, and then Froggen also trying to double up the play with a solo play, knowing he had no teammates anywhere near, allowed for some good counterplays there as alternate rotated properly, top and bottom, top with the jungler, bottom with mid lane, and EG couldn't counter-rotate because they already showed their hand early. That was a good play by alternate.
Well, Wicked did stick around now in this bottom lane, and they've sent Crepo and Yellow Pete up towards this mid lane, so really rotating these lanes around here are Evil Geniuses. We've got a blue buff here that's finally going to get given over towards Froggen. It's going to help him out a lot, but he, again, has now fallen behind that Forelnor, so Forelnor's CS early on was stronger. Then we saw Froggen come right back in that one after Forelnor went back to buy first, but Forelnor has stepped it right back up.
Yeah, and Forelnor's kind of had Froggen's number all year here. We talked about how he had the best stats against EG and how Froggen had his worst stats against alternate. Diana is a champion who can fight with Ahri and definitely create some roaming trades as well. If Ahri decides to go, Diana can go just as well. And the first set of roams went to Forelnor.
So here we go then, up to level 7 is now Snoopy, and this is where this Dragon becomes a whole lot easier for Evil Geniuses. They're going to take that one completely uncontested, but they may lose out on this top lane as a reply from ultimate.
Yeah, that's mainly a trade. The thing you do with Nasus is you use your ultimate, kill Dragon. The thing you do with Split Push Vladimir, you don't go to that fight. You just take the turret. So nothing big happening there other than the team getting a little richer.
Richer, indeed. See what that brings them when they come back into this lane. Minion's going to be left here to finish off that turret by the Vladimir. And that will be the first turret of the game going over towards alternate. If you look down the gold, that leaves them 700 gold up in the lead.
And it's, aside from that really quick burst of action we saw, this has been a very EG-paced game. Alternate, and especially RNA, likes to play far more chaotic.
Watch Crescendo, bullet time and water combo coming out. Jerry actually goes low from this one. We are going to see Ace in the hole blocked by Creatine, and that's always the danger of this Sona. Jerry was up at level 7, flash Crescendo, and EG were just not ready for that one.
They were kind of lulled to sleep at that point because they'd just been sitting back, and it was actually EG who had taken the first action in this lane. Really crisp play there, Creatine making sure he just got his full bullet time off. No chance of Crepo getting out of it. And even if EG had had Snoopy or someone waiting for the turn, RNA was on his way. So it was getting the jump on them and also a safe flash Crescendo to use from alternate.
Really nicely executed. That gives that bloodthirst over to Creatine now. On the other side, we can see that Yellow BF sword, long sword in there as well. We'll see where he decides to go. Creatine will go in the boots here at the start, which he can do with that Misfortune Struck passive.
It's a big jump right now for Creatine in power over Yellow Pete. Yellow Pete went for Berserker Grease because that's generally what Caitlyn does, but it means they're vulnerable if they get locked down to what Misfortune can give them with that Bloodthirst. It's getting stacked up pretty well now, actually. He's got it at 7 attack damage, so he's still going for it.
Let's have a look at some of the other items here, because the first big walks across the board have been picked up, specifically for Pharrell and Lord in that mid lane for Alternate, got his Abyssal Scepter in there.
Yeah, it's strange to think that even though it's only a 900 gold lead, they have a much bigger lead in items. Froggen has 1700 gold yet to shop with while he's roaming, whereas Wicked's sitting on 1400. So if there's some kind of fight, even though it's 4v5 or 4v4, Alternate would have a bit of a chance because they've shopped for more of their gold so far.
Well, we are going to see a teleport coming in here from Wicked. They're going to try and catch on towards Alternate. Snoopy moving in there. Aranea just waiting off by the wall. He can just jump straight over from that one. And EG have zoned them out here. Obviously, they did take down that outer turret. They might try with a 5-man team to make a play on the inner as well.
And EG's made a huge investment sending 5 people here this early. It's allowing Vladimir to farm up quite a bit. So EG might need to be a little greedy in what they try to accomplish here, which could leave the door open for Pharrell and Lord to find a fight.
Now we can see him off at the side. He was just waiting for that opportunity to jump in on top of Evil Geniuses. And Alternate, with that 4-man defense, have managed to force EG away. And as you said, that's given 2-3 waves of complete free farm over towards Kerp in that top lane. He's pushed it right up to that inner turret now as well.
And even though there was such an extended 1v2 phase for Kerp, I feel like he's gonna find his way back into this game, as just because of the way EG's playing. Wicked's very, not tempted, but very free to use his teleport wherever he wants, meaning he's not gonna be next to Kerp. And Froggen seems to want to rotate with the rest of the team as well. It's actually EG trying to put on a little bit of early pressure here, and it's allowing Kerp time to get back in the game.
Just saw a flash hook there from Crepo, which unfortunately ended him found a hook in a minion coming into that one. So
he never saw it coming.
Not the best hook that we've ever seen. Flash hook combo from Crepo. That means his flash is now down for whatever may be coming up here in these next couple of minutes. Alternate actually sending what seems to be at least 2 men up towards this top lane. Maybe have a go on Wicked, but he's got a very defensive ward down there in River, so he'll spot anything coming his way.
Yeah, Wicked does have to be a little careful, but it doesn't seem like Alternate cares about Wicked at this point. They're more about catching on to the squishy targets, and I think they're going to try to ignore Wicked in a lot of these games. Plus, Kerp can handle him right now.
So here we go in mid lane. Snoopy actually going to get engaged on here. Pharrell and Lord though, there's a crescendo coming down. Can Pharrell and Lord walk away from this one? Will he take kills with him? Yes, he does. Gets himself one. We'll see Crepo actually pick up the kill back onto Pharrell and Lord. That could have really done with going over to Froggen.
Yeah, that's not the best scenario there for EG, as they're now getting a little bit collapsed down by Aranea. And that was a 2v3 that Alternate pulled around there. So Pharrell and Lord was showing how strong he actually is right now.
Great stuff, and I'll put Pharrell Lord up to 2-1-0 taking all that. Here's that fight again.
Yeah, you can really just see, despite the weather, despite Froggen going in, Froggen never got a good DFG combo off on Pharrell Lord because he was actually dashing into the fights to begin with before he got locked down by the crescendo, and it gave Pharrell Lord enough time to finish off Crepo. Or was it Crepo? Yeah, I think so. Or Pete.
So, 4-2 for Alternate here. 16 minutes in, the gold very, very close. 400 is the only difference. We've got a dragon coming up in 40 seconds. Froggen going to have his blue buff ready for that one. We'll see what plays they make.
This dragon fight could be extremely interesting. I mean, Wicked doesn't have teleport, but he's trying to at least keep tabs of Kerp a little bit. And EG is the team that wants the fight right now, I feel like, but they'll have to deal with Pharrell Lord in this one. If Froggen gets on and kills Cleoton before the fight starts, or even Sona, I feel like that would be a win for EG, and it's a fight they definitely want to take.
Well, Dragon coming up in 5. EG have moved a lot towards this mid lane, pushing that lane right back against Alternate, as we saw Pharrell Lord and Aranea pushing it up towards the EG turret. Wicked has walked on down from that top lane as well, and that will give them, at least for now, positional advantage to go down for Dragon. We'll see if Alternate come down, maybe even try and reply with a turret take here.
Yeah, so far in this game, Alternate's kind of playing at EG's pace, and now they're opting into the dragon fight as well, instead of trying to split push with their split push Vladimir. They're putting themselves in a dangerous situation here, and they're challenging EG for this dragon.
That pink ward gonna get put down inside of the death rush, and that's gonna stop them going in. But Aranea has to be caught out by the trap and lost half of his health from that one. Hook from Crepo not quite landing, and the face-off begins here as the dragon started.
And they're just rushing it right now. They're daring Alternate to come in despite having a half-health jungler. He does have his revive up though, so here they go.
Here we go, Kerb taking a lot of damage. He is going to go down in the middle of that one with the pull, but Jerry falling low. There's a crescendo. They're all super low in this fight. RNA gets his passive pop, but Snoopy will die to Creatine. And Alternate have managed to hold EG off of the Dragon while taking 2 kills. They're all very low here themselves, and Froggen may have an opportunity. Yellow P is full HP as well. Kerb taking a lot. Built over to the back. Will kill off Jerry, but Alternate get the 2 for 1 and take the Dragon.
That was a clutch fight by Alternate. Despite not having RNA up at full health, they still managed to come out ahead and get the Dragon. Let's take a look at how it happened. The bullet time hit most of EG, and that's really what swung the fight to begin with. And then since Wicked didn't get through the AD carry, instead used his ultimate effectively point blank, it just didn't shut down Creatine and his ability to dish out the damage.
And once again, we saw Kerb pretty much baiting them there, you know, run straight in, okay, give me all your damage, then he pulls up to stay alive from that, and that bullet time then all the more spectacular. So 6-3 in kills, a good 1,200 gold lead now for Alternate, slowly but surely building up a nice lead for themselves. And, you know, a couple of kills to AD carry, a couple of kills to Diana in the mid. It leaves both Aatrox and Vladimir with a killer piece as well. That's a great kill spread on their side.
And the game is still extremely close, and it's always nice, as you said, to have 6 kills and then your support has 5 assists. It's just perfect. You think of the way all the kills are distributed. Kerb going heavily defensive, by the way, not even finishing that Spectre Wraith item before making a Spectre's Cowl. Alternate is looking up, and since they got that Wombo in the fight down at Dragon, I don't know how many more times they're going to be able to do that. It's still a very close game.
So we've seen Insomnia's Hourglass work up here for Frello. Got his Seeker's Arm Guard in there for that. Needlessly large rod was picked up by Frog, and actually he's going to be chased here by RNA, but is it going to be a bait? He flashes away as the teleport pretty much wasted there for Wicked.
Yeah, it's wasted in the sense that he at least got the flash out of RNA, and if we check the cooldowns of the 2 spells, teleport's 260 seconds away versus about 40 more seconds for RNA. Not exactly the trade you want, because Wicked needs his teleport to create fights, whereas RNA already has a bunch of moves to jump over walls, and I'd actually say RNA comes out on top for that.
So mid lane was the next target there for EG. 4 men in that position whilst Froggen pushes his bottom lane out. Crepo got himself an Oracle on board now to try and gain some of this vision control. Doesn't quite get that pink ward there. That's always an annoyance, I think, for a support. It's like, yeah, a pink ward, and it just timed out. Sad times for him. But red buff being given over towards Yellow P, who now bloodthirst the pickaxe that he's got. Compare that over. Pretty much identical. In fact, it is very
one guy
identical.
has a health potion,
yeah.
So that's a huge difference between the ward. They seem to both be going for the Bloodthirster Last Whisper build. It's actually, in my opinion, the better build for MF than it is for Caitlyn, since MF is so heavily reliant on the ultimate at the end of the day. So Yellow P, when he hits that threshold, is still going to be a little bit behind Creatine, and still he starts getting some of his attack speed out of it. But it's still a build we've seen many Caitlyn's go, just because Yellow P is highly reliant on his skills as well.
So once again, Froggen moving off to the outer lanes, this time around to the top lane, while the 4 teammates start to push up middle. But Alternate pretty much just turning that one straight around, coming right back at them with a bit of pressure, and that will force this lane back to over that halfway mark. Frello pretty much taking the leaf out of Froggen's book here, and he's pushing down this bottom side.
Surprisingly, even though Kerb has the summoner spells and builds to split push, Frello is the one split pushing. Arne actually had a nice jump out of a Crepo hook there at the end. But Frello's doing this because he, right now, is strong enough to take on anyone. So he is a better split pusher at this juncture than Vladimir. But what that does when Frello isn't with the team is it hamstrings Ultimate's initiation, which kind of plays back into EG's hands in the sense that EG wants a long game.
Right now, Wicked's teleport not available, of course, after that use down towards the Tribush. So that means that if they did get into a fight right now, it'd be a 4 versus 4 at the most. Seems like Diana won't be able to move across quick enough. But right now, Froggen is coming up there as well. So again, 4-man EG trying to put down damage on towards this outer middle turret there as RNA getting caught by the charm, has to jump away and almost paying the price.
And Frello tries to loom ominously in the side. That's why he's spending so many wards almost beyond the turret into the ultimate jungle. EG is forcing the issue right here, and Alternate just doesn't have the people to correctly defend this turret.
And that's where it may just go down. Charm landed onto Frelnlord there at the back. Damage is there enough. And EG are going to take turret 4 of this first match. And now 4-2 up in turrets. But the gold is still on a knife edge here. This is like one big fight, probably around the next dragon that's probably going to decide who starts to pull ahead.
This game could be very swingy on fights. Whenever you have this much farming and this few kills, especially with all the chase potential that Alternate has, the game could swing very, very quickly. And RNA has actually spent a huge amount of time in this game farming. 110 minion kills on Aatrox right now, and he didn't actually have that golem, so he started the game with a couple Thorns Blades and boots mobility. So it's a little strange in the sense that he started with a build designed to fight people and then mainly farmed with it. I still want to see if he's strong enough to make an impact in these later games.
I just seen another charm landing onto him there from Froggen, who's really starting to sting. So that DFG in there for him means that pretty much everyone has to be careful of Froggen at this stage. He's constantly been laying down those pressure onto the other side. You see both AD carries now have that last whisper added into their bloodthirsters as well.
Yep, they're getting closer to their builds. You can see Yellow Pete's going for a Zeal. I wouldn't be too surprised if Kriochan went for a Black Cleaver. He doesn't need to because he doesn't need to shred for any other physical damage dealers on his team outside of the jungler Arnea, since they're double AP. But it'll tell us if he's going for an auto attack MF or just a straight up caster.
Well, Wicked right now is doing a split push job for EG. He's got that teleport now off cooldown, but this is going to allow Alternate, at least for now, to go in there. And EG are going to actually push the top lane as a reply.
And EG's made it clear this game, they care about turrets more than anything else. That's why they're up 4-2. Now going to be 5-2 because Alternate's actually stuck Aranea behind to get the dragon back. But this is a lot of map control that EG's accomplished from those trades.
And they know that Alternate recalled on that one. They saw Diana and what have you coming in towards this top lane to defend. And now that's going to give them a bit of position to maybe work on this mid lane. In the end, though, it is Jerry and Kriochan coming around fast enough to wipe out the wave. Alternate did pick up the second dragon of the game with that one. And again, look at the gold. That trade coming off is all well and good, but EG has still got more turrets to take down, and that dragon's not going to come in. There's not going to be as many dragons as there will be turrets if we look at it that way.
Yeah, and this game is getting more and more cautious. I also feel like some of these moves are influenced by the fact that they're not necessarily wanting to fight each other straight up. But now with EG just taking more and more territory, eventually Ultimate's going to have to go in. Otherwise, they're going to give up eventually their base.
Starving them off their jungle right now. We see a couple of pink wards down on the top one on the bottom side by the blue as well. And as they head away from that one, Crepo going to recall here, so maybe we'll pick himself up another Oracle. Of course, his last one did run the full duration, so he'll come in as number 2 here. Meanwhile, Alternate pushing down in that bottom lane, but it's a mid lane, acing the hole, plus Froggen trying to get in onto Aranea, and look at this, Alternate have all gone down towards the bottom, and they've given up a inner turret in that mid lane, just positioning there.
Yeah, EG is just playing the mini-map game right now and having more people than Alternate in the spots where they want to kill turrets. Frelnord still pushing the bottom lane, which tells me EG either has to go deal with him, which they can't necessarily do with one person, or just full-on dive, and they're pulling back.
Pulling back from this one, and Alternate pushing down the lane as well will probably force them to walk back towards safety as Frelnord heads up towards the race. EG have come completely down that middle line with the lane with the entire team right now, and they're going to go straight back behind their own turret. So Frelnord putting on good pressure and probably stopping EG in their tracks with that.
And one thing we have to keep in mind, since the gold is completely even, is the difference in opinion in jungler builds. There could be a fight at any second. I'll get at this point later.
Hook's missing there, Charm's being thrown out, and everyone trying their best to get some kind of initiation here, some real strong start to a fight, but with both teams here, underneath turret is very dangerous. You know, the unstoppable force, the Charms, you can be locked under it very easily.
Any single one of those skill shots lands, or if Alternate decides to commit all in, this game just becomes something. That's not the guy they want to get in on, though.
Hook and a charm on towards Aranea, and still they decide, nope, he's not the one. We don't want to be fighting him. Got the Aegis in there at this point as well. That was his last pickup, and now EG pushing up through the jungle. Alternate going for the blue buff now, and Froggen saying, I want that blue buff. Let's try and contest.
This is a tight enough space right now that Alternate might get a good combo off.
They've called into that for Frelnord, but there's the unstoppable force to the back. It's onto Kriochan and Jerry. Jerry is going to go straight down. The bullet time comes in from the side, but Froggen going to be onto Jerry. Double kill for Froggen. Ironea is very low from this one, as Kerp is going to pull away from the ultimate out of Caitlyn, but Forellenlord actually got a double there without going down. He went super, super low. Snoopy manages to kill him off with a Spirit Fire. Ironea, he's the one going low. He now gets finished off. Double kill in the end. Kerp, the sole survivor there for Alternate.
And even though that fight was 4 for 2 for EG, it could have went even worse for Alternate because they got completely caught off. Kerp, really? I think he juked him. I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Oh, they withered him.
Wither there.
No, they didn't.
No, he didn't. He got into the pool early enough there, and Snoopy just, damn you, had picked the wrong bush to go and check. He was waiting by the red this entire time, but let's have a look at that one again.
Yeah, exactly. The reason this fight went well for EG is Alternate didn't wombo or combo any of their abilities right there, whereas Wicked got onto the AD carry E. Bullet time essentially missed. Forellenlord, you actually saw he missed his E as well on EG, so EG used those walls very well to maneuver around, even and never they made sure they never all got caught in the same space, which is why they came out so far ahead.
Snoopy chasing off, managing to finish off those couple of kills at the end as well. Always a bonus for him. Now up at 3-2-2, and we see after that fight a couple of items coming in for EG specifically. Snoopy finishing off that random zone. We saw the Zonyas for Froggen, plus another needlessly large rock.
Yeah, and here's that point I can make about the junglers items now. It's a difference in opinion because Snoopy is completely foregoing the Aegis Locket of Iron Solari line, despite being up against double AP competition, and instead he's going for individual tankiness. So he's going for the Randuin's Spear Visage combo, which is way better tanking for himself, but not as good for the team, which is what RNA is doing. And that's because EG, as we saw in that last fight, wants to scatter around, and they aren't necessarily going to take benefit from the auras that Snoopy would be giving them, whereas Aranea wants to go in and combo the rest of his team's abilities with him, which is why he's went for the lock.
So, moving back into a bit more farming here, Evil Genius has got both Wicked and Froggen on the side lanes to push those out, and Alternate are going to have to reply to that here. We can see that Aranea has gone back, Diana going top, Vladimir going down to the bottom side there. Going to play a bit of a tug of war with the waves now.
And EG's been winning this tug of war throughout the whole game. That's why they're up 6 turrets to 3, and that's why they were able to kind of get Alternate into an uncomfortable spot, because I feel like that whole fight developed where EG came out with a 4 for 2. Because of how frustrated Alternate was getting losing outer turrets, they just said, all right, we're going to be the ones pushed up straight into you, even though Alternate had no clean way of initiating under a turret without losing a fight terribly. So when they pulled back into the blue buff area, it just allowed EG kind of a sneaky route of getting to the targets they wanted to.
Now with Dragon coming up and no real easy tower to take down for Alternate to even out that they'd lose obviously from giving up a Dragon. It means that they either have to let it go completely if they don't want to fight, or put a full-on fight there by the Dragon, and that's risky. We saw what happened last time around.
Yeah, on one hand, EG won the last fight, but if we think back to the last Dragon fight, it was in the hands of Alternate, and by no means did that last EG fight turn the tides of the game. Wicked's getting substantially farther ahead, and it does seem like the amount of turrets that Alternate is down is dissuading them from wanting to check in towards the Dragon, because they've lost so much ground just giving up those 6 turrets.
And Dragon does get taken down there, so that leaves Evil Geniuses now a couple of thousand gold ahead, which is by no means a massive amount, but look at this. Alternate actually setting up a bit of a trap to see if EG will walk into it.
They kind of went a little early there.
Yeah, Froggen was actually headed up that way as well.
Yeah.
A little unfortunate for Alternate on the timing.
Arne was a little hyped up, I feel like. He's like, here we go. Don't want to wait here long.
Quite work out. So, what are EG going to go for next? And I think they're going to keep doing what they've been doing, because well, why fix something that's not broken for them? They've opened up the middle and the top lane by taking down those inner turrets. Bottom lane still has one standing, which would then obviously make it an obvious choice for EG, but Alternate need to be careful here, because we've seen that EG, in terms of positioning, have outsmarted them a couple of times already.
And the one thing Alternate needs to kind of make sure of is that Forellenlord's in the right place, because he is definitely the one providing the most threat and damage. Everyone else is kind of building around him for it. Kerp actually didn't go for the split push Vladimir build. Instead he opted for a Will of the Ancients, which is gonna help out everyone else on alternate, but it actually diminishes his split push threat, which is why they're using Lord as the split pusher. And he needs to make a play if he's gonna be split pushing like that, because alternate's team can't initiate cleanly without him.
Would be a bit of a never-ending fight if you went up against Froggen here as well, both of them having those Zhonya's Hourglass available. And a lot of skill shots it would come down to as well.
Yeah.
There's not many people who are more skilled than these two in the mid lane, that's for sure. Right now, though, Wicked actually teleporting in there onto the top side of the alternate blue buff. There was a ward right there, so they know exactly that Wicked has just used that teleport and where he is on the map.
Yeah, that's a little curious by Wicked, but once again, Kerp is... This is kind of a little weird what Wilderness is trying to do. They're effectively trying to do a double split push with both of their solo laners right now. Yet Lord's really the only one who's threatening at this point, since Kerp has went for the more team-oriented build. It's basically just stalling out the game whenever they try to just push up the waves, because EG's not going to want to push until they have all of the lanes going together.
We know that if any team can win a long game, that is Evil Geniuses. Let's talk a little bit more again about the items, because we've seen that develop a little bit more now. So LOP getting some attack speed in there, picking up that Phantom Dancer as his last one. A second BF sword actually coming around for Creatine on that Misfortune.
So that's kind of what we thought was going to happen, where Yellow Pete goes more auto attack focus and Creatine goes more straight up for his skills. He's now getting a little bit defensive as well with that Spectre's Cowl that he just picked up, because he doesn't want Froggen one-shotting him. Froggen's got an absurd amount of ability power thus far and has farmed amazing. 566 AP, can just delete someone from the map, and they're now forcing the Baron. So they transition from the Dragon Force game to the Baron Force game casually.
And obviously with Alternate's presence there, EG not going to hold on to that one for too long. Don't want to take too much damage from the Baron if the fight is about to kick off. Red buff going to go to Creatine to set them up for this next one. But what is the move from EG? Again, they'll clear out the wards. The Baron face the object for both teams. There's a charm going to land on to Lord. This is surely the fight that we were waiting for as the Zhonya's goes in. Lord hopping away from that one as the crescendo comes across the back as well. Wicked now having to back away. Froggen on less than half HP and Wicked falling slowly, but surely they picked off Froggen as well. And all of a sudden it's a 2-for-0, and that could be more as Creatine chases down towards Yellow Pete. Kerp is coming in from the side as well. He has to flash from that one, and Kerp not quite able to get down, but that gives the chance now for them to go over and start the Baron of their own. This is a 5 versus 3 with flashing health bars for EG.
And EG is going to try to harass this one, although it's incredibly dangerous.
And Creatine, they're going head-to-head with Yellow Pete. Baron is down to half HP as well. This is scary times for both teams as EG start to work in there. Wicked going very low. Will go down in the end to Creatine. Snoopy trying to get in from the side, but he gets finished off there. And the Baron will be taken by Alternate. And that was a massive swing.
Sometimes EG has to cut their losses and run, because Alternate had that Baron through. Let's watch how the fight developed. EG baited themselves in by going on a promo, because look how they lined up for Lord, Kerp's Hemo Plague, and also the brief but effective bullet time from Creatine. And then EG just had to scatter, because they also have to realize they're fighting against multiple aura items that Alternate's picked up. Will of the Ancients on Kerp, as well as a Locket of the Iron Solari, is giving Alternate a gold advantage in fights if they're grouped, but not if they're solo.
So what will they do here with this Baron buff? Obviously they are 3 turrets behind Evil Geniuses right now, and this is a great opportunity for them to start leveling that up somewhat. 3,000 gold, let's call it right now, in the lead after that big amount of kills, plus the Baron pickup as well. But for me, they're not going to be feeling as far ahead as they, well, are they really that far ahead if you think about it that way when you look at the items?
Not yet, because they recognize they're down in turrets, and they recognize they've been getting bullied around a little bit or just outsmarted on the map. So the duration of this Baron buff is where Alternate needs and wants to make their play.
So Frello getting with it, but not really using too much with that shield coming in with the heals as well from Jerry off to the side. And they're going to try for this inner middle turret now with this next wave of minions coming in. There are going to be 5 men from both teams in that area, but quite simply, they're able to bully their way through with Aranea tanking up the turret. There's a charm on towards Frello, but again, they're forced off.
So if Alternate wants to, they can sweep around the outside and get tied 6 turrets to 6. but if they feel like they see an opportunity, they're gonna be willing to dive. Pharrell and RNA can go in together and blow them up. That's substantially a more dangerous strategy though, and with the way they're sticking around, plus their other waves not being shoved, they might be considering this.
Well, let's see. All 5 men still there. Ultimates now coming off cooldown. There's the jump in from RNA, and the bullet time coming from the back as well. Vlad ulti goes down. Snoopy's a dead man. That's a double kill for Creatine, and they can take this turret in the inhibitor. What a setup from Alternate.
That was a risk worth taking, and they executed beautifully. They got their combo on exactly who they wanted. Pete went down. There was no opposition from EG, and they get the inhibitor and possibly more.
Still sticking around for this. Are they going to go for more? I'd imagine that these side lanes now, I mean, they can tank up the turrets at this point of things as well. They've got the damage. Let's have a look at that fire again.
Yeah, it was literally just RNA and Pharrell going in together with everything else lining up. They didn't even need the crescendo. That crescendo didn't hit anything necessarily except Snoopy. That's how much comboing Alternate has. And it gives them the freedom to dive like that if EG's grouped up on the turret.
This is what we always say with combos like this, that if you hit everything, they are so spectacular and effective. But if one part of that combo goes wrong, it can mean that you lose fights. But not taking it away from Alternate at this stage, they've landed them the last couple of times really, really well. That one in particular, absolute stunning play coming out of Alternate to leave them now 6,500 gold in the lead, up double the amount of kills here to EG. But let's go back to that old, maybe boring at some point that evil geniuses when it comes to stalling out games, farming things up and holding on to turrets. They're one of the best out there.
Generally when EG has had their legendary turret holds, and their legendary pauses, their turret holds though have been mainly because they keep their inhibitor turrets up as long as possible. They didn't really keep their inhibitor turret up that long this time because they got completely dove on it. And I feel like their shell has actually been broken now, so EG can no longer be in that comfortable stall mode. They're actually forced into playmaking mode right now because one other small or even just strong initiate by Alternate can completely shut them down and end the game.
So it seems like Pete here is the one that's having a couple of issues. And honestly guys, what would it be for an EG game without a pause?
They're taking it to late game right now. They're making sure, you know, you may not think it. No, I think he's just gonna have to quickly restart his client and he will be back in the game. But this has been a close one. Alternate's played very well.
Being close throughout the entire game, which is, let's be honest, we've expected that. I think all of these playoff games should be close in a certain respect. Obviously, some teams will be favored coming up against others, but this is exactly what we were expecting coming out of this game, that neither team were going to make too many risky plays, that it'll probably be close throughout, and that maybe one or two big team fights will probably decide every single game in these best of threes, and that's exactly what this is delivering.
And so far in this game, I mean, it actually started at an EG pace. We're 39 minutes in now, which is what seems like an EG time. But the problem has been Alternate made the move that worked when it counted. EG tried almost a little too hard to initiate fights around the Baron pit, and I think most of this swung actually when Froggen landed that charm onto Ferellenlord that just got them wrecked in a fight, and then EG continued to press instead of just conceding, losing even more. And once that happened, Alternate had their confidence back. And we know how well Alternate can play when they have confidence. I feel like just by nature of having RNA on that team, they're swinging. Whether he's having a good game or not completely dictates a lot of the way that they play. And as soon as he has that ability to go in, since he has the Baron buff behind him, Alternate's going to take control, and that's what they've done so far.
Yeah, and that's a really good point you make about the whole mood of the team, especially of RNA. It goes for the same, in my opinion, for when you look at SK and Ocelot there, that these are loud guys that pump up their entire team, and if they're not being loud because they're behind or they're feeling not very confident, what have you, that makes a big impact on these teams as a whole. EG, I've not heard them as loud ever as they were last week during Super Week either, so they're bringing that factor into things as well, and they had a brilliant Super Week, all things considered. They had so much pressure on them coming into that, as did SK as well, who, despite actually not making it here, they had a brilliant Super Week themselves.
And this is actually kind of the reason that this playoffs is so exciting, is because teams like SK, Gambit, and EG, to them, they can't fail right now because they were the ones that were here before any of this happened, necessarily, before we had Season 3 of the LCS, before we had the regular season. And EG, when they won those games last week, it meant a lot to them because they've struggled extremely hard this split and this season compared to how they kind of just walked onto the scene back in season 2 and started dominating. It's been a struggle for them throughout this year.
So right now, Yellow Pete had a couple of computer issues here, so he's just having to have a bit of a reboot, and we'll be getting back into the game here very, very shortly. Like we said, quick pause for EG is always a momentum builder, I think, on their side. They're one of the only teams in the world that seems to be, really relishing these pause opportunities. Obviously, the rules dictate that they can't actually discuss game stuff when these pauses go down.
They can only think about the situation and predicament they've kind of put themselves in, because we got to recognize 7 kills to 14. EG is completely trapped in their base, and Alternate still has some Baron buff time left.
So let's see then. What are Alternate going to do with that remaining time left on the Baron buff here? Right now it looks like bottom lane and that inner turret is the target.
And this is what Alternate could have done before they decided to make the aggressive great play and go for the inhibitor. They may just look to make yet another dive, because this Baron just ran out, but they might go anyway.
Wow, Kerp actually getting completely destroyed in terms of health there. It was the charm that set that one up. Aranea standing on the trap, and Evil Geniuses are pushing out. They want to go for this one. Frozen going to ulti, charms in onto Forellenlord. There's Unstoppable Force, and Jerry goes down. Bullet time comes in the back. Forellenlord is using Sonya's, and Kerp will fall. He's right at the front line. Frozen uses Sonya's, but he's going to get away with it. Somehow they hold that one through. Aranea losing his Bloodwell. He's going to be a big target here right now at the back, but they want the AD carry. They want Creaton out of this one. Yellow Pete joins back in. Creaton flashes over to get that kill, and now Creaton might be able to finish off Wicked as well. But Froggen, he's coming back out of the base with full HP. He will finish off the kill, and an ace to Evil Geniuses, and that is just how quick these fights can turn.
5 for 2, and that was an example of Alternate overstaying their welcome, and then EG's ability to pull the trigger. Check this out. Froggen gets it, but it's mainly the Wicked ultimate combo with Thresh. No Crescendo came up, so as you're saying, that one breaking point of their combo, Crescendo didn't lock up, bullet time didn't land, and then Alternate decided to overdive and overstay their welcome. Only the amazing play of Creaton at the end of this salvaged any kills for Alternate.
So well there with that one. Actually flashed straight back in there, using barrier in the end, but as he said, the fact that Froggen actually got out of that and went back into the base, healed up completely, and then was able to get back into the fight to help finish off.
So another huge momentum changer there for Evil Geniuses, but you know, these things happen from time to time. What's going to happen after the next pause right now?
I don't know. Apparently pause is a catalyst for massive, incredible fights here. And
yeah, well, we need some time to break down exactly what happened in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's Pete's PC again that's causing some problems, which didn't seem to affect him too much in that last fight. He actually did really well in it.
He did well until he kind of ran right into a misfortune. Blew his head off at the end. It seemed like he was performing in the fight. He could press his buttons, at least. Yeah. But I think it was some type of graphics issue, so he's just having some inconsistencies in what he's seeing right now. Still got to say, though, that's the play that EG has to make to stay or get back in this game. Because, as we said, like, sure, they're great at stalling, but once you lose that inhibitor, they're forced to do things, which is one of the big reasons that when Alternate was so far pushed up, as the Baron buff wore off, EG just decided to go.
So, seems like Pete is ready to go once again in this one, so he's going to be just getting my cable sorted, guys, no worries. But we're going to be getting back into this game here in just a second, as Pete's PC seems to be now fixed. So here we go.
Yep. I was getting over the cable, what must have looked like on camera. I had to help you out with the cable.
We're all friends here, we help each other out with our cables when they get twisted. So, let's see what the next minutes bring, because honestly, after that now, I'm not sure how to really call what's going to be coming up. Obviously, the Baron buff is, well, it's run out now because they all got killed. But that Baron buff's going to be coming up here relatively soon. EG are not going to want to give that away. Alternate going to want that for a second time. That could be a really big point coming up.
Yeah, I feel like EG managed to neutralize the main advantage that Alternate had taken, and we're kind of back to square one yet again. 41 minutes into the game. I think most of the team's plans remain fairly similar, where Forellenlord is being that split pusher because EG doesn't really have someone who can straight up fight him, but then he's also the primary initiator initiator for their team, so he's working overtime. And it puts a lot of stress on Alternate to react to what EG has done. At the same time though, Alternate has come back so far in this game that EG might be hesitant to pull the trigger around the Baron buff again, because they've seen how strong Alternate's counter initiation is if Wicked or Froggen use their CC too early and end up falling up their own team.
So buff being taken, you're trying to get as much power as they possibly can to head up into this next few minutes of the game. And Baron is coming up here in about 10 seconds time, so positioning already being put into play. We can see that Snoopy has himself an Oracle right now, so they're going to be trying to clear out the vision that Alternate have just got down. Pharrell here in the middle as well. In fact, the entire Alternate team coming in. Wicked just using his tankiness to stick at the front there and to use himself as a wall.
And both these teams are moving like they want to fight. They wouldn't be getting themselves into damage range if both teams weren't looking for a good initiation opportunity. Even though Alternate has priority over the vision control at Baron right now, either one of these teams could start a fight.
Fox coming out, Charms being thrown in there, and that's what they're waiting for. One on the right target could get things going. Aranea actually dives in and caught onto Wicked here, and look at that, already losing a lot of his health. Takes the lantern away, but that is not what they wanted to stop. Aranea could be in trouble. He's jumping down. There's a bullet time as well, so we complimented Alternate earlier on in their combo of things, and that was almost the opposite.
Just out of sync right now. The hook landed right as Aranea was retreating from some aggressive posturing, and that just kind of made Kriachan put up a defensive bullet time. And this is so tricky right now for EG. Both their side lanes are pushing, but they know they have a small window of a slightly better fight. I don't know what they're going to do here, because they need to get back and clear those waves, but the Baron is an opportunity.
Baron the opportunity, and Alternate will be rubbing their hands together at the thought of this one. Evil Geniuses have to save that bottom side, or the top side, as technically is for them. Will that give Alternate this chance to jump in? It's Froggen that's actually gone back. And the funny thing about this is that Wicked uses teleport to come back to middle. If that had been saved, he could have been the one to clear out there and still be able to get back into the fight. It looks like they're going to give that tower up.
Yet no one is clearing those giant creep waves, even though Froggen was right next to it, but he didn't want to give up the fact that he was gone. EG is almost on a timer right now as the fight might begin.
Hook lands on towards Aranea. What are they going to do with this one? Aranea going super low right at the start of that one, but EG decided not to follow up on things, and the longer that they wait here, the more damage to that turret is going to be coming down. We can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen there that it is incredibly low right now, and EG finally seems like they want to move away. Alternate are going to make a play on it.
2/3 of that turret are already gone, but by Alternate positioning themselves here with Aranea low, it's daring EG to fight them.
And are they going to take the dare, or are they just going to sit back? Alternate now. They're going to get the turret. This turret is theirs. There's no doubt about that. EG can't go to Baron. They have to come back to defend their base. It looks like this inhibitor is going to go down. And Alternate, where are they going to go from here? The mid inhibitor is open as well. Pharrell dives in there. He's got that GA. He's already used his Zhonya's and actually jumps away from that. There's the unstoppable force coming in crescendo onto the back line. It's a bullet time. He's going to get interrupted as well. Big fight going down though, as Kurt will finish off Wicked. Pharrell goes low. He's been hit at the back, but they managed to take down Crepo without him dying. And now Snoopy's having to back away. Kurt uses Zhonya's. Snoopy's a dead man here, but Froggen has come back in, managed to pop Aranea's passive. Acing the hole comes through, and in the end, it's a 3-0 for Alternate.
What a call by Alternate right there. They forced a fight while taking an inhibitor, and then fought with their backs to EG's Nexus and won. Even though they didn't have perfect comboing that fight, they had enough strength and enough skill to make themselves through that one. That was an amazing call, and this swings the game entirely back in the favor of Alternate.
Right now they're headed up towards that Baron. No surprises there. Froggen is, along with Yellow Pete, the only two men alive, of course, so they're the only two that can really do anything to stop this second Baron of the game going over towards Alternate. Jerry gonna get caught out with the charm. He just about gets back in towards Baron Pit, but they've got to either focus Baron or come off, and they do focus Baron down. That is the second Baron going their way. Yellow Pete destroyed by Pharrell in the end, and Alternate simply back off. Froggen can't push through.
Yeah, you think Alternate is doing a bit of damage right now, or especially Pharrell as he just blew up Yellow Pete, despite him having the magic resist from that Quicksilver Sash. Things just have not worked out for EG recently. I mean, Alternate's made so many bold plays. Check out this fight just one more time. It was a very scattered affair. You can see Alternate is just kind of playing off on multiple sides. Surprisingly, Wicked couldn't combo too well, and just like even though Snoopy was in good position sitting everywhere with Nasus, Ultimate just had more chase potential at the end of the day, and ultimately had more farm going into that fight as well.
And we'll see. A brilliant Zhonya's from Curve kept him alive there right to the very end. And as you said, the combo not really landing from Alternate like we saw under the turret earlier on, but they still managed to go through. And EG, I'm not sure if they really went about that brilliantly as well. J-Ree's crescendo right onto the backside of things kept a couple of them completely out of that fight for long enough for Alternate to turn the tide. So, final turret of the base.
They're just going to go left up.
They're just going to go right away. They're going to go straight through this one. Yellow Pete has only just spawned back into the game. There is the jump on towards Crepo. Can they finish him off? He's hooked Curb into this one, but is the Vladimir the one that you want in the middle of the team? Probably not. Inhibitor finished off here by Air, and there they go. Crepo going to fall low. Wallet time comes across. It's Creaton that actually picks up Crepo, and Alternate may win here.
They're just pushing as far as they want. They can just take these turrets, all 3 inhibitors down. EG trying desperately to fight them off, but they've lost everything.
There's a charm onto Forelnod. He will use that Zhonya's again. It's back up. Doesn't have his GA though. That's the only thing that he doesn't really have available to him, as the turret's still being hammered away on. Nexus now completely open here for Alternate. Can they get through it though? Piltover Peacemaker comes in, but the Nexus is being focused. Less than half HP. Alternate gonna pick up the victory here in match number 1 of our best of 3.
And for Alternate, even though they had an 0-5 Super Week, they extend their season series lead over EG now. That makes them 4-1 against them. And something about what Ultimate's doing this season is just beating up on EG. That was a close game, but anytime there was a really big play to be made, Ultimate was making.
See, the team's just going to leave the stage here and have talks about that one, because as you said, EG definitely didn't start badly for them. They had some very promising times in that, but those team fights were really the bane of their existence for a lot of it.
Yeah, one thing that ended up happening is RNA had a little bit of extra farm, and I do have to credit, honestly, an item in Will of the Ancients. So many of those fights had Alternate all getting taken low. And I feel like it was the healing they got, or the spellbound from that water that kind of kept them in there. It was a smart choice by Kerp, being able to get away with building an aura item for his laning phase, and still transitioning to being so heavily farmed later on in the game. Alternate just made the plays when it mattered, and they went in together.
Do you think there are any champions in there that have now warranted a ban? I mean, we saw Arena's Lee Sin being banned against him. He brought out the Aatrox here in the jungle, and honestly, it went really, really well for him.
Yeah, I think the Lee Sin is still the thing you ban against Arena. I think, if anything, they try to pick Aatrox a little sooner if they want to get their hands on it. The strangest thing about this is, like, EG, they played EG.
Yeah.
Whereas Alternate did things a little differently. They swapped it up and they had their answer for it. So that makes it really hard once again for EG to kind of adapt, because what do? They already banned out one of the Alternate things, and they were so predictable in their own right. I'm not sure how they're going to go for it.
Had their entire comfort lineup, so to speak, from that on. So it's going to be tough for them, that's for sure. But it is a best of 3, so they still have the chance to come back. That'll be a little bit later, but for now, we're going to head over to Kobe and Quickshot to take a look at the key plays from that last one.
Thank you very much, Joe and Chad, and what a good game. I think that's one of the closest games I've seen on a stage this size in a very long time.
This was an exciting way to start off the playoffs here. I couldn't be happier with this game. It was so close at every stage of the game.
All right, let's not get carried away. Let's go back to the beginning. The first thing that came out that surprised me, EG, you heard them talk, Joe and Chad talking about, they got comfort picks. Alternate, they played champions that we wouldn't really associate with Ultimate. Things that they haven't, trended towards over the course of the split. And initially I was a little concerned. Vlad, Aatrox, Diana, is like, okay, this is a little weird. But when they started layering their CC and they got that wombo combo together, it worked. What do you think of the comp?
Now, it was a very different comp, but it worked out really well because of the sort of unconventional crowd control that it brings. It has so many threats, and it has so many, slows or knockups or displacements. Even though they didn't have J-Ree hitting crescendos in key team fights, they still had enough to control EG's movements. That's what the first clip is going to be about a dragon fight, where J-Ree, several times in a row, he only crescendos Snoopy. He gets there late, he doesn't get off anybody else, but because RNA's got a knockup of his own, because Pharrell Lord has the Moonfall, he can suck people in, and because Creaton uses his bullet time as a giant zoning tool, they're able to get by without even hitting those crescendos.
So in terms of Alternate's team fights, they had great, presence and they worked well together. But the early game was all about EG. They just took complete control of the map.
They did a lot of very calculated choices where they would take turrets for other objectives. Alternate got a lot of dragons out of it, but EG got so much map control that they were able to make movements when Alternate didn't have vision, and they would just catch them off guard and gain more gold over and over, attaining a very large gold lead, global gold lead, that Alternate had to just wait out and have Kerp split pushing for that time until he got farmed up enough and got those aura items to basically support the rest of his team.
All right, well, let's actually take a look at the very first replay that we do have prepared for you. As we said, it is around the dragon. It's something that EG actually started.
Yeah, so EG went to start this one because they, rightfully so, feel like they're the dragon fighting team, but this is Alternate's team comp shining through here. It doesn't even go perfectly, but it doesn't matter. Kerp starts this one off, he goes in with Vladimir, and he's able to tank a lot of the control that EG have. He still gets off his blood pool. Let's roll this through very slowly, and we'll see how it unfolds. Froggen unloads everything on him. There's the pool. Jerry flashes in to get his crescendo, but it doesn't go off. Good ult by Wicked there, stops him, but leaves Creaton firing from the back line. There was the single man crescendo that only hit Snoopy. It was all about the AoE damage that Alternate are able to use in place of crowd control. The Hemoplague and the Bullet Time are too scary for EG to get into that zone of the battlefield, so we actually had a lot of Yellow Pete's damage mitigated because he was running backwards to get out of the Bullet Time.
It was something we actually seen multiple times throughout the fight. The Yellow Pete wasn't able to stand there and lay the auto attacks down.
He's running for the hills.
We've got another replay prepared. This time it's a little closer towards the Baron fight. It actually started with EG catching members of Alternate out. So let's pull this replay up onto your screen.
One member, and it was Pharrell Lord. He got chain CC'd very well here. It's a charm into a hook from Crepo, which seems like the perfect initiate for EG. But because he's able to get the Zanyas off, again, we have Hemoplague and Bullet Time doing so much work for Alternate. Once again, note J-Ree's position right now. He's clearing out a ward up in red buff, so he doesn't get off a good crescendo. This Alternate comp could have been even more devastating if he was there at the start. Let's roll it through slow once again, and we'll see how EG catch Forlorn Lord off. There's the charm into an amazing hook, and they take him down so low that they want to go for it. The Flay interrupting RNA's jump, by the way. They have to use Malphite to go in there and stop the Bullet Time, but the 4-man Hemoplague from Kerp zones everybody and gets all of them low at the same time. So much area of effect damage means that Creaton is able to come in the back, and they grab 2 more kills off of that, roll that into a Baron, and they actually kill Wicked and Snoopy when they're trying to steal away that Baron.
And as the game progressed, we've seen that there was a couple of fights where EG did pick up some wins. Like down in the bottom lane, they managed to ace Alternate, only losing 2 while they'd lost their mid inhibitor. But it just seemed like it was a little too late. And once again, Yellow Pete, he 90 caliber netted into Creaton, who just basically 2-shot him.
Well, that was unfortunate, but Froggen had some amazing plays in that bottom team fight. And this is why the game was so close. Him being able to initiate and get to the back line to Zanya's, surviving that fight and then coming back with home guards, pulling out the ace for EG gave them some hope and gave, maybe another 10, 15 minutes onto this game. But in the end, Alternate just had too much area effect damage and crowd control that they could land once J-Ree was finally with the team.
So just in closing, before we go to a break, let's talk a little bit. EG got their comfort picks. They played their game. I mean, the first 20 minutes was at their pace. Alternate were patient, waited for the moment to pounce, and they pounced. What do you do if you're EG when you've been beaten at your own game?
There were just a few times when Wicked would teleport and not get anything out of it. That's a very big cooldown, and it's one of the important parts of EG's setup here was being able to have that map movement. Having a couple times where Wicked didn't get anything out of it, it allowed Kerp to get back in this game and split push. All the money being focused onto Kerp is what allowed him to build that Will of the Ancients that Jao was talking about, which effectively boosted his teammates' power. So it's like getting global gold, even though it was all on Kerp, and so he got to be a carry plus support the rest of his team.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. As we mentioned, we do have to take a very short break. When we return, it is game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Alternate. And while Alternate won the first battle, the war is far from over. Plus, Team Ultimate's manager Johannes Sick will be joining Shocks to break down Game 1. European LCS Regional Playoffs. We'll be right back. Stick around.
I think every game in the best of 3 is important, but if you win the first game, you get motivated for the next game and the enemies get demotivated.
For a newer team, the first game in a best of 3 is absolutely imperative, but for a more experienced team, they can still lose that first game and come back and take the second and third.
Welcome back to Gamescom 2013. One game down here in the first quarterfinal, and I am joined by Alternate's manager, Johannes, who must be feeling great after that first map that you got. But tell us about going into this matchup, because last week you got here by the skin of your teeth. So what has been going down this week to make sure you're top notch here?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was our goal to play at Gamescom. It's so awesome here, and we were really motivated for it. So we trained a lot, and we especially did some theoretical stuff about changing the picks, lineups, something new, and yeah, I think it went out great so far.
Yeah, you say that about those picks, and I have to say, there's not any unconventional picks we saw in that game one, but they're very different picks for Team Alternate. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I mean, you always have to improve if you want to win against teams like EG. Standing still, playing the same lineups over and over again, it just means that you don't improve, and the opponent just tries to find a weak spot in your game, so you always have to change something.
But then tell us a summary from your point of view when you were watching this game. It was back and forth, but eventually EG almost came back in it. But did you ever feel that you were going to let it slip, or?
Yeah, for me the huge turnaround was on bot lane with the fight. EG just won that fight, but yeah, I mean, we had a great comp with Sonar and MF, and we were just afraid of Malphite ulti, because if it hits, then we get just stomped, and yeah, I think the player just were focused to prevent being catched by that ulti.
Well, as Quickshot said, the war is not over yet. You only have one game in the bag. You still need to win one. How confident are you that you guys have what it takes to bring it home?
Yeah, well, I mean, right now we have a win in our pocket so far, so I mean, we can't be more confident, but yeah, let's see. We know that it's going to be a hard battle.
Sure will be. It's going to be very exciting. Thank you very much, Johannes. As for us, time to go back to Joe and Jad at the desk for Game 2.
Thanks a lot, Sharks, and it's time for the rematch between Alternate and Evil Geniuses in this best-of-3 playoff showdown. Now, Alternate is up 1-0, and with another win, they'd move into Saturday's next round.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that we're one game away of not having EG in these finals, and a big part of that is because Creaton had a really strong performance on Misfortune there, 12, 3, and 6, as he was just, you know, even though he was against a Malphite, holding his ultimate to the right times and positioning properly.
So, another man who did incredibly well there for Alternate, Vladimir, of course, played by Kurt, 3-1-13 by the end of it.
Yeah, it was a strange thing because his Vladimir in that game was, I was expecting to split push Vladimir because he did Flash Ghost, but then he kind of mid-game changed his stride. He still did a bit of split farming, but no real split pushing, and the Will of the Ancients that he was able to build really had huge impacts for them on team fights.
And on the other side, you know, Froggen, he had some good fights, did some good damage as Ari. We saw him trying to split off as much as he can, coming back into fights even after going back to base to heal.
Yeah, so the big thing about Froggen there is he used the first pick on Ari for EG, and he didn't necessarily outplay Pharrell in that one. Those aren't terrible stats for Froggen, those are actually pretty damn good, 3, 2, and 7. That would be like a KDA of 5 for him overall. But he needs to do more than that for EG to win, as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, and as a whole, as a collective, Evil Geniuses will know right now that they need to step things up once again. That they had a decent start to that last one, that it slipped away from them on occasions. And well, that can happen, but it can only happen once in a best-of-3, otherwise you lose the game.
And I really wonder what kind of adjustments EG is going to make, knowing that they're now on the other side of the coin, because they actually picked the highest possible in the amount of times played champions for every single person on their team in that last one. And Alternate, as their manager was saying, was like, well, if they do that, it's easy. We just know how to beat them because we already just did.
So bans coming out in this one, Kassadin, Zac, Twisted Fate, 2 of them aimed at Froggen, the other one towards Wicked. Funny enough, EG have changed things around here. They've added Misfortune into the AD carry bans with the Shen as well.
Yeah, and the smart thing here from Alternate is to get that Aatrox right away, because they recognized how much success Wicked had on it in Super Week, and the Malphite didn't really work for Wicked last game. But they've already banned Zac, so essentially with that pick and ban, of all the people to attack on EG in the past, as far as champion select attacking, it's usually been Wicked, because he loves to channel on a very small subset of champions and just master them. And that's a really smart move by Alternate to take them out.
What are EG going to go for here? Well, having that second pick obviously gives you those 2 choices, and with a lot still left on the table, I'm interested to see where they decide to go with this one. Mid lane, I'm guessing, is going to come last for them this time around.
Yeah, I feel like they can definitely wait to counterpick Pharrell instead of just going all in on Ari very soon in the game. It's nice that they picked the Sona away as well, Crepo, even though he's had good games on Thresh. He's actually 5-1 on Sona so far this year, so he's definitely had the most success on Sona overall. And I also think one other thing, the Lee Sin ban didn't come through this time, which means that Alternate doesn't necessarily have to pick their jungler until later, because there's no way Snoopy's going to be playing this.
And this is what we said. Do they ban Aatrox after that one? And leave Lee Sin out there? They did in fact leave Lee Sin out, but they left Aatrox open as well. So actual second round of picks for Alternate, going to be the Zyra and that Twitch.
I think the thing they did by leaving the Aatrox and Lee Sin out is since they knew they didn't really have enough bans for everything they wanted, since they wanted to obviously use 2 on Creaton, is like, well, maybe he just likes Lee Sin so much that he won't pick away Aatrox, but that wasn't the case. Alternate beat him.
To that one. What are EG going to go for? We saw Froggen hovering over that Malphite once again. Will that be for a second game in a row headed over towards Wicked in this top lane? As you said, not really the most impressive, but Malphite for me can be hit and miss like that as well. He could pick it up this game and just have a terror match with it.
I feel like he kind of has to do that as he has Kennen locked in, because he has not played much. Like his top 4 this season, Zac, Malphite, Shen, and Aatrox, are all either picked or banned away. So if that Kennen is in fact in the top lane, which it probably is, since EG uses their last pick generally to counterpick for the matchup between Frog and Throne Lord, I gotta see how Wicked's Kennen is lately.
The last time we saw it, it wasn't the most impressive. We'll have to see though how he comes into this one. They've had that time to practice. Wicked has always said that I need probably more depth to my champion pool, so we'll see how he brings his Kennen out. Are also going to go for that Diana again. Sadly enough for the guys here in the audience and you at home, it probably won't be a Teemo.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Teemo for J-Re, or I guess that would be, they have their top lane and their mid lane to pick right now. And they're definitely taking their time on this one. The Diana worked out so well for them last game, but at the same time, that was picked into an Ahri. He knew exactly what he was playing against. And as this matchup tends to go between Pharrell Lord and Froggen, since they have both such immensely deep champion pools, you never know what they're going to pull out.
Well, it could be a Singed, which would make me certainly a happy person, and it is going to be that Singed locked in. Now, let's think back, last time that Kerp actually played Singed was against Evil Geniuses in the Super Week, which was the only game that they've lost up until now in the entire season.
Interesting choice to fall back onto then. He's clearly saying that it's strange because again he picked a split pushy type champion last game as well, and then he's going with Shen again here. Oh man, would he do that with online? Interestingly enough, Prepo is the one with the 100% win rate on Anivia this season.
Yeah, I'm not sure that at this stage of the tournament and of the year for them really, with everything that's to come, that they've actually let Crepo bring out his Anivia into this one. And it's going to be an Orianna pick there in the end, so that's going to mean that we will see Wicked on that Kennen in the top lane with Froggen playing Orianna.
I wonder how much lane swapping we're going to see in this one right now, because Wicked directly against Kerp actually is a pretty good matchup. Like Kerp has disastrous laning matchups early on in the game. Once if he can get going a little bit, he's going to be a split push monster because EG won't actually have someone to put directly against him. It'll be a very interesting early game once again for Alternate, as they kind of picked a bit of a pile-on composition again, but not nearly as much since there's no Hemoplague coming out from Singed.
Just the poison, which, depending on how far he gets, can be a very big annoyance as well at the same time. So we'll see about that. But Aranea, for a second game in a row, going to be running with this Aatrox. So he's obviously put a lot of time to this in the, limited time frame, to be honest, since Sunday morning, technically at 2 a.m. and here on Friday when obviously we had those playoff games.
It almost seems like he's just switched gears now with the Aatrox jungle. It seemed like he was going for Vi when he didn't have his Lee Sin throughout most of the season.
Yeah.
Aatrox seems like a better fit for him because I almost want to say Vi has better outs. Aranea is a bit of a crazy jungler and he gets himself in a lot of difficult situations. And I'd say Aatrox is slightly more maneuverable than Vi is in those specific spots.
So as you can see here, for those of you that are at home, Gamescom is packed here today, sold out, I believe, for the entire week right now. And great to see all you League of Legends fans back in here, even those that are miles away in the far corner that have got a bit of a distance to watch. Yeah, we've got the monitors here on the outside of the stage as well, so plenty of views for everyone here, and it is a packed house as we get into game number 2 of EG versus Alternate. Alternate 1-0 up in this best of 3, and a win here would put them through to the semi-final round.
And also it would mean that they would have to lose 2 best-of-3s in a row to not go to Worlds, whereas the loser of this set then has to play a decider match where they'd risk falling into the summer promotion, or for the next promotion tournament. These are just ridiculous stakes right now for these teams.
Yeah, and think about EG. I mean, that would be 3rd place in the summer split and maybe end up going down in towards that relegation promotion area. For Alternate, who spent 6 weeks at the top of the table, they could be in that scenario as well. So there's just so much pressure on both of these teams. And I think therefore level 1 might be a quiet affair.
And it may be even the start of the game. We know these guys are also so confident, and it's for good reason too, because as you mentioned, Alternate was 1st place for so long during the split. Whereas EG was a dominant force for so much of Season 2 and probably always believes kind of at the back of their minds that they can get back to that point. It makes sense that both of these teams are confident, but someone eventually does have to lose these ones now that there's so much strength in Europe.
Right, now Alternate got a 4-man defense down by that red buff. See, they were the ones that tried a bit of an invade in the last game, and RNA had to flash to safety at level 1, and from that point, just farmed a lot afterwards, actually. Despite the start that he went item-wise, again, starting off with the Doran's Blade in this one.
Well, surprisingly, since I think we have a bit of time to talk in the early game of this one, the Doran's Blade start for junglers doesn't necessarily mean they need to get early ganks off. You're also saving a little bit of money if all you're going to be doing is farming, because he actually isn't investing in any health potions here, since he has so much natural sustain from Aatrox's W. If he's playing the farm game, it actually means he can hit his items slightly faster.
So Snoopy starting off on the top side here with his Jarvan, and both junglers going to have the red buff right from the very get-go. We are looking like we're going to see 2v2 lanes there as the Piltover actually being dodged by both players from Alternate, and that's not exactly what the Yellow Pete was looking for that early harass. Now in this middle lane, Froggen going to have Orianna. Could cause a couple of problems here for Elnord with that stacking up of the auto attacks early.
Yeah, Froggen needs to do as much as possible to stop Relnord from farming early. Interestingly enough, Relnord started with his Q first on Diana, whereas a lot of Diana start with a W first just to kind of fight back a little bit to all the early auto attack harass it's going to take. I think that just immediately gives Froggen the ability to push up in the lane, which might be part of Relnord's plan.
So, top lane, Singed versus Kennen is what we've got going up there. Obviously, as I said, the last time around that we saw the Singe coming out of Curve was in their defeat in Week 9 Super Week against Evil Geniuses. So we'll see how that one all works out for him today again. Gone deep into that utility tree, starting off with that Crystalline Flask, and he's going to take a lot of harassment as well, with a Kennen starting off Doran's Blade.
Yeah, that Doran's Blade start from Wicked is a very standard thing for Kennen. This is almost a reverse of what we saw last game, even though it's not 2v1 lanes, because Kerp started off a game with a Doran's Shield on Vladimir, whereas Wicked is the one started with the Crystalline Flask and the utility tree spec.
So, where's the first action going to come down in this one? Very hard to predict, I think, when it comes to first blood and first fight kind of territory, because of the nail-biting situation that both of these teams find themselves in right now in terms of, you know, possible way to the World Championships and possible way to having no LCS job next year.
Such a huge amount of pressure on these teams at this exact moment. And I'm actually a little bit surprised that Snoopy is playing so early game aggressively on Jarvan right now. He's just kind of sitting and hoping to catch someone transit over in that jungle.
So, see the bottom lane there of Alton actually backing away. He's trying to get an extra bit of farm as they pick up those golems as well, and RNA are still waiting here on this top lane. He's going to be able to get in for this one. Wicked actually going to rush away from that one, and well, he'll be fine actually. And as you said, a lot of time spent there for RNA up top.
Yeah, and you can tell RNA was trying to babysit Kerp a little bit, even though normally in games, RNA babysits for Relnord and tries to get him going. It's because of the Singed versus Kennen matchup being so difficult, and here's all the patience on the other side.
Here we go, Exhaust going down, Yellow Pete, he's going to be doing good damage there, as Snoopy going to slide all the way through here, Clinton going super low, there is the kill for Crepo, he's done it, a double kill for Crepo, Kerp actually goes for the fling on him, but Crepo flashes away. What a start for EG. Would be nice to have those two for Yellow Pete, but it's 2 kills nonetheless.
I think all of the wins there were because of what Snoopy had accomplished. RNA, while he went up to try to help out Kerp, who was losing a lane, Snoopy went back and tried to turn a lane that was winning, which is why they got that 2-for-0 trade. And wow, Wicked's gonna get something here.
Well, he's at least going to get rid of that passive of that Bloodwell. Is he going to be able to get this done as he comes up there? He needs one more here with the Ignite going down. A Wicked flashes in, picks up the kill. He's going to go low, but there's no one anywhere near him to stop that. And Evil Geniuses, 3-0. A 2,000 gold lead at 5 minutes 40. That's more than we saw at 20 minutes of a lead in the last game.
The only thing EG could want more of this, as Pharrell almost got taken out by Froggen as well, is that the double kill would go to Yellow Pete instead of Crepo, because he's got to turn that now into some immediate strength, whereas Yellow Pete could have maybe just built up a straight BF sword. Still a fantastic start for EG.
Not sure what EG talked about at the halftime, but it certainly helped a massive amount in the very early stages of this one. Have a look at some of the items, because there's certainly been some picked up after that crazy start. See the tier 4 curve in the top lane, but the AD carries both have been able to pick up a Vamp Scepter after that action.
I don't think the laning phase is going to be getting immediately easier for Alternate. Frelnlord hasn't been able to get any magic resistance against Froggen, whereas Froggen has been able to get a chalice because he's been outlaning Frelnlord hard with that Orianna early on. And Wicked is just happily in lane still, since Kerp hasn't built any defensive itemization against Wicked, who is winning the lane from the start.
And there's the knockup, he's got no ghosts available. Ulti running now for Wicked. Kerp gonna struggle to get away from this one. He's slow is the best chance, but he gets stunned up. Wicked makes it 2-0. Frelnlord's actually headed up towards his top lane now. Wicked is at less than half.
And Frelnlord really likes to pick up these roaming kills, but he's a little bit outnumbered here, and he's got to be careful.
Got to be really careful from this one. Doesn't have a flash available. Has an Ignite if he decides to go in for those fights. And now with RNA jumping in, this is surely a kill for them. Wicked doing a good job to dodge away, but the Ignite was used by Frelnlord to pick up Alternate's first kill of the game.
As soon as he landed his Q there on Diana, it guaranteed he could stick to Wicked throughout his Lightning Rush. Despite the nice dodge Wicked had onto Aatrox's jump, it just wasn't enough.
The Dream Star coming in near 4 Evil Geniuses. Let's see what develops from them on that front. We should probably talk about the support items as well here, because Crepo obviously was the one that got those first 2 kills. That's allowed him to get that GP10 rolling with the Philosopher's Stone early on.
And I wonder if Crepo is actually going to be the one to build some ore items. We don't see it on supports often because they over-ward generally once they start getting kills, as Froggen's able to take away that Wraith. And I actually hope Crepo goes that way, but for now, they're just using the advantage they have to nearly take that turret 2v2 at 8 minutes. They have been dominating this matchup.
So strong in these early stages, and with the backing off of Creighton's Twitch there, that surely opens up this turret as Wicked gonna come back into lane, got a blasting one, double Doran's Blade, and the boots as well, which means that even if Kerp tries, he probably can't create anything onto him with that Lightning Rush as well.
Not yet. I mean, Kerp on Singe does have his Singed ultimate, which is just crazy as far as once he hits level 6, and he's using it just to try and get some proxy farming or in-between turret farming going with Wicked. But EG's just going to say, waste your time, Kerp, we're going to go take a dragon.
Yeah, straight in there from that one. Aatrox is waiting behind of the dragon pit here though, and Aaron is going to try and come in for the steal on this one. Going very low, but it is going to be picked up. There's a shockwave coming out as well, but no damage really at this point. And Frelnlord's going to try and turn this one around for now. Froggen going to go down to half HP. Can they escape it? The slow's coming down. There's Crescendo, but Frelnlord right into the back line. It's Creaton that will pick off Crepo. I don't think they've got enough to keep chasing, but the timing's there for the Blues.
So they get a blue buff and a kill in exchange for Dragon. I'd still say overall, this is in benefit of EG, but they also have to answer what Kerp's doing here, because Kerp is playing Singe smartly right now. Wicked doesn't want to give up farm, and Kerp has already died once. That's a very good timing of Kerp to know when he could go in between turns, because there would be no one able from EG to go and stop him since the Dragon is happening.
And between inner and the inhibitor turret at that as well, not just between the outer and the inner. So doing really good work with that one. He's still, of course, pretty far behind when it comes to everything else, because those 2 kills that Wicked has now got to his name, and the 20 CS lead currently. So with those blue buffs now coming in, of course, 1 stolen away from Alternate, which means that they're going to have 2 running in the team.
That could be a huge benefit for them. Frelnlord rushing damage instead of defense against Froggen right now, going Sorcerer's Shoes very early on in the game. I wonder if he's going to be able to just stand up to Froggen at all in lane with those items, or if he's just built the Sorcerer's Shoes because he plans on a lot of them.
And one thing that they've done here alternate is actually leave that blue buff up. So they're going to wait for the blue that Forelnord stole away to actually time out, and then go and take their own blue as well, which is going to chain blue buffs here for Forelnord. That's a lot of time with a blue buff on.
That's a really smart move for them, but they're giving him a little bit extra time. It's not a full chain, because you can see he'd already burned, the thing is he already burned through half of it. So he may as well refresh it, because they're going to want to be able to go into the steel lane.
So back up in this top lane, Kurt once again getting the Insanity Potion running. Wicked says, not today, I'm going to go for you this time around. There's the ultimate coming in. We do see the slow coming down from Kurt, but the flame will knock him back, but he's taken a turret in. There is a stun coming in, but Wicked had already pretty much said, okay, that was enough for me, I'm just going to force you away. Probably could have picked up a kill there.
He was incredibly close to doing so, but Kerb was running very fast, and I feel like once Wicked threw out that last Q and it missed, he wasn't going to be able to finish that one off. Plus, Aatrox had been coming up from the river as well.
Some more items picked up. Froggen working his way towards that Fiend's Unholy Grail. You pickaxe now in there as well for Yellow Feet. Looks across the board as well at this stage of the game for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, I'm just looking here, and Yellow Pete's going for a pickaxe first. He's not doing that Bloodthirster rush anymore. Instead, I think he's going for substantially more auto attack damage, knowing he needs to be able to fight Twitch when Twitch comes at him, because that's what all these Twitches have been doing in this tournament, is they're going Blade of the Rune King very early, and they're trying to turn themselves into enemy 80 carry assassins.
Now once again, this Kurt trying to catch up. Aranea is coming towards this top lane as well. See if they can make a play onto Wicked here. So far, we talked about his cannon and what the level of his cannon was going to be coming into this one, and can't really knock it at this stage, to be honest, as he goes back to the turret spots in Aranea, and he's safe.
His cannon has been very strong, but there's only so much he can do against a Sinish who's trying to run in between his turrets all the time. Forelnord gets caught though.
Yeah, Shockwave coming in onto him, and actually with Jarvan there as well, they've got a decent chance of locking him down there with the flash. Cataclysm coming in, Forelnord a dead man, Snoopy picking that one up. And that is just because they wanted that ward on the top side of the map.
Yeah, this has been a lot of early kills for EG, and their early game is definitely working out for them. But that 0-1 Sinish right now, Kerb, is going to become a problem. Because it doesn't seem like right now EG has a way of stopping him. If Wicked can't do it, Froggen definitely isn't able to roam and stop him. And now they have Snoopy chasing around the jungle a little bit, trying to slow him down. He's distracting a lot of attention despite not being that far ahead, so wait until he gets a few more minion kills.
Right up on the steps into the Evil Geniuses base right now, trying to stop all of those minion waves coming through. And now they are going to try and react to him with this one, but Insanity Potion running is right at the back, and what are you going to do? Are you going to leave your lane and end up losing out on farm? Is Snoopy going to lose time in the jungle with it? What are you going to do?
This is exactly what Sinish, the problems he creates. You kind of want your jungler to get a couple kills on him, beat off Sinish a little while, and then you go and push down mid while he's doing his shenanigans in top lane, because it gives you a few windows. But that's not necessarily what EG's doing right now, because they're just not at a point where they feel comfortable doing that play.
And we saw Froggen actually went towards his position. He waits in a bush, just flings him behind him, and then just walks on off anyway with that Insanity Potion running. And right now he's back into his lane to stop Wicked putting down all that damage onto his tower.
Yeah, so another thing you can do is get him before he gets there. Because once he's there, you're kind of screwed. But as long as Wicked can keep him contained in the turret, and if EG can set up some jungle exit wards for alternate, so if they just ward the exits of his jungle to stop him from getting past them, that's what they really want to accomplish.
Now we see Snoopy adding in a little bit of extra damage on towards that tower. Now down below half HP, so Kerb has to make that decision as to whether he's going to go for what he was aiming for earlier on with that proxy farming, or whether he's going to try and hold on to his turret. At this stage, Wicked has now left the lane, which again gives Kerb a chance to get into position.
And you can see Snoopy is almost just trapped in that top lane because of what Kerb is doing, which then opens up potential opportunity for alternate here at Dragon. everyone on everyone on EG is roaming down to stop this dragon, which means they can probably contest this if they rush.
Well, it's already been started here. Alternate trying to get it finished, but the damage already being thrown in there.
Alternate's got to get out of there.
Yeah, I don't think they can do this one. They need to be so very careful as Wicked joins in the party as well. They're going to go in right on top of Dragon. There's a shockwave coming in, and Alternate do get Dragon, but what's it going to cost them here? Creaton's gone down. Jerry managed to escape, but Aranea won't be able to do the same, and now for Ellenlord, going fairly low here on the top side. He tries to fight with Snoopy. There's the 18 the hole coming through. That's a kill, and the shield, the command protect on Snoopy. Not quite enough with the Ignite burning. But EG coming in, yes, they've lost the Dragon, but they've picked up 3 kills for it.
And now they have to get more because that 2-kill advantage at Dragon is just about the right. They're going to push that turret, but let's see how this fight went. If Aranea didn't get this Dragon steal, the lockdown from EG would have been far too much. Wicked was the ball delivery system there for Orianna, and they managed to just clean inside the Dragon pit.
Well, if you think about what EG have got on their side and what that Dragon pit offers you, Kennen, Orianna, Sona, that is the most perfect place on the map that EG could ever be fighting.
Yeah, that Dragon Pit is just danger central for Alternate, and that's the trade-off they made when they decided that they had Kerr pushing top lane, and it did give EG that opportunity to go and fight.
So now Kerr here having to go on towards Yellow. Pete wasn't quite counting on Froggen coming up here. Crepo's coming in there as well, and Kerr is making a beeline for the escape. Froggen gonna speed himself up there. Not quite got the damage, but with Snoopy coming in, gonna get the knock up. Snoopy picking up another kill here to go up to 2-1-4. He's already got a giant spell in there. He's pretty far on his way to being unstoppable at this point.
He's gonna become a monstrous tank. Despite not farming that much, he's definitely done the gank path in this game, whereas Aranea has been much more towards farming like we saw last time. I'd almost say Aranea has done more farming this game than he did last, because he's almost keeping pace with Ellenlord at this point, and he is keeping pace with Kerr.
So there was turret number 3 for Evil Geniuses. All the outer turrets now off the map. Alternate with their single takedown in that top lane. Aren't going to be able to at least take bottom from now, and this mid lane going to be covered off by Wicked as well. So leaves us with a 5,000 gold lead, 17 minutes into the game. Some more items being done here. Abyssal Scepter coming out for Wicked. Also that Athene's Unholy Grail now finished for Frog. And if you look over the other side, they're not quite up to that first big item path yet, and as I say, that front load does have the cash to finish off the Abyssal.
Well, it's still a big gold lead for EG, and that's what they're trying to push right now. I'm not really sure what to expect yet from Alternate coming into the late game, just based on how crazy Ellenlord got last game and whether or not Kerb can create action. You can tell EG's really trying to make big plays happen before Kerb can become a real problem with those split pushing. They see him up top again. They have no Jarvanol, but they still might look to make some action happen at this turret.
They're going to be going in there. Grasping Roots comes down, but doesn't really do much to them. Yellow Pete just knocking on the door of that turret here wherever he possibly can. And this is the EG that they developed into, but that we didn't really see in Game 1. They reverted back to that old EG style, and this roaming a lot, taking objectives, looking for kills actively, is the newer EG that we started to see at the second half of the summer split.
Yeah, and it still keeps some of the strengths of their initial team. They work well together right now. It's so difficult to dive onto Azara, though, despite having so many ranged attackers at the turret.
Crescendo going down. There's a brilliant shockwave as well. Slicing Maelstrom going to do the work, and it's only Creaton that survived here at the back, but not for long. 18 the hole goes through, and it is going to be a killer. Double, in fact, in the end of it for Caitlyn. Yes, Kerb is pushing in this top lane now, but what are they going to lose from that?
4 people and at least 1 turret, and they're sending 1 person back for this. You have to say worse if you're Grapple right now, because he got hit pretty much in the turret, but his crescendo that he landed allowed the rest of EG to just pile on all of their spells. Inner turret from inner turret, I actually think benefits EG in this circumstance, because it means that next time this happens, they get the inhibitor, whereas Singed wouldn't be able to finish it off all by himself.
So and that leaves EG a mile ahead in kills as well, 13-4. Crepo tied with Yellow Pete and Wicked for the most kills on his team right now at 3, 2, and 6. But they've got a spread across the entire board, which we always talk about. You know, okay, it's not amazing for these supports to be having the kills. If they'd have gone to the AD carry, might have been better. But look at the item difference between the 2 supports and what that gives them right now. What gives that gives to EG as an entire team.
Exactly, and it's very nice for Crepo that he's been able to pick up that Chalice which he'll probably turn into a Mikhail's Crucible later. Just because Sona, especially in these extended chasing team fights, is extremely mana heavy, and supports just don't have the luxury of building any mana regeneration. But the fact that he's been able to do that, as well as just have 400 gold stacked up on his Philo Stone already, does give EG a lot of freedom. As long as he doesn't keep getting kills, those first two won't backfire that much.
So what are they going for? Now a play onto the red buff of Alternate. That's one less thing for Kriton to be making an impact with, and honestly he's not had an impact really here with this Twitch.
No, not yet. Even in that one turret dive where it seemed like EG all got caught within the Zyra Stranglethorns, he didn't have enough punch yet. I think if the game gets late enough, he becomes a fairly big danger since EG doesn't have the Malphite to shut down Twitch that they usually have. They have to kind of rely on Wicked, who's a squishier thing going in there. Definitely not making an impact, as you said.
What is the next move here then for EG? Not a team we usually associate with going for early Barons and stuff like that. More like a team we associate taking about 10 Barons very late on in the game. But this certainly looking very good for them at this point. They are now moving in towards that blue buff. Aaron here off to the side, but in the end gets smited away by Snoopy.
Snoopy outgamed him right there. He kind of thought he was going to be trying to steal it, and they knew they didn't need to give it to Froggen at the end since Froggen was already herring the move.
And speaking of Froggen, almost got that Rabadon's Death Cap now added in towards into the Fiend's Unholy Grail, and we just saw there the pain that he brings onto the squishier subjects in that alternate team. It was Jerry who knocked down to half HP just with that single combo coming out. But right now, Kerpa's moved towards this bottom lane, so trying to make a bit more ground on that front.
EG's absolutely in a spot where they can start taking control of this game. I'm actually very surprised that Kerpa's off splitting a turret that's already up, because he can't actually cause any problems there, and he'd be forced into a team fight, which EG would most likely win if they find one at the Dragon Pit.
And has been started, kind of backed away from, but seems like EG going to commit to this one right now. We are going to see them kicking that one off. Can Alternate get in here for a cheeky steal? The Baron is the Dragon is incredibly low right now as Curb starts to come across. Snoopy going to go in, brilliant shockwave combo coming down. Maelstrom actually kept away from them there though because of that Cataclysm, and Alternate are not done here. They start to move back up north, but I don't think that they can really fight one, and Snoopy does go down. There's a Stranglethorn to zone them out, but Curb has paid the price.
EG waiting very patiently in the Dragon. You could tell Snoopy only wanted to fight there. Arne is still going to try a steal here, but there's no way Alternate can continue another fight.
He'll just end up losing his life, if anything, from this one. Still hanging about. He's going to make the jump over there, and he's not going to do it. He actually smited in there too early. Snoopy gets the better of him, and he's going to pay a full price for this one. EG just gathering on around him. This Yellow Pete that's now unstoppable at 5-0-5.
That is very good news for EG fans right now. They secure the Dragon, they extend their lead 15-4 right now. And because EG has created so many turret kills previously and their team fight is that much better than Alternate right now, it doesn't seem like Kerp will be able to create any type of Singe problems that he was very close to creating about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Almost ignoring him and going for the other thing, which means that Kerp is going to have to come down and really help things up because they can't really win a 5v5 right now, never mind survive long enough in a 4v5 before he can actually teleport into that one as well. So all looking good for game number 3 for EG.
And to add on to that, the Randuin Zoma that was completed by Snoopy make him a turret diving monster if Kerp ever looks too far away from the team. And EG is not hesitating this game either, so look for them to do that if you see this push.
Kerp falls down at the bottom. Wicked actually coming in to stop him from pushing too far into this one. See that Wicked out damages him by a country mile at this stage of things. Kerp just trying to trot on away from that one, and Wicked happy to say, okay, you just come down here, I'll take half your health, you're going to have to back up at some point, but now Wicked maybe going a little bit deep from this one, flash away, did use the ultimate, but I mean, he's kept his life up with Pharrell Lord and Kerp there. They could probably have got the turret, but look at this evil genius that decided to go for Baron.
Yeah, this is very interesting. Kerp is down on the ultimate, but he still has teleport. Now it's a question of how much ultimate can come up, or if EG just goes for a fight. They get it!
Aaron trying to walk away there. Jerry going to get caught up in the shockwave. He will flash off to safety, but now they chase down towards Kriton as Wicked comes in, stun goes down. Double kill for Froggen. And not just like that, he will be 2 men out of the fight completely, and EG can turn around for a safer Baron.
Trying to force the smart Barons at this point. Wicked recognized there were 2 people down, knew his team was starting Baron, and then ran there as quickly as possible. So once CG started that fight, Wicked came at the end to clean it up.
So Diana now headed in. Can Pharrell and Lord stop this from happening? Gonna go in on towards Froggen, but honestly, I don't think he's got the damage at this stage of the game. Kerp actually gonna come in there. Teleport home guard, flip Snoopy away from things. Baron got 2,500 health right now as they turn around. Kerp gonna go very low, will get finished off. Meanwhile, Froggen over the other side did take down Pharrell and Lord. And also Jay Reed died in that one as well. He got a kill before he died, but Baron was kept alive there as well as they peeled off. They come back in, finish it, EG looking perfect.
And that was a smart Baron despite Yellow Pete dying there because they made sure every single last Baron stealer was out of the game before they decided to go for that. No way they were letting a Baron steal risk this giant advantage they've already accumulated.
Touching on a 10,000 gold lead now for EG. Froggen again he's having one of those games. We said at the start of this one that, okay, he had a decent time with Ari in the last one, but he's gonna have to set things up. This time around with Orianna, shockwaves have been brilliant. A couple to 2 to 4 people each time we've seen a shockwave from him. He's 509 right now. I mean, that goes for everyone on the EG team when you talked about the scoreboard.
And from the very start of this one, Froggen versus Pharrell and Lord, even from the picks and bans, these guys just battled each other. They're 2 of the best mid laners in Europe, and since Froggen, I feel like, got to see Pharrell and Lord's card, and since the Orianna was the last pick, he put himself in a position to succeed with that pick. And at the very start of the game, he was out farming him. In the team fights, he's out playing him.
Will be another blue buff going over towards EG from alternate side of the map. Smited away there by Snoopy. Froggen's already got a blue buff, so he can happily take that one off. As we see Twitch coming in from the side. They're trying to stop this turret going down, but EG just too far ahead for them.
Yeah, and Kerp was trying to create a little bit of action over in a side lane, but EG is just willing to go at any point. There is so much armor on Snoopy right now, especially when he has the Orianna ball on top of him, that Alternate is at risk in a dive. This is where Alternate was last game, where they went right away.
So, well, EG do exactly the same for this one. Come down to back-to-back shockwave, crescendo, cataclysm coming out as Snoopy stands at the front here. Is he gonna make the jump in? Aaron getting locked up by the trap, and you can see that EG have literally just marched in, and Alternate can't stop them taking the turret. They're gonna lose an inhibitor as well.
You don't have to dive if the other team's just gonna back away. EG takes that, now they can cycle around and take the rest.
That is that 10,000 gold lead broken for EG, and now they're gonna go in towards this top lane. Honestly, Snoopy is more than tanky enough right now to stand underneath the tower with the damage that they've got to finish that one off. Looks like they might play the safer route here though, and actually are setting up a bit of a trap there for Aranea, as they realize he's probably not going to walk into it. Turret time.
Yeah, this is not the turret you try to defend in any sense. I've seen so many game-ending fights on that outer turret. Alternate should not go past essentially the line that Orianna ball creates if EG's decided to do this, but they're up there. I feel like they're going to give it up though.
Well, Slow comes down from Kerp, Aranea, and Creaton just in behind him there, but even just the poke that EG can throw out at this stage is enough to force Alternate away. Aranea just jumping out of that one. It's actually EG going a little bit further forward in this one, decide not to go too far. Too far, and actually start that fight off. And again, free turret. Alternate have to defend this one.
Yeah, and EG might just force this fight as soon as they get any type of shockwave going off, but they have so many ranged attackers, EG does, plus the Sona heal, with that Michaela's Crucible for the extra mana regen, they are such a powerful siege. Alternate is forced.
Pharrell going into this one, gonna use his Zonias, but look at the ultis piling up on one another. That will be instantly one kill coming down. The second one should fall as well as a crescendo comes in there. Shockwave will pull the two together. Kerp now the last man in their way. J-Reed can't really do anything about it at this point. EG can win the game right here.
And they just dominated this one from start to finish. Late game EG, try 29 minutes as they go into the next game.
This is a completely different Evil Geniuses. Whatever they talked about at the halftime point in this match has certainly helped them out. That loss in game number 1 not going to be repeated, and we're going into game number 3. Bill wanted it.
Of the 2 games, the first one was a little bit swingy. It could have gone either way. This one was EG from start to finish. Every single lane had something positive happen. happened to them right at the start. Froggen pushed for Elmer lane. Bottom lane got the gank kills. And then Wicked just killed RNA by himself. EG really turned it on that game.
Fantastic play. And as I said, we all wanted to see 3 games. We want to see as many games as possible from these playoff matches. And well, no one wanted it more than Evil Geniuses, and you saw it there. A completely different outfit they were when you compare game 1 and 2.
And I wonder how much of this has to do with the play of Froggen and Lord, and how this is going to attack EG in the final game. Because it's, you know, EG had choice of side here. And they decided to pick blue, which means anytime Lord wants to, he could have the very last pick in that matchup. The Diana was a great pick against Azari in the first one. The Orianna was a great pick against Diana here.
Which way is it going to go in game number 3? We don't really know right now. I mean, we saw that they first picked that Ahri and said, well, out of all the champions that I was going to pick, Ahri is probably the safest option for me at this stage of things. And we said it did well with the Ahri, but just wasn't quite enough with the Diana getting so powerful as things went on. This time around, though, completely different story. Brilliant performance by Evil Geniuses. We're going to be heading into the deciding game 3 pretty shortly. But first of all, we're going to check in with Kobe and Quickshot at the analysis desk to break down the key plays of game 2.
Thank you very much, Joe and Jackson. Another good game. This time, though, significantly more one-sided. Evil Genius is bouncing back from that earlier defeat. What was the really key difference between game 1 and game 2 here, as far as EG are concerned?
So this was EG actually making some really nice adjustments to the first game. They banned out MF, which was a huge part of why Alternate were able to control such a large zone of the battlefield. And then Alternate tried to put Twitch in instead because he's got a similar ultimate where he can hit multiple people, but it doesn't quite work the same as MF because she gets so much of the battlefield covered. And they tried to use Singe instead of Vlad. They went with pretty much the same strategy, but it did not work out because of the early game going heavily in EG's favor.
Now talk to me about the Singe pick, because we've seen Kerp trying to do some of that proximity farming, dirty farming, whatever you want to call it, between the towers. And you know, he went down a little bit early on. He never really became a factor at all during the course of the game.
Now, this was a lot due to the jungle presence, actually. Snoopy was using a lot of time down in the red buff side jungle of Alternate while RNA was up top, and he pulled off that gank down bottom that got them the double kill first blood. Well, Kerp teleported down there. Snoopy didn't hesitate to go for the EQ combo and knock all 3 members up. They killed them anyway. Teleport burned, got the kills anyway, and then Wicked was left alone with RNA up top and got a kill for himself. So 2 lanes won there by that gank from Snoopy.
And it all just kind of, you know, gathered momentum from there. EG just seemed to string together team fight win after team fight win. They put objective back to objective. We got a couple of replays ready. Let's pull up the first one on your screen. It is, of course, this dragon fight that you were talking about. And, you know, it's one that Alternate started.
Yeah, so Alternate start this one with no teleport available. So they put themselves inside a confined area without having the Singe available to come down. So let's roll this clip and we'll see how they get caught in here. It takes EG a little bit to realize that the timer for that teleport's down. They go in as soon as the dragon's low enough. Because Snoopy's up top zoning out Lord, they don't actually get the dragon, but they still come up with 3 kills here as he's able to keep Lord around the rest of the team to catch up. And a jungler for mid laner trade is still worth it, you can type. Even though they didn't get the dragon, they also are able to trade mid turret for top turret, which actually helps them. The proxy Singe relies on destroying a lot of minions at that top outer turret, so that one falling wasn't a very big deal because they gained so much map pressure by taking out the mid turret after.
Now, in terms of the rest of the game, it was really from that dragon fight onwards that EG just really accelerated ahead. They got a very good gold lead, they got a very good item lead, they took complete control of the game. And it was really sort of sealed in and around this Baron play that we had a little bit later on. And it all got started up, first of all, by Wicked basically almost baiting them in. And EG just responded so incredibly well. Let's actually pull the replay up on your screen. You can have a look at exactly where everybody is.
All right, so the second clip here is Wicked indeed being bottom, and he uses Lightning Rush to farm here, which is usually a giant mistake, and you got to be very scared. But Alternate overcommit their resources. They have 2 players down bottom at this late in the game. EG can go for Baron here. So Wicked, although he has overextended himself, use that Lightning Rush to farm, he's able to get out of this. Let's roll the clip here, and we'll see he flashes away. So now, normally, Kirk would be able to teleport up and even out the odds here up at the Baron, but because control of Baron, that was pretty much the nail in the coffin.
And you know, the one thing that Alternate simply couldn't manage to get grasp of during the course of that match was picking fights that they could win. They never got a chance to. I mean, we've seen tower dive and commit after commit from EG, and Joe kept saying it, this is the new EG, the one that keeps picking fights. And I mean, I really want to give some props to Crepo Sona, because during Super Week, his crescendos were mind-blowingly good. Now in this particular matchup again, he got hold of Sona, and you know, tower dive after tower dive, scumbag Crepo, double kill at first blood, it all worked well.
So he not only used crescendos well, but also the power chords to get those kills down bottom. He was a big part of why they got that double kill down bottom, and then he was able to flash over the wall to get away. Plus, the Sona pick was another part of Alternate's previous strategy that they were taking away. So taking away the MF, taking away the Sona, they didn't go for the Vlad either. Alternate, they basically tried to run the same strategy with different champions, and it didn't quite work out for them. The Singed teleports were mismanaged a couple of times, and it really cost them.
Well, I'm really happy to see new picks from Alternate and new playstyle from EG. We'll have to see what happens in the third game. Right now, we do have to take a very short break and catch our breaths, because coming up is going to be the epic conclusion of this quarter-final showdown between Evil Geniuses and Alternate. Don't go anywhere. The European LCS Regional Playoffs live from Gamescom. We'll be right back.
Go banana. The finishing dragon. I'm in. Okay, Edgeox and Twitch, Edgeox and Twitch. Yes!
I'm staying with Diana. I catch Diana. I've got Diana here. Can you come to?
Yes, I'm on my way. Coming with the shield. Keep going. Nice!
In the best of 3, first of all, you are gonna play from both sides, and also you can obviously come back from like a bad first game.
I think in best of 1 you can try to sneak out the opponent with a sneaky strategy or something, but in a best of 3 it normally shows that really the best team is going to win.
Welcome back to European LCS Regional Playoffs live here in the lovely Cologne at the Gamescom, and it's time for the third and final game, the quarter-final battle between Evil Geniuses and Team Alternate. And for these two teams, this third match that we've got coming on literally means the difference between a shot at the World Championships and a chance of being relegated, and technically without a job come Season 4. And coming into this winner-takes-all finale, EG's got to be feeling pretty good after taking down Alternate in under 30 minutes. We heard it in the video even there, that he said, you can always come back after a bad first game.
Yeah, and EG knows better than anyone how to play best of 3s. That's one of the reasons Snoopy kind of adapted and went very heavy aggression on Jarvan with tons of early ganks, as compared to Nasus, who was just an early game farmer. But that was because the rest of the team had strong laners and strong matchups. The Froggen versus Pharrell, which was our featured matchup of the day. Froggen just destroyed that game. He was the only one on EG who didn't die. Those shockwaves are one of the hugest things for them in the big team fights. And he just beat out Pharrell with that counter pick.
Yeah, and speaking of Pharrell, 3-5-1 as Diana didn't have the impact that he had in game 1.
No, and honestly, like what Froggen is to EG, Pharrell is more so to Alternate. Alternate cannot succeed if Pharrell doesn't do well. So having the last pick in this game once again might actually give them a bit of the edge, having that red side.
So we're going to get into game 3 in just a second. EG spending 2 bans last time around to basically get rid of Creatine out of the game. Take away the Ezreal, take away Misfortune, which he did brilliantly with in game 1. Wonder if we're going to see anything like that here again. Obviously, we'll be switching sides up once again.
And it's always fun to see kind of the evolution of picks and bans throughout the first 2 games, because game 1 for EG was very much about them playing their tried and true everything and Alternate having their counter to it. And then EG kind of got a second round, and Wicked pulled out Kennen. They tried to bait an Aatrox into their own hands, and they got denied from it pretty quickly. And then, of course, having that all-important counter pick at the end, EG adapted just enough, but still stuck to the things that were good for them. And now that it's back to kind of the game 1 setup, I just want to see what happens.
We don't actually know what's going on. I'd love to be able to figure that out and hear the teams in between, but one thing that we can see is that the bans have stayed the same as game number 2.
Yeah, and they went with the first pick Sona over the Aatrox, which I think is actually fairly key. Crepo's Crescendos really did key off a lot of the big moves for them in that game, but it does leave Aatrox available for Wicked if he wants it. He is undefeated on Aatrox if Alternate doesn't take it away from him right here.
Well, let's have a look. Right now, sat with Zilean, which they always seem to do Alternate. I think that one day we will see a Zilean out of them at some point in the future. But it is going to be that Aatrox coming back down, along with a Varus here coming out for Creatine. So 3 different AD carries in 3 games.
A lot of very red eyes and stuff on those 2 picks. A lot of demon-y type figures for Varus. I do like the Varus pick for them, and because it opens up more versatility for whatever Pharrell wants to play. Having the extra utility added from that Varus ultimate always gives you freedom in your other 2 roles to not necessarily have to take that much crowd control.
Well, let's have a look for Evil Geniuses. Looking like they're saying it's not broken, so let's not try and fix something that isn't. With that Jarvan and a possible Kennen, who were actually sat there with Caitlyn for a little while as well. Either way, it's the same as last game.
Yeah, they had a lot of success having 4 ranged attackers when they're outside their turrets, and I guess they're basically daring Kerp to come at Wicked's Kennen, because his laning in that matchup was just so dominating right there.
So let's see then. We're expecting obviously the mid lane is going to be left until last Alternate got more of a freedom with that, and as you can see, Pharrell knows it. He's pretty chilled right now.
Yeah, he's not thinking about his pick yet. He's thinking about the rest of the team. They already know what they're going against in a Kennen if they want to pick their top laner, and they know basically what bottom lane they're going to see. They can almost expect a Caitlyn pick from Pete, so they really get to just kind of pick and choose their bottom lane and their top lane right now.
Or would they do that again?
And we're going to be seeing a Karma Blitzcrank coming in here. So Jerry, who has played Blitzcrank, Thresh, the Hook styles in the past. Karma, we've already seen Kurt run it in this top lane.
Yeah.
But it's been to, I was going to say mixed success, but it hasn't really been mixed success. They've not been able to bring that Karma into late game situations every single time that he's brought it out.
Yeah, I don't feel like Karma makes it into late game situations for the most part, as long as she's heavy farm. I feel like the utility she brings does transition, but if you're putting all your farm into a Karma who doesn't have that true ultimate later in team fights, and honestly can't reach the backline in any significant way in late game fights, it's dangerous to bring at this point. I still remember, I guess because I haven't done all the European games over in here, the top lane he played versus Gambit when they picked Karma.
Yeah.
Triple Doran's Ring, but he didn't even get the lane down. The fact that they pull it back out again shows an absurd amount of confidence in his own Karma ability, because based on prior results, it was not strong.
So we've seen the Ahri now finished off here then, so it's pretty much the same as game number 2, except the mid laner obviously been changed out. They went with Orianna in game 2, this time they'll fall back to that Ahri, so pretty much exactly the same lineup. Looks like Pharrell mode might go for the Orianna of his own, opting away maybe from that Diana that he's played 2 games in a row.
Yeah, it's very interesting here because he has, while he's picked Orianna tied for his most on the year, he's only been 3 and 5 with it. So he's had a couple big plays, but he goes with it almost as a default when he's out of options at this point. He didn't want to play Diana 3 times in a row, and I suppose he didn't feel comfortable playing the Fizz, which is what a lot of people do play against Ahri. This is a very interesting team comp for Ultimate.
And that Blitzcrank coming out for J-Re. A champion which, like I said, he does like to play the Thresh, played 8 games of it this season. Going for Blitzcrank this time, which kind of surprised when they didn't go with Thresh anyway, because I think a lot of teams favor Thresh and his kit with that hook rather than the Blitzcrank's kit with his hook.
Yeah, it's the all-in potential right now, because when Thresh misses a hook, it's not as powerful as a Blitzcrank hook, but he has more left.
Yeah.
So it's really putting more confidence in your ability to land the grab and less almost in the rest of the game. And against EG, he pretty much just has to hook Yellow Pete or Crepple, because if he gets a Froggen or a Wicked or even a Snoopy, they're mostly pulling in problems or things that can escape.
Well, let's see how this one works out. It's all on this final game. We can almost forget what we've seen in games 1 and 2, because this is the game that really matters now. And well, EG between games 1 and 2 obviously had big talking, big conversation about what was going to change, and they nailed it. Whatever they talked about, whatever they decided to go for, obviously a changing composition for 1, really worked for them in game number 2. We'll see now if they can bring it through into game 3. But Alternate, on the other hand, a slower winning game 1 than what we just saw from EG, who finished it out in under 30 minutes. But they've had that chat as well, and there's always a potential for them to come into game 3 with something new and bringing something new to the table.
And it just all comes down to this one game. EG effectively had 31 games during the season because they had to play 3 playoffs. Now this, and it's just all the things they put into the season. They're bringing out their best stuff kind of yet again, plus a few changes if you're looking at EG. Froggen's back on Ahri again. Creppo's only lost once with Sona. Then you look over at Alternate. Blitzcrank is all in for them. I feel like the Karma top lane is also a bit of an outside strategy. I feel like Alternate's reaching more with this because they feel more at risk than EG right now. We'll see if it translates into the play.
And it'd be scary to think as well, if EG end up losing this one, 2 out of the 3 teams from last year's World Championships from Europe won't be there. SK obviously already can't make it either way. EG all down to this decider game. Alternate 1 step away from knocking them into that relegation, but they have to be careful of that threat themselves. And right now, playing fairly aggressive with a pink ward here to make sure they've not been seen.
Yeah, and because Alternate killed the ward as it was placed, EG didn't get another one down, so they're not actually sure if Alternate continued the run through or not. This actually puts a lot of mystery into Alternate's early game if you're looking at it from EG's perspective.
Well, let's see what EG go for, of course. Knowing that pink ward's in there, are they just going to go with the flag? That would be the most sensible option. They're not going to lose out from that one, but it actually seems like they're going to back away completely from this one and go for something else, which looks like it will be this EG move that they've started to do a lot more, which is go around the entire side, completely avoid that tri-bush, and go late into the blue.
They are calling an audible here, and this is a very
strange thing for EG, and as you predicted, they're doing that late invade into a blue. And I think this is going to be just what the doctor ordered for them, because while it's a late invade into the blue, they're going to find to take it, because there's no way that Alternate can realistically defend that buff.
Oh, and it's strange as well, because Alternate know that they've planted that seed of doubt in EG's mind at their red. And naturally, now we see EG coming straight across the map. They're going to be taking this blue away. Snoopy not going to be hindered with that one. Jerry did start to come across there, but he's only going to be there in time to actually see that that blue buff has gone down. Snoopy just returns back off to his red.
Good play there by EG. Just adapting to what effectively was a smart, good play by Alternate early on, and not losing anything for it. They lost the ward control, but they don't overall lose any buff control.
So we do see that actually RNA are going over to the blue buff as well. So funnily enough, after what was a massive tactical play at level 1, is going to leave them even at the end of it.
Yeah, the massive tactical play basically just allows them to trade the buffs. And actually, Snoopy had some experience leached from a friend when he was doing the blue buff, and he didn't hit level 3 when he did that red buff, which means his gank has to be slightly delayed if he was planning on it.
So let's talk a little bit about the lane, specifically this top one, Kenan versus Karma. We know that Karma in these early stages of combos that she can throw out there can be very, very dangerous, can catch you a little bit off guard, but how is that going to develop into the late game? That's something that the Alternate have struggled with constantly with that pick.
Yeah, and I just have to note, it was actually, Snoopy didn't hit level 3 because they left up a camp. So did RNA in that other side. But to get back to your question in the top lane between Wicked and Kerp, Kerp should be mostly dominating this lane early on. Karma is an amazing laner, probably even stronger than Kenan. But if he's going to keep throwing those Qs to try to harass Wicked, he is going to naturally shove the lane, and being in a long lane like that against Jarvan is inherently dangerous.
So mid lane here, RNA was actually stood on top of a ward that he won't be aware of, and Froggen is not going to step into the danger zone of, well, anywhere near that wall basically, because the Aatrox can jump straight at you. Snoopy in fact did start to come around from this one. Funnily enough, that camp on the blue buff for Alternate is actually still up there, and that's going to give RNA the timing control that he's going to be wanting on that one, as we are going to see Snoopy coming around. There's a flash away from Pharrell Lord. RNA jumped in on top of that one to try and help out, but no Summoner Flash is bad news.
Yeah, that was a definitely strong gank from EG. It even delayed RNA's jungle a bit because he came out of rates before finishing them. Flash burn and jungle delay.
So Snoopy's going to find out that his blue buff camp won't be finished off either, and RNA will be resetting his in just a little while as well. So both junglers now got no timing on the blue that they actually took at level 1, but got the control back on their own.
Yeah, so at least they'll be able to hand off the blue buff and start the next round of invades. Or actually, they wouldn't be able to start the round of invades because they don't know when they were cleared, which will maybe create more of a farming pattern in the mid lane between Froggen and Corona.
So top lane, Karma, bit of pressure maybe in the near future as Snoopy's going to play things patiently. That wave actually going to be pushing up towards Karma's turret from this one.
Mantra's gone right now.
Yeah, Mantra's gone, and that could be dangerous. Snoopy is waiting. They know that Karma's in that top rush now. It's a question of whether they go for it, and here we go. We are going to see them coming out. Speed boost that Karma gets, going to get her back towards the safety knockup. Not quite coming in because it was flashed away from by Kurt.
2 flashes now burned by Snoopy, but only 9 minion kills in the jungle. He needs to get a return on those ganks, otherwise he will fall behind. So he's gotten the flashes, just has to go back. Otherwise, that 9 farm really going to cost him.
Setting him back as J-Reed looking for those pulls. And basically you get zoned out by that. You can't rely on being able to dodge them because it's pretty impossible. Get that out of there, and that means that 45 to 35 CS in favor of Creaton. They've held that lane up, they've used the threat of that fist dragging them in there to actually pick up a lot more CS, and there's one thrown out towards Yellow Pete, so he's at least safe for a little bit now. That grab got obviously quite a decent cooldown to it.
Yeah, but even so, as you said, the Blitzcrank is just pressuring that lane again and again, and it's Alternate who, I'm just realizing a little bit more going back in some of the stats. The Varus was the second most played by Creaton, but he was 2 and 4 on it with 6 games. So Alternate's falling back on a lot of comfortable champions that they actually haven't had success with yet this split. So it'll be a very interesting to see how that costs them.
Well, certainly another slower start to this one, similar to what we saw in game number 1. Obviously game 2 was pretty explosive pretty quickly overall. And you see those CS leads for what they're lacking in between the two AD carriers currently is made up for by Froggen in 10 CS up in the mid lane. Wicked also got an advantage on towards Curbs Karma, who has gone for that triple Doran's Ring start.
Once again, he loves the triple Doran's Ring. I wonder if Froggen's going to go triple blasting one then to answer, just like Alex each did in that game. Probably not in a game of this magnitude. I think mainly that triple Doran's, though, for him, is just for his optimal spam throughout the lane, because he is able to clear it out, and it just means he's not going to run into any mana problems, as well as accentuating his early game punch that Karma generally does, because once it gets to 30-40 minutes, he's mainly a utility bot with slight kiting nukes.
So, after that, Aranea up at top. Wicked was pretty much playing underneath his turret, no chance for him to come in. Snoopy right now has actually gone over the backside of the dragon here. He's just waiting to see, can I actually go down to this bottom lane? Is there any vision there that's going to stop me doing that? And he is actually forcing himself through, but he's going to go, is he going to go Tribush side? Actually, no, he's going to, wow. He's actually going to come over the top of the wall here, and he's been completely undetected.
Yeah, but the creeps are not coordinating with this gank. He's thinking about the recall. They're sending 4 people down now. Alternate must suspect something's up, because Pharrell Mode would have called missing in action from Froggen going in mid lane. And Alternate just has to keep playing that one safe, because they can, thanks to the creep wave.
Not pushing up quick enough, and now Snoopy's like, okay then, let's try it differently. Let's go for Pharrell Mode. But after burning that flash out earlier, now Snoopy going back towards that mid lane, that flash is going to be coming, or it's now up this instant, so that threat is instantly gone again.
Yeah, I don't feel like Snoopy managed his early ganks well throughout the next portion of the game, because he's essentially cycled all the lanes, getting small wins, but no actual win. He had to go back while one of those flashes was on cooldown in order to actually take advantage of his early ganks.
And right now, Aranea on the other side, double Doran's Blade, got the boots in there, got that Hunter's Machete as well. Only a Spirit Stone right now for Snoopy. He's finally going to go back off towards his red buff. We just saw Wicked as well clearing out under his turret. He's still ahead in that top lane. He's holding on to that lead. Finally, EG's bottom lane were thinking about going home again, but with the next wave of minions coming down, they might stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, I really actually like the way Aranea has been playing this jungle Aatrox. Farm heavy and not trying to overcommit, because it seems like he would have a really good gank with that Q. But that Aatrox Q is actually very hard to land without any form of assistance. And since they have an Orianna and a Karma lane, the most they can do is slow someone down a little bit. So what Aranea is best served doing is actually just farming for the later game initiations.
Getting himself that power later on. Finally, the bottom lanes are going to go back, by the way. We saw the Cutlass being picked up by Varus Berserker Greaves as well, so pretty standard stuff for him, heading up towards that Blade of the Ruin King, and Yellow Pete again picks up that BF Sword as first item.
I wonder if it's going to work for him this time. He's still going to be going for that Bloodthirster Last Whisper build on Caitlyn, and the lanes are just continuing to be farm one after the other, gold pretty much even. This is very similar to the first game between these teams, which Alternate won. Surprisingly, the fast-paced, crazy game with a bunch of kills was the one that EG won, and here we are in game 2.
And this one is definitely more reminiscent of game number 1, there's no doubt about that one. Blue buff's going to be given over here onto those mid laners. Obviously, Blue's coming up a lot later in the game this time around because of those invades and the non-resets on the camps.
So let's think about who's going to be actually winning these team fights later in the game. Because Kerp's Karma hasn't really beaten Wicked. He's kept him shoved up to the back. But Wicked's been farming tremendously under his turret, and Kerp has yet to make any type of transition. Whereas also, J-Ree's on Blitzcrank, which while sure Blitzcrank can transition if he gets the right hook, if he's not landing those things, he's a almost net negative during team fights. He's not able to make much of a contribution. So much of this is going to depend on how quickly Kerp transitions down and how effective J-Ree is at landing Blitzcrank.
Up until now, we've only seen, I think, 1 or maybe even 2 on our screens, both of them flashing by and not actually picking up kills. One thing that is working in their favor with that Blitzcrank is the fact that it's allowed Creatum to get 20 CS in the lead right now over Yellow beats Caitlyn. Mary's curve underneath the turret and allowed to put some damage down, but Wicked is really not bothered with this one. He knows, he probably can't remember the amount of games where he's been camped in this top lane, so being pushed onto his turret is just another day at the office for him.
Yeah, and Wicked knows how to play this matchup, it seems like. One thing that people get surprised on by a Karma matchup is just like how low she gets people. But Karma doesn't have surprise potential, since she can't just throw her ultimate at you necessarily. You always know how much damage is coming down, and since her ult essentially just augments her Q, once you see that coming out, you know what one exactly is going to kill you, and you're able to avoid it if Karma's about to burst you out. That doesn't happen against Karma.
Well, one thing that may work in EG's favor is that Snoopy up in that top tri-bush, I don't believe went over a ward. The pink ward there in middle may have actually spotted him, but I'm not sure about that one. Karma did move back a little bit in that lane, move to the top side of things, so it seems like Snoopy's actually just going to recall himself, decides against everything going on there.
Yeah, and this is actually a very dangerous part in the game for Snoopy, because last game worked with him as the only melee in the team because he got so far and had so much gold. But if he is sitting at 33 minion kills, no assists, and RNA is nearly doubling his farm, as soon as these teamfights break around, he is not going to have a presence when he tries to dive in and create.
Seen also the Chalice finished off here for Pharrell, not added into his double Doran's rings from earlier. Snoopy going straight up towards that needlessly large rod. And think back to game number 1, he went that more assassination type build with that DFG as his first choice.
And I'd expect him to do it again. He wants to be able to just burst out the numerous amount of squishy targets that are on alternate, and the DFG is his best path to that on alternate.
Abyssal Scepter already in there as well for Ken. Obviously, Karma with that triple Doran's ring is going to be a little bit further behind when it comes to those bigger items later on because of what's been invested into that one. And you have to wonder if it's really been effective for her, because not ahead in CS, not being able to pick up any kills, not being able to contribute anything to this right now means that maybe would have been better to go the path which would see her get somewhere else faster.
That's the way it would seem right now, but you could very clearly say he's kind of hit a point now where he's ready to turn aggressive, and he still has the item slot efficiency from the Doran's rings. That's why he built home guard boots and rushed towards the dragon, because fighting now with that type of item build would be hugely beneficial.
Well, they are going to be starting off this dragon, and EG, honestly, nowhere near this one. They've absolutely left that one completely open, and the counter for them on this side of things is going to be EG Wicked pushing this top lane. We're actually going to see Froggen coming up towards the top side as well by the looks of it. There's going to be the red buff coming up. Not sure if he's going to be able to take that away before the rest of the team come in, but Wicked will be able to take away that turret in the top lane. And look at that, Aranea, they saw that the red buff's gone, but he's not actually checked around the corner to see if Froggen was still there, and Froggen will steal that away from him. Great move.
It was a very good ward by Froggen around the red buff so that he would know which way they were approaching so he could still get the steal. And that was maybe something that would turn the Dragon for turret trade slightly in the favor of EG, is that they got a red buff out of it as well.
Oh, Flash Crescendo coming in. Snoopy's going to drop down to the bottom. There is the Cataclysm as well, and Snoopy will pick up first blood. Chain of Corruption has just spread amongst them, which will stop them chasing onto J-Ree, but he can't do anything about stopping this turret going down, especially not now with the ace in the hole coming forward. And that's the moment that they've been waiting for. And again, similar to game 2, Flash Crescendo from Crepo.
Yeah. 15 minutes in as well is how long it took for first blood, and they recognized that Creatron had no flash, so as soon as Snoopy's next gank comes down, he can actually go and punish, which is what he did not do in the solo lanes when flashes were down. Turns this one in for a 15-minute late first blood.
Very late first blood. Now Wicked feeling confident as well, going to go in on towards Kurt. There's the ulti pop, but a flash used by Kurt, which again, no turret behind him here. That's another opportunity for Snoopy to maybe get involved.
As soon as that Cataclysm comes up one more time, he may as well be able to go up top and catch Curb, although Karma's really fast.
Yeah.
That shield speeds her up incredibly speedy-like, and they might not even need to wait for Snoopy though, because Froggen has been trying multiple times here to roam.
They've got no vision. Actually, he's used the first charge of his ultimate here to get through. He's going to spot him going through into the bush. Curve actually doing well to dodge the charm, but Wicked coming in from the backside. The orb will finish off by Froggen. And these are those kind of games that we wait 15 minutes for the first blood to come in, but then they tend to just explode with action.
And that's when EG's trying to turn it on right now, but will Alternate answer? Because in game one, EG actually got the first jump on them, but then Alternate came right back, and since there was a roam up top and Snoopy is covering mid, they know that there is no possible help for Yellow Pete and Crepo at this turret.
Well, they've managed to hold 3 of them off for now, at least in this bottom lane. For Elnlord pressuring that middle turret, and only Snoopy there to cover that one. Let's see how this works out. They could end up taking 2 turrets at this rate. Froggen now coming into the mid lane, we'll probably see Elnlord back away from that one, but this bottom turret with a 3 versus 2 scenario, they force them away for now. Can they finish off the turret before Wicked gets involved? The turret actually surviving there, just about. EG rescuing that one, but they can't chase in here. Surely they can't chase in for this one. Wicked does have a flash available, but he used his ultimate earlier on. There is a flash as well in mid lane from Elnlord. He threw everything at Froggen trying to get the kill. Wasn't able to finish that one off. Froggen just backing out of range. He didn't use his flash there, so that's available for Froggen next time around.
Yeah, especially because his ultimate was down as well, but these turrets are not long for this world. They're going right back. Ultimate's up on Froggen now.
Going straight in for that one, and it will be Froggen that gets the kill. The communication for that to come in there, I mean,
seconds.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. Froggen still, by the way, didn't use his flash in that one, didn't need to in the end.
Nah, 2-0 right now on Ari. In that matchup with Elnlord, it swings so many of these matchups between EG and Alternate. Froggen is winning this one with the successful roam and then the great communication. Alternate is desperately trying to fight back though, very slowly pushing these 3 turrets. They haven't broken them yet, but if they could break that line all at once, it would be a huge spike of gold for Alternate. It would actually give them the lead in this game.
Well, EG are looking for turret number 2 of this game now, and that bottom one. Still Varus and Blitzcrank wait around though. They want to try and stop that one from actually being taken away. And Kerp is also trying to do the same here at the top. So bottom lane will collapse, but the top lane going to do exactly the same. And that will bring us back to 2-1. And with how low the bottom lane is, you can see that RNA are actually coming around. Could probably just go under the turret once you realize the bottom lane's gone and just knock that away for that boost of gold.
And this game is about to get substantially more open field. Yellow Pete and Crepo could not be playing like they have a turret that's alive right now. This dive could just happen right now.
Well, they are going to jump in on towards Crepo. They've actually left the turret up here, and that's going to mean that Aranea gets his Bloodwell pop. They've finally finished off Crepo there, but Yellow Pete does manage to walk away from it, and I have to wonder why he didn't give that one auto attack to the turret to stop any danger of that.
He got distracted by the trap, I feel like. He thought the turret was almost dead before it happened. Even so, it still only cost him that passive, and they did get the kill onto Crepo. Plus, take a look. That gold is completely even again.
And one thing that I've noticed change as well, we talked about how Snoopy spent a lot of time trying to get involved in these lanes early on, being very patient, specifically up at the top, and fell massively behind, almost double the CS behind of his opponent. And he's caught that up to just 9 CS difference now, so all of that advantage that RNA had on that front for when it comes around to team fights is gone.
Yeah, 2 things happened. RNA has slowed down in farming, and Snoopy actually sped up a little bit. His ganks decreased in frequency, but increased in efficiency, and it's been a nice adjustment by him so far. Again, just going for that incredibly selfish tank build in a sense, where he's not building any of the Aegis or Locket of the Iron Solari items despite going double ability power. It's the way EG's chosen to do so. In this composition specifically, I like it.
Bit of a group up around middle now. Dragon has just spawned in as well, and this will surely be the next big fight of this game. See a few wards put down. In fact, I say a few, there's at least 3 pink wards there around that middle lane for Evil Geniuses. Are they going to get the positioning here on Alternate though when it comes to that Dragon? And I've got a feeling the EG, they wouldn't mind giving up a Dragon here if they could push then and have that middle turret to take that entire line out.
Yeah, J-Ree is also going to be trying to get a hook amongst all this because so much is swinging on this next fight. EG's been the ones to go previously. They get a hook, it's on a tank, and they turn around!
Sansa, Snoopy, and J-Ree going to get destroyed. What a shockwave coming out for Elnlord though. Aranea diving in the front, but Wicked's in there as well. Crepo actually picks up the kill. Wicked will pay his life as the ace in the hole blocked by Kerp, and that leaves 3 of them on round about half HP. Yellow Pete has got full health. Crepo has that crescendo coming up here in just a second, and Creatson actually taking a lot from that turret there, and Yellow Pete is able to finish him off. Brilliantly done. They escaped that one, but they've lost the turret. No dragon fight for now, though.
And Joe, these fights are so close, even though that was a 3-for-1. Snoopy and Froggen got away with slivers, and then Yellow Pete barely sniped Kriya-chan at the very end. Let's take a look at how this happened one more time. Hooking in started the fight from Snoopy, and you can tell both teams were ready to fight, and both teams actually landed some really clutch abilities. That shockwave was onto a Mantrin Karma Q, and Wicked didn't actually get off much of an ultimate damage-wise, but he did zoning-wise, because he's what delayed ultimate for later in that fight.
Well, we've just seen that dragon has been picked up by evil geniuses. Let me try that one again. Alternate, a little bit slower to come out of their base there and try and challenge for that one, but not quite able to do it. But because of those low turrets that they had earlier on, they've now been able to finish off all 3 of the outers, and that gives them the lead on that front. And it's only a 1,500 gold overall between the two teams.
And that was the goal that Alternate was really relying on. Unfortunately, with the lost fight and the lost dragon, it's actually not enough to put them ahead in the game yet. They need to find new ways to kind of create gold at this point. And honestly, Kerb needs to find a way to almost start fights sooner rather than later, even though the fights seem close right now.
Yeah, we saw, as you mentioned during the replay, the shockwave pulling him onto that Manfred Q coming out onto Inner Flame. And that's all well and good, but how often can you get it that perfect that it's going to get the double burst of damage? Yeah,
it didn't even win the fight after that. And that's not a combo you get off frequently whatsoever.
One thing though that they could probably rely on is J-Reed to be hooking people, but again, it's got to be the right target. We saw last time around that they pulled Snoopy into the middle of them. Didn't really want to get involved with that one. The same couldn't even go for Kennen now. He's got his Zhonya's Hourglass. You pull that Kennen in there, he will pop his ulti and Zhonya's on you.
EG's building a lot of traps for J-Reed to pull into the team. That's also why Froggen, even though Froggen normally would go Deathfire Grasp almost straight into a Rabadon's Death Cap, he's actually building his Zhonya's this time. So unless it's Yellow Pete or Krepo that get pulled in, Krepo could even get an ultimate off. J-Reed has to be so incredibly careful how he starts fights on the screen. They're trying to remove him as a champion.
Trying to get in there, slow everyone down through that burst as the piercing arrow comes through as well. Not really got that much damage at this stage because of the way that Kriya is built and the items that he's got in with him at this point. Well, you see both teams 5 versus 5 in this middle lane, vying for a little bit of power. EG want to level up the turrets.
And since they're down in turrets, I'm still thinking back to the first game. EG was very good at outmaneuvering Alternate, but there's not much maneuvering going on in this game. For the first time in all these games, there's not a very strong split push on any of these teams, and EG doesn't get the crescendo off, but they get hooked in!
Yeah, they go. Hook coming in on towards Krepo, but they're going to go for this one. Aranea dives in there. Snoopy actually coming back onto him. Kriya-chan going very low. He's going to be finished off by that, but it's just the one single kill. An Alternate aren't done. They're going to keep chasing on through from this. Can J-Reed actually get over? There's the jump in. Yellow Pete still on full HP there. And, well, Krepo, flash crescendo, no, and then he gets hooked in as well. That is not what EG need in these fights. They're not going to win the game like that.
Yeah, that hook kind of had an insult to injury for Krepo.
Yeah.
But at the end, they traded 1 for 1. Killed an AD carry, lost to support. There's a 3-0 Yellow Pete. Krepo feels okay about that one. Really, if we think about how it happens. The fight was so one-sided in the way it seemed to start, yet EG still got off really good combos after the fact. We'll have to give them huge amounts of confidence coming into subsequent team fights.
So very, very close and so tense, and we can see that it's almost as if, okay, we want to fight, we think we can fight right now, but we're also very, very cautious about doing so. And to pull up a flash crescendo like that, you've got to be 100% confident in your ability not only to land that, but for your team to be backing you up and winning the fights there. And any kind of doubt in your mind could lead to you missing that combo, as we've just seen there. Well, it got worse for Krepo after that, after he was hooked in as well on top of it. So we'll see how it develops here. And again, we see champions moving off more into these lanes and we reset again.
Yeah, and in Krepo's defense, he would have caught Freljord, but Freljord flashed it back right at the start. And then it didn't look good for him. And this is still just EG getting a little bit of control in this game. We've talked about how much is actually on the line for these guys, because the winner has a very good chance of going to Worlds, whereas the loser is at substantial risk of falling into the promotion tournament.
And if you've seen any of those challenger teams over the course of this weekend and the other tournaments, you'll know that they're not to be taken lightly here. So dangerous times for both teams. And again, we move into a more passive phase of things. So that gives us time then to have another quick look down items. The second Zhonya's Hourglass now finished over for Evil Genius, of course, going in on towards Froggen to add into the one that Wicked already had earlier on. Bloodthirst, the last Whisper combo that Yellow Pete has been going for, is also finished with a second BF sword added into that one. Critton's not really had much recently picked up, forgetting that he's actually sat on a decent amount of gold for the next time he goes back. Yeah, 1,200 gold for him to spend.
So Kriaton really wants to get that Infinity Edge so he can start really punishing Snoopy when he dives into team fights and Snoopy hasn't built armor yet. The big thing that EG has to be worried about in the next fight is the fact that Pharrell North has completed that Rabadon's death cap, which will be a huge boon to them if he catches a good one, since EG seems to be the one really going for this turret, and the wave clear, by the way, from Alton is substantial.
Yeah, pretty amazing at this stage. And Alton actually speeding out here again. Jerry looking for a hook to get things started. And Kennen or Ari, not the targets that they'd really want at this stage, but if they pull him in, wait for the Zhonyas and then go, still a possibility.
Yeah, and what a crazy game this is. There's no one deciding to split push. It's so unlike most games you've seen. It's all hinging on hooks or flash crescendos. If both teams are just going to ignore the side lanes and let all of those minions go to waste, they're wanting something else to happen. Both of these teams do want to fight, just not with the poor initiation.
This could be the catalyst though. The dragon coming up could start off the fight as Wicked takes a big hit there. Are we going to see EG back away? We've got Snoopy off to the side, he's going to dive into them, they're going to go for this one. Crescendo will come across again. Froggen takes a big blast and Snoopy is nuked down. Wicked's in the middle of them. He's going to use his Zhonya's, but he's dead as soon as he comes out of it. He was actually hooked in there by J-Reed. And now Crepo, is he going to be able to escape? Froggen puts a full burst onto Pharrell Lord. Crepo's gone down. Yellow Pete is going to be chased by 4 people, including all that CC to come out of J-Reed and Curve. They've got enough damage to finish this one off, and that will be a 4 for 2 coming out for Alternate, plus a dragon now as well.
And we said before, these fights are so close, Joe. This one went in the favor of Alternate, and they get the dragon afterwards. The reason they seem to win this one here, watch Snoopy, all the initiation went on a couple people that weren't the main threats here. Kriaton landed an amazing Mars ultimate, which delayed the initiation of the rest of EG. Obviously, they then waited on the Zhonyas from Wicked, and even though Shockwave just hit the support, Ultimate still got a 4 for 2. That's how close these team fights can be.
And no real chance for Yellow Pete to get out there at the end either. The Crescendo, like you said, only really hit the back end of Aatrox from that one, not the real targets that they want to stun up and burst out. Because we saw there, Snoopy, we talked about this whole selfish, tanky build that he's going for, but he got absolutely destroyed when he jumped in there. And if he's the tanky man of the team that has to jump in there, because that's how you get things started. Jerry actually getting caught out here. He's going to go down to Froggen. Just a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But if that happens in the fights again, then Snoopy gets popped so quickly. That's really bad news for EG as well.
It is, and this game's going to be getting so interesting because it's a 5-1 armor. And I was questioning the way Curve was going to transition in the late game with this, but since he's getting so many kills, will that excess utility, increased shield size, ability to poke, end up actually being a huge benefit if, I mean, think of the shields that Alternate can throw out with an Orianna and a Karma. If Kriaton wasn't 1-4, he would just take over this game right now because he would be an essentially unkillable AD carry.
And that's before he gets any Guardian Angel or the likes in there on top of that as well. So EG, this turret again, it's been a big focus of them over the last, what seems like 10 minutes, and I don't think we're far off that point either. They've still not managed to take it down here. And for me, they look a little bit lost in terms of, okay, what are we doing here? What's the plan? They've stacked up in the middle. Yes, when Dragon's there, obviously they're going to go down for Dragon, but you see again, they finally decide to back away. They're going to do a bit of farming in their jungle. Wicked's going to go down and push this bottom wave back out, but there seems to be a clear, focused plan at this stage for EG.
Yeah, well, it's so strange, Joe, because I can't remember the last game I've watched where there hasn't been a split push threat forcing action in engagements. Neither of these teams are deciding to do that, so the teams are just congregating in middle again and again and kind of saying, I guess this is how we're going to play. And they're trading fights, which is honestly a very exciting thing to do, but it means the game is very close and potentially sweet.
So, EG again, group up middle. And Karma's actually left now, so that'll be a 5 versus 4 and a real chance for EG to actually take this turret that they've obviously been lusting after for quite a while.
Yeah.
Or not, they could go down to bottom. This is something that has worked out really nice for them in the end. The fact that Wicked did push that lane out completely. Alternate going to try and react to this one as fast as they possibly can, which they can do with that Karma in there, with that Blitzcrank being able to speed around as well. But it will be 5 versus 5 this time in mid.
And look at the way EG has actually pulled through the jungle. It means if they cut back to mid lane, they'd actually get it. All they have to do is wait for the turrets to come, the minions to come to the turret. Since Alternate doesn't feel safe running through their own blue jungle right now.
Oh, they're going to go in.
Starts here.
Aranea blown up from that one. He does have the Bloodwell as the crescendo, not really hitting where they wanted. Wicked forced to use his Zonies. But there's a 3-man shockwave. Gets the 2 of them down, and they're going to be able to chase from this one. Snipe over towards Froggen. Blitzcrank powering on forward. Gets the speed boost there from Oriana, and he's going to knock Crepo in the air. Crepo won't survive this one. He'll finish him off, and now they're chasing in towards Snoopy. Jerry's got full vision of him. He's going to get knocked up, but will Snoopy be able to kill him? He will now with that Cataclysm. He will walk away. Creates a curve. Forello coming around the side, and there's a speed boost. There's the slow. Snoopy slides away just about. The snipe not enough to actually get in there. Kirk does have a flash available. It's going to flash in. Picks him up. Kirk is now gone line. EG managed to get a turret in the middle as well.
The speed of Alternate is undeniable right now. Karma plus Oriana, plus even Jay Reed, who gets himself in trouble with his overdrive occasionally, is allowing them to chase through in these fights. And they're still just trading back and forth. This last fight, really just watching how Aranea, with his Bloodwell, actually held EG back so far. And then since Wicked didn't hit anyone, as soon as EG went up to support him, Throw Lord was waiting with a shockwave, and once EG looked to retreat, they couldn't actually get all the way away. Froggen broke off to one side, but the rest of them got chased down.
Froggen able to survive. They finally got that turret as well at the outer, which is something that has obviously meant a lot to them because they spent so much effort on actually getting that one down, but losing a big team fight because of that. And Alter now taking the lead in gold. It's still not a big lead by any stretch of the imagination, but they got the lead nonetheless. And now with the end of that last fight, a lot of new items coming out, including that death cap now for Curb as well. There's a void staff for Eleanor.
Yeah, and 508 ability power on Curb. This is going to be his. He had the confidence to pick it. It did not work in their game against Gambit, but it's working amazingly here despite the laning phase. He was able to go down and then transition his team fight utility very strongly. And now is going to just be the big question. His shield right now is actually 500 damage on a 6.7 second cooldown. Pharrell Lord's shield, who also has 400 ability power, is potentially 400 as well. So that's like a 900 damage, low cooldown shield. They can put on whoever they want. So unless EG fights very smartly, it's almost too much to handle.
Oh, Snoopy getting knocked in there. Jerry actually ulted before knocking him up. There's a shockwave that won't hit anyone. Will EG try and turn around to have a fight with him because of that? Curb actually blocking. That ace in the hole. I don't think he quite realized that it was going to take half of his health away as he did it. Wicked here trying to push out that top inner turret as well, which would swing gold back around into the favor of Evil Geniuses, but Snoopy was a little bit lucky there. He actually, Jerry ulted rather than knock him up, which that extra bit of CC might have been enough to get the kill onto him.
It very well could have been, but at the same time, this game just continues to be a chase around. I don't think EG can actually chase down Alternate in the open field unless Alternate gets some.
That was harder to miss than actually hit there. They were all bunched up for that one, fires it off towards the side. Lucky for EG, not no one grabbed by that one. Wicked is still pushing. Finally we see something a little bit normal in this game with a split push coming into play. Wicked going to get up there, and Curb is probably feeling very, very comfortable right now to go in for this one. Actually, the ulti going to get run here by Wicked, but he gets knocked up. Curb is going low. Zonya's going to be used by Wicked, but Aranea waiting right on top of him. Actual flash away from Wicked, and he survives it.
A nice escape, considering he's an 0-3 Kennen against a 7-1 Karma with backup. Trading ultimates and then getting away is well worth it considering he got the turret in the process.
What are Ultimate going to do now? The goal is literally like not even 150 now, it's literally just ticked over, yeah. It's like a ward probably, a difference between them here. And that, after 36 minutes here in game number 3, such an important match to decide whether you still have a hope of going in towards the Worlds or whether you're going to be fighting for your career and your livelihood come that promotion tournament.
And it really just shows how evenly matched these teams are as well, that it's this close in the game 3. They've been battling each other throughout. I mean, it's such a great matchup, just the Froggen versus Rellenor, who are really dueling closer than any game they have previously at this point. And to get back to the items a little bit as well, YellowPete has a huge amount of attack depth. That's the reason his ultimate's hitting so hard, but his actual standstill fighting isn't there yet. He needs the zeal or the Phantom Dancer to really make that happen. These fights are still incredibly close as Curb tries to transition this incredibly fed Karma into a later game.
7-1-2, and that's the point, that's the thing that he struggled with before. He's getting in towards that late game. Jerry goes for the hook, doesn't quite land, an alternate back away completely again as Froggen coming in from the side. There's a shockwave though, gonna catch 2 of them. Wicked gonna have to use his Zhonya's. Will he be able to escape? Flash Crescendo comes out for Crepo, and Snoopy dives right in the middle. But what have they got to follow it up with now? This could be dangerous for Evil Geniuses. They've already lost one. YellowPete trying to force them away there with that damage as the ace in the hole comes flying through. That will end in a 2-for-0 for Alternate. Should be enough to get the turret.
And there's so many things that EG has to keep track of when they're in these extended sieges. The speed with which J-Reef finds angles for hooks is incredible thanks to the Karma. And they just forgot about the Orianna. Rellenor landed it perfectly on 2, and then EG tried a miracle fight to come back, but just didn't have enough.
There's 30 seconds here until Froggen can actually get up. 30 seconds is enough to turn them then towards that Baron, considering how fast they can move as well.
Yeah, and they're still relatively healthy, but that doesn't seem like a risk that Alternate is willing to take right now, knowing Snoopy's still on the board, knowing that they just took a big advantage, and it's been a game of sieges, so they're not about to make a super rash decision to just rush things, so it seems.
So a couple more items coming in, namely the Guardian Angel for Rellenor, who has not missed any shockwaves today, has he? And we saw it was really the shockwave that actually got them into the LCS right at the start of this season as well. And quite funny if it was one that actually kept them safe if they were able to win this game here against Evil Geniuses. Also saw Zeal picked up by Creaton. RNA jumps off towards Krep, who has had a bit of a torrid time of things in this last game. And we saw that Snoopy goes in there. They threw the crescendo over, but there was literally nothing else to throw in there because of where they were, the position, and the fact that Wicked and Zhonya's and then was finished off straight away afterwards. That's a big chunk of damage gone.
They need Wicked to go in with the rest of the team to make these things work, and the fights are becoming more difficult. The revive pass on RNA, which is not up right now, and the Guardian Angel are a bit much to handle, but EG, no hesitation!
This time they do manage to land them both in together. The shockwave will come down. Wicked actually dodging it as Creaton. He's come to the front. There is the crescendo coming across, but where's the backup onto it? Finally they managed to take down Creaton. Guardian Angel of Rellenor is going to be possible. Chased down, he's going to get the slow. Triple kill comes down for YellowPete. It's a 5-for-2, an ace, and it's going to be a Baron here as well for Evil Geniuses.
What a transition in that fight for them, knowing that there was only the one revive out. They also burned the Guardian Angel of Rellenor, which is so impactful, and they went before YellowPete was even ready because they saw the opportunity. But that's the combo we talked about there, the Jarvan cage with Wicked, and then Froggen came in right at the end time, the Crepo crescendo as he dodges the hook, and then Pete, since he came in late and was untouched, was just able to clean up the rest of it.
Amazing turnaround there, and we saw, and I was just talking about the shockwave. Snoopy had already died, and Wicked actually Zhonya's it as soon as he saw that circle appear, the imminent, pulling damage from that shockwave. So well done here by EG, and that swings it back around again. EG now got the gold lead, albeit by just a little bit, and the kill lead as well. They do have those super minions, of course, pushing into their base right now, which means that they're still going to have to play a little bit more defensive with that, or at least keep that middle lane push right out.
This is such a great game right now. Just with the amount of fights we've been able to see, how close they have all been, and then now
a swing in momentum, for sure, because it had all been going Alternate's way, thanks to, honestly, Kerp's Karma being able to just support and withstand these team fights, plus just chase once they had the edge. But we might be at that point in the game now, where he starts to have some ineffectiveness. Even the 0 and 5 now, Wicked, had a huge presence in that team fight, whereas Kerp, once he couldn't protect Pharrell or Creatine, didn't have enough left for the end of the fight. Now EG looks to push up really strongly with this Baron buff on 3 members.
Yeah, with that inhibitor down, super minions coming in, EG keeping it pushed right up, which means that Alternate not really getting any bonuses from having that inhibitor down at this stage of things. EG looking like they may try and get him on towards that. Sorry, it's Wicked actually going to be pulled into that one, and well, he'll flash away, but that was really, really close.
Brown Lord again trying to make the play with his Orianna, because so much of what Alternate always does relies on his ability. That's why when he misses, it just seems so devastating for Alternate. Wicked is going to heal up a little bit because Crepo's spamming on him, and they're going to look to go back in a bit more since they know Crescendo's down for a little while yet.
Almost approaching these 6 kills. Yellow Pete going for a Banshee's Veil there, wanted that protection before heading up to something that's going to give him more attack speed to allow that massive AD that he has to come out more frequently. But we saw in that last fight, he joined it very, very late, but still, I guess we could say at a crucial time, able to really finish things off. So the gold, just to put that into perspective, 200 gold is what separates them. Probably not even that at this point. And we're 42.5 minutes into the game. It's so ridiculous, this one.
Could not get any closer right now. And EG had to back away because of the minion waves and because that shockwave was just going to be right back. And because of how close the gold is, a dive just would not have been wise. Specifically knowing that there's 1,000 damage worth of shields that Kerp and Throne can put on any target at any time. It means EG really has to pick their fights well if they want to come back, and it might not even be during the duration of this Baron.
No, I don't think so either. I think that Baron, all well and good to take after picking up that last ace there, but it's probably not going to be the one that finishes off the game.
Comeback to get them back in the game and give them some time to farm up. Gives Yellow Pete time to get the Zeal. Obviously, a couple more big items were completed across the board. Wicked's got a huge amount of damage, and it stalls Alternate a little bit too, because Alternate's not going to go looking for any fights while the Baron buff is there.
So EG once again force out that middle lane. Bottom lane, still that inner turret, and they were actually working on that a little bit later on, of course, as they tried to get around before that they actually lost 4 men in that previous fight. Which seems like almost another game. It's been that long since that actually happened. And such a turn of events after that coming in as well. Here is a red buff for Yellow Pete, as we mentioned, finally starting to get that attack speed in there now to picking up that Zeal. And Creatine's going to go for a little bit of protection as well, and I think rightly so. We saw him in that fight that got a little bit too far forward in it because he wanted to get his ultimate off, and that actually cost him his life.
And also getting a bit of defensive itemization helps even more when you consider the shieldless that come onto him. Knowing that he now has 87 magic resistance thanks to the plus 45 from the Spectre's Cowl, this means those shields are all the more effective in the team fights in this game that's honestly at a bit of a stall point. I feel like Alternate is a little gun shy after losing that 4-for-2. And they're almost at a point now where even though the Baron is off for EG, they're waiting for EG's next move so that they can counterplay it the same way that EG turned it around to Alternate.
I think it's anyone's guess at this stage as to what's actually going to happen. Are we going to see more Barons? When are the next fights coming in? Just something that we can't begin to predict because of the way that this match has actually ran along. We've got 3/4 of an hour on the clock. Everyone's starting to work up towards those 6-item builds, and I think the only thing that we can really guarantee is that when it does happen, a final fight, it's going to be absolutely crazy, and one team is going to say, okay, they've got a minute spawn time, we win right here.
And all of them, both of these teams can just fly into each other if they so choose. The speed that Pharrell and Lord and Kerp add to their team with Orianna and Karma is immense. Plus all the dashes they have on EG. You also point out that Reverie that J-Re has. It's a very fast team that's able to do pretty much whatever they want in these team fights. And this is the longest lull we've had in quite some time. And it's because so much hinges on this next fight.
LP still holding that Banshee's Veil. I think Aranea just trying to get that one out of the equation, because obviously that stops a lot of things coming his way. You know, that can stop him from being grabbed in and losing their AD carry, which could stop them losing the game if that were to happen. Right now though, EG have gone down towards this bottom lane. Don't think that Alternate can actually reply to this turret here fast enough. It's going down incredibly quickly, and there will be turret number 5 for EG. There's the Banshee's Veil finally being popped. It was the smack coming out of the piercing arrow there from Creaton, but EG happy with what they've just had. Gonna back away, steal a blue buff for Froggen.
So that's another good move by EG, but I still feel like we should talk a bit about what's gonna happen in one of these team fights. The revive passive is obviously back up for Arne. There's every summoner spell in the game alive right now, so anyone can dash around everywhere in those fights. I feel like having the 2 extra revives on alternate will give them a little bit of extra confidence when combined with having the extra shields for the reviving members. Is going to make the fight very choosy for how EG goes in. I don't think it's going to be one of those clean, explode everyone in a fight. They're going to have to win a long one if it gets to that, just based on the state we are at in the game.
Look at this, masses of wards down. The ult's
going down pretty fast.
They started, they've got it down below half HP, only 4,000. Look at this, they're going to take it. EG go in there, do a bit of a ninja Baron, and saw Alternate dive over. And actually, Shirelia's pop, there is a shockwave coming out onto Wicked. It's used defensively, but paired in with Kurt there. A lot of damage coming down. We will see Aranea use his flash to get back on top side of the map. Froggen is going to dive in onto him. The charm lands. Aranea tries to jump away. He's going to have his passive pop up. He's going to be finished straight off. It's 5v4 and EG have Baron.
So Baron, 5v4, and what is Alternate down? They have no shockwave on Lord, which is crucial for them. There is no Ahri ult on EG, but they might look to make their move here if they can get a good initiation.
If they can get underneath the tower, Jerry trying to throw out the pull. They're going to flash in. Charm missing onto Lord though. He's going to be able to bring back some damage. Kirby poking in there along with Creaton as well. There's actually missing in the end, but those Qs out of Karma are deceptively painful right now. When they hit you, they're gonna hurt a lot, and EG aware of this one. One thing that's on their side is that constant regen and the heals coming out of Sona at this point.
In a couple seconds though, Lord Shockwave is back up. That charm that Froggen missed was a go or no-go for EG on that turret. They're getting so much damage down right now, and Alternate is giving it up.
They're going in towards Karma. He will flash away, but there is a shockwave coming out the backside. Wicked gun is on his own from that, but there are now 3 men dead. Aranea is going to come back up in 5 seconds to this one. What are EG going to go for? They're backing away.
That is such a huge win for them nonetheless. They just went for it on Kerp, and he could not defend the dive potential that just shredded them from EG there. That Baron buff call after an extended siege was brilliant, and now they're trying to take as much as they can with the rest of this Baron buff, but honestly, creeps to get, gold to spend, and confidence gained.
Crazy, crazy stuff. The game of the weekend so far, there's no real doubt about that one. And to have it happen in Game 3 as well, of this best of 3 with so much on the line. There is that turret finally for Evil Geniuses. And they've got now nothing outside of their base here, Alternate. This is dangerous. Look at EG, they're actually going straight in onto it. There's a shadow coming out from Capo. The focusing for Lord. His GA is now gone. He's got a trap on him. He's not going anywhere. Or is he still alive for a while there? Froggen was on his up as well. EG are going to go for this inhibitor. They could look to finish here.
And it's these 70-second death timers that are creating opportunity for EG. They killed Kerp and J. Reese so long ago that it kind of lulled us into a sense of calm when they could still go in 3v5, and they're going in again!
J. Reese missed the hook there, and Snoopy dives in, puts down the Cataclysm. There's 2 inside it. The snap from Yellow Pig will win them another kill. That's 3 men down. 45 seconds for Aranea and for Lord. EG still have 4 men here. They're not amazingly healthy, and Creaton is still full health and still has that Banshee's Veil. He's still got the opportunity to hold off.
But EG still has this Baron, which is giving them confidence. They get a Nexus turret and have now the freedom to go back. Look at the death timers though. They're dead forever it seems. 25 seconds still on RNA and Pharrell and Lord. J-Ree isn't up yet and EG is just sticking around.
Kerper's managed to regen. Yellow Pete is going to be live stealing back from the minions that come out at him, and they've already got the one Nexus turret down. EG are going to look to finish this game off right here, and the damage that's coming into those turrets is massive. Grids are going to throw things out there. This is a lot of damage onto EG. Snoopy actually going to pick up the kill. Kurt dies in the end. There's the ace, and evil geniuses take down Ultimate, secure their place in Season 4, and move on to the semi-final. Let's go to DG. Yeah! Absolutely incredible best of three. Forget the rest of best of three. Absolutely incredible game of the best of three. The best one we've seen here on stage all weekend. Crowd on their feet. You can see the disappointment for all of them. And rightly so, they spent 6 weeks at the top of the summer split here. They will drop down to those promotional games later on in the year, but it's all about EG right now.
Yeah, and I have chills going through me right now because of how epic that game was and how powerfully EG was able to finish it after such a standstill. Just going for it in front of this crowd, which, by the way, is a little heavy on EG fans. What a great game to start off these European playoffs.
Well, it's heavy on League of Legends fans, which is what makes me most happy. I've not quite seen a crowd like this, I don't think ever. So big thumbs up to you guys, keeping the atmosphere electric here in Hall 8 at Gamescom. And well, EG, they've done it. It took them a while, let's just say that. Especially that last game lasted 51 minutes. But it was like we said, once it finally happens, it's going to be over in a flash.
And it absolutely was. Just Pete ends up at 10-2. Froggen ends up winning the matchup at the end of the day against Pharrell and Lord. Shockwaves were not clutch enough, and his charms and dashes absolutely were on Ahri by the end of it. Wicked pulls out 2 cannon games. This last one, more of a struggle, but still able to lock people down and blow them up in those late game team fights. So much performance from EG coming out. Would have been weird to not have EG at least in contention coming into World Playoffs, and they move on.
Well, they're going to be taking on Fnatic in the semi-final, which is another hard game for them, another one to prepare for. I'm sure they're off home straight away after this one to make sure that everything's ready for that game. Obviously, we have another quarterfinal coming your way a little bit later on today, but for now, we're going to head to the analyst desk where Kobe and Quickshot are going to break down that off-the-wall, insane Game 3.
Thank you very much, Joe, and what a way to finish the game. You know, the whole series was very good. Game 1 and Game 3, even back and forth the entire time. Game 2 was all about EG. Let's talk about the match, let's talk about the specifics, and let's go back to the compositions. EG stuck with what they know. Okay. Alternate tried something new, but kind of old.
So EG used 4 of the same picks in that game, and it was because they had won the previous game. So again, in the 3-game series, it's always on whoever loses to change it up. Alternate did just that. They went this shield comp with speed boosts everywhere, which relied a lot on speeding up the Blitzcrank to grab a high priority target, and then perfect timing to pull off a shockwave into a dark flight. They did that sometimes, but they also missed it sometimes. So this game was so back and forth all game long. There were a lot of flash crescendo hits, flash crescendo misses, shockwave hits, shockwave misses.
Yeah, there's something that this particular game had more than the other two is that, you know, I think at like 40 minutes in the game, there was 200 gold that separated them. But it all started very, very slowly. You could feel the tension, you could feel that neither team wanted to make mistakes. And it was just a matter of, like you said, the flash crescendo that would get you a kill, or the speed up hook that would get it. And whichever team managed to make these little skirmishes work, ended up getting the advantage and the objectives. I think actually the first replay that we've got is a highlight of one of these little skirmishes that ended up working more in favor of Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, so let's take a look at this one. It's a fight in the mid lane, and really, it looks like Alternate get the combo that they want. They speed up the Blitzcrank, they get the pull, they get the crescendo, Dark Flight is coming, but EG get out of it. Let's watch this. Roll the clip here. Bam, they get the perfect pick, and they're gonna have a shockwave onto 2 priority targets here. Here comes the Dark Flight, but it just barely misses. They can't pause it here. So It just barely missed. They weren't able to finish off their 2 targets, both flashing away just in time to escape with their lives. And then Wicked comes in to run interference for them, sort of block so that they can get away, end up getting the kill onto RNA in that as well, but EG get more out of it. Let's roll the rest of the clip, full speed here. And Karma's gonna come in. She finishes off Wicked there, but now it's Creaton actually getting a little antsy. He goes for this duel with Yellow Pete, even though Yellow Pete's full life here, and he takes 2 power shots, flashes into the Piltover Peacemaker. So EG even get 1 more kill out of that. They do lose the turret, but that was just an example of how close these skirmishes were. They were made up. The difference was made up by not even a second. It was split seconds, microseconds between the definition of an alternate win and an EG win.
Yeah, and like 10 minutes later, like in that clip, there was about 2,500 gold that separated EG from alternate, but that was clawed back. It was closed up. 10 minutes later, you ended up having alternate winning one of those drawn-out, prolonged team fights in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
They got a bunch of kills. They rolled around, picked up Inhibitor, and it was back and forth the entire time.
So that one was an example of the Shockwave hitting and them capitalizing on it, then turning it into an objective because it's the late game.
I think we do have to highlight one more replay, and one more, probably the biggest game-changing factor, and it was when Evil Geniuses secured the Baron. They were able to secure the Baron because of an engagement in that top lane. So let's pull the replay up on your screen. It is a little bit later after that previous little skirmish that we just showed, and it started off really well with Snoopy and Wicked going in.
So this one's going to be EG actually winning a team fight and then capitalizing with the objective after. Jat said they didn't wait for Yellow Pete right here because they could actually get their combo off of Wicked and Snoopy. And that's something that they had to do because of the one character they changed out this game from last game, which was Ari for Orianna. They don't have that Shockwave combo to go in with Snoopy, so they have to have Wicked in great position. Let's roll this forward and we'll see how they actually pull off the Maelstrom and the Cataclysm here. They get 1 flash out from Pharrell and Lord, but RNA has to stay in there. And he takes so much damage that by the time Pete comes in here, after the crescendo onto Creatine to keep him in place, they don't have any more answers. Even though Pete nets away from the fight, he ends up walking back up for the rest of it to finish it off and has the flash to chase down Kurt. So that was really another example of how EG had to change their game because of having Ari instead of Orianna. It was a re-engage after the initial engage from Wicked there. Ari went back in to start it back up and land the charm onto Creatine so that they could get that combo.
Well, it does mean that Evil Geniuses secure the series 2-1. They advance to the semifinals. They've guaranteed their spot in Season 4. And now they're playing for that spot at World Playoffs.
They seemed a little bit happy about that.
Just a little, just a little. I do think we have to mention how well Snoopy did play with his job and throughout that game. And, consider 3 weeks ago, he benched himself.
Yeah.
And now he was landing all the knockups and cataclysms for everyone.
He was getting some inspiration for himself. You got to light a fire under your own butt sometimes.
Yeah, it's the truth, it's the truth. So congratulations to EG.
We also have to say, he had some really good ganks this time. It was like last game, where he was constantly getting off ganks. It took him 15 minutes to actually get the first blood, though.
He kind of forgot to CS a little at the beginning of the game. We'll overlook that fact. We'll overlook it. Guys, we do have to take a very short break, but when we return, Sharks will be joined by Evil Geniuses Crippo to talk about their exciting win. And then it is time for our second quarterfinal matchup. Gambit Gaming versus Ninjas in Pajamas. The European LCS Regional Playoffs, live from Gamescom Cologne, Germany. We'll be right back. Stick around.
Back him up. Come on, Ori, it's alive! Ori. Pierre Redbuff flow. No! Killer again.
The damage that's coming into those turrets is massive. Creatine going to throw things down there. This is a lot of damage onto EG. Snoopy actually going to pick up the kill. Kirk dies in the end.
Finish. The spawn.
Let's go, yeah!
back to Gamescom 2013, where EG just secured their spot in the semi-final tomorrow. So I'm very happy to be joined by their support player, Crepo. Now Crepo, last year, you guys were on this stage and you had some thriller moments as you had to fight really hard to get to LA. And it's the same here, and in the first game, Alternate just completely caught you off guard.
They surprised us with a few picks. We knew Global Ban and Lissandra would hit Pharrell Nord really, really hard. So we decided to ban one of his champions, pick the other, force them in the Shen ban. They couldn't see it coming because we banned Orianna so late that they were a bit flabbergasted. We got the Ahri, but they responded really well with Diana and with MF. We basically lost the first game because our Malphite couldn't quite reach the MF in time. First Drake fight, she got a really big AoE ulti off, and it completely destroyed us, and they actually gained the momentum from that one.
Huge momentum, and you guys kept cool, just keep cool and ban MF, and that really helped.
Yeah, we kept saying, like, guys, don't worry, man. This is practice. Fnatic is coming in cool tomorrow, but we get practice game under our belt, and then we got this 2-0, and like 2-1 then, and it worked out. Second game, we banned MF. It hit them really hard. We got great momentum. Like Snoopy did like a God combo and bot lane 3-man combo into Sona double kill, which was really nice for me, and yeah, it snowballed from that one.
Talk a little bit more about their picks and bans, because we saw some different stuff coming out from them, and Aatrox for Aranea, something we not usually see him on.
Yeah, we tried to target Aranea's Lee Sin because that's his comfort champion. If you hit Alternate's comfort champions, you can hit them really hard. Like you take Pharrell Nord out of his champion pool and you take Aranea on a less comfortable pick. Hopefully, that was the plan. But he seemed really comfortable with Aatrox, but it didn't have a good effect because I think we play Aatrox ourselves so much that we know how to deal with it. We know the strengths, the weaknesses. We have good teamfight calling again, so we can drop him when he like revives. We just ignore him and then switch back on him. And we did that generally really, really well.
And then, talking about momentum, how was it after that second game, and what do you tell your teammates to go into the third one?
We knew we fixed our issues, and we knew we had it, and then all we had to do was play game 3 really well. We made a few mistakes. A certain support player was missing like 3 crescendos in a row. At one point, that was a motivational speech though. We said to our team, like, guys, these fights are going equal, and I'm not even hitting my ultimate. So we actually knew afterwards we would be able to win.
Yeah, but tell us a little more about that game for you guys, because you had a hard time, because especially with a Blitzcrank who keeps zoning, it's so hard. You know, if he grabs you once, it's over.
They have really good wave clear with Karma, Mantra, and together with Orianna, they also had double shield comp, and it took us a while to figure out we couldn't just like engage and split AoE them like we did the second game rather. We would AoE team fight and just blow them all up at once. We had to focus that one guy because we had to get him down before their shields came back up again, because their second shield rotation would basically eliminated the chances for us winning a team fight. Eventually we got that down, we got Froggen with his GA, so he's comfortable going in. Snoopy figured out like his synergy with Wicked with the Cataclysm, and eventually I even hit an ultimate or two. So it all came back together in the end. We had really good calls, really good focus. Like I was dead anyway, so I was watching the death timers in the base while they were destroying tower by tower by tower, and it was really good. And then in the end, we got the next this close, so it was really good for all the fans here. Like we could even hear soundproof headsets is not enough when the entire hall was cheering for EG.
I wanted to talk to you about that because these guys must have been quite intimidating for Alternate because it's like it's your house.
It's really fun. Every event we go to, this is why we love the major events, is because all these people here, they cheer for us, like, and we get so much momentum that we drop a map, no biggie, the crowd got our back, and then we have to win it for them because they all came out here. Literally the first moment I stepped into Gamescom, I was 1 meter into the door and I already got swamped by people asking for autograph pictures. Like half the crowd is now backstage swamping our players, and I have to go there for photos after this interview, and we just love it. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that supports us.
But Crepo, tomorrow, Fnatic, they also had a hard week last week. They also fought their way back. How are you going into that one?
Well, last year on Gamescom, we beat them, and this year we will do the same.
Strong words. Just one more question, Crepo. What did you just do when we were standing there before we came up for the interview?
I texted my mom that we won because she's coming tomorrow and it's her first event, and I think it's gonna blow her socks off.
Well, I'm sure everybody's gonna give her a warm welcome and good luck tomorrow. All right, that was it from Crepo, and as for us, it's time to send it back to Joe and Chad at the desk for a breakdown of today's results.
Thanks a lot, Shocks. And with one quarter-final match down, let's take a look at that updated playoff bracket.
Yeah, so with their win, Evil Geniuses move into Saturday's quarterfinal round, where they'll take on the second-seeded Fnatic, while Team Alternate drops into Saturday's fifth-place showdown match, where they'll face the loser of our next semifinal matchup.
And for EG, that win means that they're guaranteed a spot in Season 4 Spring Split, a massive qualification on one front, and they're now only one series away from actually qualifying for the World Championships. So close right now. And another bit of an announcement when we're talking about the World Championships, we're pleased to announce that the tickets for it are going to go on sale tomorrow, Saturday, August the 24th at 2100, 9 p.m. CEST and 12 o'clock noon Pacific time.
Yeah, and for the latest info on tickets, go to lollysports.com/tickets. And thanks again for being patient during the recent delay. We cannot wait to see you all in the LCS Los Angeles, or in Los Angeles.
And while EG has already locked down a win in their first matchup and taken another step towards those all-important World Championships, Gambit is counting out their recent week long boot camp in Kiev, which really helped them turn things around. They're going to go up against Ninjas in Pajamas in just a little while. And while in Ukraine, Diamond and crew were able to get in a lot of sleep and some much-needed League of Legends.
Because we travel a lot, we don't have a lot of time for practice. For example, other teams have 5 days for practice and we have maximum 2 days, and only from our hometowns, only online.
I think this season we were a lot on plane. I mean, almost every week we are moving, so this is really hard year for us.
I think the best traveler is me and Alex, and the worst is Darian, because we always waiting for him. Sometimes we can hear, Mr. Evgeny Zhuzhlikov, your flight will fly away in 15 minutes. It's the last call.
I think we're getting more used to it, like we find place to sleep in the trip, or we're finding place to sit, but it would be better to be just in one place and to play, because it wastes a lot of time.
Before I joined Gambit, I didn't really expect days where I would really want to sleep behind the computer.
Diamond can sleep everywhere. I saw him sleep in bus, on the train station, in the metro. He can sleep on the chair everywhere. He just needs a chair.
It's true that I can sleep in this chair.
If you want to sleep, you just do it.
Why should I waste my time if I can just sleep while traveling?
When you travel a lot, you just have to rest after that, and we don't have time for it.
So we decided that bootcamp in Kyiv would be the best decision because we don't need visas and it's easy to do that.
At bootcamp, we eat together, we play 12 hours a day, we sleep under the same roof. That's not something you can do at home, and I think thanks to that we can, so to say, strengthen our bonds and get the stuff that's needed to prevail in the LCS.
You can play whenever you want, you can play as much as you want, so we can play like 12 hours, 14 hours. You can play till 3 a.m., 4 a.m.
Yeah, I'm trying to get as much practice as I can, and if we are not playing together, I can play solo. Even not in solo queue, but I will get some practice.
The games when we are all in a bootcamp feel more serious when you are like 5 people in flesh, not in the digital world, so to say.
We just want to win World Finals, that's why we are doing this.
After we knew that the grand finals, the finals will be a Staples Center, we really want to go there. It is the place where the great sportsmen were, where the great events were, and we want to be there too.
For every professional esports player, it's a great honor, it's a big deal to play in such place. It's a step in the future for whole esports.
If we can get there, it's like a dream, because going there, going to the World Finals and competing with the best teams in the world, and that is like the goal, that's what we want to do.
Coming up next, Gambit and the Ninjas in Pajamas face off in our second quarter-final matchup as they look to join Fnatic, the Lemon Dogs, and now Evil Geniuses in Saturday's semi. So guys, don't go anywhere. The European LCS Regional Playoffs live here at Gamescom. We'll be right back. LCS Regional Playoffs live from Gamescom 2013. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me once again is Joshua Jack Leesman, and we have the pleasure of bringing you the second quarterfinal of the series of the day. It is going to be Gambit Gaming up against Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah, and the winners move on to Saturday's semi-final round, where they'll face the top-seeded Lemon Dogs, while the losing squad is going to take on Team Alternate in that relegation match.
And coming into this match, of course, Gambit holds a 3-2 series lead after taking down Ninjas in Pajamas in the Super Week's second place mini tournament.
Yeah, and Gambit really dominated that game. Every player on their team had a KDA of 9 or higher, and then Ninjas in Pajamas actually surrendered in under 26 minutes. And although Gambit lost to EG twice in the tiebreakers and ended up in 4th place, they looked great during the scheduled portion of Super Week, where they went 4-1 in the first 5 games before they made it to those tiebreaker matches.
Yeah, I don't know how much fans want to read into that, the mini tournament second place game, because Gambit, NIP themselves were just like, I just want to get to Gamescom.
Exactly.
I think there's only Maluna in that team that's actually ever been here, and I was actually out the back of the stage with them, all the guys, and they were just like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy, and it's scary that this may affect them.
Absolutely, and I mean, the thing is with that though, Gambit also has a lot of momentum carried through from the regular part of the Super Week. Before the playoffs relegation stuff even happened, I almost feel like they're putting that beyond their minds.
Yeah, of course, Gambit, they've had their share of ups and downs this summer. If there is a team that can empathize, it is Ninjas in Pajamas, because, well, we all know what their plight has been. There's only been a few weeks this split where there hasn't been some sort of shake-up within Ninjas in Pajamas, but despite all the turbulence, they were able to overcome a 2-6 start to the summer and make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one of the big reasons they've been here is because of Bjergsen. He's always been their carry, and after NIP lost their first 2 games during Super Week, he pretty much just carried them to 3 state wins after that, because that's what Bjergsen tends to do sometimes.
Yeah, and I was worried, obviously when Extinct left the team, because it really had took the pressure off him for a while, and then suddenly Extinct out of the blue decides, no, that's not for me, don't like the traveling, don't want to do this, which is interesting because we just saw the Gambit video, of course, talking about how much they travel. It's just not for some people, but it's put the pressure back on Bjergsen. The pressure is almost certainly going to be on Minimist again.
And we kind of talked about in the alternate game how they had the struggles because, Pharrell Lord took the week off and Kriaton had his hand broken. How about having one of your dominant top laners just up and leave the team in the middle of the season? It's tough.
And of course, coming into this match, Bjergsen and the Ninjas in Pajamas, they do believe that if they can carry the early game against Alex Ich and crew, they can shut down Gambit and win their way into Saturday's quarterfinals.
The key to win against Gambit is early dominance.
Pretty much every game where Gambit doesn't get the early lead, they tend to not win.
I don't think that the early game is the only key to our success.
They don't take being behind very well, so we need to pick strong early game, strong laning champions and punish them early and then snowball the game.
Early game is important only in that case that we should not went 0-10 in early game, and then everything will be fine.
We can't let them snowball anything. If they will snowball, they will most likely win the game.
Before the Super Week we played a lot against the Ninjas, so we have some research material to check out their strategies and come up with some good counters to them.
I feel like now the Gambit are returning to their old kind of champions. I feel like they're way stronger than the stuff they've been trying out previously.
I wouldn't say I'm happy to get Gambit, but I'm confident if we play our best, we can beat them.
So let's take a look at the starting lineups, of course. This time on the blue side, it is going to be Gambit Gaming. There's in the top lane. Starting off will be Darian. He is, of course, that top laner we've seen Aatrox played a number of times in the last few matches. He was famous for starting out on that one. In the jungle, of course, it is Diamond Prox, the mid laner, Alex Ich. AD carry is Genja, and of course, the new support, Voidal.
And on the red side, of course, it is Ninjas in Pajamas. Mimer, that top lane, who they had to bring in afterwards. Jungle is Maluno. Bjergsen, mid laner since the start of the year. Freeze, that AD carry, and Deficio also been there all year.
Yeah, and what else could be our featured matchup, of course. We have to have a featured matchup for this one because the quarterfinal showdown is really the battle of the mid laners. We've heard them talking there. It is Gambit's Alex Ich versus Ninjas in Pajamas, Bjergsen.
Yeah, and even though Alex Ich hasn't had great numbers this summer, it's not because he's played incredibly poorly. They're banning out a lot of his champions, and they're camping him in lane this split, and it's not going to get any easier for him today because Bjergsen's consistently done well against him. Bjergsen was 24-5 and 33 in their head-to-head matchups this year, which is an impressive scoreline. So Alex can have a poor game, and Gambit can rely on one of their other weapons to carry them to win. But for Bjergsen, especially without having their top laner in Extinct anymore, it's not quite the same luxury.
And their champion pool is actually pretty similar. I mean, they both love the Zed if they can get a hold of them. Both of them are pretty damn good on Orianna. Twisted Fate, they'll run that as well. So they've got very shared champions that they both had some pretty damn big games on between them. We can see the teams setting themselves up. And we talked about the big game experience. Gambit have been here. They've been on the biggest stage in the world. Ninjas in Pajamas, this is their first time. The biggest stage they've ever had so far is going to be obviously what we had at DreamHack, what we had in Moscow and Tenerife. They were only around about 1,000 to 1,500 people. There's a lot more than that here right now.
Yeah, and most of those were just for the regular season of the LCS as well. So the impact of the games or the repercussions of winning or losing the game were much different. And it's kind of strange too that they're playing against Gambit, who I think at the start of the year, everyone just kind of respected and would almost roll over for them if they just started coming. But throughout the rest of this split, maybe right up until about Super Week, it did seem like teams almost stopped respecting Gambit in a sense and stopped giving them that, oh wow, they're Gambit, we have to watch out for them with the swap supports. But maybe they're going to be back to that now since it's on a big stage, since they've had the boot camp. That's definitely what Gambit's hoping for.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see, obviously we saw the travel that the Gambit have had, and it's something that, I mean, I'm fairly close with Groove, the manager of Gambit. I've had good discussions with him, and I get to talk about the team, and obviously, especially when they've been having problems with the support players, like, how's it going? And it was like the boot camp before Super Week, they actually said they lost about 70% of their matches. But it didn't seem to matter because they were just working out the kinks, like you say. They came into Super Week and they just went on a mission. The only team to stop them, ironically, was Fnatic, who in themselves, we just, looked at the records like, well, Gambit have won this, tie, there's never going to be a four-way tie for second place. How wrong were we on that day?
Yeah, and also looking at Voidal, it's the strangest thing when we're looking at Gambit, obviously losing Edward. I haven't gotten much to see of them in person, obviously, since the switch happened, because I haven't been in Europe all year up until now. How does he really fit on that team right now? Because he has been improving. But replacing someone as big as Edward and on as almost legendary a team as Gambit, they're huge shoes to fill.
Well, in Groove's own words, he said it's the first time in about 3 or 4 months that they've actually shown improvements in the bottom lane. They've actually been a little bit more creative. Suddenly, the aggression's working. And if you look at the last probably 2-3 weeks that Genja's had, his aggression has definitely stepped up. He suddenly was the man up front. During Super Week, there was a couple of times we were just absolutely blown away. It's like, that's Genja initiating it. He's the one attacking in the mid lane while the rest of the team are trying to catch up.
And it's good that they're finally making those growths happen. You can't just sit on your, like essentially Gambit had spent so much time just surviving based off of their talent or based off of the work they'd done previously. Because all of their initial success, if we think all the way back to Season 2, was because they were the team that would do the boot camps. They were the teams that would prep extremely hard before the big tournaments, and then it would come out to help them. But during the LCS regular season, they weren't able to do any of that, and it really started hurting them. So I wonder if they've had enough time to actually work on their game and improve with just that boot camp, because they clearly weren't doing it during the regular season, which is why we saw the decline.
Well, yeah, and I mean, simply put, they don't have the chance. Because there's a German law, obviously, between Russia and Germany, that they can't spend more than 90 days within Germany for a period of time. Obviously, there's a lot of countries that have these sort of things, which is why they don't have that gaming house in Cologne, like a lot of the other teams do. So subsequently, they only get about 3 days a week to practice. And I guess if you've been traveling for 4 days of the week, or effectively playing in the LCS for 2 to 3 days, traveling for another 2 of those days, the motivation to get home and practice is probably not that high.
I mean, even just traveling a little bit for events from our personal experience, like that can wipe you out quickly. You can do 1, 2, and then you're like, man, I really need a break. How about 6 months of it, almost every week for the guys on Gambit? It takes a ridiculous toll, and it's actually a testament to their initial skill that they were even able to make it this far, going through that kind of schedule.
Well, I want to talk about that man on your screen, Darian, because during Super Week, he did what effectively seemed inconceivable at the start of the season. He went invincible. For 2 games straight, he did not die. Darian suddenly turned it around. You know, this was the man that was dying left, right, and center, and to be fair against Evil Geniuses, he did kind of get hooked all the time by Froggen. As Froggen said, it wasn't so much me hooking onto him, it was just Darian was running into my hooks. But that game aside, he actually had a really good Super Week. Darian seemed to be back to his best. He actually even pulled out Vladimir again, which is a champion that he used to use way back in Moscow 5 days.
And a lot of what Gambit did last Super Week was a callback to when they were successful, in a sense. In any game against Gambit, Shen was either first picked against them, or banned away from Darian, and then he was still able to have effectiveness on other things like Vladimir. Likewise, someone like Genja, when he first came on the scene, he was dominating with Misfortune, yet he played 16 Varus games throughout the split. But it was Misfortune that he picked up the first 3 wins with, and then had banned out in the other 2 games. So Gambit was really returning kind of to their sweet spot there.
Yeah, and in that respect, you could talk also about Diamond. Like, he went back to his Lee Sin, managed to carry from the jungle. We'll see how it goes up, because we are into the picks and bans, and Fizz being taken away. No surprise there. If you call Super Week, Bjergsen went fantastically well on Fizz. And Fizz, honestly, has rose to power in Europe. A lot of European teams have been using him. Lee Sin taken away from Diamond Prox. No shocks there. Ari, focus bans. Bjergsen, clearly the focus. We talked about him in the featured matchup. He's the man that they have to focus on in these bans.
You always focus him out, as they do all 3 bans right up Bjergsen. And there's an interesting thing that I found amongst these teams, is Diamond's most played jungle was actually Jarvan this split, which when you think of Diamond, you think of Lee Sin, you think of
Evelyn.
Eve even, you don't think of Jarvan. Likewise, Maluno had 10 Jarvan games, which is even more. And I actually wonder if that now becomes the most contested pick amongst these guys. Obviously not with Thresh, who, by the way, was Voidal's 8 games on him. And he's actually only ever won with 2 different champions, so they better get Thresh.
They better make sure they get Thresh. It does mean that Zach is available, and as you mentioned, I'm pretty sure you're going to see Jarvan locked in here for Maluno. I'd be amazed.
That's a great combo, too.
Yeah.
Zach and Jarvan just work so well together, and it will also give Mimer some success. Obviously, Mimer hasn't had the most amazing games. His best champion actually is Shen, who they had to ban away from Darian because Gambit will always first pick it. Zach seems like a safe fallback.
He actually plays a lot of Evelyn in solo kill top lane as well, which is something they've never really allowed him to get through yet. We'll see how it works. Rise didn't work out 100% successful. He did have a couple of wins on it, but Misfortune, interesting, could be taking that away from Genja.
Yeah, that would be a pretty smart thing for them to do. Even though Freeze has pretty much all of his games on Caitlyn, AD carries pride themselves on being able to play pretty much as many as possible. And it's mainly picking this to just take it away from Genja, because Genja had gotten very comfortable on Misfortune. And this is what a lot of teams are trying to do, just to throw him off.
Well, we just saw Kraton in game 1 having a fantastic match on Misfortune, instantly calling bans for the next 2 games running after that. So they're making sure this time it is going to be, like you say, Freeze who will be with him. Is Alexic really going to go for Orianna this early on? Yes, he is.
Wow.
He really wanted that champion. I think he knew, obviously, that's what one of the champions, Bjergsen, would go for. If Cogmore comes out, that would be a big change around.
That would be very old school if they end up going for the Cogmore. The Orianna pick as well is a generalist pick for Alex in another one of these mid lane matchups where both of these guys play everything. Bjergsen and Alex, 15 unique champions in this split, which is just absolutely absurd. And Orianna, of all of them, is the generalist, but they do go for Dom.
He did have an incredible Orianna game in Moscow, if I recall, against Aranea. Against Alternate, but effectively was Aranea. Aranea was on him all the time with Lee Sin, but he was just unkillable. But Cogmore's a champion we have not seen for a number of weeks as an AD carry.
And I wonder if they're picking this in response to the Misfortune, almost, thinking that he's going to be able to outrange her very substantial late game team fights. But it's not because NIP doesn't have strong diving potential. Think about just going at it with Zach and Jarvan is dangerous in itself. They're basically just picking that because they want to have huge amounts of damage coming up. Think back to the old Gambit days. You run triple threat with Cogmore. So Darian might want to pick a high thing, or like they have a threat from the jungle as well, so there you go.
Yeah, so Diamond going to be that aggressive Evelyn. We'll see if it works out for him. It's actually, Evelyn always seems to be one that's hit and miss champions. It's either going to be really big impact on the game or just be a complete flop.
Yeah, especially the way Diamond's been playing it. He actually hasn't had much success with it this split. And that makes the threat thing just kind of go through the roof.
It's a lot of threat.
Everyone's going to be going in. This is the Gambit way of protecting the cog bomb, is you just create so many distractions that you hope people forget about it.
So looks like Gambit going for that chaotic game. Meanwhile, Talon being pulled out by Bjergs, and wow, if I recall back, it was Nuke that actually played Talon in the LCS European around about 2 weeks ago, and he had a massive game.
Talon is really good, especially with what is now an AoE composition. He's basically like a suicide bomber sometimes. He'll just go in, blow his ultimate twice, everyone else on the team is dead.
Not sure that's a politically correct term, but we'll stick with it. It seems to work well. And well, against Ariana, definitely would work very well. Of course, he's going to be diving up, but more importantly, against the Cogmore, he could absolutely explode it.
Yeah. You're one to call me for saying politically incorrect things on air. Really?
Yeah, I know. No need to highlight that. I've had a few moments of my own. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. If you just joined us, it is the European playoffs, of course. We had that crazy Super Week just, well, 5 days ago here in Cologne. Oh, it was a long day, Jack. It was a long day. It was 12 matches, six ways tie-off effectively. Alternate, of course, they beat SK Gaming and forced SK Gaming into the relegation battle. Well, Alternate are now in that position. They're going to have to play the loser of this match, while the winner of this match, of course, will be facing off against Lemon Dogs, who are top of the league. So it's a big, big ask for both teams, but it is all about a place in Season 4, because the winner of this game will be in Season 4, guaranteed.
These guys have quite an act to follow as well. We just went all 3 games, EG versus Alternate, with the 3rd game being the closest of all. And Gambit honestly has just as much expectation, if not more, than EG of making it into Worlds. Because if we think back to the Season 2 World Championship, every team had their eyes set on beating Gambit because they were the world dominators last season. And now, if they don't win this set, they don't even get to go again.
Well, I can tell you, Alex, it was very emotional after losing that first game against Evil Geniuses that forced them in towards the lower seeding. They couldn't get that second bye, of course, position against Fnatic. Evil Geniuses had that, and they lost it. That's what Gambit wanted. They wanted that guaranteed seeding into the semi-finals. Instead, they're going to have to go the long way. Ninjas in Pajamas, well, they realize they are the underdogs coming into this game. They've had discussions with fans around the ground, and they were like, yeah, I hope you play well, but, you know, unlucky son. That was Bjergsen actually telling me that. He was like, yeah, clearly there's a lot of Gambit fans here, so.
Just a couple.
We'll see how this works out. So, level 1 shenanigans, nothing looking like it's going to be completely crazy. Looks like Ninjas in Pajamas want to get that ward down, but we do see Nexage in defensive position.
Yeah, and this seems a lot more aggressive than we saw in any of the level 1s in the EG versus Alternate games. But also a fairly aggressive hold there by Alex, just making sure they don't get deep positioning of their wards into the red buff. Alex knows exactly where that first ward is, and he also knows NIP didn't get any extras.
So it looks like Void is going to get in there and get some wards down. VC actually went for the single ward. They haven't got very deep wards at all, so they're not going to have good coverage of Ninjas in Pajamas. And at the moment, we do have that pause, of course, which means we're waiting for the players. It's generally the start of the games. We are looking at Diamond. Looks like Darian's the one with the pause. He's talking to the referee at the moment. You can see he's got his options open, so I guess he's thinking, I didn't get my key bindings right.
Well, I hope he did, because they had plenty of time to set up, and you were actually not allowed to pause for having key bindings wrong. You have to set that on your own time. There was a slight delay during the EG game as well, but that was also able to sort out. Hopefully this is a quick one as well.
Well, I like the fact that there is 4 referees stood behind them. The
see
response time is strong. They are very much aware. He looks like he's happy. The Lizard Man, Darian, by the way, if you've not seen that video from Diamond, it was from DreamHack, actually, week 1 that Gambit with themselves released. It's quite funny. You gotta watch it. It's the facial expressions that gamers make.
Okay.
Darian, keep your eyes on that player cam. You guys here in the audience can see the player cams all the time, so you just keep an eye on his tongue. He is the Lizard Man during gaming. The focus face, I believe it is, that gamers tend to have. But we are live once again. So 2 minutes coming up, and obviously looks like it's going to be no invades, no late delayed invades either.
So standard lanes coming out. Also, it looks like we're going to be seeing 2v2 in the bottom lane, which could be very dangerous for Ninja and Voidal. I know they have said they've made a lot of strides recently but unless Voidal gets some very clutch death sentences out, they're going to lose a lot of trades.
So let's see how this aggression works out. Like you say, Voidal's got to wear some of those hits. Genja, the only escape he's going to have is that singular flash, and there is so much to lock him down. Maluno, of course, could come dumping in on his head. Mimer could be bouncing on him. Deficio could land those grasping roots. So like, and there's so much that could just catch him out. There's good harassment out from Deficio here, actually, onto Genja as well.
Yeah, that lane is going to be a very tricky thing, but I want to see how this mid lane goes as well between Alex and Bjergsen's talent. We have not seen that much talent, and it is not necessarily a good laner early. Bjergsen really needs to pick his spots against Alex's Orianna, who has amazing early harass.
And Alex, of course, starting out with that cloth, short cloth armor, so making sure he's going to be strong against him. Diamond Fox is waiting in the wings in this bottom lane, and there's actually no ward coverage, so he has got himself in towards that push early. Freeze Deficio. Are they going to sell this one? Sticking fairly tight on that lane. I don't think they want to go too deep. Sure enough, they throw that plant down. They didn't get the vision of Diamond. He's going to stick himself across. Has that stealth lasted long enough again to get that push? It looks like it has.
Oh, he doesn't want to go too far. He's spotted.
He's spotted, and Deficio is going to immediately back away from this one. Tries to put the hate spikes on Freeze, and Freeze just backs off, no problem.
And that's a lot of time invested for Diamond with no reward. Was not even able to leech that much experience during all that, and getting ahead on Eve is incredibly important for him, because we said it's a hit or miss champion for him. And now it's Maluna's time again.
There was an early back here from Darian. He went back, got himself that regrowth pendant and a couple of wards, and you can see he's warding out that tri-bush, so making sure he's safe in the top lane. Meanwhile, in this mid lane, Maluno coming, looking, getting the knock-up on Alex Ich, not getting any support from Bjergsen, and Alex Ich turns aggressive on this one, puts that ignite down, he's smelling that double buff.
Well, that's one way to deal with the gank. Just start hitting him and realize you pushed Bjergsen back so far in that lane that he can't go through and support, particularly the size of the minion wave there gave Alex Ich absolute confidence that he'd be able to deal with that gank. That lane is not going to turn at all towards Bjergsen until he gets at least level 6.
So let's look at this top lane, since we are seeing Diamond heading that way. Mimer versus Darian, Aatrox versus Zac. It's not a standard lane, but Aatrox definitely is starting to make a popular term, certainly in the European scene anyway, that's for sure, the top lane and the jungle.
That top lane for Darian is just surviving for now against Zac, and Diamond has spent so much time roaming around and not farming. He's really putting himself in a hole if he doesn't get anything going here on Eve.
Keep our eye on whether manages to get it, of course. Speaking of Maluno, he is heading in towards the bottom lane. He's going to be able to sneak in towards that bushes without being spotted. He's got a blue buff still on him at the moment. Let's see whether he can get on towards Voidal or Genja. There's a singular ward. There's no ward placements whatsoever from Gambit down this bottom lane.
Yeah, this bottom lane ward placement for Gambit is just worn out. They had picks early, but they got counter picked.
To catch on to Voidal, forces the flash away from Voidal there. Freeze taking a lot of damage from Genja. Straight trade.
Not much doing there, even though they had Maluno go down, even though they had the wards out. It just wasn't smooth enough for their gank back against Gambit.
So the real battle right now is actually in terms of creep score, CS, between the two. Alex Ich has got a 10 CS lead over Bjergsen. Genja's actually got a 10 CS lead over Fleet. Something you don't see too often.
No, really not. That's a very impressive performance so far by Genja and Voidal, but the gank returns yet again.
Oh, Genja's going to try and get away from this one. He's going to have to flash him. He doesn't want to use it. He left it till the last minute there. Knew the diamond was coming in, but that's put Voidal in position. He hasn't got flash. That's going to be first blood. Freeze taken low, but it doesn't matter. Deficio gets the kill.
And support first blood, not the best, but still going to be worth it. They got the first gank, they got the flash down from Voidal, and then the second gank is the one that ended with the kill.
Genja, of course, that flash down for him. I wouldn't be surprised to see Maluno paying their second visit down here. Bjergsen taking some damage from Alex in that mid lane, still 10 CS behind. Darian trying to put them pressure on towards Mimer. Mimer being forced against the tower now, and actually, Darian is starting to develop a bit of a lead in that lane.
Yeah, Darian's doing all right. I wouldn't necessarily call it a lead, 42-40, when the wave is pushing up against Mimer as well. Those two Dorn shields right now, especially with how both of these guys sustain like crazy, not much I don't think is going to happen in that lane unless they go really all in against each other or they get some kind of jungle game.
So Seeker's arm guard for Alex Ich, building in towards the fact that he is against the Talon, of course, in lane. Meanwhile, Bjergsen himself is about to back and fight. We'll see what he comes out with. Straight brutalizer.
Yeah, he wants full damage on Talon, especially with Black Cleaver, because of the way Bjergsen can just go in on Talon, blow all of his cooldowns almost immediately. He can shred close to a whole team which will work amazingly with Freeze if he rushes a Bloodthirster and a Last Whisper to just combo down a team inside a Cataclysm.
So the triple Doran's Blade from Genja, as always.
All reliable.
Yeah.
Goes back to Kog'Maw, always goes for triple Dorans. You know, he was already winning the lane a little bit against Freeze, and he's just trying to cement his advantage right now, getting those quick triple Dorans.
But how does that stack up against the double Dorans and a Vampiric Scepter, which of course Freeze went back and got? Surely Freeze is going to be way ahead in terms of build now.
Yeah, surprisingly, at the very start of the game, Doran's Blades aren't that much worse than Lifesteal because Doran's Blades give him the life on hit and Lifesteal's based off your pull.
Shockwave on Bjergsen, he's going to go stealth without ultimate. Is it going to be enough to help him get away? Yes, it will be. Alexich himself with that blue buff going aggressive. Bjergsen is going to get the blue buff from Maluna, but he is low. He's lucky that Diamond isn't around there.
Pretty good early aggression there by Alex, but only being 10 minion kills up on Bjergsen, and then also not being able to combo him up, isn't the best for them at this point in the game. I actually feel like Bjergsen is winning that lane in a sense of only being down 18 kills without dying.
So the red buff pops up and Diamond's going to be on that one. Let's see whether he goes looking for those ganks because as yet he has been fairly unsuccessful with creating any opportunities. Cataclysm from Maluna jumping on towards Voidal. Voidal has no flash, but he's managed to tank this one off very well because Freeze, he was being put off by Genja and he was keeping him under situation. Diamond is creeping in there.
Yeah, Genja's aggression there is absolutely what saved Voidal defensively, and Diamond's not going to be able to sneak far because there is a pink ward as far forward in that lane as possible while still being in the bush, which is letting NIP push up pretty aggressive.
So that aggression in the mid lane is giving Alexich a bit of an advantage, but you can see the defensive ball comes out. He hasn't got Shockwave, remember he used it a moment ago. Bjergsen will pick up the kill on Alexich.
That's what Bjergsen was waiting for. That's why I was saying he was winning the lane, even though he was down 20 minutes. Because when he goes in on Alex, he can go in on Alex, and that was very impressive there by Bjergsen, finding his spot.
If Shockwave may have given him that time, he knew he had that limited window while the cooldown was down, and he'd already blown it on him. And that may well push him ahead in that lead. He's going to go back himself, pick up probably... No, he's still going to both up in boots, going straight pickaxe and a pink ward. Got to defend against Diamond.
So if he's going for the pickaxe, that almost tells me he's going to try to rush a Last Whisper as quickly as possible. And he doesn't care about, right now, the Black Cleaver shred for the overall team. Definitely going for individual domination now, maybe team help later.
Darien out, heavily up lane there, and he's going to get caught out. Double knock of Darkflight. Oh, Darkflight gets interrupted nicely by Let's Bounce. That's surely Darien going to go down. Who will pick up the kill? It is going to be the Bloodwell being used. Will they give it across to Mima, or will Maluna decide to take this one? It is going to be Maluna that secures it. I don't think they really cared who was going to pick that up in the end, but they needed to secure it.
Yeah, as long as Darien didn't get away, and that kill was completely secured by Mimer's timing on Let's Bounce to stop the escape from Darien. And we knew that lane was going to be pretty farm heavy. Let's take one more look at this gang. Darien just trying to jump. You're not going anywhere, buddy.
Dark Path completely interrupted there by Let's Bounce. I'm not sure whether he actually timed it for that, whether he just happened to do Let's Bounce. Give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's always nice to give the player credit for things like that. As Diamond looks to go in behind this turret, he's got to do this quickly because Maluna has this right ready to come in for a counter gank. They could just collide.
NIP actually already pinged it, so I think they realized that he was around there. We do see the hook on towards Freezer, and again, successfully defended. I think Ninja Pajama was simply ready for that one.
Diamond really hasn't been able to get involved in this game. He spent so long at level 3, running bottom, mid, and top without farming for multiple minutes, and didn't get anything out of it. Now he's trying to farm a little bit of it back, but he's definitely not on the pace of a carry jungle that he wants to.
Trying to put in pressure and continuing to keep it on Darien, trying to get that Sunfire Cape built up quickly. Darien going for a different build here. Normally, he does rush that Bloodthirster, but it doesn't seem he's going to go that way this time. He goes for that pickaxe on the way back.
Might be going for... I'm not sure entirely what he's going for. Tiamat, maybe? Or Gravityte.
They're going to dive on Diamond. Look at the pressure coming out there. Shockwave Yuzo pulls in Maluna. They're going to turn this one back around. The Ignite's on him. It will be Alex that picks up the kill. Bjergsen with his combo use has to back off.
That was quite a turnaround there by Alex Siege, since they didn't even have the Eve ultimate from earlier. Able to come out of under one for Zero is actually
incredible thing to try to keep them in this game because they were falling a bit behind on kills.
We see the hook, the play, the box goes down. Strangleborns will come out, and they see Bullet Time keeping him at bay. Genja taking the full wave of Bullet Time there for Freeze.
So that hook almost was the doom of Voidal. Genja had to just maneuver as both the giant AoEs came down from NIP's bot lane. That's a very scary battle down there as they're really close in CS.
Good double up there as well, and Genja with full force in their face, but he will continue to keep that farm going. He had built to an advantage early on, like you mentioned, but he's let it slip away a bit here. Darien back in towards that top lane. He's getting himself a second regrowth beat, so not really sure which way he's going with his build at the moment, but it's split across 3 different items.
Yeah, I think he's going for that Tiamat or the Ravenous Hydra later, just because he needs enough damage to cut through Zac. Otherwise, it would just be a giant sustained battle. And that's not really the way Darien wants to play right now.
Yeah, it could be a different build certainly from him. See how it works, of course. We were watching Wicked played it during Super Weed Aatrox. It's actually Wicked's favourite champion now.
Yeah.
It's past Aurelia. Aatrox is now his favourite champion, which is no surprise to see Araneo that was picking away from him, so he's taking it off him. So just giving hints out to anyone else that's going to be playing against Team of Geniuses. But I think everybody knows that because he's been playing it non-stop on his solo queue.
Looks like NIP, they're seeming to be in a pretty good position right here because Diamond hasn't taken over too much with Eve so far. Darien is going mostly Glass Cannon Aatrox, which may be going to work out near the end. But if they have so many people going damage early on for Gambit, Bjergsen going in at the same time as Freeze's Bullet Time might just be enough to wipe Gambit off the map. And I wouldn't actually be surprised if NIP goes for a Dragon fight fairly soon.
Yeah, I believe if Diamond or Genja officially get locked up in one of those capitals and Bullet Time follows it, can't imagine they're going to survive too much after that. It's the combo they're going to be looking towards. As it is just mid lane, the pairing of Itch versus Bjergsen. Both have a killer piece right now. Darien actually putting some good damage down on lane. Started to make Mima think twice. He has still got that CS lead, Mima, which is something we haven't seen for a great deal of. I'm trying to think back across the many games we've had. He hasn't really caught on towards him with his mini freeze. Oh, it's a great lock-up from DK Show. Strangleborns completely keeps him away.
Burns the flash though, so Diamond should be back after that one. Also, Voidal's going to have flash and the box the next time they want to go in. So this is now a dangerous thing for NIP to do. They've lived in this lane on Gambit's side. Maybe they're going to get pushed back now.
His ward's actually stacked in that river as well. I guess one of them is about to run out. There is definitely 2 of them there. No, look at that. Oh, that's terrible.
Whoops.
Whoops, indeed. That's a lot of gold to waste.
Yeah. That's not going to be good for them.
It's early on, that could well be a problem. We do have 3 members back in that bottom lane. The top lane, Darien and Mima continue to rub up on each other. Diamond trying his best to take down or get in, just create anything right now, because he's actually got the assist, ironically, on the Maluna kill when it was just completely caught out.
Now Maluno's also trying to make a bit of action. We talked about Diamond not doing too much thus far, but Maluno, aside from that 1 kill he got on Darien, has been fairly ineffectual. Still just kind of showing his face. He's now about a level and a half behind Diamond, just hitting level 9 for Maluno. He's got to become fairly tanky on Jarvan if he wants to be able to buddy in with Zac later on.
Ping's going down, that is Bjergsen heading south. He is going to pass the ward in the tri-bush. Instead he might go face to face with Alex Itch. Alex Itch is like, nope. Throwing that attack ball out, getting full vision of this crazy assassin in the mid lane. Genja though, just trying to put pressure on towards Freeze sidestepping out their sentence.
This lane is still starting to turn a little bit for Genja, even though they had given up that 1 death towards Voidal earlier. The farm he's been able to create after going that triple door and start could really benefit them in the late game.
Ultimate engage on Alex Itch in that mid lane, but he just steps away. He spotted that Diamond was coming up there with that ping ward. Bought him time now. Diamond heading back down south. They know he's there. Maluna's heading him off.
Yeah, it looks like Maluna. I don't think Diamond's going to be able to go into that one. Maluna spent a lot of time just mimicking Diamond from the map.
Well, that is the top lane turret we saw. Of course, that massacre being used to take turrets down by Wicked just in the Super Week. And with that Hydra on, Darien doing a great bit of work in that top lane, keeping Mima well off that turret and just taking the turret down so fast. First turret of the game.
Yeah, it seems like he's just been able to outshove thanks to the Tiamat build, and Mima just hasn't been able to keep pace despite getting a lot of attention from Maluno. Darien doing work on that Aatrox.
So the back lane, bottom lane, sorry, are backing off. The EF sword was already picked up by Genja. I guess he's going to go for that Vampiric Scepter now, or will he go for the boots? Of course, he hasn't got any boots.
Berserker Grease.
Berserker Grease required. He wasn't very mobile on Fogball. It's almost certainly a requirement. Let's have a look across the items. Which way are they stacking? Alex Itch has been back. He's got himself that tier as well on there. So I don't know how long he's been stacking that one out. Source boots as well as those Seeker's Arm Guards he bought really early on. Seeker's Arm Guards also picked up by Diamond Prox as well on the jungle Evelyn. Meanwhile, of course, that last business build was completed by Bjergsen some time ago. Sunfire Cave being picked up by Mima a while ago as well. Looks like the Bloodthirster will be the final item as well, being picked up by Squeeze in the next back. Just back off. Jumps up a 4-pot actually.
Yeah, Bjergsen's going to be incredibly potent right now. It's pretty much maximum penetration for him right now with all the percent plus the flag coming out from the Brutalizer. And I don't think Alex can really match him at this juncture in the game. Likewise, the items on the 80 carry definitely go for freeze.
Flash being burned out by Alex there as Mima uses the elastic slingshot to try and catch on towards him. Forces him back, and that's going to start off the Dragon, I believe.
Yeah, especially with Darien just going back to base right now. We thought that NIP would kind of force a Dragon on Bjergsen to level 11, but he's all the way to level 14 right now. So this is a very late Dragon to get, and a difficult contested Gambit wanted to stop him.
That was Maluna using his smite. Diamond didn't get close enough, didn't go for that, and they didn't even try and create any advantages in that mid lane either. They could just sort of split around the sides and just couldn't decide what to do.
Gold also just evening out because of that one. I mean, obviously Gambit just didn't have the opportunity to go in for that Dragon at that moment because obviously Darien was back beforehand, couldn't get 5 people there to fight.
201 CS being picked up by Alex Itch now, 18 minutes 46 into this game. And pressure continuing to keep that farm on Bjergsen. Bjergsen doing a pretty damn good job of keeping up with him though. He gets 72 on Talon. Talon the champion we've seen once in the European LCS, and I don't think we saw it at all in North America.
No, it was not played this split in North America whatsoever. It's a risky pick to come out for, but occasionally it can work. Sounds great.
This is Mima in trouble here. Let's bounce being used. Bloodwell is available for Darien. He's going to turn get the blood price down on towards Mima. He's going to have the damage to slow him down, and Mima realizes he's in trouble. That passive will be popped.
He doesn't have time.
It's just going to try and clear this one up, but no. Maluna comes in. The passive will come back from Darien. He gets back in there. Will he be able to get the kill? Yes, he will. He's going to try and get out of this one, though. Cataclysm will lock him down. He has got Dark Path available in a couple of moments, which is why he's trying to buy time to get away from it. Dark Path's the opposite direction. Realizes he wasn't going to get away from Bjergsen.
Yeah, but that was Darien versus the world, and it gives the rest of Gambit so much time to go elsewhere. He's smiling and shaking his head after that one because he realizes how strong what he did just was for the overall team strategy of Gambit.
And 4 members of Gambit, they're collapsing in towards his bottom lane. There's the ultimate from Diamond. You see Stranglethorns using defensive formation. The Alex Itch coming around the side. They don't quite have enough to push through. They're going to get themselves a 3rd turret of the game in the bottom lane, though.
They were still able to get the mid turret as well as the bottom turret, basically thanks to what Darien created up in the top lane.
So big plays coming out. Gambit turning the game on its head just like that. 2,000 gold ahead. Now putting pressure on towards the first inner turret of the game. Gambit not hanging around here. Once they start getting that advantage, they do tend to punish. The blue buff is it going to be up? Are they going to go towards it? I don't think it's available. They're just going to back off.
Yeah, but a job well done when they decided to back off there as well. Darien's still actually just going into Tabby and help. He doesn't care about the magic damage Miner is throwing back at him. He just has so much confidence in that 1v1 matchup, and he's instead itemizing for the rest of the team because he knows he's going to have to be in the fray for those 2 fights against Bjergsen and Freeze, who have almost completed their big combo there. Black Cleaver finished for Bjergsen, which means the bullet time from Freeze is going to hurt an extra bit.
Going to put some damage down, and Darien without passive this time. Bjergsen going big at him. Darien tries to use that dark fly, but Bjergsen is going to have his gap closer back available in a moment. No, good slow, and Darien flashes away.
Pretty much the only way he could have guaranteed escape against Bjergsen there is by using the slow right before the flash. Still a good force there by Bjergsen, and this is Bjergsen trying to carry a little bit. All the roaming he's doing is because he's trying to help out the rest of the team. That's leaving Alex free to farm in that mid lane. 246 CS on Orianna, only 21 minutes in.
Top turret goes down. First one of the game for Ninjas in Pajamas there. First time Bjergsen, who I believe will be split pushing pretty much for the rest of this game, is going to cause problems because who is going to be able to deal with him to go and just go 1v1 him?
They're hoping that it's Darien. Darien just needs to get a few more items. You can see how he just built that cloth armor right afterwards,
after he nearly got cooled down by Bjergsen. And Darien also didn't have, I believe he didn't have his ultimate that last time they thought about it. This could be round 2. Let's see how he deals.
Face check straight away from Darien. This time he does walk away from that one. Bjergsen chooses not to finish that.
I don't know if he actually could have. He used his entire burst, and Darien has amazing turnaround potential with Aatrox. I think he recognized that he didn't quite burst him out. That wasn't a fight he was necessarily winning straight away.
Just recognizing the position, Freeze is going to get himself a big chunk of farm in this bottom lane, while the rest of Gambit are sticking around the mid lane. Mima and the rest of NIP starting to try and create a focus on this mid turret, but Voidal's in there doing a defense. Genja himself is off farming, as he always is. He has just taken down the bottom golems. He's shoved his bottom lane up enough that Officio will have to help freeze up bottom lane once again. Top lane though, look, it's Alex Eats, the farming master. He's heading towards 300 CS very quickly.
He's absolutely just going to as many free lanes as possible and farming up a storm. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is honestly in farm mode. Everyone on their team is out farming right now. Even though Genja had about 2,400 gold there, he didn't go for Infinity Edge. He actually went for Blade of the Ruin King instead, so that BS sword was really just for the early attack damage, it seems, on Kog'Maw. Now it's Blade of the Ruin King, and looking very strong this point in the game for Kog'Maw.
Boots of Swiftness being picked up by Bjergsen as well, so he's going to be steaming around the map very quickly. Plus 3 boots. What are Gambit doing? They are gathering. They put that ping ward down in the middle. Dragon is up in 43 seconds. They may well go for the blue invade.
And this could be the fight that decides a lot. It's been a very close game if they decide to go for it. If they don't go for the blue, at the very least they're going to go for the dragon soon after.
Didn't get the steal. Bjergsen managed to pick up that blue buff. So he's just trying to create a situation. Top lane has been shoved in. Now Darien in towards this mid lane, who himself has actually got some pretty good farm on the go as well. So a number of champions, number of players, all hitting 200 plus CS.
Yeah, this game just hasn't really started yet. They've had a bit of turret trading. Gambit took down the outer shell, but then they haven't been able to find ways to actually get within NIP. They're still scared a little bit, I think, of Bjergsen and Freeze. That combo is amazingly potent if they catch Gambit in the right spot. And they have the potential to, just because Maluno can put down Cataclysm very timely in any type of dragon fight. This is a dangerous place for Gambit to be.
Mima ready to go, does cancel out the elastic slingshot, puts that ping ward down. Darien going in there. What's that ball delivery system? If he uses that dark flame, dives on in. Of course, we got to realize how potent that shockwave could be on Ninja in Pajamas if it's used in the right position, which is why they have to be very careful at this entrance to the dragon.
This is exactly the type of fight NIP wants, though. I feel like Maluno's going to try to initiate at any point. The only thing Gambit has to do in return is get a good shockwave down.
There's the elastic slingshot. Let's bounce being used. It splits Gambit across there. Strangleforce does manage to find his target. It's a great shockwave. Deficio will go down. Bjergsen taking very low at the back. He gets dropped. Sonya's outguns from Alex Itch has been burnt down. Maluno taking low. Mima getting in there. He gets dropped. Freeze tries to get in. Tries to turn the Darien down, but he gets dropped as well because Darien is very strong. And the passive goes down into 4 for 2 to Gambit Gaming.
Gambit spread out so well as that fight was just beginning. All the AoE from NIP could not be used in synergy, and now Gambit's going to pick up a dragon afterwards. Check this out. As soon as Mima goes in, everyone splits up. And then Alex waits patiently to land his crescendo. Darien jumped right on Freeze, stopped the bullet time from comboing overall, but everything in that fight actually went in Gambit's way, and that's why they came out ahead, despite NIP being the ones who wanted the fight.
The irony is that Voidal landed that death sentence, went straight in there, put the box on, he kept Freeze way out the back, which is kind of where he wanted to be, but then he realized, hang on a minute, the rest of my team are dead. Now I've got to go in on my own, so bullet time not quite as successful as it needed to be. Great engage and disengage effectively from Gambit. So 6-6 in kills. It is a 3,000 gold advantage being built up by Gambit. That is, of course, in the form of all of those turrets they have picked up there. Genja turns to that lane, as you mentioned earlier, went for that Blade of the Ruin King. He's going to be sitting on a pretty much a stack of gold here because I don't believe he's beating back after that fight right now. Yeah, 1,500 gold line, so he's going to go back and play himself probably the Bloodthirster.
It's actually the thing that you do to yourself when you build triple Doran's Blade is you starve yourself of slot efficiency, so the only time Genja can actually go back is when he's got about 2,000 gold because he needs to complete it. I'd expect him to actually go Infinity Edge right after that one because that's the general path these guys are doing. on things like Kog'Maw, and he's just kind of powering up. Even though he died in that fight, you kind of saw an example of how chaotic Gambit can make these team fights, and how NIP might end up just forgetting about Kog'Maw.
Pressure back on that mid lane, Ninjas in Pajamas, they have the wave in there with the Siege minion, but look at this on the side, Darian's going aggressive, he's put a lot of damage down towards Maluna. Alex Sitch was only waiting in the wind, Shockwave is available, and now the pull delivery on towards Darian, they're trying to speed him up, they're going to try and catch him up towards Mima has to last the shot away.
And I'm barely sliding away there, didn't have to really burn any spells though, but it shows that Gambit is looking to fight and really trying to push NIP off of their territory. Gambit's going to take a little bit of the jungle here, keep farming up, and continue this pace that's got from the lead.
Alex's tier has turned into that Seraph's Embrace, well of course his Archangel Staff rather than the tier itself, that'd be a big upgrade straight away, but it is going to be a lot of damage done on towards that inner turret. That's not going to survive another wave from Gambit. And the rest of NIP realizing that situation, they can't back away yet.
And Bjergsen actually goes for another Brutalizer on top of his already Black Cleaver. He might turn that into a Ghost Blade, but he's very heavily going just for armor penetration instead of going for a huge amount of attack damage as he goes in and tries to just bomb the other team. And I'd be turning this one around a little bit because they recognize Genja went to split push off at the bottom lane because he wants to get that last bit of item for his Infinity Edge.
This is often the case though for Gambit. Genja will just trot off in lane, not realize the situation that he's in, and maybe putting the rest of his team in as well. And he does manage to force them away. As it is, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've rotated around straight towards this top inner turret. Gambit are going to react though.
This could be a moment when we see a fight though, because now Gambit's got the Infinity Edge. They're more confident here. I actually don't think Gambit gets a super clean initiation unless somehow Diamond can sneak around the back of the fight and then get comboed with Darian. For the most part, Gambit is actually waiting on NIP to dive into them, so then Gambit can reactively play the team fight.
Yeah, Gambit realizing that everybody backed away from that one. Blue buff has spawned, which is where Bjergsen is running towards, so he's going to pick that one up without any issues. Everybody else farming. Infinity Edge had been completed by Genja, so now he's got that big jump with the power spike, so we'll see how much that works out in the next fight. Of course, let's look towards Darian. Darian's kind of been the playmaker right now. He's put himself that Warden's Mail frozen. Randy's Omen actually going to be coming out very soon. Meanwhile, Diamond, he went for that Seeker's Arms Guard a long time ago. Not going to be turning it into anything for a while, though.
No, absolutely not. I mean, you can see Gambit's just trying to stack up a fair bit of armor right now. Just because, even though Mimer does do magic damage, he's generally a tank. And there's not that much magic damage coming out from NIP. That's why NIP is going so heavy into the armor penetration right now, because they don't want to be as heavily countered by the armor that Gambit is accumulating. Having the randoms finished on Darian is a very big problem for Freeze. As soon as Darian gets past the line, Freeze doesn't even have the build to actually do a 1v1. He's more about taking out the whole team altogether. I like the position Gambit is in the game right now, and NIP needs to make some type of aggressive move to kind of get Gambit out of this nice mode.
Gambit are rushing up that mid lane. They realize the Ninja Pajamas are off to the left-hand side. That turret, remember, just needs about 1 or 2 hits. Gambit, though, realizing they're coming across the side. Are they going to engage in this one? Mimer's going to come in. Doesn't use Let's Bounce, just the elastic slingshot there. Voidal going deep. He pulls the box down. Gets a good play, but he gets dropped very quickly. And then Gambit, they're going to try and disengage from this one, but Bjergsen comes rushing in. Bjergsen does get taken down, but he took Diamond Procs with him. There's going to be the shockwave whipping out the side because he got taken down before he managed to do the damage. Darian in trouble. He's going to get dropped down. Bloodbell's going to grab Deficio's going to back away from this one. Maluna tries to back away. Instead, he used the Dark Path to try and escape. The flash from Freeze, and it's the ace for Ninjas in Pajamas. A 5-for-1.
And how close was that fight? Let's take a look at it right again immediately. It is just, how does this fight go so wrong? The bullet time doesn't even get interrupted, but watch the damage Bjergsen does to everyone by the end of that fight. He got both parts of his ultimate off and an extra rake at the end, which then allowed the rest of NIP to just pile on. And to top it all off, Alex never got off his shockwave because the fight was so spread.
There is the Baron for Ninjas in Pajamas. They are leading against Gambit here in game 1. It's a best of 3, this quarterfinals, of course. It's for a place in the semi-finals tomorrow against the Lemon Dogs. They will be watching these matches with eager anticipation, but of course, Gambit are now under pressure.
How are they going to respond to that one? Because that was a disastrous fight for them. They were in such a strong position in this game. Think about the things that Gambit had going their way. Darien had complete shutdown on the freeze. All the farm was accumulated. They had Zhonya's onto Alex. Diamond was really the only one who hadn't gotten involved there. Item thresholds were complete because of the 50 edge. But Bjergsen, we talk about how much he has to carry this NIP team. And even though he died in that fight, he did so much damage to Gambit that it just allowed the rest of NIP to chase them down. That's not something Gambit can really risk happening. They need to find some way to shut down Bjergsen before he can go in.
Boots of mobility, actually. Boots of swiftness. No, boots of mobility. I was right first. I found for Deficio actually after that fight. Dragon being concluded as well. That puts them in the gold lead. Just 200 gold, so still very close because Gambit did very well in that lane phase.
Yeah, also that rocket of the Ancillary comes out from Aluno. Even though it's only really protecting him against the Orianna and Eve damage at this point, this game is just so tense. The gold completely evening out for us.
You can see the haunting guys being picked up and completed by Diamond, so who really has yet to get going. Despite the fact he's 2-1-4, he didn't have a very good opening phase, picking up the kills in the big team fights, just mopping up a little bit, as it were. These are Pajamas there, making their way down towards the bottom. This is going to be the outer turret. Gambit not going to defend this one, not a chance to get down there against NIP.
No, especially not with this Baron buff on NIP. Right now, Gambit needs to get into a position where they aren't at risk of just getting dove on. I've seen so many teams lose games trying to defend this turret. Maybe Gambit feels something differently with this wave clears. The NIP has the potential to come around the back of Gambit, get onto Genja, and really make something happen. They decide not to go in.
They are going to back off, play it safe. There's a Baron of opportunity effectively at the end of that, and it's going to have around about 70 seconds left on it by the looks of it. So NIP just making sure they secure every advantage they can, spend a lot of that gold, the hard-earned gold that they picked up there. You see the Kindle gem getting stacked onto Deficio. He's going to continue. Look at that though, very early on. Bjergsen, Guardian Angel.
And that is huge. We could see he was building up to it with that chain vest and Negatron cloak up until now. And I actually don't know how much it's going to actually benefit him at this point, because he pretty much has the one big spell rotation from his ultimate, and when he comes back up alive, Talon has mediocre DPS at best. I actually think he may have been better served going even more glass cannon there.
We'll see how it works out for him. He's just trying to effectively make himself not the target, but the fact that he's going to be diving in against this Gambit anyway almost certainly makes him that target. Darien keeping that wave clear going. NIP, remember, with this rest of his Baron, it's going to have about 20-30 seconds left on it. He's going to try and cause a little bit of a problem on Gambit here, try and pick up any opportunity that they can, see if they can get anything off towards his turret instead. The wave clear from Gambit is very strong.
And once again, it's a very tense moment for both of these teams. There's only a little bit left on this Baron. 20 seconds or so right now, and Gambit, if they get a clean initiation, or if Alex can just find a shockwave, or if Diamond can flank around his big, Reimer has this last elastic slingshot, decides not to go in, and that means their Baron's going to expire.
Yeah, it's going to have about 10-12 second cooldown on that one because he cancelled it out. It means it's going to not be up in time before that Baron wears off. NIP will think twice. We already see Bjergsen, he's headed off. He's taking away the blue buff from Alex Ich.
Bjergsen's really starting to take control of this matchup. Despite the amazing farm of Alex Ich, it hasn't really came into any benefit in team fights. He keeps thinking about coming in and attack, but he's just baiting him out.
Darien, a lot of damage actually on that turret. Bjergsen's going to be on his own. He's taking that turret down. Diamond's the only one there. He's going to try and get some damage back on towards him. He's not doing a great deal to him just yet.
No, hasn't been able to push too much in that side lane. He's trying to turn himself into a bit of a split pusher, only so then Bjergsen can later collapse into team fights to make things happen.
The bottom lane has pushed itself up, which means NIP can steal away that red buff. Freeze will probably head down there, clear that off. Ninja Pajamas will back out. So, how do we gauge it, Jack? We are looking at these two teams. It's 1,000 gold between them. The two team fights we've had have gone either way so far. Who has the big advantage?
That's way too close to right now. If I knew who had the big advantage, then we wouldn't have to play the games.
In terms of teams right now, who has the advantage? Let's narrow it down.
I mean, what have we been talking about for the past 36 minutes right here? So Bjergsen wants to go in and just do as much damage as possible. Yes, he has the Guardian Angel completed at this point. But at the same time, Gambit is turtling very hard right now because they want more time for Genja. Alex is approaching 6 items despite not being in any teamfight kills, and they need to isolate enough so Darian can go and shut down Freeze himself. It's really just this stall back and forth before they really decide who's going to win the game at this point. It needs to be resolved with big teamfights.
Darian's becoming a walking tank right now. He's got that Chambers line, he's on with that Ninja Tabby, and of course the Randy and Zomi he picked up himself earlier on. What else is he going to go with that one? Is that going to be a Sunfire Kip that's going to follow, or...?
For Darian?
Yeah.
Do not know. He has 2 items. Don't necessarily help each other.
Yeah.
He's got to pick one, and then he'll go for it. He could really go any number of options. Thornmail would actually be decent for him because he has so much lifesteal, because he's running pretty much right at Freeze. But he does have a lot of options.
Look at Ninja Pajamas, they're waiting just off the side. The Fishy wants to get his grasping roots on towards Darian. They're trying to keep him at bay, slowing him down for Mima. Bjergsen is taking away the red buff of his own jungle, so he's going to secure that one while Gambit continues to push in. Remember, that inner turret, it just needs a bit of a breath of fresh air and it will go down. So that's what Gambit are trying to get towards. Get themselves just a little bit of bonus gold, and he would turn it around, but they've got to be careful they don't go too deep because that's what the seems on. Bullet time comes out, Diamond gets completely locked up. Hasn't gone down yet though, the H-Spike shield's working out, but Genja, they just gets melted down there. They can see this shockwave pulls off, Bjergsen, Guardian Angels has been popped, but Alex is not going to be able to turn this one around. Darian and Voidal, the only 2 to survive and back off in this one. It was a 3-0 from NIP.
And the timing could not be more perfect for NIP if they wanted to go Baron, but because it's a 5-for-3, they can just continue to push in this mid lane. The start of that fight was so clean for NIP that the rest of it was just following up.
Everything goes down, that's going to be the inner turret. Can they get the inhibitor turret? That's what they want, and I think they have the time to make it as well. Darian will return to lane. He's sat waiting in the wings, and actually looks like he's been told, nope, get back to Fountain, you're not going to be able to fight for this one.
Especially because now NIP is just most likely going to run for a Baron off of the inhibitor, and there was a small chance that Gambit would have enough life to go back in. Let's just check out this team fight. Because the Zyra Roots landed, it just comboed so much else. So check out Bjergsen once again. Closes the gap onto Genja, and pretty much just takes him out. At the same time, because there was so much gap closed by NIP, Alex couldn't escape the fight, and he got trapped there as well. It was just an onslaught of attacks from NIP. The Gambit had no answer to it.
Now that they have that Baron, it's going to give them a huge advantage. Ironically, the passive of Mana got popped, the Guardian Angel of the Bjergsen got popped. A lot of kills actually came in from Gambit, but because they defended, got the passives, everything was there ready and waiting, could have turned the fight towards Gambit's favor. It still shows that even with the perfect initiation from NIP, they have got a lot of damage there still.
Yeah, NIP had such a good initiation there, would kind of make up for anything else that happened in that fight. Gambit's in a struggle at this point, I feel like. They've given up 2 Barons in a row. Their inhibitor is completely down. And they haven't shown any type of proficiency in these team fights because Gambit hasn't shown an ability to get an initiation. And because of the incredibly strong initiation of NIP, it's just working out for NIP's big lead.
Gambit trying to wait and maybe try and create a gank. They may get it because Maluno and Deficio are both going to face check. No, they're not. They're ready and waiting for it instead. Mima's going to get caught out. A lot of damage on Mima. He has to get away. Stranglethorns comes out. Look at Darian. He's going deep on towards Deficio. He will have the damage to finish off this kill. Maluno's going to have to come in. Cataclysm to try and defend it. And he does hold out. Nicely done there. Slides away. And nothing picked up for Gambit.
And that caught NIP way off guard. Considering they had Baron, they did not expect to see everyone from Gambit there. And you could tell NIP used all their spells completely out of sync. Luckily, they were scattered enough and they ran away quick enough to not get punished too heavily for that outside of the turret.
Gambit do get themselves the inner turret, but they couldn't go too deep because, of course, they've got those super minions in their base, which is why you can see NIP rushing down. They want to stop those backs. Nobody checked the tri-bush.
No, everyone in Gambit is picking their own route back, and it actually means Diamond gets back just in time. And a good thing, too, because those super minions can do a lot of work if left unattended, and NIP continues to push up on.
So it was a Guardian Angels for Darian. I mean, why did we doubt that? This is Gambit, ex-Moscow 5, the Guardian Angel team. And, well, Darian is now very tanky, and with that Guardian Angels will arise twice with the Blood Belt.
That's a nice thing for them, but considering the rest of their team can get burned out immediately, it might not be the most timely purchase. NIP, with the Baron buff now, has almost their ultimates up again, may look to go for something big fairly shortly, or they can safely just go around the horn, take the other outer turret down in the top lane, and go out about it that way.
Bjergsen not with the team, he's being kept off to the side there, so which is why Gambit were looking to try and do some damage, but instead NIP are as one. Or will keep the pressure, the siege pressure on this bottom lane. Here comes the siege minion. Will they try and get in towards the tower? Will Mima launch himself in there? Doesn't look like it. The wave clear is still strong from Gambit. They seem a little unsure on this one. They want to try and get the super minions in this mid lane to try and create a situation, but Darian's doing a good job of keeping that wave clear.
Yeah, this is a very tense moment because NIP is essentially trying to flank around the side of Gambit and stop them from being able to defend this turret from the other 4 members of NIP. And based on the threat that Bjergsen has created the whole game, it might just work.
Yeah, Genja's had to go back and deal with those super minions, which is why you see NIP coming around the side there. Look at Bjergsen dying to get in and to create some situation. Grasping routes do catch on towards Darien, but again, they force them away. In instant pajamas, they're on up against the clock here. There is around about 40 seconds, 30 seconds left on that Baron buff. They're trying to get in there and cause a problem.
But Bjergsen might just be going even more so. Screw the flank anymore. If he can actually go for the Nexus turrets, that might be enough to suck Gambit back. This is the last wave that NIP is going to have with Baron. They're going to try to make something happen, I think.
And make no mistake, if he could get on Genja, he would kill him. There's no doubt about that one. But instead, Gambit have played this game many, many times, this tactical game of chess, defending the Nexus turrets, the inhibitor turrets, and keeping NIP at bay. That Baron about to wear out. Let's see if Gambit try and create something after.
Yeah, I mean, if NIP sticks around once their Baron is gone, there's also a chance that the inhibitor would respawn fairly shortly. There are still some big items coming out from Gambit. Despite NIP's control, it's a 6,000 gold game, and the Baron is gone.
Seems a little crazy, but Bjergsen is going to go in. He goes on towards Void. The left bounce comes across. Bullet time timed nicely there, but Bjergsen very, very low. It's Darien doing the damage. He's already popped his Guardian Angels, and Maluna's going to flash away from this one. Tower damage is back on towards the Bjergsen. Doing work over the back there. He will get taken down. Darien is absolutely melting the team. Genja as well at the back. He takes down Mima. Darien is going to have the Bloodwell passive pop there, but you can see Diamond, he got around. He managed to get Deficio. It's a 3 for 2 so far. Make that a 3 for 4. In fact, no. Maluna has managed to get away somehow. And back to base. Defensive stop from Gambit there, and the inhibitor respawn. Why did NIP wait? Baron turned out, then they went aggressive.
The timing was all wrong for NIP. They went in and didn't combo their ultimates specifically right, and Genja was untouched. Unlike the fights that went so well for NIP and Bjergsen killed Genja, Bjergsen couldn't make it this time. The double revive came into full effect for Darien as well, GA and his passive, and allows them to push NIP out of the base and save Gambit a bit more time in the game.
So, GAs, let's have a look at those, because Darien's was popped, his Bloodwell passive was also popped. We also saw Bjergsen's GA go down. Freeze now has himself a GA, so a lot of Guardian Angels across the board, but only one of them up available for the next fight. Baron was burnt as well, and the fact that now Gambit's inhibitor is back up, they are looking to push out the base.
Yeah, I feel like Gambit kind of bought themselves a second life there because they were in a very dire situation as NIP was sieging that turret, and it was so surprising still even that NIP decided to go in after the Baron was up. It wasn't like that was the moment that Genja was off defending a Nexus turret. They were all there. They were waiting for the fight. In fact, we thought Gambit might be the ones going in on NIP. NIP kind of gave it to them there with a 3 for 2 fight.
And it was the Voidals, Voidal got caught in the grasping roots. It seemed to trigger it. Bjergsen just followed straight up, and the rest of the team was,
who cares?
It's go time, let's get in there. Let's have a look across the items. Anything really popping in to raise suspicion? Well, there is a Warmox now on Darien, so he's going to be even stronger in the next fight. Those hit points stacking up strong.
Yeah, Genja is the thing that jumps out to me though, because he is full power offense, and it is incredibly critical, as if it hasn't already been critical enough this game, about whether Bjergsen can get on Genja. Bjergsen's actually bought blue flash boots right now, so he can actually get to Genja more frequently. And here comes the fight bit anyway.
Oh, that's actually mistimed, and now Ninja Pajamas in trouble. The shockwave lands from Alex Ich. Maluna taken very low. We've already seen Deficio go down. It's a double kill for Alex Ich. Make that another, because that's going to be Bjergsen getting dropped down. Now Freeze does manage to pick himself up a kill. The second, he tries to slide in. Maluna trying to work, but look at that. The triple gate's going to get backfired. Darien in there. Guardian Angel comes back up. Genja ready and waiting. Drops the hammer on him, and that's just going to be another kill. It's an ace for Gambit, getting in at 5 for 3.
What a turnaround for Gambit threat. Gambit was spread out. They could not get the AoE out on Gambit, and the scattered, chaotic Gambit team with tons of damage just took out all 5 members of NIP.
And that bullet time used very early on. Typical for Freezer. That's going to help. He's going to help himself. What's he going to get after that? Of course, what else can he get? Is he going to sell the GA maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just completed the Phantom Dancer, so that like maxed out his items. But that's not necessarily a super potent build. This isn't a 6-item carry without an Infinity Edge. So his actual late game damage is nothing compared to what Genja is going to be outputting. And since Genja picked up so many kills in that fight as well, he's sitting on 1,700 gold. It's actually not the best time for him to farm up a little bit more, but if Genja could get that Guardian Angel and actually stop the ability of Bjergsen to close on him, or even the potential, it's not like Bjergsen's been doing it to him lately, but if he can stop the potential of that happening, it could be enough for Gambit to win this game, which is a ridiculous thought about 10 or 15 minutes ago when NIP was in complete control.
And this is the first time for Gambit that they have been in this situation. Of course, they've been caught out twice, lost the Baron twice because of that. Now they have it themselves. Let's see what they do with it, because they've been up against the wall here. 7-5 in turrets, 19-15 in kills, and NIP with all the advantages, even the gold advantage, is still in NIP's favor. And NIP actually are the ones that are pushing down. They want to clear out those wards, get in there, which is, why would you do this against the powered up team?
Confidence. I mean, they've gotten here before. They know there's an inhibitor that if Gambit leaves completely undefended, NIP would be able to take it and then kind of delay this Baron. When a team has Baron and they're down an inhibitor, they can't necessarily do anything with it. So NIP positioning themselves in this spot at least leaves that threat open. On top of that, Gambit doesn't have the strongest ability to actually initiate onto NIP, so I feel like they're just posturing with that.
Darian going for the Iron Locket as his final item. He really wants to be that brick wall of attack. NIP though, they want to get towards this inhibitor. This is very, very tricky play. I mean, bearing in mind, I think there's only 2 members of Gambit with that Baron, but it is Darian and Genja.
Yeah, and this game is just getting so late that it's becoming scarier and scarier. Genja is really wanting to get that Guardian Angel. He's on 2,700 gold right now. He's so close. He's running back for it right now, and NIP wants to try to take advantage of this before that happens, because I almost feel like NIP thinks they're running out of time in this game.
He's got it. He's gone back. The Doran's Blade was sold. He's going to be running back to lane. You've got to be careful here, because Gambit, as soon as he returns, may actually try and engage on towards Ninjas in Pajamas. We do see Alex Itch now attack dissonance on towards Mima. Mima taking a good 1,000 hit points off in there. Deficio off the side. He's dodging out, of course, from the ultimates from Genja, trying to knock him down. Bjergsen seems to be the one that's looking to aggress though.
And it needs to be, because the fights that haven't went well are the ones where Bjergsen doesn't start it. NIP needs Gambit to be low for these fights, to almost give them the edge to power through with the rest of their team. But it almost seems like since we're 50 minutes in, it might be past their time. When they're pushed in this far, one fight could end it for NIP.
Yeah, that's going to cause the attack now, because Bjergsen got caught out, got a lot of poke down on towards him. Gambit just try and force him away, and Shirelia's Reverie has to be used by Deficio to make that escape, and NIP back off. So Gambit, it is in their hands now. Aren't they going to go aggressive? The blue wolf actually up, and for once, Alex Itch could have that.
Yeah, it's about time for Alex right now. He's also at the 6-item build point, so the farmers on Gambit are really hitting their stride right now. And with all the almost slightly low gold items that NIP's been building on their carries, their 6-item builds just aren't going to be as strong when they hit those points. Gambit seems to have a bit of an edge back in this game.
Alex Itch with that blue buff on. First time in probably around about 30 minutes that he's had that blue buff, so cool down on the shockwave. He's going to pull that trigger a little bit more often. We haven't really talked about the farm. We're at 51 minutes and they're closing in on 500 CS, or certainly Alex is. He's actually managed to stretch that lead over Bjergsen, but really that doesn't matter right now. They both have incredibly huge builds. The second Brutalizer built up, by the way, by Bjergsen as well. We haven't noticed on that one with that
No,
Black
he's
Reaver.
had that for a really
long time, yeah.
Yeah, he just hasn't been able to, he hasn't completed it, because getting the Ghost Blade at this point wouldn't do him too much good aside from a little bit of extra move speed. One interesting thing here is the junglers are comparatively incredibly low in farm, and Gambit could be setting a trap.
Bjergsen walks straight into it. Is he going to get slowed down? You can see the Nup getting one more shot in there. Diamond will pop that Guardian Angels down. Now he's going to come back out of it. Void will go straight in, locks him up, but Bjergsen is going to get dropped instantly. Alex picks up the kill. Maluna trying to get in that back line, but he hasn't got the damage to get in towards it. Diamond with a drive-by. Alex picks up that kill. Darian continues to chase on there. Flashes in, gets the slow across the entire NIP. He's going to launch himself in. The rest of them, you see Diamond Prox, he's trying to head around the side. Darian should be able to jump on towards Mima. Mima elastic slingshots away from the dark path, but Alex comes in. The passive is popped, and that will be another kill. It's a 3 for 1 for Gambit.
And the death timers are so long right now for NIP, but Gambit does not have minions. They're trying to push on regardless.
They may well be able to just drive through. And there is a stat that Gambit, once they get on towards that inhibitor, they generally finish the game within 1 minute. I kid you not, in the summer split. Once they get that 1 inhibitor down, they smell blood. They will come rushing for those Nexus stones. 25 seconds still on Bjergsen. He's going to be the only one they fear right now. And Gambit Gaming may just drive through.
Gambit Gaming is not going to finish this one immediately because there is no minions, and Freeze does too much damage to them. Nonetheless, that was an amazing set of events for Gambit as they pushed up in this game. Getting that catch onto Bjergsen is exactly what they were waiting for. We know that if NIP loses him, they just don't have the ability to power through the rest of it. There's so much damage that's been built up by Genji at this point that he just destroys NIP if he's not immediately assassinated.
Absolutely, so Diamond will be clearing out that bottom wave of minions. And let's have a look across. Does anyone go for the items? Guardian Angels, of course. Freeze didn't get taken down still, by the way. 825. He's been avoiding the fights effectively. Standing at that back. The GA of Darian is back up. The GA of Genji, of course, wasn't popped. The GA on Alex now is also in there. I believe he just picked that one up, or has he had that one a while? I can't even remember.
There's a lot of lives in this game.
It's a lot of lives. It's not quite the 10 lives that Gambit had in the one fight back in ECC Poland, but instead, it doesn't matter. Baron is up in 14 seconds. That is surely the next focus target.
Actually, it is, because Zach and Aatrox would be the extra 2, and we'd have 10 lives, because both...
Yeah. Thanks for that. But NIP, look at this. Yeah, you're not going to be able to sneaky here because Genji's just going to use that ulti. He's going to catch every push. Nobody's going to be safe. Bjergsen in this top lane. Darian's going to go aggressive on towards him, put the pressure down, and actually that forced the ultimate out of Bjergsen.
And that is the biggest thing that he needed to save for this next team fight. Gambit can now, I feel like, freely go in for inhibitor number 3 as both the other ones are already down and super minions are on their way.
On their way, he's already run back to base, trying to get himself topped back up here, but it's Gambit that are pushing on through. Baron spawned. Gambit do not care. They are sticking off at the backside at the moment. NIP, they're back in position. They will defend this one out, it seems. Gambit not going to pull the trigger.
And honestly, they needed to pull the trigger right then because the ultimate's already back. Brutality. It's only on a 36-second cooldown right now for Bjergsen. So unless they went on that one singular wave, they couldn't go.
They are pulling NIP out of the base. There's a giant creep wave going along that bottom lane. They're going to be on the Nexus to us now. So Gambit effectively slowing NIP down.
NIP has to go back, otherwise they will lose the Nexus to those super minions, which gives Gambit freedom to just take a Baron out of this exchange.
There's going to be a ping ward there. NIP have to make the decision. They realize they can't fight for it. They have to let Gambit have this Baron. So great tactical positioning from Gambit overall.
Yeah, Alex hitting the 500 minion kill mark as well. Just an absurdly long game here, 55 minutes in. The stall in this game from Gambit was most impressive here. And NIP's really regretting that dive at this point.
Yeah, they've made a few decisions where they got those 2 team fights, got the 2 Barons, but just couldn't close it off. That one attack, that one dive, after the Baron had run out, Alex sits there. I believe that was a basic attack on a minion for 700. I'm sure it may well have been Genji, but it is going to be Mima diving in. Let's Bounce has been used, but simply put, he's getting melted before it even does anything. Maluna tries to go in, gets the Cataclysm down. Alex hits, Bjergsen goes in, he just gets dropped. Darian is just the man up front. Deficio is trying to get away. Diamond Prox gets on towards him. Darian picks up the kill. That is going to be a 4 for 0. It's going to be Gambit Gaming to take game 1 in this best of 3 quarterfinals in the playoffs. Who will be facing the Lemon Dogs? So far, Gambit have 1 foot in that semi-final.
And that was a tough first game win. It took them 56 minutes
minutes, but Gambit just persevered through that one. It seemed like it had lost. That was not a good game for Diamond. He was playing from behind the entire time, but everyone stuck together. Maybe that boot camp's enough for him.
Maybe that boot camp has worked out, the confidence that would be gained on that one. Remember, this is NIP's first game in these massive crowd conditions. I cannot emphasize how many people passed through Gamescom. 280,000 people came through here last year. This year, there's a day extra.
And there are so many people in this area. You can see as far as the eye can see as these guys are sitting on stage, just people. And most of them are watching League of Legends. There's not only the seating area, there's screens outside of here, and it's just, you can't even move when you're on the floor because everyone is sitting watching these guys play the court.
Looks like NIP are going to have a discussion about this game and the actual stations. Of course, they have got a back area where they can go into a little bit of a green room. It's funny, actually. I remember Gambit when they were in Moscow, and basically the crew obviously knew what they were talking about. But every other time, Gambit normally will just sit amongst all the other players and discuss their tactics because nobody understands them.
It's that free advantage that you get by speaking another language. The sneaky Russians, you never know what they have.
You never know what they have planned. Well, for sure, they managed to hang on and hold out in that game. Fantastic turnaround from Gambit. You know, they've had it all happen on themselves, of course. Everybody remembers Evil Geniuses way back in DreamHack in the group stages. Think back to the Taipei Assassins as well. I mean, the great games they had against Taipei Assassins. They destroyed TPA in that first game and almost turned it around in that second game to get into the finals in that first position. But TPA, well, they've gone into them finals. And this is all about making it to those Season 3 finals.
Yeah, and Gambit needs to make it through there just for themselves. It would be such a failure for them if they didn't even make it back to the World Championships. Because even from the start of Season 3, their end goal and the reason they're going through all this is so they can win the whole thing. Now they're kind of struggling to make it there because they had such a tough season. But that start of this game, that's a lot to fight through.
Well, let's send it over to Joe and Kobe at the analysis desk, of course, to break down that 50-minute epic.
Thanks a lot, Demon and Kobe. What a game. We've already seen one best of 3 today was awesome. The third game in particular, and it didn't stop here. I mean, 50-game epic that had so many different swings in it. So let's try and break this one down. Let's go back right to the very beginning, to the laning phase.
So even before the laning phase, if we look at the picks, they banned pretty much everything at Bjergsen. They want to take out all of his assassins, but he picked another assassin. He still went with Talon. He got the type of character that he wants, and he ended up killing Alex in lane 1 versus 1. So he had a good time, even on that Talon after they spent 3 bans against him. But still, Gambit were in control of the early game because of Darien. This was the Darien show for Gambit here. Jao was talking about how bad of a game Diamond was having. He was definitely behind, even on Evelyn, not putting out as much pressure as Maluno.
Yeah, and then we saw one thing that I just want to talk about here is that amazing 1v1 that actually almost turned into a 2v1 for Darien in the top lane as well. The use of the lifesteal that he had back then, and it was just an incredible show, and that really almost got him a 2v1.
Yeah, so Darien, he got so strong in his lane with the other team ganking him. So he stayed even in CS, he took his own turret by himself, and then he drew 2 members up to his lane so that Gambit could then answer with the middle and bottom turrets. So effectively, Darien gets credit for all 3 outer turrets for Gambit in the early game, and that's what put them ahead. He got the global gold lead, and they were able to use that to exert their will for the first 15 minutes until NIP started using their area of effect to win team fights.
And that's where it got really dangerous for Gambit, right? Because at the start, they didn't quite, I think, know how to get away from that. And the execution as well, you have to say, from Ninjas in Pajamas was brilliant.
It seems like we're going to have a return of MF here, because in the last series, she had a really big part. Again, in this series, it was a very big part because it controls so much of the screen. It takes people a while to adjust to that.
Well, let's have a look at our first replay then. And this is from Down by the Dragon. Again, this is a display of NIP's AoE, well, power.
Exactly. And this is also, again, the Darien show. This is after, they've gotten those outer turrets, so they have the gold lead, but Darien here is the one who stops the MF, and that's the reason why Gambit are going to come out ahead in this fight. They just weren't able to repeat that for a while later. So let's roll through this dragon fight here. NIP are the ones who actually called for this, and they started it up, going for the dragon. They go for the initiate with the flash. Okay, pause it here. This is sort of the area control that we're talking about. These circles that are flowing down here from NIP do a good job of splitting up Gambit. But since Genja and Alex are far away from each other and in the back line, they're relatively safe. It's going to make Bjergsen go all in on Alex, who has a Zhonya's Hourglass. So that's how their back line's going to stay safe. Now we have to keep watching Darien here, as he's the one that deals with MF. Roll the rest of the clip here. Darien, pause it again. That dark flight that he just pulled off instantly canceled Freeze's ulti. You can look now, the ultimate is on cooldown from MF. Not one single wave of bullets came out from that bullet time. His dark flight was already casting right there. So he interrupted a huge part of NFP's damage. Now let's roll through the rest of the clip, and we can see Bjergsen sort of gets countered by that Zhonya's Hourglass from Alex. Ends up going down anyway, but it costs NIP everything. They all have to dive in to finish off Alex, and then Darien has enough damage and AoE from his Hydra rush that he's able to clean up that team fight.
And, you know, it got a little bit better for NIP at times. We saw them pushing onto the base constantly. We saw them with the Baron. It was a bit of a strange decision down there that they went with, which was, okay, we've got Baron off. We're sitting outside of their inhibitor. And as soon as Baron buff timed out, they went for it. It was really weird.
Very mistimed dive right there. Leading up to that, they had won 2 team fights in a row and got 2 Barons in a row because of their great use of those area of effect ultimates. But you're right, the timing on that dive was just after Baron wore off and just before the inhibitor came back up, which would have been them fighting without tower damage. So that was just, it just goes to show that you need to keep track of all the timers in the game. Inhibitors are 5 minutes. If they had known that it was about to come up, they wouldn't have gone for that dive, and they would have been mid lane for the safe fight.
Well, let's have a look at another replay here from that mid lane, incidentally. And this is, again, proof that NIP, they wanted to start the fights, they wanted to get in there, but it was so well handled by Gambit.
Second time NIP engage, and this is when Gambit are behind. So NIP are in the right here, trying to engage. But it does turn against them because of a beautiful pink ward from Voidal that catches Bjergsen and basically stops his entire game. So there's 2 areas to pay attention to in this, is the left and the right screen. Let's roll the clip through and we'll see how Darien and Alex on the right are able to get away, pause it here, from NIP's initiation. We had Bjergsen use his silence on Darien. So it wasn't available to silence Alex. Alex is able to get off a great shockwave to answer this Cataclysm bullet time combo that we're looking at. And it's effective. It's effectively able to delay the team and allow Darien to come back in to put on his damage. All right, roll the rest of the clip. Darien's gonna come back in here. The shockwave gets 3 people. And remember, since Darien has Hydra, he's getting AoE. That pink ward sees Bjergsen dive in to try and finish them off. It was a very good job by Voidal dropping that down. Bjergsen is the core of this NIP team, and he relies on that stealth to be able to pull off his assassinations. If they're able to counter that, then they counter Bjergsen, they counter NIP. Able to clean this one up, and they turn that into a 2-man Baron.
Yeah, a 2-man Baron coming in, and I want to ask you a question about that and about Darien, because we've mentioned his name so often here. Obviously, it's hard to take him down anyway because of how he works, because of the Bullet Well passive that's going to bring him back to life. How do you counter him when he's effectively got that twice with a Guardian Angel as well?
That's kind of a Gambit special right there. Too many revives. He had 2 lives, so you have to sort of balance if you want to leave him alone and let him auto-attack, which is the best thing for Aatrox, especially since he already built a Hydra. You actually should probably just lock him down with CC, and you have to just go through the lives. When he's reviving, he's not doing damage at least.
Well, we'll have to see how that one's all turned around. 1-0, a long, drawn-out game. Obviously, it's a best-of-3, though, so Ninjas in Pajamas, we'll see if they can get off to a decent start in this next one and get back into it. But for now, we're going to take a short break. But, of course, when we return, it's game number 2 between Gambit and Ninjas in Pajamas. Alex Hitch and crew are just 1 win away from the showdown with 11 Dogs on Saturday's semi-finals. So stick around. European LCS Regional Playoffs. We'll be right back.
If you win the first game, you have some momentum going into the second one, but if you do lose the second one, it can be hard to come back for the last game.
Obviously it gives you like a momentum boost to win the first game.
If you lose the first game, you already know, damn, I have to win 2 more games.
At the same time, if you didn't lose the next game, you kind of drop down and the other team comes up, so I guess it goes kind of both ways.
Welcome back to the European LCS Regional Playoffs live from Gamescom. It is time for Game 2. This is a best of 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Gambit. And if the first match between these two teams is any indication, we're going to be in for an exciting back and forth match.
Yeah, and even though the game took a while to get going there, the fights were extremely close and very back and forth. Gambit's win, they still were only 22 kills and 20 deaths. And to touch on our Alex Each versus Bjergsen matchup as well, you know, Alex struggled a bit in the early game, but in those team fights, he really came in strong, 6-6 and 13.
Yeah, very good play by Alex, considering he was up against a melee assassin. You know, normally you'd see an AP champion. Orianna, to be fair, was probably about the most defensive as he could get, though.
Yeah, and Bjergsen took off at the start of the game, but then couldn't carry it home later on in team fights. Once it got to late game and he kind of built all of his damage, he fell off. So even though Bjergsen had the upper hand on Alex at the start of the game, Alex had the last laugh.
So would we put that down to that Guardian Angels? You questioned it when he was picked up.
I never saw it have a good use for him, in all honesty. He went in with it, maybe it helped him stay alive a bit longer, but that's not your goal on talent.
Your goal is to blow the team up, which he actually did do. The first two team, the big team fights that turned into those Barons that they picked up. That's how it worked out for them, but instead, it was Gambit Gaming that turned that game around. So Ninjas in Pajamas, the pressure they are under now. And of course, remember, we'll go back to the history of Ninjas in Pajamas shortly because Champion Select is back underway. Lee Sin and Cassidy being taken away. Interesting, Cassidy ban against Alex Sich. And again, Fizz taking off Bjergsen. They do not want to see that fish getting through.
Surprising too, they're just keeping him off as assassins. Even though they used 3 bans on Bjergsen last game, he was still one of their biggest problems. So obviously he's a tremendous player and force for this NIP team.
I'll see where the Z sneaks through, but I've got a feeling Gambit will use that as their 3rd ban because we've seen NIP first picking Z a number of times. So, final ban for Ninjas in Pajamas right now. They're thinking about it, and it's actually Zach.
Yeah, that's the 3rd NIP ban as well, even though, so they had control of Zach last game.
So Shen or Z, which way do they go?
Yeah, this is Gambit playing a game with them right now. It's funny how both of these guys, that's the smart pick.
Yeah.
Because both of these guys have actually played a fair amount of Zed. Alex Each is 1-4 on it, and despite Bjergsen's amazing reputation, he's only 2-2 on Zed as well.
I want to talk about NIP's game when they had Zed and Shen.
It was unreal.
It was insane.
Well, you can talk about it. Well, I only saw it.
I'm just wondering. I'm waiting to see whether Gambit actually go for it right now, because if they go for Thresh, they're going to have to maybe take the jungle, or they're going to have to take their Zed away, because I feel like NIP almost certainly will knock in that Zed.
Yeah, if NIP gets a chance at it, they're absolutely going for it. There's a chance that Gambit feels like they can deal with this. Banning the triple things against Bjergsen and then still giving him Zed though would feel very misguided, but they just, I feel like they're just going with MF and Thresh here, and they're giving it up to him.
And I'm questioning the Twisted Fate ban that does go in there. So MF has been locked in, so Genja really wanted that, despite having a great game on Cogmore in the last matchup. Is Zed going to get locked in here? Or in Ninjas in Pajamas, do they feel they're being baited into this one, maybe?
It's weird, because
baiting them into a really strong champion.
Yeah, I'm just kind of saying, like, I wonder, they've had so much success with it. Bjergsen hasn't necessarily shied off from it in the past. It was banned in the last game. It's almost like it's so perfect for Bjergsen to be like, how could they forget about this? That it then becomes a potential bait. Orianna is actually pretty good against Zed, and that is still on the board. So maybe that's a bit of hesitation that Bjergsen could have. I'm really not sure. They're a little confused about this themselves as well, taking a really long time to lock these last 2 picks in.
Definitely discussions. Maluna sat there waiting the instructions. What champion do you want me to lock in? Will he go for the job? And they're going to take the Aatrox away, and there is the Zed.
Yeah, that is the smart move for them right now, as well as having the Aatrox on their side this time. Because actually, Darian gave them a lot of problems with Aatrox in the previous game. That is a very scary lineup coming in from NIP thus far.
Very melee heavy though, so they've got to be careful they don't get torn into it with big crowd control from Gambit. They could be ready for this, you know.
Gambit could definitely be prepared here. They still have many picks to be able to come out now. I wonder what Darien is going to be going with here, because when he doesn't get Shen, and what most recently is his happy champion in Aatrox, he would just go in with a variety of different things, nothing more than 3 times other than Shen this entire season from Darien.
Interesting to see Genja discussing it there. Recall Alexich and actually Darien and Diamond that were discussing at the All-Stars. Diamond was saying, you know, we missed Genja basically. We missed Genja on our team in the European All-Star team because he's the one that kind of decides the team comps for Gambit. So he's the one that seems to be giving the discussions out. Not a great deal of crowd control as we were maybe expecting. And let's talk about these quick picks here, because Kale and it was Blues. Evelyn getting locked in very quickly there, but Caitlyn and Zyra almost insta-locked.
Yeah, that's the happy lane for these guys. These long-range auto attacks across the board. And these teams, even though they started slow, they finished extremely fast. I really wonder about this Kale pick by Alex. Yes, you can shut down the death mark completely on anyone with Kale, but the team itself, I wonder if they have enough to hold themselves back about all the other onslaughts that NIP is able to throw at them, because everything on NIP is go in, and then they also have the Zyra to prevent maybe Diamond or Darien for diving in on them. It does seem like NIP picked a very melee heavy, maybe not too much AoE, but it's going to take me the whole game really to get through these competitions. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there is a lot to go about this one. Talking about NIP, and of course, like we mentioned about the fact that they had this double ninja combo, I believe it was Meteor Makers it was up against. So I don't know how much are we overly reading into that. Meteor Makers, of course, finishing bottom of the league in the European LCS. They have been on a bit of a slide, but overall, it was a massacre. It was Bjergsen simply running around the map, and the problem was he was using that as the split push Z, which is probably what we'd expect from NIP here, and instead you'd normally see Shen split pushing, and this time, of course, he will be split pushing, but it's going to be 2 of them, because Standing United will get used.
Yeah, it's actually kind of the question of what's better. One person split pushing, like a Shen split pushing, you can alternate the team, or another person split pushing, and a Shen can join him. And specifically with Zed, the Zed Shen split push is much better with Zed split pushing. Shen is a tremendous asset just alone to the team. All they have to make sure of when they're running this 1, maybe 2 split push combo is that the rest of their team has enough disengage and ability to not get dove on. And with Aatrox, Caitlyn, Zyra, it seems like they've built a lot of it into their composition.
And what I want to draw on is the fact that I'm looking across at the summoner spells, not a single exhaust being picked up by Gambit.
No, they're completely banking on the fact that Alex can use Kale's intervention to stop the death marks. That has to be it. And then Aatrox, they might just try to kill him.
We'll see how it goes, because we are now live for Game 2. It is the European playoffs. It is the quarterfinals. The winner will be facing Lemon Dogs in the semi-finals. That will be tomorrow. And the loser, well, they're going to be facing off against Alternate in a playoff to see who will be in the relegation match. Not something that either of these teams will want. Of course, Gambit are 1-0 up. Ninjas in Pajamas have to turn this tide around. And as it is right now, Gambit are the ones trying to set the trap.
Gambit set a couple big traps at the end of last game as well that really turned the tide on NAP. And you have to wonder, with all of Gambit's experience and savvy, whether they're just going to roll through in this second game because it really mattered. Because I can remember so many tournaments in the past where they'd kind of grind their way up into the finals and then just flip a switch and power through a team. And we could see something like that here.
Well, Diamond is the one doing the scouting here, stealthed out. Ninjas in Pajamas wisely put a ward down in that river. That's going to spot out all of Gambit if they try to go for that late invade, which seemed they were thinking about. Genja and Voidal sticking around, so they're going to stay in that top lane, so it will be a 2v1 in both lanes.
I wonder how that 2v1 is actually going to work out for them though here, because having Thresh Misfortune is an incredibly powerful dueling combo if you get any type of catch on a Mimer. And Darien has tons of experience running 1v2 as Renekton. It's pretty much the thing that Gambit did all throughout the spring split. Seems like Gambit might have a bit of comfort in the laning phase at least.
Something actually we didn't mention is the fact that Darien's back on Renekton. It's pretty much a champion he universally played throughout the spring split to great success and effectively was pulling bans on that champion for a long period of time.
Yeah, and I wonder if within their boot camp, even though we didn't see it during Super Week, they just kind of went back to the things that used to work for them and, you know, reanalyzed why they stopped doing them.
because it's clearly Genji's made a split off of Varus and back to Misfortune. That's why we saw things getting banned and picked away from him. And maybe it's the same true for Darien. Pass Shen, just go for Nectin. That's what you used to do. That's when it was working for them. Now they're back to it.
Defense and invade, both Gambit and NIP stealing away each other's blue buff. Diamond Prox will be picking one up from just shortly after. Looks like Deficio is maybe just holding out, using that defensive line. That has, of course, given Darien a bit of time on his own down that bottom lane, but yet to pick up any CS against Freeze. Freeze himself going to need CS advantage in that top lane. We also seen in the top lane, as I was mentioning, Voidal doing a good zoning job on Mima, and of course this will start out very slow for both these single laners, but let's have a look in the mid lane. Because Bjergsen up against Alexic, we talked about it, you know, how the ultimates will effectively cancel each other out. It's not really, well, I mean, they're going to be looking at killing each other, let's not preface it, but they can counter each other out pretty well.
And it seems like Alex should have the edge in this lane for a while. He can keep his range on Bjergsen, and as long as he hits 6 before Bjergsen does, he's at no risk to that death mark. The risk he puts himself under, though, is how quickly he shoves the lane with this Kayle, and how aggressive he wants to be, and how that leaves him open to Maluno's potential ganks.
And it seems that Maluno is waiting in the wings, and he's biding his time. He's been here for a good 20 seconds or so. Bjergsen did try and engage, try and draw him in, but he's not getting fooled, and Alexic is actually going somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Maluno never showed himself. I don't really know what he was waiting for, because Alex was very far in here, and now, because there's no jungler threat in the top lane, there's 4 people. Good luck, Mima.
Good luck, Mima. It is a Shen. A Shen is a very dangerous thing to dive, and at the moment, surely they realize, surely I mentioned and said, guys, the mid lane is completely missing right now. You may be having visitors in that top lane. Here comes Diamond. He's going to get on towards Mima. The slow gets it in time. There's going to be the hate spikes. They are putting a lot of damage down. It's going to get caught out. The Ignite's there. They may get on towards Maluna as well. It has to use that dark path to jump away.
Gambit committed extremely hard to that one. It actually seemed like Mima had a bit of a running start, then taunted and flashed, but because he got hit by Alexic's slow before that flash went after, Gambit could pile on the end and get that first blood. Fantastic start for them.
Remember, of course, this is 3.10, so there's a lot of armor on that turret, so they're going to not quite be able to push that one down as quick as they'd like, I believe. It's more interesting is how much damage Bjergsen actually managed to give out on towards that middle turret. He has gained himself a level advantage, which means he will hit 6 before Alexic. That could be important.
Yeah, Alex now has to worry about that small window where Bjergsen's going to try to kill him. He got a reward for roaming up top lane, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't get punished for it.
So we'll see how it works out. Got himself the second Doran's ring and the boots. Meanwhile, Bjergsen went back and got himself Vampiric Scepter. Darien just holding off in this bottom lane. Darien comes down to help out, actually, to hold out that turret, and ironically takes a hell of a lot of damage. That turret taken very low, in fact lower than Gambit took the top.
Yeah, well, you gotta think, Gambit spent a lot of time diving through the turret, denying and setting up for that, whereas Freeze and Deficio have pretty much just been wailing on that turret the entire time. Even so, they're gonna get this turret first, despite giving up the first play.
So Ninjas in Pajamas, they start off, the turret goes down. Caitlyn for Freeze has been very successful. Before that, of course, it was Draven who he had massive success with until the changes came through. Ninjas in Pajamas, though, they are pushing in, and they maybe will try and change the lanes around across. Maybe they could go for that early dragon. 6 minutes in, Diamond Prox is about to go face to face with Defrizio.
Yeah, this could be a very interesting moment in the game. Are they really thinking about trying this dragon so early? They're tanking it with plans, but Diamond knows exactly what's up, and Gambit is thinking about collapsing in, but there's a lot of NIP members there.
Yeah, Ninjas in Pajamas, they are on the dragon. You can see the Gambit. Oh, it's actually going to be the Deathmark put on towards Diamond. He's going to dive in towards him. Deathmark will pop, but he's not going to get the kill. And now Darien turns the aggression around. Puts a lot of damage down on Bjergsen. Deficio also taking low. Alexic coming in the backside. That's going to be a dark path for Maluno to try and get away from this one. The NIP all backing away from this one. They did get the dragon down, but almost paid for it with their lives.
Wow, that is the risky play that they had to go and make. They're now way up on objective goal because they got the turret and the dragon, and not even dying for that, despite actually pulling Gambit down afterwards anyways, is a huge win.
So, Alexic, he gets back into farming in that mid lane. He has it, the level 6 intervention is available right now, and of course, level 6 for Bjergsen. Deathmark was just used out, gets himself that Blade of the Rune King, so what he's going to build towards Cutlass has been picked up. So farm between the mid lanes, very even. Farm between the AD carries, very even. Diamond has been creating situations, as many as he can. Did almost pick himself up the kill there, but didn't get in there in time to take away that dragon from Ninjas in Pajamas, while the top lanes, we did see the pressure in there, but Ninjas in Pajamas, the pressure is in the mid lane, and now, after taking that bottom, they're pushing in.
Yeah, this objective-based game might be working very well for NIP as long as Gambit doesn't take anything too strong right back at them. We still haven't even gotten to the point where Bjergsen starts going around and trying to assassinate people. If they get a lot of turrets going down early, it could work very well as they develop their split push strategy.
And it's the triple Doran's Blade, but this time looking at it against Freeze, how do you compare this one? The fact that he's gone Berserker Greave and a Vampiric Scepter, now he's actually did he just go back and pick up that? No, he started out with Doran's Blade, I'm losing my marbles. But it's against the triple Doran's Blade for Genja.
Yeah, I like it for Freeze because honestly, Freeze has an extreme amount of experience on this Caitlyn champion, and it's been his by far most successful competitively. He knows that he needs those Berserker's Greaves to keep distance with Genja and kind of use his extended range as a big pole to keep Genja away. So no matter how much strength Genja can get with those 3 Doran's Blades, he shouldn't be able to out-trade Freeze.
So, talking about trades, these bottom lane right now, Darien is in there and he's up against Mima. Mima is way off in CS, it's 30 CS behind on Darien.
And that has a lot to do with the kill that Gambit was able to get on him beforehand. It really set him back. He burned his flash while dying, whereas Darien kind of gave up the turret at the expense of the farm. Now he's going to try to convert this into some type of lane advantage.
And Darien ready and waiting for that Shadow Dash to come across, but Mima actually pulled the trigger. Maluna was lingering around there. I've still wondered about the partnership that Maluna and Mima have, because Maluna and Inextinct, they worked so well together. Of course, they were teammates back in Kersey Youth for so long, and as soon as that happened, it seemed to be just a great synergy. I don't feel it's quite there yet for Maluna, Mima, and of course Bjergsen as well.
Yeah, it's definitely not there. I feel like the Maluna-Bjergsen synergy is still well and good, but it's more predictable now because you can't just... It's not an equal amount of threat, so Gambit's more able to react to Bjergsen coming into the mid lane.
So Maluna has taken away the turret that is down the mid lane. Of course, the pressure was put there by Bjergsen when Alexic went missing. When he got missing, he went looking for the kill in the top lane. He didn't miss at all, he got the assist. But this top lane, that's where the pressure now seems to be. It's a duo lane. We haven't seen these two go aggressive against one another just yet, although Freeze taking some damage from Genja. Genja's one of those champions, or one of those players that prefers to use his AD carries as effectively a mage.
He loves to just sit at the back with Misfortune and just fire his bullet time. And Diamond is trying to get involved in this one yet again, but he's not coming around the side with this Eve. They're thinking of a brute force turret dive. It could backfire though. Maluno, wait, just fire his bullet time. And Diamond is trying to get involved in this one yet again, but he's not coming around the side with this Eve. They're thinking of a brute force turret dive. It could backfire though. Maluno waiting in the wings.
He gets spotted out by the plant. Will it be enough? I tell you, it's his own plant. He walks across. Maluna's going to get taken though. Stand United coming out though. So he's going to get across. The Bloodwell pops out there. And Medusi, Mima coming in. They're going to try and keep on chasing here. One kill. Vietnam came down for Maluna on towards Genja. Genja's Diamond procs and Void trying to get away from this one. Maluna nearly got turned on there by Diamond. Bjergsen, he's going to come up the side there. Will he dive in? He's got Deathmark available. He goes in towards Void. That's going to pop him down. No problem there for Bjergsen.
And Gambit needs to have some kind of answer for that. That was a failed dive because it was completely countered out by Maluno. Bjergsen then came up, and Alex has to answer by pressing this mid-turret fast.
Well, Stand United was also cancelled out in that bottom lane. I believe Darien is it. Darien's just used his ultimate in that bottom lane actually to put pressure on.
Darien didn't directly punish. He's been that far up in CS ever since Mimir entered that lane, and until Darien either takes that turret, kills Mimir, or starts creating some other type of pressure in that bottom lane, Mimir's doing a great job surviving despite his terrible start.
Now Bjergsen with that Blade of the Rune King is going to be looking at getting those single champion pops on towards someone like Genja. Alexic meanwhile, he's got himself that ashes he's building up towards. See whether he gets that one locked out quickly. Maluno, look at this. He wants to get around that map quickly. It seems to be working for him so far. Boots and mobility. And it is Maluno that's heading on towards that top lane once again.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success looking up there. He's doing the same build Aranea did early on, at least with boots and mobility and double Dorans, taking advantage of his incredible Aatrox sustain early on in lane. except he's not farming nearly as much. He's doing more time trying to patiently wait in lanes. It's been hit or miss for him though. Miluno set himself back a fair bit early when he sat in mid, but he got a huge reward the last time he sat around top.
On the reverse side, Bjergsen hasn't got boots at all, which is actually something we saw him do on Talon as well. Took him a while to get those boots out there as well, I believe. Top lane, no Genja taking a Piltover to the face, and he's just going to continue that farm. He's doing a good job at farming, actually. Both these two AD carries are keeping check with one another in this bottom lane. Well, Darien doing as good a job as he can to try and starve Mima of any of that CS. Some fight game almost completed by Darien. Meanwhile, Mima also on the same path. So despite the fact, of course, he has been out starved, he did get the assist because he used that ulti earlier.
Yeah, because we talk about Mima being really far behind because that's what it looked like. But in gold, he's about 100 back, and he's only down boots to Darien. So in experience, he's a little bit down, but as far as his place in the game, he's doing all right.
Ninjas in pajamas going in for Dragon here this time around. Can they lock it out? Looks like Diamond's going to not get close to this one. In fact, Gambit, well, Darien using that ultimate. Oh, Death Sensor's not going to land, and it's like NIP are going to successfully back away from that.
And it's all those objectives that have given Mima the extra gold here. That's the second Dragon NIP's been able to take. They're up 2 turrets to 0, and Gambit just hasn't had a direct answer to those things yet. Timing has just been a little bit off because I feel like Gambit has wanted to fight in those dragon areas, but NIP's actually just snuck 2 dragons in a row.
Yeah, just taking it down. Actually pretty quick dragons as well, because we're only just coming up to the 14-minute mark. We hadn't even seen a dragon in game 1, I don't think, around that mark. Of course, it was a much slower paced game. Ninjas in pajamas are the ones, once again, pushing the pace of this match. They've taken the 2 turrets. They've got themselves around about 2,000 gold lead. In Gambit, they seem happy to just continue farming in lane. Nobody really making any movements to get out of there. Diamond's been the one that's tried to create something, but again, just like game 1, hasn't really worked.
Yeah, at least he has the 1 kill this time, but you're absolutely right about this. I don't know if Gambit can wait around this time, though. It's not like they have a Kog'Maw waiting to get crazy. They have Genja, who has misfortune, has a good mid-game spike, but isn't the same type of late-game carry as Caitlyn, which is what Freeze is going to be commanding here. Gambit did get a turret back, which is nice. They need a lot more.
Miluno was coming in towards that bottom lane. Darien does just slice and dice away. Doesn't want to get caught out. That was their first turret of the game for Gambit. Now we see Diamond. He's heading in towards the top lane again. Darien's stuck around in this bottom lane, which seems a little bit crazy. It does, of course, cost him his own life.
No reason to stick around there. You're right about that being crazy. That's a Darien being Darien in some cases. Sometimes it works out for him because he's crazily aggressive and he does foolish things. Sometimes people call him on his bluffs, and then he looks foolish.
He looked a little foolish there. Diamond is still sticking around. He's been in that tri-bush for a hell of a long time, and that ward has sniffed him out every single time, and he's still here.
Trying again and again. Maybe he could get something to go this time. He's getting pretty close to Freeze. Freeze does have all his summoner spells up, and he hits a trap.
It's a trap. Freeze just like, yep, no, you're there. I see you. They have that tower still in that top lane, despite the fact they went for that 4-minute fast push. Didn't manage to get it down, but look at this. It's a blue buff invade for an NIP. There's nothing actually there right now. It may be another Darien game.
They could be waiting in the wings for him. They could get him as he's running back towards the lane. Darien's got to hug that side right now, which is a smart thing to do. And it was a move by NIP where they're trying to get a quick payoff because they just caught Diamond in the top lane, so they knew they wouldn't be outnumbered in that fight. But Darien played it safe for a brief moment, then just decided to go all the way in.
Well, sometimes it works, like you said. Darien is Darien. He will have his moments in these games where often it will work out, and he's going to continue farming in that bottom lane. And even his own team said that sometimes. It's like, well, you just got to hope he doesn't feed the opposition too often, and sometimes it works wonders for him. But NIP, for taking down those original couple of turrets, that's a lot of damage on Miluno there from Alex Ich. Diamond looked like he could sense blood there and went straight in towards Miluno. Bjergsen keeping him at bay.
Still didn't manage to burn any summoner spells out of Miluno though, and it's a 2-0 Aatrox, so they actually want to get some of that shutdown gold on him fairly shortly. Considering there's been so many objectives taken by NAP, the gold in this game is actually pretty close. It's because everyone on Gambit is farming very well.
It's something they actually do. I mean, we often notice it, even when they can go like 10 kills behind, they'll still keep up there with the gold, generally because they outfarm the lanes. You can see, obviously, the top lane, Darien and Mima, they've got that big advantage. We talked about it earlier on because Mima got seized out there, but it's actually stretching. It's up to 50 CS now.
Yeah, it's just growing and growing here. Even though Freeze had those early Berserker groups that we thought would keep Genja at bay, but it just hasn't been the case. I'd say Diamond helped out a little bit by showing top multiple times as Eve. It's still mainly in the performance of Genja and Voidal though.
There's a battle of postures in that mid lane. Gambit looking to go creative, but instead it's going to be Alex Itch that gets dived on, uses that intervention to cut out the death mark. This is what we talked about, the cancellation of it. But Mima comes in, Shadow Dash gets in there. He does take down Diamond. Now he's going to get turned on though. Mima is going to go down. Maluna was very low in that. It was a 1-for-1 trade, top laner for jungle.
I think Mima was rather shocked at how fast Alex and Darian were able to take him down after he'd gotten the kill. 1-for-1 initiated by NIP. I actually feel like that makes Gambit feel fairly confident because they got a little bit surprised there and then still got the turnaround kill fairly quickly on a very seemingly tanky Shen with the Sunfire Cave.
Yeah, because, I mean, overall, Maluna and Bjergsen both almost went down. That was almost a triple kill for Gambit there. They do take themselves a tower. That's the second of the game, and Darian, well, he continues to be a pain. He's the pressure. As the ace in the hole landed on Genja, the shield did come out, but just a little bit too late from Voidal. And the farming continues between these two AD carries. The bottom lane, Alex Itch, look at this. He's trying to do a split push. Maybe this is a sign of the future. Is it going to be Alex Itch split push there, or would it be Darian?
I feel like it's Alex Itch who's going to be the answer to Bjergsen. If Bjergsen's the one split pushing, if Mimer's the one split pushing, they're going to send Darian. I think that's their two options. The only thing Alex will have to be worried about is the double ninja split push when Shen comes in on the back of Bjergsen. I don't know if he's going to be able to deal with that one.
Freeze going for a different build here. I'm seeing what he's going to head towards. The fact that he went for that pickaxe early on. He is about to go back and buy, so we'll soon see what exactly that is. Looks like Last Whisper is going to get picked up by Bjergsen. Again, he's just got himself these pickaxe and his boots, the first boots of the game for him. Triple Thorns was picked up by Genji, but he's now got that Bloodthirst to complete it, so he'll start stacking that one out. And Freeze waiting to see what he's going to get. Instead, he didn't back. He just cancelled it, just to catch me out.
May as well. Looks like Freeze is going to be able to get that turret as well, just sticking around so long to land. He's sitting on 2,800 gold. That was a battle, or a starvation battle in the top lane, but because he's stuck around for that turret, Gambit gets to sneak a dragon of their own and really bring back some of that gold.
Genja there. Getting chased out by Bjergsen, using that living shadow to close the gap. Finally Freeze is banging it back off. He could get himself a Infinity Edge, but I think it's going to be a Blade of the Ruined King. It is an Infinity Edge, straight in there.
That's more the Caitlyn thing to do, I think. Blade of the Ruined King is definitely more for the people who like to think about assassinating, and that's definitely not Caitlyn's game. Still would have been maybe worthwhile because Darian's going to be such a big deal going in for him. I like the choice of Infinity Edge over Blade.
So let's have a look across the lanes. Genja continued to keep a little bit of a CS advantage. He hasn't got the gold advantage over Darian, taking some burst there from Bjergsen in that top lane. He's now switched, rotated himself up there. Got to be careful when Luna doesn't close the gap. He's also got Deficio actually coming up there as well. So Genja is still pretty close though. He's only at the golems. We'll see whether he goes for it.
They're definitely trying to eat Darian right now because they know he's going to be able to go aggressive. And they're just chasing him down.
There's going to be the death mark, but it's straight into a bullet time. Bjergsen's going to get dropped down here. Stan United's going to have to come out. Now Darian is going to try and get away. The Darkflight comes out, but Maluno's taken low as well. Mima gets in. He does manage to take Darian down, but look at the river coming up there. It's going to be Deficio and Alex Itch. Can they get the slowdown? Can they catch up towards it? It's Mima he went for. Shadow Dash came in. A great strangle performance to stop that and to counter-attack dead.
That was a very close exchange. Now I wonder how strong this Gambit push can be afterwards. This turret is extremely low. It's basically given to them. They need to actually rotate and deal with Freeze's push middle.
That's going to be the top turret. Like you say, there is Freeze pushing in. Remember, he's just picked up that Infinity Edge. He's going to put a lot of damage onto this turret if he stays around. The fact that Diamond had faded away from that fight means he's going to back straight off there. Checks out the blue buff, but it's not going to be there. This is still very close. 400 gold separates the two teams.
I'd say these teams are fairly closely matched. As you would see with a 4-5 matchup, they had the same record during the regular season. They had to play the tiebreakers against each other to see who would get choice of side. And then all of their games have been, at least the last two, have been absurdly close so far here at Gamescom.
And to be fair, in Instant Pajamas, they came out of the ashes effectively, because the Copenhagen Wars is what they started out as way back in Poland, of course, when they qualified. We heard it from Deficio himself. There was a few choice words for Bjergsen in that mid lane when he qualified.
It's like, Bjergsen something?
Yeah, we're not going to say it.
Bjergsen, one of those things?
Oh no! Oh, well, Alex Inch, he's used the intervention, and actually he's going to chase on towards Bjergsen. Bjergsen's going to get caught out. He's no way he's going to turn this one around. It's an easy kill for Alex.
Alex said the same thing to Bjergsen right there as he tried to 1v1 because he has Kale at this point and he knows how to deal with Zed.
Absolutely, knew exactly what he was doing. Genji's going to get some time towards this turret. The rest of the team coming around there. Darren's going to be careful. He doesn't get locked down by the plants from Deficio. Dark Passage is thrown out there, and Voidal will help them back away from this one. While this is all happening, of course, Alex Inch, he's continuing to push down that bottom lane.
And this is going to get very tense for NIP right now. They basically have to collapse down on Alex, and that's what Alex was expecting. I think they were going to try to head them off in the jungle for a fight. He's going to go right back to pushing the turret.
Yeah, I believe Diamond peeled around, spotted them actually not really coming down there, so Alex just told, stick in that bottom turret, you have enough to take it down, and that's just Tooth and Sheen doing work, and that is going to be an inner turret for Gambit.
Yeah, that was a great play by Alex, and it's becoming clear now as Gambit has finally pulled ahead in this game and Alex can get away from here, why they left the door wide open for the Zed pick and said, Bjergsen, bring it here, because Alex has wanted to play kill this whole time. He recognizes how well he can handle Bjergsen 1v1 in these split push situations, as it just became a stronger split push for himself.
Yes.
We have to see if that continues for Alex, because if it does, it was a great bait.
Alex just picked up a Lich Bane.
That's gonna hurt Bjergsen a lot.
It's definitely gonna hurt, and that's gonna take the towers down very quickly as well. So he's gonna be definitely split pushing. He's already up to level 17 to Bjergsen's 14. So that's a huge difference for two mid laners. And of course that is down to the pure fact that Alex has been off split pushing for quite a while now. He's gonna be hitting level 18 very soon. That's gonna put a 4-level differential between him and Bjergsen. There's nobody on that team that can stop Alex right now.
No, and I'm really liking what I see from Gambit in this game, because they had so many struggles in this last split, but this is reminiscent to me of the type of Gambit we saw at IM Katowice when they beat CJ and his Blade Cross like back-to-back. They're doing all the same playstyle things they used to do. You look up from your screen, you realize Alex Inch is 50 or 60 farm ahead of the rest of the team, because the team is channeling all their free lane farm into him. Darien is just off being an annoying tank, distracting, allowing Alex to farm. And then Genja is on Misfortune. That's just what Gambit used to do when they were successful. And I feel like they called back to that stuff during their boot camp to try to make this run.
Seems to have worked. Bjergsen back in towards that bottom lane, trying to counter everything that Gambit are pushing. And I was mentioning their history, of course. They were the Copenhagen Wolves. They were 0-9 in the spring split. NIP know what it takes to come back from these situations. They've had to battle when Bjergsen joined the team. Of course, they've had a bunch of changes since then. Of course, we saw the top laners changing twice in the summer season. Yeah, Nixting came in, now Mima. The junglers changed around as well. Maluna came in, replacing off Sven Skerren, who was famous for being interrupting. Freak was putting it back in the spring. And of course the AD carry changed around. The Tess used to be in there, but Freeze, since Freeze joined actually, has formed a really good relationship with Deficio out there.
Yeah, Freeze is actually 13-9 since joining, as is the rest of the bunch that joined mid-split, so they've definitely overcome a bit of adversity already, and they need to do a bit more now. Down 1-0 in this playoff game and trying to make this split push happen top, whereas Alex is just kind of trading it, going bottom himself.
Well, this is the double ninja push that we were talking about at the start. This is how it works out, because you can't stop. You have to effectively send your team there, but the fact that Alex has got so strong, it's actually got a 6-level advantage over Diamond right now. Diamond's only at level 12 because the jungler, because Alex is just way ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, Diamond's actually fallen farther behind than he typically does on the jungler. He's even a level behind Maluna, which is fairly rare back in the day when the Diamond would fall behind because he was such a ferocious counter jungle, but it just hasn't worked out in this game because they've been giving so much of the farm to Alex.
And I feel that Diamond actually has struggled out this whole season. Certainly season 3. He's been struggling to find his main champion. I mean, he discovered a couple, of course, don't forget. He pulled out Nasus and Volibear in the spring, but in the summer, it's not really worked out for him. He's tried Udyr a couple of times, hasn't really worked out. Of course, I know you're a big fan of it yourself, but it didn't really work out for him. Well, he went 3-2, but every time he just got countered so heavily. He's tried Evelyn a lot of times actually this split. Sometimes it works, is what I mentioned. Sometimes it works out very well. Death by Grasping just picked up, so
Yeah.
He's going to be looking to pop people now.
He's only been 2 and 4 on EVE, as you say, and I think it's very telling that Jarvan was his most played this split, because it just shows, like, clearly he's not a Jarvan main. Like, that's not his champion. But because he didn't have anything else, he played a lot of Jarvan. And he did this Deathfire Graspling last game as well, if not a little later, but he must have really liked it because he's going to go, and I actually haven't seen him flanking that much in any of these team fights, but he's going to try to make that play with GFG as we said.
Darian, is that a double click? What's he coming there? Double chain vest.
One's for the GA, the other's for the second Sunfire.
Planning ahead.
I don't know.
Not sure if that was a double click, but look, the split push continues from Bjergsen. He's actually starting to get those levels going now, and he's going to start becoming a pain. They're going to have to deal with him. They have to start countering him. You can see he's just going to back off there, realize the rest of Gambit closing in towards him. He should get away from this one. Alex will know straight towards that bush, but I don't expect he will go for him. No, he's just going to back off. And this is going to keep it in a 4v4. So let's look at these two teams in that 4v4 cluster.
Yeah, so assuming that Zed and Kale are completely out of this one, it's a tough team fight for both teams. I'd actually say Gambit would have a slight edge because they get a soft initiation from Diamond, and then if Darian can lock anyone down, that means Genja will be able to finish him off with the bullet time. Whereas if you look across to NIP, they essentially have to go in straight with the flash taunt and then don't really have any type of AoE damage if they get into one of those big fights.
Genja off on that top lane farming, so NIP realise they have an advantage in numbers in the mid lane. They may try and push this one down in towards that inner turret. Instead, just going to hang around. They may try and catch up towards Darian. The grasping roots do get in there. The dead sentence thrown out from Voidler, but Darian just turns it back around and goes aggressive. He was in a 4v2 there.
That's one way of turning it around, just pretend like you have more people there, because they didn't, NRB didn't know that Genja was farming rates. Darian did, and he decided to go in anyway, and that's what scared him off.
Call my bluffs, seems to be what it was. Bjergsen down that bottom lane, seeing if he can push him, but he doesn't want to go too far. So this tells me that Bjergsen is very nervous about facing Alex.
And he should be, because he can't kill him. And Alex has so much damage. Bjergsen as a Zed is not going to itemize magic resistance. That's not how you play him as a full assassin. It's almost like Bjergsen's priorities might have to change a little bit. Like he's trying to stall a little bit with his split push, but he can't go ahead and actually do it because Alex would just kill him. Well, Bjergsen needs to find teamfights where he can get Genja.
He just picked himself up about Rabadon's team cap. He's up to 340 CS, 20, just coming up to the 30-minute mark. He's decimating everything. And the jungle, the lane, the players, 2-0 up. He's just plowing through, double buffed up. Now he's heading down to the bottom here. If Bjergsen sticks around, we may well see them duel.
Ooh, all Alex has to do is have a bit of patience, or just charge him. One of those two.
Oh wow, Bjergsen's going aggressive. Intervention being used there by Alex Sitch. A lot of damage coming down, forces the flash out. Wow! And it's Alex Sitch that turns it around.
That was true stands united. That was the double ninja attack, and Alex completely pushed it back.
Wow, Diamond was just coming around to help out there. So I'm here to cover you. Meanwhile, Darian, he's on his own again in the mid lane. 3v1, and he's just still pushing.
I have to say though, that was a surprising amount of damage from Bjergsen. Pre-intervention from Alex. That fight could be close throughout the game.
That's a good shadow dash from Mima on towards Genja, and he's not too worried about this one. Remember the Bloodthirster, he's getting that lifesteal back. Mima's in trouble here. There's a big group of minions. He's waiting for Freeze to come around the side. He will not get the final kill. Voidle comes in. Genja does manage to pick up the kill, and now Voidle tries to lock down that AD carry. Buys time for Darian to come across. Bullet time, strikes it down, and it's Darian that picks up the kill. Stranglebolt wasn't going to be enough to beat you.
And Gambit really turned the tides on this game now. 3 people dead for NIP, everyone alive for Gambit, and they're going to try to rush down this Baron before Maluno can get there to smite it away.
More importantly, Stranglebolt was just used, so there's nothing to interrupt Gambit right now. Yuxi could come in, but it'd be suicide for him. Maluno was thinking of getting close, but that is a nice, easy Baron for Gambit.
And it was all set up by awesome team fights, teamwork. Watch how Genja barely ticks out Mimir there with the last little bit of dodge damage, and then Freeze really feels like he can get Voidle now, but everyone collapses in at just the right moment. Darian then stuns Freeze within the bullet time, just in time for Genja to flash over the wall. Everything worked out for Gambit.
Everything in perfect combination. So, Gambit, they are in the driving seat. They have the Baron on. Split push has been working. Alex Sitch has already proved that he can take down Bjergsen and effectively Mima's giant shield. Bjergsen not too sure what he was waiting on the time there. He was trying to give the red buff across, but instead he has to react because Gambit are pushing straight up mid.
Yeah, he was delaying that until Bjergsen got confident in his solo ability that he wanted to give it to Freeze, because Bjergsen might be transitioning to teamfight mode right now, which isn't necessarily the best mode in the game for Zed. Gambit with the Baron buff and a very tanky Darien, still sitting on those double chain vests. Who cares? Pushing up that turn.
And the Warmox was picked up as well. Along with that Sunfire Cape he's had for a long time, Ninja Tabby, fully against this armor penetration builds of NIP, and not a lot working on Darien right now. That Infinity Edge and Last Whisper of Freeze didn't seem to dent it.
Once this Renekton ultimate is up, they might just go in, but Alex could just kill him first before it starts.
Maluno just getting melted. There's going to be the bullet time coming across. Mima tries to get in there, but he just gets melted in seconds. That's going to be the inhibitor to it. Gambit are just demolishing Ninjas in Pajamas here. They've turned the switch.
They had so much damage in that fight, and NIP did not have an answer. You can see Maluno has not had the ability to tank up yet, and no one right now can tank through what Alex Each is dishing out. This is an amazing point in the game for Gambit. It's only 6,000 gold, but that looked like a lot more.
That looked like a hell of a lot more, and of course with the Baron up, that's going to be another 1,000 gold swinging in towards Gambit. Everybody goes back to buy. Guardian Angel picked up by Genja. He is now in perfect normal mode. That's his happy time, three item build right there, because he is simply in a great place. Let's have a look across who else is going to go back and buy. We're seeing Alex going back. What's he going to buy now? I mean, what's he going to stick in there?
More damage.
Void Staff, of course.
That is just rude. I mean, he's also, people forget that Kayle shreds with her passive as well. 3% armor and magic resistance for every stack of that passive. So when he adds that to the Void Staff and the Sorcerer's Shoes, the very little magic resist that NIP has been able to get already becomes even more ineffective. It is an amazingly powerful Alex, and I still have to credit Gambit again for that Kayle pick. Leaving the door so wide open. Oh dear. Chew that Zed pick was great.
Well, Voidal gets popped off the side. Remember, Gambit still actually have a minute on this Baron, and they are back on the side. Minotaur going down, but NIP looking to try and press on towards them there, but no, Mima's going to have to dash away from the swamp. Bjergsen moves around the side, on towards Alex Itch. Does a very good combo on him there.
But I still feel like Gambit can fight this. There is no Zed ult, and there's still a strong 4.
Stranglethorn separates them. He pops Diamond in the air, but Darien is just taking all that front-loaded damage. Alex Itch is actually not really interested in this fight. He's waiting in the wings, and will just force Gambit to back away.
Fairly interesting choice there from Gambit, because I think they could have opted into a risky team fight, and if they'd lost it, it would have given NIP a lot of control back in the game. But since they were down Voidal, thanks to him getting caught in the mid lane, even though I think Gambit could have won that fight, they actually opted for the safe option, knowing this win puts them into Season 4. And yeah, this is just the catch on the Voidal. Bjergsen caught him with an ultimate, the little combo in. There was nothing he could do.
Yeah, that was, I mean,
aside from not be there in the first place.
He was just warding. It's the classic support excuse. I was just getting down there to get my wards down, guys. Don't worry. Blue buff will go across towards Alex Itch, and the dragon was already taken, so they're just going to motor on down towards his bottom lane. So waves are all pushed in, inner towers all down. Next focus is the inhibitor. Question is whether Gambit now have that siege potential, whether they could break through NIP's defense.
So we had the exact same situation the last game, with the mid inhibitor being down, while the bottom inhibitor was being sieged by the team that was ahead. And in that game, NIP overdove and it queued the Gambit comeback. Gambit knows that because they were in the game and they don't want to make the same mistake of overdiving, but they still want to get this. They might be strong.
Don't count out Darien. He would just go in regardless.
Thornmail as well now with one of those chain vests. That's going to make it very difficult for Freeze to get Renekton off of him, while the rest of Gambit just kills basically the tanks, as I feel like how these fights go.
I feel that Diamond's actually building towards that Guardian Angel as well. Obviously Genshin's already picked one up of his own. And NIP, strong defense, but there's a big minion wave on that top, and look at Diamond. Diamond's actually pushing around the mid. He's going to get spotted out by a pink ward though. He's trying to come around the side. DFT on towards the Fisio. Bullet time comes through. He gets interrupted. Genja is going to have Guardian Angel spots, but Alex Itch has gone down. Mima's shot Stanadas is going to try and catch him out there, but Mima's going to get dropped down. Darien doing work. He's tanky, but not that tanky. And that's going to be Bjergsen cleaning house along with Freeze. And we talked about it in game 1. You just mentioned it there, how the siege didn't work out for NIP and Gambit got themselves back into it. Have Gambit just made the same mistake?
That was so close. Watch how Alex gets bursted down. It was a taunt into death. Meimer used the taunt flash in combo with Bjergsen, and that's the way NIP was able to start this fight. With Alex gone, they had the edge. They just out-damaged them throughout the rest of the fight.
But blue buff taken away, bound up in 1 minute. Everybody on Gambit will be up in time. So NIP successfully defend the turret. Remember, they did take down the middle inhibitor. Super minions were coming down there, but that has all been cleaned out. Maluno eating up that gold, of course, and that's going to help him out because he was falling behind. Get himself ahead of Diamondbox now, continuing that farm. 4-0 brings Maluno by half.
Yeah, that's a very good score from Aatrox. He's now trying to prop himself up a little bit more, knowing he needs to be a supplemental damage threat since all of their single target damage from Bjergsen, if they don't get a perfect fight, is somewhat negated by Alex's intervention. They have to be able to threaten multiple targets very strongly. And just to even add on to that, Freeze's damage right now is actually very subpar until he can come in here. All the more reason for Maluno to be stealing left bomb.
So, Ninjas in Pajamas, they're feeling a little bit sure of themselves, and Bjergsen actually trying to get him towards Alex Teach. This is a straight engage. Alex Teach is going to get dived on. Did manage to get his ultimate out. Intervention wasn't even used there, and he gets dropped by Bjergsen. Now Genji's going to get focused on. He gets dropped. This is going to be Ninjas in Pajamas surely coming out on top. Voidal off the side there. He's having to run away. There's a lot of damage still from Gambit. They have to be careful because NIP are all low, but it's a 2 for 0 once again.
And as long as Meimer can land taunts onto Alex each, the double ninja combo will work. Alex went full offense up until about a second ago, where he realizes he might need that guardian angel because 2 fights in a row, him not getting off intervention and getting hit by taunts, have cost them the fights.
Darian has no cares. He's still pushing down that mid lane. He wants to get the inhibitor.
May as well. There's only 5 members of the enemy team to stop him. I don't think he's going to get it. This is just that fight once again. Watch Meimer turn right onto Alex and how Bjergsen goes around the back. As soon as that happens, the fight is essentially decided. Alex needs to sit much farther in the back of this fight.
Now Bjergsen didn't use the death mark on him. Didn't need to. He used the death mark on Genji, and Genji got popped by that death mark. So Bjergsen really doing a great job along with Meimer there. Meimer, who actually was punished so heavily, he's almost 150 years behind Darian, but kept himself in the game.
Yeah, at this point, he's only in for a taunt. And look at the flank, 2v whatever.
That's going to be Guardian Angel used, and now Diamondbox is going to get dropped. He's going to pop back out of this one. It's effectively useless, and Bjergsen picks himself up another kill.
Yeah, but they finished off Freeze in this one, so very effective kills here. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting that. I was very surprised by their flank around the back. We were amongst all of this. It's now Gambit with a power play because Alex still has all stuff up. And as long as he doesn't get caught in a taunt, Gambit will win these fights.
They all get slowed up. Darian is going to get healed, but Alex just heals to about 450 there. Point heal on there. Darian effectively didn't move it because he's got a lot of hit points. Red Bull being picked up by Alex Itch. Everybody on the team backs off. Everybody buys. Everybody gets themselves stacked up. We're starting to build into scary times, Jack. Everybody's starting to get those full item builds. There's a lot of full item builds already. How is because the team fighting are very close, and I don't think this gold differential of about 6,000 really tells the story.
No, not at all, because so much of these fights revolve around very brief decisions and Shentons at this point. Because Alex is built so squishy and because he's such a reactionary counter to Bjergsen's damage, the fights are just immensely swingy by nature. Yes, NIP has won the last 2. That doesn't mean that they can continue to win them if Alex each gets the right combination off and he can just auto-attack a few times in a team fight with this amazingly farm Kale build. This is an incredibly tense situation since the later we go into the games, the longer the death timers become, and the next fight could very well mean a Nexus if it's a clean sweep.
Bjergsen stands and waits. Gambit not actually falling for this one. Remember that inhibitor is exposed, and Ninjas in Pajamas starting to push around. They make him dashing out the side. Meimer
this is good.
Chooses against this one. They're going to come behind Gambit. No, they're not. They're going to have to back away, and it's going to be Gambit with the inhibitor.
They could not make it through that jungle. Darian would have cut them off. They would have had no access to Alex each. This is a tactical outplay. Now they're going to try to get through him. We need to watch for Alex. Can he stay safe?
Can Voidal stay safe? He gets dropped, so that's going to be Meimer, though. He's going to get popped in there. Intervention on Alex. It's already been used, but it's a bullet time coming out. Alex gets dropped so quickly. Maluno is is going to go down. The Guardian Angels will come out, so it's his Bloodlust, they will manage to get in there. Darian trying to jump away from this one. Genja is getting back up, and he's taken straight down. Freeze is indeed wrecking them. Diamond Prox has to run away, and it's NIP on top once again, 3 for 2.
And these fights are just so explosive. We can see it there. NIP fighting them off one more time there. That fight was a little bit too crazy to follow.
Yeah, that was spread.
The big thing here, let's see, Alex does get taunted, but it's basically a giant cluster everyone gets caught in right here. So people forget about Freeze. There was so much focus on Bjergsen since he ran straight through them that Freeze was just cleaning up the backline. And additionally, Freeze didn't have to start with Darian. Because of the awkward positioning of Gambit's inhibitor push, it was a strange initiation, and Darian couldn't lead the way.
Very, very close. And, well, we talked about it. Gambit, when they pushed that bottom lane and then got turned around by NIP. The exact same thing happened in game 1. NIP lost that game. Have Gambit gone into the exact same problem that NIP suffered in game 1, or will they stick this one out? Dragon's going to get taken by Diamond.
Yeah, but at what cost? Because there's a Baron being ran at by NIP. And this game has remarkable parallels as well, with the misfortune being on Gambit's side, not nearly scaling at the level of Freeze, and being incapable of dueling him late in the game. This is now becoming very scary for Gambit to almost have the absolute reverse happen to them of what they did the last game.
So Diamond now has himself a Guardian Angel, so he's completed those double chain vests he had pretty early on. Vest hasn't been turned into a Guardian Angel by Alex yet, still waiting to get some of that gold on there. Bjergsen was off on the side, split pushing there. Wasn't visible though, so Gambit didn't realise they could have pushed straight through there, maybe gone towards that inhibitor instead. They are much more cautious this time around.
They're not going to make that mistake again. They're really just hoping to get something around the Baron area, because after losing 3 fights in a row, you definitely lose your confidence, and for good reason. There's a reason they lost those last 3 fights in a row, it's because NIP is very competitive with them in those battles.
Boydell still an oracle, I don't believe. Kind of spotted out. Gambit are going to pick up the Dragon this time around. They'll keep the gold, 7,000 gold in their favour, but that's 61 to 68. It's not such a great big advantage. It's stuck around that way for a long time. Darian is going to clear out that wave. NIP waiting to see if they can catch something in the bush. They're going to keep sweeping out those wards, and Gambit are going to see them doing it. Will we have the same happen again? No, they're not going to fall for it this time. They're not going to rush that mid.
No, because there's even more at risk. But Darian gets caught out. He's taken very low. Not very low. The heal from Alex was a giant chunk back for him. He's taken a little bit low.
Took a little bit, but look at all the Guardian Angels now, Jack. There is one on Darian, one on Diamond back up. Alex Itches is back up. Genja's actually almost come off cooldown. And yet there's only one Guardian Angel on the NIP, and that's still down.
I mean, this is something Gambit is known for. It's been debatable about whether this is actually a good choice for them in Season 3. This is a slightly new Guardian Angel on the 3.10 pack as well. Yes, they have the extra lives here, but if they don't have enough damage to actually get rid of Freeze, Freeze will just kill you twice because he's got consistent DPS.
So there's a big wave on the top and bottom pushing through at the moment. Somebody eventually will have to deal with those. And that may be what Gambit are waiting for. You can see Alex Itchy stealing away the red buff at the moment. He's going to have that coming into the next fight. He's got that brilliant pot glowing around him. And it is simply Gambit going to use his positional advantage. All the way is pushed up to get back in towards that Baron and clear it out, get some wards down. No, they're going to start it. Ooh, no.
This is super tense for them. Gambit's trying to make a quick decision. They had to make plenty in the last game. And with Freeze not there, it would have been a great time to go in, but they didn't know that in essence. And they're scared of maybe flanking it at exactly the right moment. With that monstrous mini wave at the bottom though, Gambit has every reason to at least pressure underneath.
That turret is down to about a third hit point, maybe a quarter at best. There's a siege minion in there as well, so they're going to continue pushing on towards that tower. They're going to have to deal with it. It's mine that's gone down there. Has he got time though? Because he's going to have to use that standing on it. He's turned back around.
This Baron is too fast. This Baron is going down way too fast. They're going to lose the turret anyway because he decided to go back up. And now Gambit has Baron. And can they catch them in a fight? They get a hop.
The death sentence on Maluna. He just gets dropped. No, he gets away. Just trying to use the dark flight away, but it's going to be Darian that catches on towards him. His passive is popped. Maluna's going to come back up there. The dark passage is not going to be able to be picked up. Instead, he's going to get dropped down. It's now 4v5. Diamond tries to chase back up towards the
the Visio, forces him away. There's still minions on the bottom, by the way. They're pushing up towards that inhibitor in that bottom lane, and Gambit suddenly gain every advantage.
And they can keep the pressure up here, even though they only got the 1 kill. They have the minions. Everything on NIP is getting pushed back.
That's going to be the inhibitor in the mid lane going down. They're going to rotate straight down to that bottom. Alex is going to keep on there. He's going to flash engage.
Whoa!
Freeze just gets popped.
One shot from Alex. The Lich Bane does its work, and this might be enough. Bjergsen is still on the board. Gambit's going for the win.
They're going for the Nexus to it. Gambit Gaming already 1-0 up. They're looking to close out this game. Bjergsen's going to try and turn it around with the intervention. Will it get used on Diamond? No, he just eats the pop anyway. He's got the Guardian Angel. When that time comes out, the Nexus to it will go down. It's Gambit Gaming that will be facing Laradox in the second half. The Ninjas in Pajamas are going to be facing Alternate as a follow.
It also guarantees Gambit's spot in the Season 4 Spring Split. That was a split-second decision. Even though this was a 2-0, those were incredibly close games. And that pop that Alex put on Freeze at the end of the game was too fast for us to even catch.
Yeah, he just got melted in there. Ninjas in Pajamas, well, they're going to have to talk through this one because Gambit are successful. It was a 2-0 for Gambit as well. A strong performance, but not convincing.
No, not convincing at all. Yes, they're going back to a lot of their Season 2 tendencies, which got them through to this point. Very good for them, and they have to, you have to be happy about this win. But that's still not the old dominating Gambit we're used to. They still have more work to do as this moves on. But man, exciting matches and an exciting ending.
Exciting ending indeed. What a fantastic match. So Gambit Gaming, are they back to their best? Who knows, of course.
Yeah.
Because the boot camps always seem to work for them.
It definitely helps them an absurd amount. Going from a couple days of practice to week or two straight all together like that, especially as they're trying to work Voidolin to be more of a core member. Because even though they've added support since Edward left, it's never had that time to soak. And they might actually be getting that here.
Well, of course, we will be going towards our analysis desk. We're going to go over to Joe and Kobe. They're going to try and break down that crazy long game once again.
Thanks a lot, guys. And honestly, crazy game was pretty much again right on the mark. Another really close one, actually kills by the end of it, ending up level completely. So let's go right back to the start, to the picks and bans again, because we saw heavy bans, surprisingly enough, coming towards Bjergsen again, but they left that Zed open.
This time, they were like, oh, well, he'll probably just go with the Talon if we ban out Zed as well. We'll leave that one up. And then Alex has the bright idea that he will counter it with Kale instead.
And we saw how effective that Kale was pretty much through the entire time. I mean, if we talk about First Blood, that of course did go over on towards Gambit. Nip, though, did manage to get some control back after that.
Yeah, so Gambit, after that great First Blood, went with a failed dive up top, and they paid for that one with kills. That actually had a repeat problem with those dives that cost them a lot of turrets. So NIP actually had a nice stretch of the game where they were in control, taking objectives sort of in the middle there.
So we also saw, how far ahead Alex was. I mean, I think he was level 18, Bjergsen was level 12 there or thereabouts, 13. And we had this 1v1 down in the bottom lane where Bjergsen said,
twice,
you know what, I'm just going to go for this one. Jumped in there, Alex actually turned it around, killed him before the Stad United could come in there for Shen. And then after that, which brings us into our replay actually, is that 1 versus 1 where Mima tried to take on Genja.
Right. So if we bring up the first clip here, or the only clip, this is just after Alex had 1 versus 1 Bjergsen. And this is why a lot of people think that Kale is a counter to Zed. And essentially, the ultimates do counter each other. The intervention right there is going to make it invulnerable so he can avoid the deathmark damage, which is all that he needed to take out Bjergsen. This time, it was actually taking out Bjergsen through the Stand United. But now on the other side of the map, there's no vision here for NIP in their own jungle. So Mimir thinks he's doing a great thing by catching out Genja and setting him up for Freeze to take him out, but they actually have more Gambit members in the area, and he ends up baiting Freeze in. Let's roll this clip ahead, and we can see he does a good job getting Genja here if Genja didn't have any friends. He also is going to try to flash away late, but those auto attacks from minions finish him off anyway. And now, Freeze is the one in the bad spot. He's the AD carry between 3 members of Gambit. Gambit. Genja gets off in nice bullet time and then flashes just before the knock-up there from Zyra, so he ends up getting out away, and they turn just 1 kill on Bjergsen into 3 kills for Gambit.
So let's talk then a little bit further on into it, because we did see Gambit in a very similar situation to NIP in that last game, which was going in there underneath the turret thinking, okay, we're strong enough right now, but NIP turned it right back on them again.
So this was the weakness of Kale and how it's not a hard counter to Zed. 1 versus 1, it's great. You can use your invulnerability, don't take the damage from Deathmark. However, in a team game, you can get controlled with taunts or other CCs. They lock you down, you can't get off your ultimate. Alex got bursted from 100% to 0 in back-to-back team fights, which allowed NIP to get back in this game and almost claw their way to a victory.
So what did you think to the fact of Alex going the GA route than, let's say, a Quicksilver Sash route? I'm almost cheating because you posted on Twitter about this one as well, but surely that would have gotten rid of that.
So initially they were thinking, yeah, this team is all attack damage, we'll just stack armor. That's why Darien was just stacking armor straight from the beginning. You want to be a giant tank. Alex felt like, if I buy magic resist to make a Quicksilver Sash, that's kind of wussy here. This is a full attack damage team. I'll just go Guardian Angel. I feel like that's the Gambit t-shirt that will come out. It's like GA for life. They all, if they're getting a defensive item, that's what it is.
Yeah, and then we saw, again, positional decision making, I think we can say from Gambit, pushing down mid lane when NIP were up there by the Baron.
Yeah.
Actually, that fight didn't really go too well for them because of the kind of weird position that they had going on there. Genja was at the back firing away with a bullet time, but they were able to lock out Alex again.
So when they finally were able to rush into that Baron, though, as long as they're on the same page and they can finish off the Baron before NIP arrived, then they finally got the last step that they needed to finish off the game.
Well, very, very solid performance there coming out from Gambit. They're obviously going to go through, and coming up we'll have star mid lane Alex H to join Shox to talk about Gambit's semi-final showdown later with the Lemon Dogs. Then we'll update the brackets and break down tomorrow's game when the European LCS regional playoffs live from Gamescom return in just a few.
that is Gamescom 2013, as I am joined by Gambit Gaming's mid laner, Alex Siege. Tell me about that series, and especially the bans very much targeted at Bjergsen, and then he pulls out a Talon. How did you react to that?
So, we were not expecting Talon at all, but Orianna against Talon is a good matchup. So, we were more expecting something like Diana, and that wasn't really expected, but Talon playstyle is similar to Zed, so we knew what to do.
You absolutely did, and you were able to come back in that game, I can say, because NIP was sporting a pretty big lead.
So we were playing really bad the team fights. I think we got some kind of advantage, like in the mid game, but then we went for the team fight like 4-1 in their favor, and they got Nasher. And after that, we just needed time to get the items and to be equal. So it was like, for example, 5k advantage in their side, but it was 65k to 60, so it was pretty similar. And I think that our pick was much better. We got better composition, and the only thing we need to do is do good team fights.
And then on to game 2, I got the feeling that you were baiting out the Zed, is that right?
So we were not baiting Zed, but we knew that he will pick it. And I was going for Orianna, but then we decided that Kayle will be better. And if he wouldn't pick Zed himself, I think I would pick it myself. So, but I think that our composition was really good against them, but we did a lot of mistakes early, because that led to the advantage. But then they started to play sloppy. I could get a lot of free farm, and they lost. And after they lost the first Drake, it seemed that they were afraid of us, and we were gaining the advantage.
So, great victory here for you guys, but not that convincing. And you don't seem that thrilled with the victory. Are you not happy with your performance yourself, or?
I'm not happy with my performance myself. I played a really bad first game. I could play it much better, and it's the second game. When they understood that I was the main threat, they started focusing me a lot, and I should play safer. But I was cocky, and that lost us several team fights. So, but after we got Nasher, I could one-shot freeze, and we ended the game.
So some things to work on for tomorrow, because of course you'll be facing the Lemon Dogs. Kind of a surprise for a lot of people that they end up at the top of the league. So how hard do you think that matchup is going to be?
I think that Lemon Dogs are playing kind of similar to NIP, but much better. So we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations, Alex. As for us, it is time to go back over to D-Man and Jat at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And with both quarterfinal series in our match history, let's take a look at the update for the LCS playoff brackets. With their wins today, the Evil Geniuses and Gambit move into the quarterfinal, into the semifinals round, of course, which means both Evil Geniuses and Gambit have officially qualified for Season 4 Spring Split. Plus, 3 of those 4 teams in the semifinals will be moving on to the World Championships.
Yeah, and with their losses today, Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Alternate are actually dropped into that 5th place match. The winner of that series will qualify for Season 4, while the loser will be put into the summer or the next promotion tournament.
And coming up Saturday, day 4 of our Gamescom action will start with that 5th place match between Ninjas in Pajamas and Team Alternate.
After that, it's the quarter-final matches, starting with Fnatic versus Evil Geniuses, followed by the top-seeded Lemon Dogs battling Gambit. It all starts at 10 a.m. CEST and 1 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time.
Remember, if you missed any of today's playoff action, head over to lollysports.com, go to the schedule and click the match details button under the game you want to watch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it. Jat, myself, and of course, Shocks, who is hanging out on the stage, is ready to finish you guys.
Of course, gaming gear, and what a great performance by EG, taking down Team Alternate, coming back for the win after being down the game, and of course Gambit here closing it out. Alright, that does it for an incredible day 3 here at Gamescom. For myself, D-Man Jat, Joe, Kobe, Quickshot, and the entire live broadcast crew, good night, and thanks for watching.
focus. He's going to get shredded.
Good job, go.
This could be Lithuania going to Los Angeles.
And they took the victory home.
We want Josh. We want Josh. We want Josh.
Oh, there's a teleport. There's the unstoppable force under the tower. This is surely the fight that we were waiting for.
Nice. Good job, guys.
The Nexus comes out. The Nexus story will go down. It's Gambit Gaming that will be facing Lemondogs in the semi-finals.
They're going. I'm weathering Diana's weathered.
The jump in from Aranea and the bully time coming from the back as well.
Go! Back your sweet ass, guys!
Full ham again, guys. We got this. This game is won.
Alternate gonna pick up the victory here.
Go! Kama! Get Kama!
The kill for Crepo. He's going go. The double kill for Crepo.
Go in bars. Finish the game. Finish the game. Spawn.
An evil geniuses take down Alternate, secure their place in Season 4 and move through to the semi-finals of the playoffs for a chance at Worlds.